One, make a better world. Dialogue. Scroll. I opened my eyes as soon as we landed. Although I never had motion sickness problems in my previous life, the reality of this body is different. At least meditating with my eyes closed prevents me from vomiting in the middle of the aircraft. As soon as I breathe the fresh air outside, I start to feel better, but I can't enjoy the moment of tranquility because an explosion catches my attention. This is my cue. I ran towards the Gothic girl with red streaks lying on the ground, relieved to see that I hadn't missed my introduction to the canon. "Welcome to Beacon," muttered the girl lying on the ground. There she was, the protagonist of RWBY, Ruby Rose, and she is beautiful, with a unique Gothic style in red and black. Her short black hair with red tips contrasts with her pale skin, highlighting her silver eyes. But despite being beautiful, I'm not interested in getting involved with her. "Hey, are you okay?" I asked, extending my hand to the girl. "My name is Jaune." "Ruby Rose." "Ruby," I replied, accepting the hand of the blonde boy with blue eyes. Jaune looked like a typical 17-year-old teenager, and despite carrying a red and blue shield on his back, he didn't seem to have the muscular mass of a trainee hunter. "Wait," I exclaimed, examining him more closely. "You're the boy who was sleeping sitting on the transport, right?" With a serious expression, he nodded his head. "I was circulating my aura while meditating. I need to do that whenever I travel. Otherwise, I get nauseous." Wow, that sounds like advanced aura training. Maybe his fighting style is focused on his semblance rather than his body. "It's something I learned from some aura theory books." Wow, my Uncle Kuro said I was still too young for advanced aura training like that, so I didn't even try. "You were trained by your uncle?" "Yes, he and my father were teachers at Signal, the preparatory school I attended." He replied, murmuring. "Why is he grumbling? Is he already bored? But how? We've been talking for less than 5 minutes." "Think, Ruby, try to talk about something interesting." "So I have this." "Ha, nothing is more anti-boredom than my baby crescent rose." "Wow, is that a scythe and a high-precision rifle?" Jaune said, examining my creation. "A combination for close combat and long-range fighting, an excellent mechashift weapon from what I can tell." "Yes, it worked." "And what do you have there?" I asked, looking at the circular shield on his back. In response, he opens his coat, revealing a simple 9 pistol and a knife. "These two are common weapons, a hunting knife and a pistol, but I see you're interested in my shield." Pulling it from his back, I get a better look at the shield. It's round, a perfect circle, painted with 2 red stripes, 1 white stripe, and in the center it has a blue sphere with a white 5-pointed star in the middle, and nothing else. No complex mechanisms, no folds, just a shield with a buckle to attach it to the arm. Simple, right? Embarrassed, I took a step back. Was my disappointment that obvious? The first person who talks to me at Beacon, and I've already been rude to him. "No, it's just that I need an excuse. I just find this combination of shield, pistol, and knife unique. Ha, I did well." He smiles at me, but I turn my face to the side, feeling embarrassed. "This shield may not look like much, but it's practically indestructible." I froze for a second. Did I hear that right? "You said indestructible?" "Yes," replied the blonde boy with a proud smile on his face. "Impossible," I exclaimed, disbelieving. 100% true. But what if someone shoots it with anti-tank ammunition? Nothing will happen. A shot from an anti-aircraft battery. Maybe it'll scratch the paint. And dust effects like fire, ice, and electricity. At most, it'll get dirty. I lean over the shield, tapping it with my fist, trying to guess its material. "Please tell me what it's made of." "Okay, girl, I'll tell you later. Just stop drooling over it, please." Drooling? Oh my, he's right, I've been drooling over it. Jumping back, I try to apologize again, but Jaune says it's no big deal. "It's all right, Ruby, I know you didn't mean any harm." Despite me acting weird, he didn't seem bothered. "But I want to know where we are." "Huh." Looking around, I noticed that we've been wandering aimlessly and ended up near a garden with an artificial lake. I was following you. John stares at me, raising an eyebrow. Don't judge me. I don't judge anyone, phew, out loud, darn it. He laughs, shaking his head. Follow me, everything's fine, crater face. Okay, wait, did you just call me what? Professor Osbin. It's truly intriguing how the start of the Beacon school year still manages to fill me with hope, I thought aloud. After my speech, Professor Goodwitch and I met in the elevator that provides access to my office. In what sense, Professor? My vice asked. After 80 years of training Remnant's protectors, any normal person would assume a certain degree of apathy would be present. I replied, sighing, to Professor Goodwitch. But no, every passing year I still have hope in the new generation, especially this year with a silver-eyed warrior among the freshmen, perhaps the last one on the planet. With an arched eyebrow, the professor questioned me. You have great faith in this young woman because she's Summer's daughter. Silver eyes are notorious in the fight against the Grim. With a few years of training, Miss Rose could be capable of reclaiming Mount Glen. Reclaiming Glen would erase the kingdom's biggest defeat against her. We would have an outpost connected to the capital by an underground transportation system, and the increased morale of Vale's population would keep the Grim at bay for months, if not years. My optimistic thoughts were interrupted by a shocking scene when the elevator door opened, revealing my office with a young man sitting in my chair, with his feet propped up on something metallic on my desk. You have 5 seconds to explain yourself, young man, Glinda threatened, pointing her weapon, the disciplinarian, at the boy. The young man with blonde hair and blue eyes stared at Goodwitch without flinching and replied, I apologize for putting my feet on your desk. I was just bored and used my shield to keep it clean. Does he think we're concerned about him dirtying the desk? That should be the least of your concerns. I don't recognize you, so you must be one of the initiates, right? He answered, nodding his head. Consider yourself eliminated and consider yourself lucky not to leave here in handcuffs, boy. He smiled and looked in my direction. Brave and loyal, was he talking to me? That's why you have her as your second in command, huh, Ozma? The boy responded in a cynical tone, looking me in the eyes. Glinda continued with her lectures and threats, but I didn't pay attention to them because in front of me was someone who knew the name of my first incarnation. The mysterious young man kept smiling at me, as if he hadn't just blurted out one of my best-kept secrets. Professor Goodwitch, I exclaimed aloud. Glinda paused in the middle of her lecture and looked at me in surprise. This was the kind of thing she dealt with when it came to a student misbehaving, but this was no ordinary student. I just remembered that I have an appointment with this young man. If he were an agent of Salem, he would have already attacked us. Apologies for my lateness. Once Professor Goodwitch leaves, we can begin. Despite my suspicion, Glinda was loyal enough to follow orders without questioning. Don't even think about it, you Dumbledore with a scarf. Dummel who? I tried to question the comparison, but the young man simply kept talking. She stays. The mysterious young man pointed his finger at Glinda. May I know why you're arguing about my presence without even considering my opinion? The boy got up from my chair and placed a knife and a pistol on the table. I came here to help you, Ozma, he walked towards us, but Glinda needs to know. What do I need to know? Glinda asked, sounding unsure. Everything that Ozpin didn't tell you about the secret war, why Salem wants the relics, his relationship with the Grim Queen, the gods, and my favorite part. He cleared his throat before continuing. Salem cannot be killed. Glinda Goodwitch. It can't be true. The secret war we fight for humanity is just a lover's quarrel. If the relics are brought together, they will summon the gods who will judge us. And given the current state of Remnant, we will all be destroyed. And worst of all, even if we manage to invade Salem's castle, it will be futile because the Grim Queen is immortal. Not a limited immortality like Ozpin's reincarnation, but a true immortality that rebuilds flesh and bone regardless of the injury suffered. I know it's a lot to absorb all at once, Professor Goodwitch, but it's important that you know. The young man's voice carried compassion, while Osbin stared at him with icy fury. I always thought that Osbin could have more secrets, but nothing this impactful. Forgive me for not sharing this information with you, Glinda, but Salem's immortality has caused. The professor took a deep breath, his gaze filled with sorrow. I've been betrayed countless times because of it. It made sense. His enemy was an immortal witch with an army of monsters at her disposal. It's evident that many would despair upon receiving this news, and betraying her greatest enemy could earn them favor with the Grim Queen. But Glinda is different. I looked in the direction of Jaune Arc, now identified. I know Kuro is your best field agent and one of the best fighters in all Remnant. He pointed in my direction. But when it comes to integrity, loyalty, commitment, intelligence, and above all competence, there is no one better on this damn planet than Glinda Goodwitch. I blushed and felt a little embarrassed by the compliments the boy gave me. I appreciate the kind words, Mr. Arc, but still, what gives you the right to reveal Professor Osbin's secrets? Look at this, Ozma. I just revealed your dirty laundry to her, and her first reaction is to defend you. The boy laughed out loud as if he had heard the most absurd thing in the world. You really don't deserve her. The redness in my face became more apparent, and I decided to stay silent to try to center myself again. While I agree with you, sir, regarding Miss Goodwitch's qualities, she is right. The professor of Beacon approached the young man, taking firm steps, looking down at John. Osbin asked with a heavy voice, "For what reason did you reveal my greatest secrets? How did you come to possess that knowledge? And how can we trust someone who appears out of nowhere, sowing intrigue and discord within my inner circle?" It's rare to see the professor get straight to the point. He usually prefers to tell a story and draw a parallel between the situation and a tale or one of his experiences. But this boy stripped him of his deepest secrets and put him on the defensive. Smiling, the young Arc replied, "I'll make you a proposition." John walked over to the table and picked up his weapons and shield. "I have nothing with me, no money, scroll, clothes, not even food." Strange, how can someone with so much information be so unprepared? "All I have with me are my weapons and the clothes I'm wearing. In fact, I'm not even a candidate for Beacon Academy." "You didn't attend a preparatory school?" the professor asked. "No, I had an accident a few months ago, and my aura was awakened by my mother as a way to save my life." That caught my attention. "Months? You've only had your aura for a few months. That means you have no training as an apprentice hunter." He nodded affirmatively. "I have some aura training, thanks to some books I read in libraries and bookstores before getting kicked out for reading without paying." "And how does that relate to your proposition, Mr. Arc?" "Oh, right, I almost forgot. How can someone just forget something in a conversation about the fate of humans and faunus? You're going to let me participate in the initiation, give me a monthly allowance to cover my expenses, and Glinda will give me private lessons on aura control." "Private lessons with me? Why would we do that, Mr. Arc?" "Because I'm on your side, because I have a semblance that can turn the tide of the war against your ex, and because if you accept this, I'll tell you who the 3 people were that attacked Amber, the Fall Maiden." A deathly silence filled the room. Tension hung in the air and could be cut with a knife. "You know who attacked her?" the professor asked incredulously. John smiled and raised 3 fingers. "There were 3 people. I know their names, appearance, and their semblances." Pausing dramatically, John clenched his fist and looked deep into Osbin's eyes. "And most importantly, I know when and how they will come to Beacon to take the rest of the Fall Maiden's power." "You're a deserter of Salem?" I blurted out without thinking. "Is that why you know so much?" He shook his head. "I've never been one of her servants." He swallowed hard, thinking deeply before continuing. "As for how I know this information, I'll tell you on another occasion. Verify if my information about your enemies is correct, then I'll tell you my story." Without thinking, Osbin reached out his hand and John shook it. "Get a pen, Glinda. Beacon has just gained another candidate." The professor was apprehensive, but at least he was still hopeful. Original point of view. Finally, a decent bed, I muttered quietly to no one in particular. Being alone in an isolated room, I could finally get some good rest for the initiation tomorrow. This room, scroll, and 10,000 lien were a small gesture of gratitude from Ozpin for helping deal with so many nuisances. We spent 2 hours ironing out the details to handle Cinder's team, Leonardo Lionheart's betrayal, and the hacking of the CCT. Glinda wanted to tackle the problems head-on as quickly as possible with 3 teams of experienced hunters, but with Ozpin's help, we managed to convince her that it's better to proceed with caution. I start tossing and turning in bed, trying to find a comfortable position. The mattress was good, but the pillow was thin, like a folded sheet. I won't be able to sleep like this. I shouldn't abuse my semblance, but I need a good night's sleep, and it's already late. MCS on. Multiverse-Crafting system. What would you like to make? Magic 14 points. Aura 100%. I look at the floating screen in front of me, and it finally dawns on me. My semblance is similar to the gamer's. How did I never realize this before? Of course, it's not as powerful as his. It only allows me to create items using aura or magic. Even though I may have reincarnated in Jaune Arc's body, I'm still the absent-minded, scatterbrained person with ADHD. MCS make a memory foam pillow. Multiverse-Crafting system. Which resource would you like to use? Magic 14 points. Aura 100%. If I use aura, it won't last forever. It will probably disappear as soon as I fall asleep. Now, if I use magic, it will last forever, but I don't replenish those points in the same way I replenish aura. I need to consume dust to gain magic points. I look at my shield leaning against the wall. To make Captain America's shield, I had to spend the money John had set aside to buy fake documents and everything else the boy had. Comics, computer, scroll, video games, books, and even furniture. MCS use aura. In a golden mist of energy, a pillow materializes. Multiverse-Crafting system. What would you like to make? Magic 14 points. Aura 997%. Did it only cost that much? If I had used magic, it would have cost 3 or even 4 points. As soon as I rest my head on the pillow, my body relaxes. MCS off. The window closes and I fall asleep hopeful. That breakfast will be good. 2. Why don't I shut up? Dialogue. Scroll. The sound of knocks on the door wakes me up the next morning. I was so tired yesterday that I slept in the same clothes. Not that I had any other clothes to change into, but as a result, I was really stinking on this sunny morning. Should I use my magic points to make clothes? If I use aura, will I have to keep spending aura all day to maintain them? My concentration is broken when I hear knocks on the door again. As soon as I open the door, I come face to face with Glinda Goodwitch. Good morning, Glinda. In response, she frowned and stared at me sternly. Damn, what did I do? I just said good morning. Mr. Arc, she said in a serious tone. Although I consider you a member of Professor Ozpin's inner circle, thus an addition to the secret group that protects Remnant, I would like you to treat me with the respect that every Beacon student should show to any member of the Academy's faculty. Sorry, Gly. A dry cough from the teacher interrupts me in time to correct my mistake. Sorry, Professor Goodwitch. She closes her eyes and smiles serenely, pleased with my new attitude. Apologies accepted, Mr. Arc. She hands me a bag full of clothes. I need to maintain my posture as an educator in your presence. Otherwise, I might develop some behavioral addiction that could provide fuel for gossip among nosy students. Thank you for the clothes. That calms me down. I thought I had already made a bad impression. And don't worry about being tough on me when disciplining me. I'm glad to know that you are more mature than I thought. She expresses satisfaction with my response. It's fine. I even like it when you yell and humiliate me in front of others. No, I meant that. Fug. It's not that I'm into you, but it doesn't mean you're not beautiful, it's just that. Oh my God, why don't I shut up? It's just that. Damn it, I have to stop talking before I say something weird. I'm a bit masochistic, you know. Why don't I shut UP? Professor Goodwitch closes her eyes, then opens them, having regained her posture as an educator. I have the impression that you have trouble controlling your tongue, Mr. Arc. Ouch. Yes, actually, I have attention deficit disorder. One of the characteristics is that I'm impulsive in my superficial thoughts. She stares at me for a few seconds. I see. And here I was thinking I would be the hero of the story who would save everyone and maybe have a harem. I'm sorry, I mumble looking down. She looks at me with an arched eyebrow, suspicious of my behavior. Take a shower and change your clothes before you go to initiation, Mr. Arc. You stink. The door slams shut in my face. In the bag of clothes, I found 2 white shirts, 1 pair of jeans, underwear, and socks. Phew, I'll save some magic points. I take a shower, change clothes, and have my breakfast in record time. After all, I would rather not be late for my introduction to the 2 most influential girls of the first year. So, Pyrrha, have you thought about which team you'd like to be on? An enthusiastic female voice said. There they are. In the unisex locker room, I find 2 teenage girls, one small and completely white, and the other tall in red and gold. I'm sure everyone would like to team up with such a strong and well-known individual like you. The girl's voice was pleasant but somewhat fake, as if she were a salesperson trying to trick someone. Weiss has pale skin, long white hair, and striking blue eyes. She is wearing the iconic white dress with a high collar, accompanied by a bolero-style jacket, a skirt, and knee-high boots. Resting on her side is the rapier Miatenaster, a weapon capable of using dust to unleash various elemental attacks. I don't know, Pyrrha replied. Actually, I was planning to leave it up to luck. Pyrrha has fair skin, long red hair, and expressive green eyes. She is wearing her combat attire, which consists of a golden and red armor with a tiara. In addition, she carries a spear and a shield named Milo and Aqua, her weapons of choice. I would rather not do this. I would rather not act like an asshole, but I need to get closer to Pyrrha. I was thinking if we could be on the same team. That sounds great, the redhead replied in a polite yet fake eager tone. I approached the 2 as Weiss was scheming her plan to dominate the school, the ambitious little girl. Positioning myself between them, I turn to Weiss and start my routine. Do you know what else is great? Can't believe I'm going to say this. Me, I'm Jaune Arc, nice to meet you. Weiss stares at me with disgust, as if I were a piece of shit she had stepped on the sidewalk. But since I didn't sleep in the same area as the other students, she doesn't recognize me, and her reaction is astonishment at my horrible introduction. Pleasure to meet you, Jaune, the Amazon says sincerely. Wow, Pyrrha, I know you feel lonely, but you can't just listen to a sentence like that and be overjoyed. Value yourself, girl. I can't believe this, the girl in white muttered. Focus, you need to keep acting like a confident jerk, swallowing hard as I maintain my act, looking at Weiss. I heard we're going to form teams, and I thought a beautiful girl like you would like to team up with me. Weiss couldn't even look me in the eye, I understand. I wanted to turn my head too. Actually, I think the teams have 4 students, Pyrrha commented. I turn to her and get close, almost touching her, close enough to smell her perfume. And my God, she smells so good. It's spicy with hints of cinnamon, leather, and something citrus. Focus, I need to focus. Lucky you, princess. If you behave, you can still hop on the Arc train. Is it just my imagination, or did she just turn her head, smiling, biting her lip? It must have been my imagination. Your name is Jaune, right? Weiss interjects, coming between me and Pyrrha. Do you have any idea who you're talking to? No, Snow Princess. I prefer using princess than angel. This is Pyrrha Nikos. Hello again, said the redhead, waving happily at me. She graduated first in the Sanctum Academy. Never heard of her. Of course I knew, but it was important to stay in character. Indignant, Weiss continues. She won the annual Mistral Regional Tournament 4 years in a row, a record. Seriously? Wow, congratulations. This time I was being authentic. Winning 4 times in a row since the age of 13 is no small feat. She's on the cover of Pumpkin Pete cereals. Wow, they only do that with celebrities and famous athletes. You're amazing, Pyrrha. Thank you, she said dejectedly. For some reason she seemed sadder. It was nice, despite the cereal being bad for your health. So, John, the girl in white says accusingly as she looks at me from head to toe. After hearing all this, do you think you're in a position to ask her to join your team? Of course. My statement caught both of them by surprise. You must be very confident in your abilities or have a lot of influence in the world to say something like that, Weiss comments, curious about who I am. In fact, I admit that I'm weak, and my connections can be counted on one hand. So you're just an idiot? Ouch. I just think Pyrrha seems like a nice person. She didn't know me and treated me with respect, despite her being so famous and influential. I decided to improvise the ending to avoid being skewered. Looking into the Mistral champion's eyes, I continue. Pyrrha, you seem like someone humble, kind, respectable, and very pleasant to talk to. I try to smile as genuinely as possible. And I would love to be on the same team as you. This sparks joy in the girl, who gives me the biggest smile I've seen since I arrived in this world. Good luck to both of you. See you at the initiation. I walk towards the cliff, confident that I made a good impression on Pyrrha and afraid that I may have had a worse one with Weiss. Pyrrha Nikos. Who are you, Jaune Arc? When you approached me in the locker room, I thought you were another person trying to take advantage of me and my fame. But no, besides not knowing who I was, you approached Weiss first. At that moment, I thought you were interested in the Schnee family's money, but you weren't after money either. If money and fame weren't the reasons you approached, then what was? In the end, the answer was the simplest of all. You thought that Weiss and I were beautiful, and that's why you came to talk to us. That was a first for me. I've had people in the past who tried to flirt with me, but their interest in my appearance was at most secondary. When men and women talk to me, they want to know what I can do for them, for their careers. But John, he thought I was beautiful. He said I was kind and pleasant to talk to as well. I begin to smile awkwardly on the launch platform for the Emerald Forest. I allowed myself to ignore the professor because I had already memorized the applicant's guide to Beacon. Does he like animals? What kind of food does he like? Does he like muscular girls? Due to my training, I am well-toned, especially in my legs. I hope he doesn't find it repulsive. What was that scream? I looked around, searching for the source of the voice that interrupted my thoughts. It was John. In the distance, I saw a blonde figure in a white shirt flying towards the forest. But why did he scream? Wait, did he forget to plan his landing strategy? As I am launched, I activate polarity, my semblance, and make a course correction, being pulled towards John by my ferromagnetic items. Spotting a thick and stable branch, I force my landing on it and pull out Milo in the form of a rifle. Through the scope, I locate my target, and using the mechashift function, I transform my rifle into a spear and throw it with the force of my arm and a dust shot. Guided by my semblance, I hit the target precisely without hurting my crush. I mean friend. That's what I meant. Thank you, echoed through the forest, proving that he was alive. Sorry, I replied, running towards him. Although I knew where John was, I was also guided by my semblance. Polarity, besides allowing me to control metals through magnetism, also gave me the ability to detect metals. With that shield, finding John would be simple. A few meters from the tree where I impaled John, I began to feel a peculiar magnetic field. Weird, I stopped, concentrating more on my semblance. It was definitely metal, but I couldn't distinguish what kind of alloy it was. It seemed complex, difficult to manipulate. If you're going to stare at me, can you at least help me get down? Jaune. Someone found him before me. I urgently run towards my future partner, who luckily is still stuck in the tree, while Weiss is being pulled by a girl in red. Is there still room on your train? I sarcastically ask. You're quite the comedian, huh? Despite being hanging from a tree, he seemed happy to see me. How do I get him down? I could use my semblance in front of him. After all, he's my partner now, there's no point in hiding it from him. Lift your head, Purr. Purr. Before I could react, Jaune pulled out Milo and fell from the tree. By reflex, I extended my arms and caught the blonde before he hit the ground. So that's what every man wants, a beautiful girl treating him like a princess. Jaune fell, lying in my arms. Despite the mocking tone, he seemed happy. I was worried that he would consider me to be a stalker for impaling him on a tree and going after him. But he was happy, smiling in my lap, with his messy blonde hair and those big blue eyes. Purr. Yes, Jaune. I would rather not seem ungrateful, but would you mind putting me down? Sorry, startled, I let him fall. Zao. Sorry, darn it. I'm truly sorry, Jaune, I'm not usually this clumsy. It's okay, Purr. It's normal to get nervous when meeting new people. Purr, he called me that again. Why are you calling me that, Jaune? That what? Purr. The blonde boy thinks for a few seconds before responding. A cute nickname. If you'd like, I can stop calling you that. No, I unintentionally shouted. Jaune froze, staring at me. I mean, I liked the nickname. You can call me that. Let's keep moving. We walk for a few minutes, and despite hearing gunshots and explosions relatively close by, no Grimm attacks us. Are you okay, Purr? Why are they avoiding us? Purr. Maybe the other candidates are ahead of us and have already cleared a significant portion of the Grimm in this forest. Pira Nikos. Yes, darn it, I was ignoring Jaune. Sorry. It's okay, I shouldn't have shouted, the blonde says sadly. It's not a big deal. It's all my fault, Jaune, I wasn't paying attention. He looked at me curiously, as if trying to analyze me. I shouldn't have shouted because I ended up attracting Grimm. Growls started coming from the bushes near the trees. Then a wolf-like creature emerged from the undergrowth, with a black body covered in bones and some parts of its body. A Beowulf? Jaune asked. Yes, at least it's not an alpha. I inform as I equip Aqua and transform Milo from a spear into its sword form. I quickly engage in an attack against the creature, hitting its body with my shield and pressing its monstrous body against a tree. RWBY, the Grimm roared, trying to escape and scratching my shield. I swiftly pierce the creature's chest with my sword and then press the blade upward, cutting the creature from its chest to the neck. The monster lets out a dry roar of pain, but its body starts becoming inert and begins to dissolve. Happy with the outcome, I turn towards my partner, who was being attacked by 3 Beowulfs. Jaune. He had his shield raised and a knife that seemed to be buzzing. I need a hand here, Purr. I leaped over him, hitting one of the Beowulfs with my shield and the other with a kick to the snout. Hold on tight, Jaune. Engaging with 2 of them at the same time, I left Jaune to defend himself against the third. Please wait a moment while I take care of these 2. I threw my shield at the creature on the left, stunning it for a few seconds. Meanwhile, I ran towards the one on the right and cut off the hand it extended to strike me. Roar. The monster arched its back, throwing its body backward while roaring in pain. Seizing the opportunity, I jumped to be at the same level as the creature's head, allowing me to decapitate it. RARGH. I leaped to avoid the bite of the other Beowulf, quickly retrieving my shield. I threw it again, and the aware creature crossed its arms to defend against the impact of Aqua. However, due to its crossed arms, it didn't see me leaping over it. In my descent, I drove my sword into the creature's skull, rendering it silent and lifeless as its bright red eyes dimmed. Shortly after, its body began to dissolve. Worried, I turned to John, who was alone. No hour, he is panting. I need to do some cardio. Despite being tired and winded, John still maintains his good humor. Are you okay? I ask, approaching him. He falls to the ground and lies down. I need 5 minutes, he informs, panting like a tired dog. At most 10. Don't worry, I'll keep watch while you recover. I store my shield on my back and transform Milo into its rifle form. Shield, John doesn't have a mecha shift weapon with him. Did he not train before coming to Beacon? He admitted to being weak, but he doesn't even seem to have endurance or stamina. Does he at least have aura? Can I ask you a personal question? Yes, I'm single. What? That's not what I wanted to ask. On the ground, the boy laughs as if he were a mischievous child. Darn it, now I'm blushing all over. Better turn away. Sorry, what do you want to know? You don't have a mecha shift weapon. It doesn't seem like you have any combat training. Do you at least have your aura awakened? I glance back at him and see that he sits up, looking at me with a serious expression. Sorry, I know it's none of my business, I'm just curious. You don't have to answer if you don't want to. He sighs tiredly, but gets up from the ground and walks towards me. It's okay, you are entitled to know. He extends his hand forward, calling me to walk with him. I have 0 training as a huntsman, and my aura was awakened less than 2 months ago. What? No training in such a short time with aura? That's crazy, John. Even with years of training and experience, people die in these initiations. How can you be so reckless? John's face darkens, and he looks down, frustrated. Far be it from me to prevent someone from living their life as they please, but this is insane. Why would he subject himself to this? I have a power, Pyrrha. A power. My semblance is powerful, and Beacon is the best place in the world for me to learn how to use it and develop my skills as a huntsman. But what if you die? Then I'll have died. What do you mean by that? Don't you value your life? He smiles at me, but turns his face forward before responding. I believe that if you have something to offer to the world, something you can do better than anyone else, something that can help others. He stops walking and looks up. I believe it's not just a good idea to help those in need with that ability, I believe it's your responsibility. Responsibility? I guess a simple way to put it is, he forces a cough, clearing his throat before continuing. With great power comes great responsibility. With great power comes great responsibility. Something simple but so powerful, a philosophy of life perhaps. That's very noble of you. He looks at me with those expressive blue eyes, as if he's staring into my soul. If it pleases you, he says in a melancholic tone, I can ask the professor to change partners. What? No, John, why would you do that? I thought you were worried about it, that I would hinder you or put you in danger with my inexperience. No, my concern is for your well-being. He looks at me, raising an eyebrow, trying to analyze me. After a few seconds of silence, he starts laughing, but not at me. He seems relieved. How about you help me with my physical training, then? That way I can get the training I need, and you'll be more at ease, right? He wasn't offended, and he even asked for help. Is he just a kind-hearted fool? I would love to train with you, John. He may be a fool, but he's kind, determined, kind-hearted, and kind of cute. I'm glad I got him as my partner. Unable to contain myself, I smile, hopeful for the next 4 years I'll spend with him as my partner. Are we going in the right direction? We could use an aerial view. Before I could suggest climbing a tree, John said something. MCS on. What did he say? MCS makes Stiltman armor. MCS, who is he talking to? MCS use aura. A golden energy mist suddenly appears out of nowhere, completely enveloping John's body. John, are you okay? Is this his semblance? The mist dissipates, revealing a metallic armor covering him from head to toe. John. He suddenly grabs my arm, making me yelp in surprise. Sorry for being rude, but this drains a lot of aura. From his voice, I'm sure it's John inside that armor. I'm embraced by the armored figure, which starts to ascend. Is he flying? Looking down, I realize that it's the metallic legs of the armor that have extended to the height of the treetops. In other words, we're at least 80 meters high. I see ruins in that direction. That must be our objective. I think you're right. H. Out of nowhere, John starts moving, causing me to scream. At this height, I feel a little scared and dizzy. These long legs move quite fast. Holding on to him, I close my eyes. Although it's not as scary with my eyes closed, the rhythm of the movements and the speed of the wind indicate that we're moving at a fast pace. Purr, John says from inside the armor. It's fine if you hold on to me, but don't squeeze me too hard. Sorry, I say, opening my arms slightly and relaxing while staring at the armor. No problem. I need to be fast. I used over 30% of my aura to create this armor, and maintaining it is costing me 3% of aura per minute. Does he have a creation semblance? I've heard of them. They're not powerful, but at least they're versatile. Glancing back at him, I realized I've never heard of a creation semblance with the capacity to create anything so complex and different. Could this be the something? He is capable of doing that no one else in the world can. It seems someone is already at the location. A blonde girl and a black-haired one. Maybe they'll join our team. For some reason, that leaves me in a sour mood. I'm not against women in our group, but diversity is a good thing, you know, at least one man and one woman. Or better yet, 2 men. That would be perfect for our group. This way, I don't have to worry about gold-digging girls distracting John. In this way, I don't have to worry about ill-intended girls distracting John. 3. Am I a virgin again? Dialogue. Scroll. Heavy footsteps echoed with a metallic tone through the emerald forest. My gray armored form stood tall, passing through the trees while holding a red-haired girl in my arms. Saying that I was having a good day would be a lie. After all, I was having the best day of my life. Not that it's a big deal when you consider that I reincarnated less than a year ago. Anyway, in the early morning, I managed to take a decent shower, got new clothes, ate like a king, and to top it all off, I have a hot redhead clinging to me. Of course, I'd prefer if she did that when I wasn't wearing a full suit of armor that covers 100% of my body. Despite this inconvenience, I was still in a good mood because I killed my first Grim. Sure, killing a monster made of shadows and entropy is cool, but what made me even happier was what the death of the Grim triggered. Multiverse crafting system. What would you like to do? Magic 14.3 points. Aura 64%. The death of the Grim gave me magic points. To be more specific, each Beowulf I killed gave me 0.1 magic points. This changes everything. If killing Grims gives me magic points, I don't need to spend a fortune on dust to create everlasting items. I can create weapons that can turn the tide of the war against the Grims on a global scale. Wait, I'm thinking too small. I could create sustainable technologies that would help the people of this world be less dependent on dust, thus reducing its price and assisting the armies and hunters who rely on these magical stones to fight. And the best part is, if I patent my inventions, I'll receive royalties. Thank goodness my face is covered. Otherwise, Pyrrha would see my greedy smirk. It seems there's someone at the location. The redhead's voice drew my attention forward, where Yang and Blake were. A chess piece, a white horse, was in the hands of the voluptuous. Sweet Thang. Okay, Yang is ridiculously attractive. She's like a combination of a volleyball player and a porn star in a shampoo commercial. Maybe they'll join our team, I said, trying to get Yang's body out of my mind. Why am I so horny? Is it because I'm a teenager again? I was so preoccupied with my libido that I didn't even notice Pyrrha's annoyed expression at my suggestion. Reflecting on my hormonal situation, I realized another crucial detail about my new existence. Am I a virgin again? Oh man, this is a mess. I need to fix this. As soon as I have enough money, I'm going to a brothel. I should take Lai Ren along to bond with him. Maybe I'll even take the whole CRDL team. Losing their cherry might stop them from acting like a bunch of assholes. Blake was the first to notice my approach. Even before I emerged from the trees, she turned towards me startled. She must have heard my footsteps with those ears behind her bow. Speaking of which, how does Blake's hearing work? She has 2 pairs of ears, one on the sides of her head and another on top. That must cause some sensory confusion. Just thinking about it gives me a headache. Maybe faunus brains have evolved to process information this way without causing. What the hell is that? A high-pitched female voice shouted. I didn't even realize we had left the forest, but Yang did, and she made sure the whole forest knew it. The sound of hydraulic limbs resonated through the temple as I began to shrink my legs, and Pyrrha jumped and landed silently. Despite Yang's exclamation, both girls stared at me in silence. Hey there, guys, I said. Silence was my response. I'm Jaune Arc, and this is my partner, Pyrrha Nikos. Hello, Pyrrha said with less enthusiasm than usual. Still silence. The situation felt weird, and before I could try to break the ice, Yang pointed her finger at me and asked. It's not fair, she has a robot partner. RWBY will be so jealous, the blonde pouted, crossing her arms. Blake stared at Yang, not believing her genuine indignation. He's clearly a human or faunus wearing armor, Yang, the voice of reason among them, and robots don't have aura, they can't be hunters. I hope Penny never hears this. With the tension broken between the pairs, I could relax a bit. Look up. Or not. I had forgotten that RWBY falls from the sky in this part of the story, and without the original Jaune to intercept her in the air. I need to do something to prevent her from getting hurt. Stretching my legs to their fullest, I still couldn't reach RWBY. I needed to use my arms. As I reached my maximum height of 90 meters, I pointed my arms at the red-caped girl and managed to catch her in my hands about 20 meters from my body. RWBY grumbled in my hands. Hey there, RWBY, I said, looking at the small scythe wielder in my hands. Jaune, is that you? ROARGH. Before I could respond, a black, bear-like form emerged from the forest, followed by an explosion on the creature's back. Nora. It's broken. Nora, a guy with oriental features dressed in green, appeared out of breath. Please, never do that again. But the hammer-wielding girl ignored him and went straight to one of the artifacts, the White Tower, without a second thought. She placed the tower on her head and started to sing and dance. I'm the queen of the castle. I'm the queen of the castle. Nora, the green ninja, shouted. I'm going, Ren, the happy girl said. Lai Ren and Nora Valkyrie were simple but endearing characters. I remember being quite frustrated with their development as a couple in the series. I hope it's better here. Liar, accused the scythe-wielding girl in my arms. Huh, RWBY pouted, pointing her finger at me. You said you had nothing but a shield and a gun. I have a vibro knife too. A vibro? What? She looked at me curiously about the weapon I hadn't explained the full capabilities of. Where did you get this armor that stretches so much? Rearg, I never thought I'd be happy to see a Grim. A gigantic black bird hovered above us. How can you leave me behind? Weiss complained, clinging to the Nevermore. I told you to jump, RWBY replied as if it were the most sensible thing in the world. Hold on to me, RWBY. Without further warning, I let go of the black and red-clad girl, but she managed to grab onto my neck. I positioned myself where Weiss had been before her fall and extended my hands to catch her like a baby. My plan was perfect, except that Weiss fell from much higher than RWBY, and I hadn't prepared for the impact. Weiss and RWBY shouted. Shit, I grumbled as I fell backward. I gathered my limbs as much as possible, but the impact of the fall was significant, and it kicked up a lot of dust. If it weren't for my armor, I would have lost a lot of aura or even something worse. I landed on my back on the ground. Weiss fared better in the fall. She was suspended by my hands. And as for RWBY, she ended up on my face. Yep, it's official now. I'm in an anime. Hey, Weiss complained as I released her to free my hands. I quickly retracted my arms and removed the petabator from my face. Not that I minded the view, but her older sister, protective and violent as she was just 10 meters away. MCS release. As I spoke the command, the armor dissipated into a mist of golden energy. Multiverse-Crafting system. What would you like to do? Magic 14.3 points. Aura 28.7%. Damn, that fall drained a lot of aura, at least around 18%. RWBY, Yang exclaimed, going to hug her younger sister. I'm fine, John softened my fall. With metallic armor, aura doesn't make sense. That's true, Yang turned toward me. I saw everything. Her tone at the end of the sentence was icy, filled with anger and veiled threats. She's going to kill me, I hope not by sitting on my face. Now is not the time to be thinking about pervy things. Rierg, thanks again, Grim. He's coming around again, I pointed at the creature. Our mission is to get the relics. We don't need to fight the Nevermore. Agreeing with RWBY, I headed toward the White Tower, and she went for the White Knight. We ran towards the cliff, but the creature was too fast and circled around to attack us. Nora and Ren jumped to the left, dodging a barrage of sharp feathers. Distract him, Nora. Smiling, the petite redhead began firing her grenade launcher in the direction of the monstrous bird. Taking the explosions to the face, the creature changed the direction of its flight, moving away from the grenades. Coward, the little Valkyrie shouted. With the giant scorpion Grim, which I forgot the name of, gone we could all fight the Nevermore. I equipped my shield in my left hand and looked Pyrrha in the eyes. If I create an opening, can you take the creature down? With a serious face and a determined look, she nodded. Follow the lead. I ran openly with my shield raised toward the creature, providing cover for Pyrrha, who was right behind me. Rierg, the creature roared again, hurling another barrage of sharp feathers in my direction. Although sharp, the feathers were light, so they hit the shield without me feeling or scratching the paint. I love this shield. As soon as the feathers stopped hitting my shield, I shouted. Now, I raised my shield high, and the redhead jumped on it, using it as a launching platform to leap towards the Grim. Empowered by her aura and possibly semblance, Pyrrha flew like a missile towards the Grim, hitting the monster's left eye with her spear. RWBY. The creature's scream echoed throughout the area, chilling to the bone. Was it so intense because it was an alpha? Without hesitation, Pyrrha planted her feet on the creature's skull and pulled her spear down, forcing the creature to descend. You're awesome, Purr. I looked at the rest of the group and began shouting orders. When Pyrrha lands, I'll pin the creature to the ground. Attack with everything you've got. Everyone nodded except Pyrrha, and when the collision of the monster against the ground approached, I activated my semblance. MCS on. Multiverse-Crafting system. What would you like to do? Magic 14.3 points. Aura 29.2%. I need something cheap, simple, easy to use that can pin that beast to the ground. MCS make pace gun. Pyrrha jumped, rolled on the ground to disperse kinetic energy from the fall. She's amazing. MCS use aura. Meanwhile, the Nevermore crashed into the ground, raising dust, and a tank backpack with a pipe connected to a toy gun appeared on my back. The weapon was quite large and clunky, with a barrel and hole big enough to fit a ping-pong ball, but it was perfect for the job. Running awkwardly and almost stumbling, I approached the creature on the ground. It was already moving and struggling to get up. I have to be quick. I aimed the paste gun at the creature and started firing its contents. Is that glue? Blake asked. Yes, the paste gun originally belonged to a classic but minor Marvel villain, Paste Pot Pete. I know he changed his name, but I prefer the original name because it's ridiculous. The liquid adhesive dried quickly, and since the gun discharged in large volume, it took only a few seconds to pin the Nevermore, with its left wing and skull stuck to the ground. Now I yelled to the young hunters. Everyone except Pyrrha attacked the creature, and I have to say it wasn't pretty. It was a group of armed teenagers beating up a trapped animal. Granted, the animal was a monster made of darkness capable of killing thousands of people. Weiss, Nora, and Ren attacked the creature's back to keep it lying on the ground, while Yang hammered the creature's skull with punches, and RWBY tried to cut the creature's neck at an awkward angle. "You're right," I turned my head to her. "You do have a great power," the Mistral champion commented beside me. Looking at her, I noticed shock and surprise on her face. "Your semblance is not powerful in the traditional sense, but it's extremely versatile." "Thanks," I replied, smiling at her. "I think you didn't quite get it, Jaune." Her tone was serious. "Perhaps there are people with the ability to create something as complex as your inventions, but—" "You, RWBY shouted, celebrating the creature's death as it began to dissolve. "I don't know anyone with the power to emulate dust, or even the aura reserves powerful enough to create such potent things, and still have enough aura to keep fighting. When I paraphrased Spider-Man, I was referring to my power combined with the knowledge of the future. Is my semblance alone really that powerful? You suggest I should be careful. I suggest you hide it." Her tone was serious and a little threatening. Wow, I didn't expect to hear that from the biggest simp of all Remnant, especially considering she's my simp. "Your pistol is easy to justify, a weapon that uses water and earth dust that reacts with your aura and semblance to create adhesive properties. An interesting idea. But that armor was too powerful for a regular creation semblance. It just stretches legs to over 50 meters in height, and your arms stretched even more, carrying RWBY and Weiss at the same time. Not to mention it was made of steel or some other alloy, giving you extra protection. Who would have thought Stiltman's armor would be so good?" "I think you're right." The Amazon beside me relaxed her body and breathed a sigh of relief, considering her advice. "After all, you are the authority on hiding your semblance." The tranquility evaporated from Pyrrha's body, and she tensed up, staring at me wide-eyed. "Sometimes you change direction mid-jump, and I think I saw you speed up while airborne." Her green eyes stared at me with all the attention in the world. "I imagine your semblance is something like telekinesis to pull yourself in midair." Of course, I already knew exactly what her semblance was, but I prefer to play this little game here to show that I'm not as dumb as I seem, even if I am a bit. "Thinking about it, maybe it's a semblance that controls metals," I said, faking uncertainty. "I have the impression that you're drawn from your weapons and certain items like your armor, bracelets, and— is that why you wear a tiara?" She closed her mouth and glared at me irritably. "It's a headband for protection, not a tiara," the redhead said, pointing her finger at my face. "Why is it gold?" I replied in a teasing tone. She blinked her eyes with a red face, feeling embarrassed. "It's an easier metal to control." "Confirmed, your semblance controls metals, something like magnetism." Pyrrha lowered her head, both irritated and tired. "Please keep it a secret. In exchange, I won't talk about yours." Her face looked irritated, but her voice sounded concerned and sad. "She is Pyrrha Nikos, the invincible girl, the Mistral champion. Despite her suffering from the loneliness of a great star, she also suffers from the weight of her fame. Fame achieved by secretly using her semblance, a secret now at risk because her idiotic partner bragged about having discovered it. And to make matters worse, I didn't even discover it for real. I just watched the damn show." "Relax, poor." I extended my hand, touching her shoulder to comfort her. "Your secret is safe with me." This seemed to alleviate the redhead's worries. "But that doesn't mean you have to keep mine because of that." She turned her head to the side, giving me a curious look. "I'll keep your secret because you're my partner," I emphasized, raising my arm and giving a thumbs up like a shonen anime protagonist. The invincible girl relaxed her body, a smile appearing on her face with a few tears rolling down her cheeks. She began to laugh and cry. I must have been too ridiculous to make her laugh and cry at the same time. Slightly irritated by my shonen moment being ridiculed, I walked over to the group of young hunters still celebrating the death of the giant Nevermore. Come on, Kaksuda, we have to go back and pass the initiation for real. Okay, did you just call me a what? Glinda Goodwitch. It seems that Mr. Arc's predictions were correct. The headmaster's tone was dry and tired. Him being paired with Miss Nico's wasn't enough to prove that he had information about the future. There could be a simple explanation for it, like John already having a desire to have a strong partner and Pira Nico's being the perfect candidate. Now, the Mistral champion going after him was something peculiar, but if he had befriended her before the fact, maybe even before coming to Beacon, it would justify her going after him. Him guessing who his partner would be isn't something so bizarre as to prove everything he said yesterday, but he predicted all the pairs and the teams they would be in. He knew about the formation of teams RWBY, JNPR, and even CRDL, the last one being a team he hadn't interacted with any of the members, at least while he was in the forest. His information about the past was correct, and apparently his information about the future is as well. I muttered aloud next to the professor. Does that frustrate you? The headmaster turned to face me. I took a deep breath and looked at the monitors showing the 8 apprentice hunters walking toward us. A little. It makes it seem like the future is written in stone, and we can't change it. A pessimistic perception, but true considering the results in front of us. But perhaps, the headmaster paused, taking a sip of coffee from his favorite mug. Perhaps your way of seeing it is incorrect. Incorrect. It's not that we can't change the future. Maybe we shouldn't change it. But what about all the lives we can save? The fall of Beacon, Lionheart's betrayal, and General Ironwood. Ozpin closed his eyes and sighed deeply before giving me an answer. For now, we know what awaits us, and we can prepare. If we act hastily and do something like imprisoning Director Lionheart on suspicion of betrayal without even conducting an investigation. He stopped, looking up thoughtfully. Salem will react, and at best, she'll retreat to alter her plans. And at worst, the Queen of the Grim launches an offensive with the full weight of her army of monsters. A cold sweat formed on my forehead, just thinking about the number of casualties that could bring. The headmaster let a comment slip, looking at the monitor showing the pair John and Pira. At least I won't need to name most of the pairs this year, and who knows, Miss Nico's might be a good influence on Mr. Arc. I agree, he needs a lot of training to measure up to the other first-year students. I was talking more about common sense concerning his semblance. That's true, he was summoning high-tech armor and unknown chemicals as if it were nothing. If James sees something like that, he'll do everything to recruit the boy. Let's go, Miss Goodwitch, we can't be late for initiation. Walking in silence, I contemplate that with all this knowledge about the future and extraordinary technologies he has access to, maybe John can bring us the definitive victory against the Queen of the Grim. Ei Gurizada. I'm having trouble adapting some slang, so I'm looking for a native English-speaking beta reader. They don't need to be excellent in writing. I just need someone to point out things like jail key. In Brazil, it's widely used, but it makes no sense in English. I'll respond to some comments from the places where I posted this fic. Sandman Wake commented, vibrating knife make a lightsaber. Response, I wanted to give the protagonist a lightsaber, but that would be too expensive, and I thought Captain America's shield would be better for someone with zero combat experience. A vibrating knife was the cheapest thing I could think of. I had an exchange of messages with Daniel Ron and Lord Disaster, and they want to know if the character will have a harem, and if members of Team RWBY will be part of it. Response, there are a few girls the protagonist has a crush on, but I'm not completely sure if he'll end up having a harem. Currently, there's a 71% chance of the protagonist having a harem with at least 3 girls. The protagonist has a crush on some members of Team RWBY, unfortunately not all of them. I won't reveal this information for 2 reasons. 1, it's more enjoyable for you to find out by reading the story. 2, I have ADHD, so my plans may change. 4. Friendzone. Dialogue. Scroll. Yang Zairo long. Knock knock. Out of nowhere, someone started pounding on the door at 6:30 in the morning. Knock knock. There's no way in hell I'm getting out of bed to deal with this psycho, who wakes up so early just to annoy others. Knock knock. Fuck off, can someone please answer the door? Ruby was fast asleep. I swear this girl damaged her hearing from all the training at the shooting range. Blake was all covered up, probably reading some porn novel, and Weiss' bed was empty. Maybe she was in the bathroom. Knock knock. I'm coming, damn it. My shout made the person outside stop pounding on our door. I look at myself in the mirror, all disheveled, wearing a Dust Storm t-shirt, the best rock band in all Remnant. The shirt was long enough to cover my parts and then some, but I probably should put on some shorts. Screw it. I'm not going to make an effort to look presentable for a lunatic who disturbs others before 7. Good morning, a cheerful voice said as soon as I opened the door. It's too early for a normal person to be this happy, and I'm not at all surprised to see that the abnormal one is none other than Jaune Arc, the man Ruby stamped with her twat. The guy carries some brown bags with him, and next to him is Pyrrha, the serial girl, looking like she had sand in her panties. I didn't respond to his greeting and decided to stare at him in silence. Sorry for waking you up so early. Well, at least he knows he messed up. But I went to buy breakfast for my team, to celebrate the first day of school. So you bought food for your team, and now you're here to show off in front of us. Jaune Arc, you're a dead man. And I got something for you guys, too. He handed me one of the bags, which caught me a little off guard. You're not a dead man anymore, John, but you'll still pay for waking me up so early. I got bagels, cookies, sandwiches, and 4 coffees. You said coffee? I asked, now 100% awake. He blinked in surprise, but gave me a smile as he pulled something from the bag he'd given me. It was a 700 ml travel cup. Yes, it's mean black coffee. That watery stuff they serve for free in the cafeteria doesn't help at all to stay awake. Your punishment is canceled, John. In fact, you've just become my favorite person at Beacon. This is almost too good to be true. I took a sip of the miraculous liquid from the gods. As the hot coffee goes down my throat, I finally realize something weird. This is too good to be true. Why did he do this? Thanks for the coffee, cherry boy. You're welcome, John replied unfazed. Someone here is more confident than they appear. But where does all this confidence come from? Is he not a virgin? Does he have a big dick? Unlike John, Pyrrha was blushing and covering her mouth with her left hand. But I'd appreciate it if you'd be honest with me, I said flat to him. Honest? Are you trying to get something from me? The first day of school hasn't even started yet, and I already have a stalker. What's his plan? To come at me before any other student gets a chance. I admire his courage, but the blonde could have waited for me to comb my hair or at least take a shower. The guy in front of me sighs and relaxes his body, preparing to tell the truth. Okay, you got me. I want something. Clever boy. Back at Signal, it was the same. Everyone wanted a piece of Yang, but no one had the guts to tell me the truth. By the end of the day, all the guys were cowards, afraid of my strength, afraid of my dad, who was a professor, or afraid of my strong and confident personality. You might be cute despite the scrawny frame, but eventually, you'll get burned for flying too close to the sun that is Yang Zairo long. You could keep my semblance a secret. Maybe a movie if you... Wait. Movie, Arc said, confused. He wasn't hitting on me. What are you talking about? Jaune asked. Behind Jaune, the Mistral champion chuckled, trying to hold back her laughter. She thought you were asking her out, Pyrrha said in a cheerful and relieved tone. Jaune looked at me incredulously, raising an eyebrow. Seriously? John asked, incredulous. What, am I not good enough? Is the idea of him asking me out really that crazy? I think you're beautiful, Yang. That shut Nico's up instantly. Ha, take that, you scarlet whore. But we hardly know each other, John comforted me. If you'd like, we can be friends and see where it goes. Friends? The invincible girl didn't bother to hold back and burst out laughing so hard that she lost her balance and leaned against the wall. Okay, John commented, not understanding what was happening. I have to go now. I'm counting on you to talk to the rest of your team. He pointed his fingers at me like guns and backed away. Me Yang Xiao Long, friend-zoned by Jaune Arc. How is that even possible? I'm the hottest girl in school, the other girls envy my body, mothers fear having me as a daughter-in-law, and fathers would be proud to know their son's face is my chair. Excuse me, a serious voice caught my attention. It was Pyrrha. Did she stay behind to talk to me? Go ahead, serial girl. She scowled at the mention of cereal. Do famous people not like to be reminded of their fame? I just wanted to reinforce the request to keep his secret safe. He's a good person, but he doesn't have a very sharp common sense. I see, she's acting like an older sister. I guess it's normal to offer that kind of support to your teammate, especially if he's your partner. And I assure you, John has zero interest in you. That zero hit hard on my ego. What the fuck? I know I rush things a bit, but I know I'd even say it was a bit embarrassing. My jaw dropped to the floor. Is this bitch saying what I think she's saying? Wait a second there, invincible girl. In response, Pyrrha scowled even more, staring at me with greater intensity. Don't like that little nickname, huh? Good to know. It was all just a mistake, okay? I'm not interested in that anorexic giraffe named Jaune Arc. Pyrrha paused for a moment, but then gave me a serene smile. I'm glad we've cleared that up, right? You're not interested in John. That smug smile of hers is giving me chills. That's right, it was all a misunderstanding. You were just desperate and jumped on the first male who gave you attention. Ouch, commented Blake, who had her head peeking out from under the covers. I can't believe this. Listen here, you son of a bee. Purr, John shouted from the JNPR team's doorway. Come eat before it gets cold. I'm coming, John. Nikos looked me up and down, as if judging with a mocking gaze. You see, Yang, that's the sound of a man who desires my presence. He's calling me by a sweet nickname. The audacity of this red cow. I know you probably haven't heard much of that, but if you take better care of yourself, maybe someone might want you in the future. Nikos concluded, heading towards her room. Pyrrha returned to her room without a response from me, because I was paralyzed with anger and shock from the bizarre situation that unfolded. That was painful, Blake commented, sitting on her bed. What's wrong with that bitch? She's probably into John, and when you defended yourself by insulting Arc, it triggered her protective response for her husbando. For the love of the gods, Blake. Thinking about it, she did get aggressive when I insulted him. At least it makes sense. Take my word for it, my partner smiled calmly at me. I'm cultured in these matters. I raised an eyebrow at her. Reading smutty romance doesn't make you cultured. Blake widened her eyes and looked at me indignantly. I don't read porns. When you were in the bathroom, I noticed a book on your bed with someone's abs being fondled by some horny old lady. Hortense is not a horny old lady. She's a refined lady with an open mind for love. Hortense, even the name sounds old. Blake was furious, her face turning red with anger, but for some reason she calmed down and smiled at me. You know what? I'm not going to argue about literature with someone who got turned down by Jaune Arc. Go to hell, I replied, flipping her off. The day has barely started, and I'm already pissed off. At least it can't get any worse. I pick up my scroll and open the class schedule to distract myself from this morning's disaster. We have grim studies today. That should improve my mood. Original point of view. You know what's funny about Beacon's class schedule? They only have one class per day. This class takes up the entire morning, and in the afternoon, the students can do whatever they want. Study, train, work on their weapons, etc. Beacon Academy's facilities were at their disposal, but they were only required to attend morning classes and earn good grades. This explains why the characters in the series have so much free time. But first, the story of a young and handsome lad, M.E., shouted an elderly but powerful male voice. The first day of school was unfolding almost exactly like in the series. Professor Port was rambling on with stories that didn't contribute anything to the lesson. RWBY was drawing. Weiss was mad and glaring at RWBY, and for some reason, Yang was crying on her desk. Did she take my rejection personally? I don't remember her showing any interest in Jaune Arc from the original series. In the fanfic universe, there were many stories with the Dragon Slayer ship, Yang x Jaune. Perhaps my interventions have already affected the original canon. All I did was bring them breakfast, so they wouldn't be late and maybe earn some points with the main cast. By my side, Pyrrha was in excellent spirits, smiling as if she'd won the lottery, and every time she looked at Yang, she chuckled quietly. Since when are these two friends to the point of having inside jokes? When I woke up early in the morning, she was all smiles, wanting to accompany me to get breakfast. But when I said I was going to buy breakfast for Team RWBY 2, she frowned. For a moment, I thought it might be jealousy or something, but after a short conversation with Yang, she was all smiles again. Women are truly complex creatures that men strive so hard to understand. I doubt that I have the abilities to achieve such a feat. I lack the willpower, intellect, and most importantly, the necessary atten. "I do, sir," Weiss exclaimed, raising her hand. "Oh, are we at the part where she fights the Borbatusk?" "What? Now, what was I thinking? Look, Nora has a 4-color pen. I wonder where she got that." "Oh, Nora, where can I get a cool pen like that?" Nora turned to me and gave me an angelic smile, while Ren looked at me with pity and shook his head. "Why the pity? I just want to know where she got the pen, what could go wrong." "What? Man, if regret could kill." "What?" Nora monopolized my ear for the rest of the class. I missed Weiss, fight, her argument with RWBY, and worst of all, I still don't know where she got the pen. She kept babbling about how I was a good leader. After all, a pen could be the difference between life and death. She had so much energy, and her disjointed speech sounded like someone hopped up on sugar, caffeine, and cocaine. I only managed to shut her up when I pulled out an identical pen from my pocket, a replica created by my semblance. It looked just like hers, with the same amount of ink missing in all the colors. Ren understood what I did and pulled Nora out of the room. "This girl has too much energy." "You think," Pyrrha replied, laughing at my misfortune. "I didn't even notice." I scowled at the invincible girl, but I didn't respond. Just because she's a hot redhead doesn't mean she can make fun of me all the time, just most of the time. "We're the last ones in the room." "Yes, do you want to go to the library to study?" Pyrrha asked. "You don't have a formal education, so I imagine you need extra study." She's right, spending some extra hours studying could help me, but I have other plans. "Sorry, but I can't." "Ah," she exclaimed, surprised. "I'll see you later." She turned towards the door, looking quite disappointed. Wait, Pyrrha is disappointed that I can't study with her. Why does she care so much? I actually don't care about the regular classes. Once again, her posture deflates, but I don't want her to think I'm brushing her off because I find her annoying. I had a prior engagement with the hottest MILF teacher in the school. But then there's the question. Amazon redhead versus blonde MILF teacher, which one is better? If this were a fanfic, I'd like to know my readers' opinions in the comments. Sorry, if I had known, I wouldn't have made such an inconvenient request. Why does she apologize so much? Maybe I can do something to cheer her up. Actually, I'm not that worried about my grades in the knowledge subjects. Once again, the girl's posture changes, and she looks hopeful. It would be really helpful if I had a champion partner to train me on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays. I'd love to, Pyrrha shouted unintentionally. This girl is thirsty, and I'd love to quench her thirst, but her being underage still bothers me a bit, but it's still an issue. Deal, I smiled as I walked past her. Now I need to run, good, which doesn't strike me as someone who tolerates tardiness. This made her laugh with a melodic voice, giving me a sense of peace. I don't know if I'm thirsty or if I'm actually falling for her. True, see you later, John. See you, redhead. She froze at the nickname, but didn't have time to ask before I dashed off. Gurizada. This time we only had one comment, which was from Sandmanwake. Sandmanwake commented, "If expense is an issue, maybe he can make a deal with Weiss and create some nanite-based Iron Man-style armor for them if she supplies some dust, so he can make permanent creations. The arc reactor would also be something useful to patent, and it even has his name already." Response equals the real geniuses are the ones who see the obvious. The arc reactor already has its name. That gives me numerous ideas for the future. Thank you very much. Thanks for reading what I wrote, and if you commented, shared, or gave a like, know that I love you. P.S. What band could be an analog for Dust Storm? And what's better, Dust Storm together or Dust Storm separated? 5 balls of Stell. Dialogue. Scroll. Just dropping by to let you know that today's chapter will have many dialogues about how the protagonist's semblance works. Glinda Goodwitch. You're late, I shouted, standing in the middle of the combat arena. Hello, teacher. Today I got lost on the road of life, replied the young Arc, scratching his head. That just soured my mood even more. Not only is he late, but he's making jokes too. If it weren't for your value to Headmaster Ozpin, you would be severely punished for wasting my time and disregarding the opportunity to have a private lesson with a member of Beacon's faculty. John tensed up and looked at me with a serious expression. My sincere apologies. His tone was heavy, making him seem genuinely sorry. The truth is, I was dealing with some internal matters with my partner. Miss Nikos. Yes, that's right. Interesting. With all this attitude, it must be something related to the future. She's important for the future then. Yes, as a candidate to be the Fall Maiden. I couldn't contain myself and broke my serious demeanor with the news. I brought my left hand to my forehead and began massaging the newly formed headache. But she's only a first year. And Ozpin already considered her a candidate even before initiation. More secrets. Of course, this doesn't compare to what John had already revealed, but he still knows more about Beacon's headmaster than his own second-in-command. He needs to share more with you, John commented. John looked at me with pity, not for my ignorance, but as if he pitied the disregard with which the headmaster treated me. Let's get to the point, I grumbled, drawing the disciplinarian and pointing it at the young man in front of me. We're here to discuss your semblance. You won't leave here without explaining everything about how it works. My tone was stern and sharp, but the boy just smiled. Yes, ma'am. Very well, start by giving me a general explanation of it. Then I'll begin asking questions to help identify weaknesses and how I can assist in enhancing its combat performance. My semblance allows me to create anything I have a basic knowledge of. It can fill in the gaps in knowledge as long as they're not extreme. The young man commented with some uncertainty. I see, you didn't have all the knowledge about that armor used in initiation. I have a lot of knowledge about the performance of that armor, both for civilian and combat use. My knowledge of hydraulics is much smaller, and it was this gap in knowledge that my semblance filled. That's absurd. Could you produce a weapon just by seeing it being used? I'm not 100% sure, but anything I've seen being used repeatedly. John paused to think for a moment, as if searching his memory for the answer, or making one up. Okay, you know what? I give up, the boy said in a bored tone. Give up? I asked, surprised. I'm not going to explain how I gained all this knowledge, but I won't lie to you either. I just know that anything I've seen before, I can reproduce. And if you try using a highly technological weapon in front of me several times, I'm not sure if I'll be able to create something similar with my semblance. I see, this is new. He's withholding information, but he didn't outright lie to my face. Thank you for your honesty, John. Maybe he's not so bad after all. You're welcome, the boy replied, pointing finger guns at me. I take back the compliment. He's still an annoying brat. Let's move on to the next aspect of your semblance. What does it cost you to use it? I have two options for creating items. The first is aura. Although I regenerate aura normally after using my semblance, aura-based objects are not everlasting. If they have an energy cost or something like ammunition, they consume aura quickly. Powerful and versatile, but with limitations. If it were only that, it would be a relatively normal creation semblance. But the boy didn't stop talking as he took his shield off his back. I made this shield using the second option, which makes it eternal. John paused dramatically, smiling at me. Magic. I freeze when he mentions the M word. John breaks me out of my stupor with a laugh. I figured that would be your reaction, but I'm not lying. I'm a magic user. I hope you understand the weight of your statement, Mr. Arc. There are only 6 magic users in the world, and what you're proposing changes the balance of power in all of Remnant. I am a magic user, I just don't generate my own magic. You don't generate your own magic. The boy nodded affirmatively. And how do you use magic? By using dust, to be more precise. That's a relief. A semblance influenced by dust isn't new, making his power less aberrant. If you use dust for perpetual creations, just say so. No need for absurd declarations involving magic. John smiled, shaking his head negatively. Dust is crystallized magic. You can ask Ozpin about that, he'll confirm. I'm getting tired of this boy spewing one bombshell after another as if it's nothing. If dust is magic, that makes every hunter a magic user, so you're not special, are you? This should wipe that smile off his face. And his response was a smile. That isn't everything. Are there more details involving dust? I asked incredulously. I can store dust as magic points. For example, I can use a fire dust crystal to create water. And that is impossible for other semblances. Even creation ones, fire dust generates fire effects. John confirmed what I said, nodding his head once again. I still don't know if there's a limit to how many magic points I can store. This shield is the most expensive item I've made using dust. It cost me 5,000 magic points. Considering you used dust to create it, how much does that cost in lien? The boy gave a sheepish smile, but answered despite his embarrassment. 1 million lien. What? He laughed awkwardly and embarrassedly, but I didn't correct the information. How did you come into so much money? I think my parents wanted me to go to college, maybe become a doctor or a lawyer. I need to research the Arc family. Was it worth spending so much money on this shield? The boy's expression turned serious as he looked at me. Yes, without a doubt. What's so special about this shield? I'll delve into that another day. For now, let's focus on his semblance. Could you create something simple for me, once using aura and then with dust? Magic. I facepalm, but I indulge his childishness. Then with magic. Sometimes he's so mature, other times he's so childish. MCS on, John muttered, staring into the void. He seemed focused on something in front of him. MCS, create a 4-color pen. A pen. MCS, use aura. As he finished the third sentence, a golden mist manifested in his hand but quickly dissipated, leaving behind. A 4-color pen. Interesting, I approached him, looking at the pen in question. May I test it? I test the pen by using all 4 colors on the back of my hand, and it works normally. How much aura did you use? 0.3%. I'm surprised, even simple things usually cost 10 or even 20 times more aura than that. This is why there are so few hunters with a creation semblance on the field. People say I have a lot of aura, John replied, understanding my surprise. Understood now with dust. Magic. Correct me again, and you and your team will have detention this Saturday. Yes, ma'am, the boy replied, alarmed. I need to tighten discipline on this boy. He's getting too cheeky for my liking. MCS on. The boy muttered once again, staring into space. MCS, create a four-color pen. What is he staring at? MCS, use magic. The same process repeated, with a pen materializing in his hand. I repeated the testing process, and it worked just like the other pen. Does the pen created by aura continue to drain your reserves? A little after its creation, only when you use the ink. I can recover the aura I used to create it this way. John looked at the pen created by aura and pointed his open hand at it. MCS, release. The pen and what was written with it dissolved into a golden mist automatically. Can you do the same with the pen created by dust? Magi. A simple raise of my eyebrow silenced the boy before he condemned his entire team to a Saturday of studying. MCS, release, John said, pointing his hand at the other pen. And nothing happened. Too bad. In emergencies, it would be interesting for you to be able to reallocate your resources for something urgent. I commented, looking at the perpetual pen. What do you mean? Turning your shield into a drill to rescue civilians from debris, for example. The boy grumbled, thinking further about the matter. Do you need to keep speaking the commands aloud to create items? I'm not sure, John replied, embarrassed. I also noticed that you stare into space while creating something. Is that necessary, or could you do it while fighting? I'm not sure about that either. His voice sounded ashamed and defeated. With each question, it became clear that Jaune Arc didn't have great mastery over his semblance, and that was his biggest weakness as a hunter in training. Despite his knowledge of the future, John lacked combat experience. His physical preparation was poor. His knowledge of Grimms was slightly better than the rest of his academic repertoire, but history, politics, geography, he knew almost nothing. I walked up to the boy and placed my hand on his shoulder. Don't feel bad. You've only recently awakened your aura, and you already have a level of control over your semblance that few achieve even after years of training. Thank you, John replied, relieved. Despite all his powerful knowledge, John was insecure, which wasn't entirely bad. It would be worse if he were arrogant, given his current weaknesses. But we'll change that, Mr. Arc. I brandished the disciplinarian against the wind as 2 out of the 3 boxes in the corner of the room opened, manipulated by my telekinesis, revealing their contents. Balls, John asked. Steel balls, to be more precise. The metal spheres were the size of tennis balls. I'm going to use my semblance to throw these balls at you, and your job is to dodge them while keeping your aura up to cushion the impact if any of them hit you. This way, we'll work on the basics of aura control while training your reflexes. The young Arc's face brightened, and he started to equip his shield. No shield, John. We're focusing on your aura, not your combat skills. Bring it on, John replied with an arrogant smile. Is that so? Since you're so confident, let's make your training more interesting. John looked at me curiously, scratching his neck again. How much aura do you spend to create a small gravel stone? Not understanding my random question, John responded with uncertainty. I think about 0.1%, maybe even less. Perfect, then you'll dodge the balls with your aura up while creating stones every time I count aloud. The young Arc's eyes widened in shock. And you'll create these stones without giving your commands aloud and without staring into space. If I notice that you're not paying attention, you'll get a ball to the face. Ha, ball to the face, laughed the student. You could at least buy me dinner firsty. A vein of anger pulsed on my forehead in response to John's juvenile comment. Perhaps you'd prefer getting hit somewhere, softer. John crossed his legs and covered his crotch with both hands. That's abuse, John complained, his voice reflecting more fear than indignation. Dozens of steel spheres began to float around the arena, encircling the trembling student. This, Mr. Arc, is a private lesson. I don't like stooping down to the student's level, but sometimes it's necessary for them to understand the gravity of the situation. Original point of view. Everything hurts. My current existence is reduced to groaning in pain while gasping for breath on the arena floor. How are you feeling? Professor Goodwitch asked, far too cheerfully for my liking. Like I've spent the last 4 hours dodging and defending against homing steel balls. Actually, I was referring to your aura, Glinda said in a sympathetic tone. And don't be so dramatic, we take breaks. Multiverse-Crafting system. What would you like to make? Magic 9.3 points. Aura 15.2%. Did that pen cost me 5 points of magic? Damn. Your aura, Mr. Arc. Oh right, I almost forgot. 15.2%. Very well, the professor replied, jotting down notes in a notebook. I'm not sure if I improved my aura control, but after taking so many hits to the face, I did learn how to use my semblance without speaking and discovered that I didn't need to keep staring into space. There might have been a way to learn this without breaking my nose, but Professor Goodwitch didn't seem interested in that. As I was lost in thought, my blonde aggressor was muttering something under her breath while making calculations and notes. After a few minutes, she told me to stand up, which I did while grumbling. Based on what I've observed over the past 4 hours, and the data collected by your scroll from your initiation until now, I've come to the following conclusions. The scrolls collect data on the students. The professor chose to ignore my question and continued. I estimate that you have, on average, 4 times more aura than a conventional hunter. Wow, that sounds like a lot. Do I have 4 times more aura than a regular person? No, Mr. Arc, you have 4 times more aura than an average hunter. Compared to a civilian with aura, you have around 20 times more aura. I couldn't help myself. Hell yeah, suck IT world. I'm the king of everything. Calm down, John. Watch out, Raven. Daddy's coming for your sour pussy. Mr. Arc, my entire body froze as if trapped in a force field. And of course, Glinda was pointing the disciplinarian at me. I understand your excitement, but you will not use that kind of language during official academy activities, let alone in my presence. My bones creak as Professor Goodwitch straightens my spine, putting me in a neutral and attentive position. Agreed. Yes, I replied, breaking into a cold sweat. I wasn't afraid of her, but I almost let out another piece of masochistic nonsense. What kind of person holds back when a bespectacled MILF professor points a riding crop at them? In addition to your extensive aura reserves, you seem to recover quickly, perhaps in proportion to the increase in your aura. 4 times. Something like that. She flipped through her spreadsheet before continuing. However, your aura seems to drain more than usual. Impacts seem to remove almost double the aura compared to a student in your class. Of course, it's not all good news. Your aura also appears to be more fragile, absorbing between 57% and 62% of what it should. I lowered my head, looking at the ground. So, besides being terrible at physical combat skills, I'm also awful at handling aura. Does that mean I'm weak in the soul department? Mr. Arc, I should make up for it somehow. Are you listening? Maybe I should stop worrying so much about sticking to canon. Perhaps I should. Have some fun with my semblance. John, the professor nearly shouted, trying to get my attention. Sorry, Professor. I understand. You must be tired and sick of looking at my face. That's the best part. Damn it, I did it again. The professor stared at me sternly, raising an eyebrow. Sorry, I mumbled, feeling foolish. I appreciate the compliment, John. When I looked up, I noticed the professor's cheeks were red as she avoided my gaze. But it's not appropriate to behave that way toward a member of the faculty. Watch out so you don't repeat such behavior. Was she embarrassed? Did she like my silly comment? What are my chances with Glinda Goodwitch? She's closer to my age in my previous life, so I feel more drawn to her, but I thought I had a 0% chance considering I'm inhabiting the body of a scrawny teenager. But what if she's a cradle robber cougar? Before I dismiss you, I have a gift from Professor Ozpin. The third box in the corner of the arena was lifted by Glinda's invisible semblance and dragged in front of me. Inside this box, you'll find Grade 2 electricity and fire dust. Grade 2 dust is used to power vehicles and buildings. In this 1-meter-high box, there must be at least. This is the average amount of crystals we use to power Beacon for 1 month. How much is that in Leon? The same amount as your shield. Whoa, is there 1,000,000 Leon in this box? Wait, the Academy spends an average of 1,000,000 Leon per month. Do you spend all of this due to the machinery hidden underground where Amber is, and also to conceal the relic of choice? Goodwitch didn't bother hiding her irritation and let out a tired sigh. But of course, you know about the school's underground facilities, why wouldn't you? Sorry. It's not your fault, John, but I must admit, I'm curious about where you spent so much dust money on your shield without raising suspicion. After all, it's not normal for someone so young to spend so much money. Black market. Another tired sigh escaped the professor's lips. Just a moment. Is your supplier connected to Roman Torchwick? Yes, but indirectly. She looked at me suspiciously, skeptical of my simple answer. All right, I know why Torchwick is stealing dust, but I'll hold on to that information for now. You're holding on to a lot of important information, Mr. Arc. I've already told you more than Ozpin would in your entire lifetime. The professor's face tightened, and she gripped the hilt of her weapon, glaring at me with icy fury. Maybe I should have kept my mouth shut. Let's wrap this up. Ozpin instructed me to let you use this dust however you want during your training. I want to see you absorb all of this dust and then create 2 items for me. What exactly? 1 combat item like your shield, and another can be anything you want, but it should be highly technological. Consider it done. The interface of my semblance appeared as I held one of the fire dust crystals. Multiverse-Crafting system. Dust detected. Would you like to absorb it? Magic 9.3 points. Aura 15.2%. Yes. As soon as I mentally commanded, a golden mist enveloped the crystal, and soon it began to fade away, while bright red veins appeared on my hand. Are you all right, John? Yes, it looks worse than it feels. Does the process injure you? The professor asked, concerned. No, there's no damage to my aura or my body, but it still hurts a bit. Did it hurt the other times? No, the dust I absorbed was grade 1, and I think that's why I only felt a tingling sensation. Grade 2 now it hurts as if someone stepped on my hand. The pain must be proportional to the grade of the dust. Probably, but I didn't answer her and decided to focus on absorbing the crystals, which took about 15 minutes, and in the end, my hands were numb. I can take you to the infirmary if it's hurting too much. It's okay, I grumbled, regaining movement in my fingers. Since I didn't lose any aura, I'm already recovering. How can I go to the infirmary when I have so much to do? But now let's focus on having some fun. Be careful, Mr. Arc. Nah, I replied, ignoring the teacher's concern. Multiverse-Crafting system. What would you like to make? Magic 5,009.3 points. Aura 21.2%. Ozpin wants something highly technological. Maybe transportation. How about the X-Men's Blackbird? Multiverse-Crafting system. Which resource would you like to use? Magic 5,009.3 points. Aura 21.2%. Magic. Multiverse-Crafting system. This will cost 5,000 magic points. Magic 5,009.3 points. Aura 21.2%. Damn, that's expensive. Does it cost the same as Captain's shield? This doesn't make sense. Don't get me wrong, the Blackbird is awesome and iconic, but it's just a jet with capabilities comparable to those of my previous life. Why is it so expensive? Could the size influence the cost? MCS create Batmobile use magic. Multiverse crafting system. This will cost 3,500 magic points. Magic 5,009.3 points. Aura 21.2%. Interesting, size really does affect creation, but the cost is quite close. Maybe because the Batmobile, despite being smaller and not flying, has more features than the Blackbird. A flying vehicle that's also small. MCS create Space Hog use magic. Multiverse crafting system. This will cost 50,000 magic points. Magic 5,009.3 points. Aura 21.2%. Holy sh*T, I shouted, unable to contain my indignation. So damn expensive. Why is the iconic Space Hog so pricey? Just because it's capable of spaceflight, and maybe crossing galaxies in a matter of minutes, something that's technically impossible according to the laws of physics. Actually makes sense for something that insane to be so costly. I need a small, flying vehicle with limited features. MCS create BARC speeder use magic. Multiverse crafting system. This will cost 2,000 magic points. Magic 5,009.3 points. Aura 21.2%. I'm starting to understand this thing. The Biker Advanced Recon Commando, BARC Speeder is a classic speeder bike from the Star Wars universe, with a top speed of 520 km/h, which I imagine is faster than the Batmobile. It has fewer features, too. In fact, this thing flies, has weapons, and that's it. The Batmobile was at least armored like a tank, in addition to all the extra gadgets. I'll need to create a helmet as well later. Do I need one of those special jet pilot helmets? Due to air resistance and the pressure of traveling at over 500 km/h, breathing must be difficult. It's not like I can make my semblance give this speeder protective aura against air resistance. Multiverse crafting system. This will cost 2,500 magic points. Magic 5,009.3 points. Aura 21.2%. Convenient, isn't it? As soon as I mentally confirm, the golden mist appears in front of me, this time in a larger volume. In the name of Aum, what is this? Despite the shock from the teacher, I was grinning like an idiot. The speeder was beautiful, silver with red details. A true masterpiece from the era of the Clone Wars. This is a BARC speeder, a fast, low-altitude planetary transport vehicle. Does this contraption fly? Yes, almost as fast as a jet. The still shocked teacher approaches to get a better look at my creation. John, this is basically 3 jet engines strapped to a metal frame. I know, isn't it awesome? I'm not the best at reading facial expressions, but I think the look Glinda gave me didn't seem to find it awesome. I'm confiscating this monstrosity. What? No, please. I'm not ashamed to admit that I nearly cried, almost begging. The teacher looked at me with pity and maybe a little disgust, but she sighed tiredly. I'll talk to the headmaster. We'll schedule a day for your test. Test? Yes, you'll need to prove to me and the headmaster that you're capable of piloting this vehicle. Mr. Jaune Arc, Glinda exclaimed indignantly. Do you even know how to pilot this death rocket? Well, I know where the accelerator and the brake are. I think I know where the altitude control is too. How high can this thing go? 10 meters. The sound of Glinda's facepalm was so loud it echoed through the arena. You have 1 month to learn how to use this monstrosity. If you don't prove your proficiency, the vehicle will be confiscated. But what about all the dust I spent on it? Are you talking about the dust that belongs to the school, which the headmaster provided to you just to test your semblance? Okay, I won't complain anymore, at least not in front of her. Can I move on to the next item? The teacher confirmed with a nod. How about a sword? That seems more sober than your previous creations, and Miss Nico's will be of great help in teaching you how to use it. MCS, create adamantium longsword, use magic. I take back what I said, that didn't seem sober to me. Multiverse crafting system. This will cost 1,000 magic points. Magic, 2,509.3 points. Aura, 21.2%. Only 1,000. The shield was 5,000, but it's virtually indestructible. I made the speeder with a magical aura. Could I make the sword magical too? Multiverse crafting system. This will cost 1,000 magic points. Magic, 2,509.3 points. Aura, 21.2%. Same cost. I think if I'm going to change something, I need to assign the qualities as well. In Pathfinder 1E, the best RPG in the world, magical weapons with +1 gained an increase in durability, resistance to corrosion, and a 20% improvement in their edge quality, in my games at least. MCS, create +1 adamantium longsword, use magic. Multiverse crafting system. This will cost 2,000 magic points. Magic, 2,509.3 points. Aura, 21.2%. Now we're talking. MCS, create +2 adamantium longsword, use magic. Multiverse crafting system. This will cost 3,000 magic points. Magic, 2,509.3 points. Aura, 21.2%. I pass the point. And what if I try the opposite effect of that? How about an adamantium longsword +1 flaming burst? Multiverse crafting system. This will cost 3,000 magic points. Magic, 2,509.3 points. Aura, 21.2%. Still 3,000. What if it's something a bit weaker than flaming burst? MCS, create adamantium longsword +1 flaming, use magic. Multiverse crafting system. This will cost 2,500 magic points. Magic, 2,509.3 points. Aura, 21.2%. I couldn't help but burst into loud laughter as the golden mist began to materialize the sword in my hands. But my joy was cut short when I dropped the sword to the ground. Why did you do that? It's heavier than it looks. Glinda sighed, unable to hide her disappointment, picked up the sword from the ground and swung it a few times in the air. I thought you were going to create something insane, but it looks like any one-handed longsword, Glinda commented, examining the sword closely. A sword of this size made of steel weighs around 1.5 kg. Yours, on the other hand, seems to weigh 3 times more than that, a difference bigger than between steel and gold, just so you have an idea. My arms ache just thinking about it. In addition to training with my partner, I need to hit the gym. A wise decision. If you're interested, I can arrange for a personal trainer specialized in individuals with aura. That sounds expensive. It won't cost you or Beacon anything. Then I'm in. The beast will be unleashed. What makes this sword so special? Asked Professor Goodwitch, handing me back the sword. I assume the weight is an indicator of a special material. I replied with a smile and lifted the sword in a quick motion above my head, pointing the sword dramatically towards the sky. Or at least, that's what I would have liked to do, but I ended up lifting it slowly and awkwardly due to the weight I wasn't used to. It seems that way, doesn't it? But if I say the activation word, flame on. Glinda stepped back from the sword, whose blade was now covered in flames. Impressive. How are you applying dust to create this effect? Or are you using another substance to fuel the flames? Magic, I commented as if it were no big deal. What did you say? Glinda asked incredulously. The sword is magical, baby. The professor's eyes widened. Magic was extremely rare in Remnant, and it was already extraordinary for me to be a male magic user, but it was insane for me to be a creator of magical items. Jaune, I don't think you understand what you just did. I created a cool sword. This sword must be the first magical item created in all of Remnant in the last 1,000 years. Actually, this is the second magical item created in all of Remnant in the last 1,000 years. What was the first? Glinda asked indignantly. The motorcycle is also magical. And once again, a facepalm echoed through the arena. I want a raise. You deserve it. Shut up. Gurizada. I've got some good news. The good news is that I'm writing some 18-plus stories for web novel and archive of our own. My profiles are: Archive of Our Own equals Narn Avip web novel, Avip BR 123. Speaking of profiles, I recently created a Twitter account at Avip BR, but since I only write fics, I'm not sure what to post there. I'm open to suggestions and tips. Now onto the comments. Before addressing the comments below, I'd like to thank everyone who left a comment to praise or encourage me to continue. Thank you so much. Having 0 comments on a story like this is really disheartening, and each comment I receive encourages me to keep going and brightens my day. Ain't So Zero Algown commented, "Come on, John, you can do it. Compared to Brazil, Remnant is much lower on the difficulty scale." Response, tell me about it. I want to see him trying to survive in the land of Hue Hue Br. Anani Anonymous commented, I think the reward for killing enemies is way too low. Response, yes, it's low because these were, in my opinion, the weaker Grims from the original series. Stronger Grims will give a higher reward. Azaker 1590 commented, look at the V's. Both are good. Response, I see you're a cultured man as well. Salmonwake commented, is he still skinny as Yang says, or is she just being envious? If it's the former, could his semblance create something like the super soldier serum to quickly get him in shape? Or an improved extremis formula that, if shared with his team, could surprise Cinder later when she tries to shoot an arrow at Pyrrha? Also, could he create a memory device with blueprints, chemical formulas, etc., that could later be copied to his scroll? This would allow him to create things with his aura, so the memory device wouldn't need to be permanent. But since the information was copied, it could still be used to create things traditionally available in Remnant and make some money, without needing to spend magic points to create permanent items. Response, regarding John being skinny or Yang being envious, the answer is yes. Of course, Yang isn't mad about not getting John. She's mad because it seems like she couldn't have John even if she wanted to. John can create things like the super soldier serum, but if he uses aura to create it, there's a risk it could leave his body in the middle of a battle. And in some comic versions, not having the serum negatively affects the individual. There are occurrences like that in Captain America comics. As for creating blueprints, it's easier for his semblance to create the actual object than the blueprint. If John knows the blueprint, it would be cheaper than creating the physical product, but he needs to know much more about the product than he would need to create it with aura or dust. Minor Draw commented, Estuvo epico el capitulo no hablo ingles piro igual mi gasteria dissert, si legaras legos. Response, thank you so much for the support. Comments like these encourage me to keep this project going, even though I'm putting it on hiatus. And about not being fluent, try reading the PTBR version of the story to see the differences. I know Spanish and Portuguese aren't the same, but there are many similarities among the Portuguese, Spanish, and Italian languages. Rimzal Lasmer commented, Darude, after all they had a song, Sandstorm, become a huge meme for a few years. And if I can be a asshole to Pyrrha, he could take the T-dolls from Girls Frontline and make those. Fully sentient AI military girls. And hell if he feels like being cheeky to can reskin and rebrand them as the Arknights. They could pass for faunus. Response, thanks for the suggestion of the Darude song, but that's not exactly what I was thinking. I'm not very good with music. I was thinking more along the lines of classic rock or metal. Excellent suggestion about the T-dolls. The protagonist's semblance can't create life or something with a soul, but it can create intelligence, whether technological or magical. So please send me all your recommendations for lifeless beings like robots, golems, constructs, etc. Maybe I won't use the T-dolls, but I love the idea of Arknights. 6. The Power of Horniness. Dialogue. Scroll. Nora Valkyrie. I like my team. Of course, having Ren as my partner makes me really like my team. We're not truly together, but it's important for me that we're together, on the same team. So, Pyrrha is really cool. She's kind of a famous fighter, but she's not as arrogant as that sourpuss who dresses like a lemon ice cream. Hee hee, it's funny because lemon ice cream is also sour. It's almost bedtime, and for some reason the invincible girl was sitting on her bed, staring at her scroll's screen. She looked sad and downcast. Maybe I should do something to cheer her up. "Hey, Ren," I whispered to the world's best partner, who was taking one of his famous naps while sitting straight. "Let's go to the cafeteria and get some pancakes to cheer up Pyrrha." Ren slowly opened his eyes and looked in the direction of the invincible girl. After a few seconds, he turned to me, staring at me with those beautiful pink eyes. "I don't think pancakes will cheer her up." His long black hair framed his handsome face, making him even cuter. The cafeteria is probably closed by now, too. His cute pink hair strand matching his eyes. And there's also the curfew that will start in a few minutes. His snug kimono-style pajamas fitting so well on him. So it wouldn't be prudent to go get pancakes. What was he talking about? Darn it. I guess I'd better use my ultimate phrase weapon to get out of trouble. "Sure thing, Ren." In response, he gave me an angelic smile and went back to sleeping while sitting. "Ha, it always works. Once John comes back, her mood will improve, believe me," Ren said with his eyes closed. Jaune Arc, our leader, I didn't know what to think about him at first. His behavior is of a nice person, but he seemed a bit bossy when he was giving orders to everyone while fighting the giant bird Grimm. In fact, I was even afraid he might be a controlling and mean guy who'd make ridiculous demands like going to bed early, eating all your vegetables, or even worse, telling me to hug Ren fewer than 15 times a day. Just thinking about that made me want to have a chat with him, chat being the second name of Magnhild, my grenade-launching hammer. But on our first day of school, he proved to be the best leader ever. He brought breakfast for everyone. He brought pancakes for me, healthy sandwiches and freshly squeezed juice for Pyrrha, and vegetable soup, dumplings, and green tea for Ren. Silly Pyrrha was worried John might have been racist for bringing the Mistralian breakfast option for Ren. You'd have to be a special kind of stupid to call the person who brought you food a racist. "How much longer will this training last?" Pyrrha grumbled. "This girl is really into our leader. John was single and a nice guy, and Pyrrha was so smitten with him, she should just talk to him about it. It's sad seeing a girl trying to deceive herself like this. It would be so much better if she were honest with her feelings and talked to him about how she's felt over the past few years. Ever since they were survivors of a grim attack in a small village in Mistral, she loved him." "Good night," a tired male voice greeted from the doorway. "John," exclaimed a thirsty redhead, looking worried with the blonde. The leader looked exhausted. His clothes were all wrinkled, and he had a black eye and some purple marks on his body. "I'm fine, Per." Ha, he already has nicknames. "My aura training is really behind compared to the other students, so Teacher Goodwitch took drastic and painful measures. I'm going to talk to her right now. She can't treat you like that." Before the redhead could leave the room, John grabbed her hand, stopping her instantly. I doubt even a rested John could stop the Mistral champion, but using the power of horniness, nothing is impossible. "I'm fine, Per," John said, handing his scroll to his partner. "My aura is already above 40%. I just need some sleep and I'll be as good as new." Pyrrha didn't seem pleased with John's condition, but I doubt she'd go against her crush's wishes. "Don't make that face. The training was tough, but I got a sword." "Sword? That's wonderful, John," Pyrrha said, looking at the sword. "Why doesn't it have a sheath?" "Hee hee," our leader chuckled awkwardly. "Because I'm an idiot." "Ha," I burst out laughing, only to cover my mouth in embarrassment right after. Accidentally, the mocking laughter escaped from my mouth. I don't want to make fun of our leader, but it's so rare for someone to be sillier than I. Of course, Pyrrha was giving me a stern look, and John was smiling wearily. He limped over to his bed and placed his sword and shield on it. The mattress sank significantly under the weight of the sword. I wonder if it's made of a different material. You can laugh as much as you want, Nora, but by the end of the year I'm going to be the top first-year student. No, the top student in all Beacon, John exclaimed, raising his fist to the sky. That's the spirit, fearless leader, I replied enthusiastically. I'm so happy to see that he's such a laid-back guy. But right now, I just want to take a shower and sleep. John hobbled toward the bathroom with a towel and clean clothes. As soon as the door closed behind him, Pyrrha turned to face me. Dear Nora, the way she said dear was really weird. Could we have a girl-to-girl talk? Ren immediately opened his eyes and pointed his index and middle fingers at me. It was our secret code. He was asking me if I was in danger or needed help. Pyrrha had her back to him, so she didn't notice the odd gesture. Sure, no problem, I replied, looking at Ren rather than at her. Ren went back to his nap, still concerned about me. He's such a sweetheart, and I'm so lucky to have a partner as caring as him. What do you think of Jaune? The invincible girl asked, staring at me with wide eyes. What do I think of Jaune? The Amazon responded by nodding her head positively. He seems like a nice guy. He brought pancakes for me and tea for Ren, so he can't be a bad person. My answer seemed to ease Pyrrha's tension. Yeah, I like him a lot too. Like him a lot, huh? Her body tensed up again, but this time, she avoided looking me in the eyes. You didn't say like. Seriously, where did I get that idea? Pyrrha shivered. I know where you got that from. She turned to face me, looking afraid, as if I were pointing a gun at her. You got that from a certain skinny blonde guy with a heart of gold, didn't you? Once again, she turned away. She couldn't muster the courage to meet my eyes. Oh, I said, holding back a laugh. I think the fearless leader is a nice guy, but I don't have feelings for him. My last statement seemed to wash away all her stress. She relaxed, smiled serenely and honestly. I think we're going to get along quite nicely, she concluded, extending her hand toward me. I calmly took her hand, expecting a firm handshake, but what I received was a pull, and the Mistral champion whispered threateningly in my ear. Just be careful not to belittle Jaune. He might be a bit weak right now, but we should support him. She pulled away from my face and stared at me with a colder fury than the ocean's depths. Do you agree with me, right? Crazy alert. Of course I do. I need to hide everything sharp in this room. In fact, if anyone insults our fearless leader, send them my way, and I'll personally break their legs. My response seemed to satisfy her, judging by the smile on the redhead's face. Behind her, Ren appeared concerned about me. I needed that. Thanks to the gods, a voice came from the bathroom door. Jaune emerged from the bathroom, distracting Pyrrha, who was currently ogling the scrawny blonde, shirtless. Why are you only wearing shorts? Good question, Ren. I shouldn't have to see his scrawny chest. I have a habit of sleeping shirtless, Jaune replied sheepishly. Is that a problem? That's a lack of common sense, but I can't bring myself to say it. Luckily, the best partner in the world came to my rescue. I think it is, Jaune. After all, we have 2 girls in the room. I can always count on you to be the voice of reason. I don't care, Pyrrha shouted. Geez, girl, calm down. It's getting embarrassing. Nora doesn't care either. Wait, what? Right, insane and needy eyes stared intensely at me. Yep, tomorrow I'm hiding anything pointy or sharp in this room. You could at least take your shirt off only when you're going to sleep, I told the leader. Agreed, he said, putting a shirt on. Phew. Are you hungry? I have some food for you. She's already playing the wife role for him. It would be sweet if she weren't a psycho. Thanks, Purr. Jaune took a spoonful of the stew but made a disgusted face. It's cold. Pyrrha gave a weak smile but replied. You took too long, and the cafeteria is already closed. Unfortunately, we don't have a microwave to heat it up. Jaune stared at the stew, deep in thought, until he snapped his fingers, an idea forming in his mind. He walked over to the bed, picked up his new sword, and placed its tip in the stew, Why? With a goofy smile, John spoke up. Flame on, and his sword immediately burst into flames. Cool, I commented, pointing at the weapon. A flaming sword. John grinned proudly, like a child who had just scored a winning goal. I can't help but like the guy. After all, using a flaming sword to heat food seems like something I would do. Pirha Nikos. Despite being injured and hungry, he devoured the stew in 3 gulps. John seemed delighted. And from what he told me about the training, it wasn't just because he had a new weapon. It was because he was finally making progress. And then she said that if I didn't pay attention, I'd get a ball to the face. Ha, ball to the face, Nora teased. I have nothing against my teammate, but she could be a little more mature. After all, John could have gotten hurt. That's what I told her, John said, smiling at Nora. Yeah, it's very funny, John. I love his humor, it's so simple and genuine. As soon as John finished eating, he recounted everything he had done during the training. The exercise with the steel balls might seem brutal to an outsider, but it would accelerate John's aura control. It will even help resolve the issues with his aura's resilience and fragility. Are you going to bring us food tomorrow too, fearless leader? This girl only thinks about food. John looked disheartened and then shook his head. From Monday to Friday, early in the morning, I have a scheduled appointment with a personal trainer specialized in people with aura. That sounds odd. In my combat circuits, there were many doctors, masseurs, and personal trainers, but none of them claimed to be specialized in people with aura. The number of people with aura was much smaller compared to the general population, so no one in the healthcare field would dare make such a claim. That sounds expensive, Ren commented in a neutral tone. I thought the same thing, but the teacher said it would be free. Free, a personal trainer specialized in aura would be costly in the tournaments I've participated in. At first, I even suspected that this person might be a scam artist, but he was recommended by Glinda Goodwitch herself. It's impossible for him to be a fraud, especially while operating within Beacon. Well, I think it's wonderful that you're putting in so much effort, I responded. In return, John smiled at me. It was an enchanting smile that illuminated the young blonde's face, revealing perfectly aligned teeth that gleamed with a radiant touch of white. His eyes closed slightly, transmitting genuine joy, while his cheeks lifted gently, creating dimples that added a captivating charm to his expression. I heard a funny story from Team RWBY. Nora's voice pulled my attention back to the real world. Is it true that you turned down Yang? Yes, John replied as if it were no big deal. Yang Xiao Long, Ren asked. That's her. The blonde with breasts as big as mine. Nora, Ren protested. It's true, hers just seemed bigger because of the big cleavage. Getting back on track, I did turn her down. That doesn't make sense. Nora, stop, Ren complained again, attempting to quiet down his partner. Don't take it the wrong way, you're a nice guy, but you're not that nice. John chuckled awkwardly at Nora's comment, but it didn't seem to dent his ego. I understand what you're saying, but I barely know her, and now I want to focus on my training. That's very mature of you, Ren said in a monotonous tone. That's very virgin of you too, Nora added. This time, Ren didn't say anything, he just stared at her. It's okay, Ren. Any man would be considered crazy to reject her, but a relationship with her seems like it would be too beguiling. Beguiling is a real word. Yes, it is, Nora. Despite their back and forth, Ren didn't seem tired. He must have a lot of experience dealing with his partner. Now, if you'll excuse us, I'm going to sleep. John wished us good night, smiling at each of us, but I could swear that his smile was bigger and more genuine when it was directed at me. Good night, Purr. Good night, John. I have to protect that smile. John is too pure for this world. I Gurizada. Unfortunately, my life has become more hectic, but since I don't want to stop writing, I'll be making shorter chapters and will continue to post once a week. Just dropping by to remind you all that I'm on Twitter. X at Avip BR, where you can find AI-generated artwork from my fanfiction. Now onto the comments. John Grimm16 commented, "Dude, I just got home almost now and saw that the fanfic I liked the most has updated. Thanks for that, as it literally made my night. I'm looking forward to the next chapter, but an important detail for you as the author. Don't push yourself too hard when writing. Mental and physical health are much more important. If at any point you're not feeling well and need a break, just take it and let us know if possible. I'm saying this as a normal and rational person who values the well-being of anyone." Now onto another topic to discuss. Actually, it's a question. Anyway, what would be the price of a specific item that John could create with his power? The item is nothing more than the Omnitrix. Yeah, I know this thing is quite powerful and often overpowered. I'm just curious to hear your analysis of what the possible price might be. I think that if John were to use magic to make it permanent, the price would likely be around 10 million or something even greater. After all, this simple watch has a race that controls time and another that's almost a literal god. Since I'm feeling a bit lazy to write more, I'll wrap up here. Once again, thanks for the chapter, author, and have a good night and a good day tomorrow. What's most important, though, is taking care of yourself. I might sound like an uncle saying this, but it's just my way of being polite. It's strange considering it's coming from a teenager, especially nowadays when most teenagers are rude. Well, now I'll say goodbye to everyone who read my comment and wish you all a good night and a good day tomorrow. Response: thanks for your concern, and you're absolutely right about your advice. As for the Omnitrix, a version limited to the original 10 aliens would be around 1 million points. Versions with more aliens and without the timer, I can't even begin to think about the value. The number of aliens makes the character extremely powerful and versatile. Adaram124 commented, "Great story, man. Love to see the next update. We'll download it immediately. FYI, in app version of FF, you can download story, and it will automatically download each new chapter every time it get updated." BTW, just a question. Can John create magical food if in this chapter he can create magic sword? Like he create DF from One Piece or foods from Toriko manga? Response: thank you for the compliment, and about magical food, yes, he can create magical food, but with aura it's not worth it. His aura would be quickly drained to maintain the effects. With magic, the only issue is that it would be quite expensive, especially if the Akuma no Mi is a Logia or mythical zone. It would cost something like 1 million magic points, but I guess he just needs to defeat around 10 million Grimms, or something very powerful. 7. Mad Forger. Dialogue. Scroll. Would train with a personal trainer specialized in aura users. I thought it would be a hunter with a background in physical education or even medicine. Haha, fresh air, open space, trees, and occasional Grimms popping up to make the training more interesting. The voice belonged to my personal trainer. I'll never understand these youngsters who prefer training in safe and boring gyms. Port, my personal trainer, was the annoying, chubby, short, old, and possibly senile Professor Peter Port. Perplexed, I reread the message Glinda sent me at 6 a.m. Golden MILF. Mr. Jaune Arc. I trust this text finds you well. I am writing to formally inform you about the upcoming personal training session arranged for you. As you are aware, the initiation site at the cliff holds significance in your training journey. I would like to inform you that your designated personal trainer is already prepared and waiting for you at the aforementioned location. The purpose of this training session is to further enhance your skills and abilities, ensuring your progress as a student of Beacon Academy. Your commitment to this training is commendable, and I believe it will contribute significantly to your growth and development. Should you have any inquiries or require further clarification regarding this training session, please do not hesitate to reach out to me directly. Your dedication to your studies and training is greatly appreciated. Thank you for your attention to this matter. I look forward to witnessing your continued growth and success as a student of Beacon Academy. Sincerely, Glinda Goodwitch. Why so formal? And there was no mistake, Port is indeed my trainer. He was waiting for me alone with no equipment except for 2 coolers. And why is he shirtless? No words, my young man. Ha ha. It's to be expected not everyone gets the chance to train with a living legend like me, commented the shirtless professor. Despite being old and having a prominent belly, the professor had large, thick, muscular arms matching his well-defined chest. He looked like Izumi Curtis's husband, but old. How does he hide all that muscle under his uniform? How long are we going to train? No need to worry about time. We have the whole day just to focus on sculpting our bodies, the professor replied, flexing his biceps. Who is this old man showing off to? But what about my grades? I have a class with Dr. Ublek in 2 hours. Calm down, my young man. I've thought of everything. I wrote a note for Professor Osbin to excuse you from Bart's class. Oh, crap. You'll just have to write a 50-page essay on a historical event or something of the sort. Oh, crap. Glinda informed me that you have 0 training. Is that true? In response, I lowered my face and avoided the professor's gaze. Don't worry, young man. After 1 day of training, you'll feel like a new man, a better man. I've never been motivated and insulted at the same time. This guy must be a motivational coach. As it's your first day of training, we'll start light. 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and to finish, a 10 km run, said the professor, who was stretching. What? This must be a joke. This is Saitama's training routine. I'm nearly a couch potato, and this crazy old man wants me to do the One-Punch Man workout. This training seems impossible for someone without physical preparation, Port stopped stretching and looked confused in my direction. Someone like me. Haha, it's true that you're weak and unprepared, easily blown away by a gentle breeze. Oh, my ego. But you have aura, young man. Your endurance will already be higher than normal. Really? I didn't expect that. But of course, I'm always right. He crouched down and got into a push-up position on the ground, but didn't start right away, waiting for me to join. I positioned myself next to the professor and asked one last question. I'd like to ask something before we start. And what would that be? I'll do whatever you ask and put in my best effort, but I want the right to complain and whine as much as I want. A bit unconventional for my taste, but I accept your proposal. Thank you, Professor. The pleasure is mine, John. I've always wanted a student who would obey me for a whole day. A whole day? Enough talk, start sweating, you useless worm. Yes, SIR. I shouted in response to the professor's commands by instinct. Pirha Nikos. As soon as I finish putting on my uniform, I notice a message from John on my scroll. Jaune Arc. Hey, Per. Today you guys go to class without me. I'll be stuck with Professor Port all day. See you tonight if I survive. Another private lesson. I know John has potential due to his semblance and the amount of aura he has, but making him skip regular classes for one-on-one training, that's not normal. I get the feeling that John is hiding something. I shake my head, trying to rid myself of the negative thoughts and uncertainty. I hope he doesn't get hurt. After all, Professor Port's reputation as a trainer has reached Mistral. The Mad Forger, that's what he's known as. John will suffer a lot today. His muscles will be torn, bones broken, and tendons twisted. A true hellish training. Everyone who trains with him comes out with incredible results, as if their bodies were forged on a battlefield. But the psychological damage he inflicts is always devastating. That's why no one trains with Port more than once. It takes months for students to recover mentally, and by then, any physical gains are lost. Ren, wake up Nora. John's busy with Professor Port, but we have to go to Professor Ublek's class. No problem, said the Mistral boy as he went to wake up his partner. And I think he's a doctor, actually. Seriously, Ren? I asked, annoyed. Just making an observation, Ren replied with a sheepish smile. I sigh tiredly. Ren and Nora aren't bad people, but I didn't click with them as well as I did with John. It's going to be impossible for us to train together tonight. Original point of view. You fat old fucker. Despite being weak and out of breath, I still made sure to insult whenever I could. After the workout, every muscle in my body felt like it had been turned into a symphony of pain and protest. Every step was like walking on coals, as my muscles tried to rebel against the idea of continued movement. Every time I tried to sit down, it was as if my body was playing a prank on me, turning a simple action into an Olympic challenge. Even breathing was causing pain in the muscles of my lower back. I must say I'm not a fan of your slurs." He commented on the monster in the shape of an obese elderly man who didn't drop even a drop of sweat after 3 hours of training. But I did my part. I spat out my answer with what little breath I had recovered. And because of that, I am not sending you to detention. He threw me 2 transparent bottles, one of which had water and the other had a white, viscous liquid inside. Now drink, you need energy. I'll say that I'm not really in the mood to drink this stuff, because it looks like hentai jizz, but I gave my word I'd do whatever he asked. "What did you think of the taste?" asked Port as soon as I took the first sip. "Shit," I complained loudly. "Sour on top of that, what is that?" "Yes, it tastes horrible, but this shake has everything your body needs: protein, carbs, healthy fats, antioxidants, and electrolytes. Damn, it has everything, it just lacks hydration." "Nothing replaces water, young man. Now drink it all in 2 bottles, said Port, clapping his hands. "In the meantime, I'm going to work on your body." The professor's hands began to glow as his fingers curled weirdly, as if he was Kazuma from Konosuba. "Fuck off, old man." I tried to get away, but the muscle pain in my thigh caused me to stumble and fall flat on my face. The teacher took advantage of my fall and sat on my thighs, pinning me to the ground. "Wait the fuck. Hands off, you old pervert. I'm straight." Unbelievable. I'm going to be raped in the world of RWBY. If I had to have sex with a man, it could at least be Kuro or even Ironwood with a beard. With my eyes closed, I waited for my ass to be violated, but nothing approached my buttocks. In fact, Port had grabbed me by the thighs, and a strange heat began to take over my body as he massaged me. "Ugh. Stop squirming and let me work, boy." Muscle pain and fatigue started to disappear from my thighs. What is it? Is it his semblance? After the massage, I got up quickly, without even remembering that I was all bruised up from training. "How are your legs?" "Are they okay? In fact, I feel like they are lighter." "Ha ha," laughed the proud professor. "My semblance works in conjunction with the aura of the target I touch. This way I speed up the healing process, but you still need to provide the necessary nutrients for muscle enhancement, so drink the entire bottle." "Is he a healer?" "That's why I have such a sculptural body. I can do the hardest and most harmful training possible, because my semblance will heal all injuries and make me stronger." As I sipped the white shake, Port went to every muscle group in my body, massaging as well as healing fatigue and soreness. When he finished, I felt so much better and so much stronger. "This is amazing. I don't even feel the post-workout pain." "I see you're not as stupid as the other teachers think." "Ouch, thank you," I responded sarcastically. "Wait a second, do the teachers think I'm stupid?" "Only professors of theoretical classes, weapons training and maintenance, survival, first aid, and all those who teach elective subjects. That is all of the faculty except Glinda, Ozpin, and you." Yes, that seems correct to me. It seems I have yet to prove myself to most of the Beacon teachers, the only one I know from the series being Bartholomew Oobleck, the teacher I'm missing from class right now. I admit it was good practice. I bet if I run maybe I'll catch the end of Oobleck's class. As soon as I tried to take a step forward, a heavy hand was present on my shoulder. The pressure of the grip made the bones in the region creak and prevented me from moving forward. "Where do you think you are going?" If it wasn't for Aura, he would have broken my shoulder on the spot. "That was just our first series." "Series, what are you talking about?" "We're going to do another set of 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and to top it off a 10K run." My blood froze instantly. "Again?" "Yes, only faster this time." Are you crazy? Port frowned at the time. You may have the right to complain as much as you like, but I am not obliged to put up with your rudeness, he said as he combed his mustache with his fingers. Because of that, we are going to do 150 of each exercise, and the race will be 15 km. Speechless and open-mouthed, I began to think of a reason to stop. This is crazy. Will he spend all day breaking and reassembling me? Is that why he brought those coolers of water and sour cum? No, I have to get away from this madman. But then, how will I face my team afterwards? Of course, I can't force you to do anything. You can quit at any time. You can even spend the rest of the day in your room if you want. His voice was tender and didn't have an ounce of judgment. Even with the teacher's support, I still felt a feeling of guilt beginning to take over my mind. Ren and Nora were orphans with nothing and no one in the world, and yet they entered Beacon honestly. Pyrrha would move the world to help me be a better huntsman. Glinda worked overtime to help me with Aura, and as insane as Port's training was, it was already paying off. I stared at the old teacher who was also examining me. He looked like a dwarf from RPG with those big, defined arms, beer belly, and mustache. To stay 100% faithful, he just needed a beard. Fuck man, I need to concentrate. I can't give up now. This is my best chance to catch up with the protagonists. It's okay. What did you say, young man? Come on, old man, let's work out. I'll do all the shit you say, but I better become the strongest first-year student, or I'm going to stick your musket axe up your ass. In response, the professor laughed out loud. Ha ha, that's the spirit, young man, said the excited teacher. It doesn't matter if you have a foul mouth. I don't care if you didn't have any training before entering Beacon. What matters is that you have the courage and willingness to face your problems head-on and work to get rid of your weaknesses. Too much talk for too little exercise, you old fart. What followed were the most intense and painful hours of my 2 lives. I sweated, bled, cried, vomited, and broke my bones more times than I'd like to admit, but I didn't give up. I wouldn't have made it without Professor Port. His semblance and words of motivation dragged me to the end of the training. By the end of the day, we had spent a total of 11 hours of training. We were attacked by Grimm 7 times, and each time, Port engaged the creatures in combat without any weapons. He defeated them quickly and then returned to the exercises, moving faster than I did to catch up. It's infuriating how awesome this guy is. About the time I was ambushed in the forest while taking a dump, I'd rather not comment on that. How are you, young man? Physically, I'm fine, but I have a weird headache. It's from exhaustion. I recommend eating something and going straight to bed. I can't, I have plans. What could an exhausted young man want to do after so much training that isn't eating and sleeping? Port thought aloud as he stroked his mustache. I appreciate the training, but my personal life is none of your business. So are you meeting a lady? Damn nosy mustache son of bitch. Take my advice, John. Train from Monday to Saturday and rest on Sundays. That sounds a bit monotonous. Ha, you'll understand when you're older. I know, it's ironic to hear that when I have 2 lives under my belt. Same time tomorrow. My question caught the professor off guard. What do you mean by tomorrow? Aren't we going to train anymore? Do you want to train more? The professor seemed incredulous at my decision. Don't take this the wrong way. I've already noticed the difference with your crazy destructive training, but I'm still probably one of the weakest in the class. Muscles were starting to show on my body, but I still had some fat on my belly and arms. I stared the professor in the eyes, and he still seemed shocked. I need to train more. It was a bit hard to interpret Port's expression, but his next action was quite straightforward. The sweaty, hairy old man hugged me. Ha, splendid, incredible, you, my young man, are a man among men. I wanted to complain and shout at him to let me go, but if I did that, I'd end up with his chest hair in my mouth. You can't keep missing classes every day, so we'll meet here before sunrise where I'll train your muscles until you break. Then I'll heal you and send you to the classroom. Fine, but let go of me, you fat Sam Elliott. But go on, you only have a few hours until curfew. Go to your date. I don't even bother correcting him. I don't want to keep Pyrrha waiting. I Gurizada. Just dropping by to remind you all that I'm on Twitter, X, at Avip Br, where you can find AI-generated artwork for my fanfiction. Now onto the comments. Ain't so zero, Algown commented. Man, Pyrrha is Yander in this one. Response equals hee, that's the plan. Mir C55 commented. Is John dead and the soil replaced? Did they merge somehow? What's going on with that? Response equals the soul has been swapped. There is no trace of John's soul in that body, not even his memories, and where is the soul of the original John? Is he alive? Next comment. Astra Starfield commented. Resposta equals to throw in my personal vote when you asked about it in Chapter 4. I like the idea of John and Goodwitch being together more. No offense to Pyrrha, I just don't see many funny ships with Goodwitch and John. I can just imagine Pyrrha finding out about their one-on-one training and trying to stalk them while Goodwitch is dealing with all of John's shenanigans while trying to be professional and not fall for him. I just like the idea of Goodwitch being with him more for this story. As for cool gadgets for John to make, I'm curious how much a time machine cost, maybe even the Death Note how much you think that costs. An actual useful item he could potentially use is the portal gun. Maybe even the time manipulation device from Singularity. Some spy movies to like a laser pen. Response equals thank you for the feedback. You've given me plenty of interesting ideas to consider. I have a soft spot for Arcos, but I agree that Pyrrha is kind of meh. That's why I'm leaning towards turning her into a full Yandir. Bringing Goodwitch into the mix is an excellent idea. A time machine would indeed be extremely costly. It would blow my budget. However, a singularity-based temporal manipulation device, limited to objects only, I'd also need to set a limit on how far back in time it can regress, because even affecting only inorganic things, that level of temporal control would be too overpowered. Death Note is an intriguing case. I've read the manga for 17 years now. Oh my god, I'm so old. And I can't recall if the notebook's power was explained in 100% detail. As far as I remember, you just needed the person's name and face, and they would die as you described unless it was something bizarre. It was almost like controlling karma destiny, which is pretty outstanding. But would Salem be immune to it? Could someone write that she can't regenerate after death? Does a Death Note work without a Shinigami? Thank you for the comments. Suggestions for where the plot could go and what kind of things John could create in the future are always welcome. I'm currently looking for things that could be inexpensive but highly innovative for the world of RWBY. I'm now considering the healing elixirs from PF2E. Since they are alchemical items, they are cheaper than magical items. It wouldn't be odd to assume that they could be studied and maybe even replicated. Ate lunch and ink. Dialogue. Scroll. My training with Pyrrha wasn't as productive as with Port. After all, I accumulated almost 11 hours of continuous mental stress and had a headache due to exhaustion. In the end, she only managed to teach me how to hold the shield correctly and not as if it were an umbrella without a handle. This had to be the first time Pyrrha made a joke with me. Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday were less extreme days. In the morning, before classes, I would meet with Port using my speeder bike, so I could already practice a bit with it. We did 2 hours of intense training, which was brutal, and according to the professor, harmful to the body if you weren't an aura user, as aura could heal muscle strains and bone fractures instantly with his semblance's help. After the physical training, it was time for classes. On Wednesday, I was publicly beaten for the first time by Cardin Winchester because, of course, it had to be him. In the afternoon, I studied with my team, followed by more aura training with Glinda or combat training with Pyrrha if it was Tuesday or Thursday. Nora applauded my effort to stop being a featherweight weakling chicken. In her case, I was already expecting the jokes and nicknames. On Saturday, my team was hoping for me to take it easy, but I scheduled a supervised combat training session with Professor Port. Pyrrha was an excellent fighter, but she didn't have a background as a teacher. Practicing the basics that Pyrrha taught me under the supervision of the veteran professor was to make sure I wasn't developing any wrong habits from the Mistral champion. Before the training, I thought Port was going to beat me up and rub my face on the ground, make me pay for all the curses of the week, but he stayed on the defensive, waiting for my attacks and correcting my posture. As soon as it was 11:00, Port interrupted the training. "I think you've done enough for today, my young man." "For today?" "Because this week you've worked out, studied, trained Aura with Glinda, and had combat training with Miss Nikos." "But I'm still the weakest in the school, damn it. I'm weaker than a senior in a prep school." "Yes, absolutely. What? I thought you were going to motivate me to train less." "Mr. Arc," he sighed tiredly, "may I be honest with you, Jaune?" The first time he called me by my first name. Usually he calls me Mr. Arc, young man, or something like that. "You are undoubtedly the weakest student in our school." "Ouch. But in this first week, you have already proven to be one of the best in terms of effort." "Seriously?" I replied incredulously. "Who would have thought? I'm the Rock Lee of the RWBY universe. Do you know how many students, besides you, have trained with me for a whole week? This year or last year?" "Just one, Jaune, since I started teaching at Beacon." "Only one? Why, who is this guy?" "This guy was a lady, Jaune, Raven Branwen. Yang's mother." The professor raised an arched eyebrow, studying me closely. "And how do you know that information?" the suspicious professor said, crossing his arms. "It's just that Lee, like you know, Ruby told me about her uncle and—" "Don't stutter, spit out the truth." "Ruby told me." "Miss Rose wouldn't reveal such sensitive information about her older sister, even if you are her dear friend." "Darn it, this guy is smarter than he looks." "I'm waiting, Jaune." The professor's tone was serious and heavy. He wouldn't swallow any lies now. I'm still not sure if he's part of Ozpin's inner circle. I need to say something to distract him. "I'm dating Yang." Port froze instantly. An uncomfortable silence hung in the air, but neither of us said anything or even moved for at least 1 minute until the professor began to laugh. "Ha, well done, Jaune," he said, slapping my back. "Even though you're pathetic in combat, you managed to win over someone as beautiful as Yang. You really are a great man." "Phew, to deal with this guy, I just need to remember that in the end, he's just an old man." "Keep it up, and you'll have a harem as big as mine." "What? Repeat that." "Keep it up." "The other part." "A harem as big as mine." "Do you have a harem?" "Of course, my young man." Port laughed as if I had asked something silly. "I have 11 wives." "You have a football team of wives." The old and robust professor beamed with pride at my surprise. "I admit that I have more wives than some people expect, but it's perfectly normal for a successful hunter to have multiple wives." "Why, that doesn't make sense." "For every 5 huntsmen, we have 4 huntresses. But when it comes to civilian fighters without aura, the overwhelming majority are men, and those men, most of them don't live long." "What's the gender ratio in the general population, hunters and civilians?" "I'd say it's 2.5 women for every man." "Damn. But what about the huntresses? Do they have harems too?" "I'd say the minority of them, as most women prefer a man who is as strong as they are. And although I see the appeal in a strong woman," he turned his back to finish speaking, "most men prefer gentle women who depend on them. It seems like men have the upper hand when it comes to relationships. It doesn't seem like a good trade-off when you consider that almost 60% of the male population dies before the age of 30, the professor commented. "I take back the nonsense I just said, but I'm still intrigued. Why do you have so many women? Is it all about desire or a show of power?" "Actually, I wanted to have only one wife when I was young, but her older sister became a widow when she was pregnant." My dear Amelia asked me to marry her older sister so that she could enjoy the rights of a huntsman wife. Huntsmen and huntresses have benefits. Many Jaune, pensions for mothers, full scholarships for basic and preparatory combat education. Not to mention that theirs families pay almost no taxes. 6 of my brides were widows I never slept with. And the other 5. A gentleman never boasts about his conquests, my boy, Port said in an indignant tone. But I also admit I'm not made of iron. This guy is a beast. But is it really necessary for the government to make life easier for huntsmen and huntresses? Is it because they are vital to the kingdom? Yes, but also to encourage hunters to have children. If you don't need to spend money on your children, you're more motivated to have a large family. That's quite interesting. It reminds me of those countries in my other life encouraging the population to have more than 2 children. Now get out of here, and I don't want to hear about your training until Monday. I think the professor is right. I'll take it easy for the rest of this weekend. Maybe treating Team JNPR to lunch will lift their spirits. Weiss Schnee. RWBY invited us to a team-building activity, and I have to admit, I was initially impressed with her proactive approach in her leadership role. For a moment, I thought we would have mentoring or at least an informal conversation with some older year teams. But no, what awaited us was just lunch with Team JNPR. Not that building relationships with our neighbors is a bad thing. Networking is essential in the world of business, and as a huntress, it's no different. It's just that I expected something more than. In the middle of the night, exclaimed a female voice, trying to be dramatic. It was daytime, her partner corrected. I expected more than a picnic in the cafeteria. Nora was telling a bizarre story while Ren tried to correct her. Blake was reading 2 books at once while eating a tuna sandwich. Pyrrha and Yang exchanged threatening glances while RWBY explained to John how Valkyrie's weapon worked. In these holes you put the grenades, RWBY explained, holding Nora Valkyrie's weapon. Neat, groaned the buffoon with his mouth full. Is it possible to use the grenades with something other than dust? I have great respect for those seeking knowledge, especially when they go above and beyond. But instead of taking notes, that brute was eating a rib bone as if he were a dog while RWBY explained the weapon details. The weapon's design is simple. I don't see why not. However, you need a minimum amount of dust for the grenade launch. Arc grumbled. I have never witnessed such a crude act at the table in my life. He looked like a caveman feasting on his catch. Thank you, RWBY. You're a bad motherfucker when talking about weapons. RWBY clapped her hands as if she were a 10-year-old girl who had just received a pony. When someone uses foul language in our dorm, RWBY makes the offender put 20 lien in the swear jar. But when John speaks, you clap. John continued to devour the meat, tearing it from the bone with his teeth, as if he were a savage, brutish, primitive, robust, manly, virile. What, calm down, Weiss? He may have gained some muscles this week, but he's still the same dumb, weak, and idiotic blonde as always. That's right, he's the worst student in terms of combat and knowledge, and yet, he gets private lessons from Professor Port and Goodwitch. Who are you, Jaune Arc? At first, I thought he was an opportunist for approaching the smartest and most powerful female students in the first year, but he proved to be just a common fool. It's not a big deal not knowing who Pyranikos is if you're not a sports fan, reclusive, and don't pay attention to gossip shows. But the Schnee Dust Company is a global company with an almost monopoly on Remnant's most important energy source. Not only because of the size of the SDC, but with the White Fang terrorist attacks, not a day goes by without news about the tension or an attack on a dust shipment. A person with that level of ignorance would be close to being diagnosed with some form of intellectual disability. Ouch, that hurts, cried a female voice in pain. Please stop. It was a faunus student with rabbit ears being harassed. Ha, I told you they were real, and Cardin Winchester was her aggressor. What a freak. Lately, I've been in a sour mood because of the White Fang's actions. But that doesn't mean it's appropriate to harass innocent faunus, especially those studying to become huntsmen and huntresses. Atrocious, Pyrrha as always the voice of reason. I can't stand people like him. A loud thud echoed through the table, and when we looked to Ruby's side, we saw that John had put his foot on the table while holding Magnhild in its grenade launcher form, pointing it at Winchester. You know, I thought the same thing. Jaune Arc, I exclaimed, standing up. You're not foolish enough to fire a loaded weapon in the cafeteria, are you? Smiling, he replied, Unfortunately, I am. The distance was less than 5 meters, so it's no surprise that the grenade would hit the target dead on. I closed my eyes as John pulled the trigger, expecting an explosion and screams, but what followed was just a muffled and wet sound. What the hell is this? It smells so bad. As I opened my eyes, I was met with an unexpected scene. The grenade exploded directly on target, but it wasn't incendiary or any other dust effect. It drenched Carden in purple ink. Disgusting, Blake complained, covering her nose with a napkin and leaving the table, running out of the cafeteria. Disgusting, but it was just paint, wasn't it? Carden began to cough and gag, as if he wanted to vomit. John ran to the shocked faunus student who was being harassed by Team CRDL and led her out of the cafeteria. Carden stood up, covered in paint, and ran out of the cafeteria with his team, who were also coughing. Well done, leader, Nora shouted. Of course, the troglodyte on the team would approve of her leader's childish revenge. Sniff, sniff. What's that smell? Ruby said, getting up from the table. It was sour, rotten, like a mix of garlic and sewage. Students began running out of the cafeteria as if it were on fire. Where did John get a paint bomb with such a horrible smell? Nora asked, rushing out of the cafeteria. It must be his semblance, Yang replied. Keep it down, you promised to keep it a secret, Blake reminded her. Yang grumbled quietly, but nodded in agreement. John's creation semblance, the one thing that made him unique, would be useless to anyone else. But with his monstrous aura reserves and enviable creativity, John had proven to be extremely useful in combat with his unconventional tactics. We gathered under a tree with benches, and John was not around. If this smell sticks to my hair, I'll kill him, Yang growled. Indestructible shield, high-tech armor, synthetic adhesive capable of holding a giant nevermore, and now foul-smelling paint. What else do you know, Arc? Do these creations have patents? Maybe he has something that could revolutionize the market, something I can use to solidify my position as the heiress of the SDC. Why is she hugging John? Nora pointed to John, who was away from our group. The blonde was being embraced by the girl with rabbit ears. An admirer, Blake asked. Look at that, Pyrrha commented with closed eyes. How cute. That strange smile with closed eyes sent shivers down my spine. I hope you're okay, Nikos. Before John could react to the hug, the girl let him go, gave a small bow, and ran off. You're not paying attention to the most important thing, Ruby exclaimed. John created stink paint. Hee hee, I know it's awesome, Nora laughed. Can he lend me like 20 cans of it? Nora, no, said the only rational man I've met in this school besides the headmaster. But you don't even know what I want it for, Nora complained, pouting with crossed arms. The potential for destruction is infinite, so no, he replied. Nora seemed prone to chaos, but what harm could she do with a few cans of foul-smelling paint? It's just stink paint, Yang commented. Aside from being a cool prank, what else can you do with that? Normal students would see this as a cowardly act by John, Ruby explained. But he created, in seconds, a viscous liquid substance that can stick to a target and empty civilians from a location. Okay, this paint was more useful than I had thought. This way, the target is marked, making it difficult for them to escape, and civilians will avoid them due to the smell, Ruby added. Besides deterring civilians, the smell can be used as a tracking aid, Blake added. The smell, Yang asked. Accompanied by trained dogs or a faunus with a keen sense of smell, Jaune could track the person marked by the smell, and the paint would make it difficult for the target to hide among the crowd. Blake concluded. Placing my hand on my chin, I began to ponder even more about Jaune Arc's semblance abilities. Excuse me, Pyrrha. Yes, Weiss. Does Jaune have a background in chemistry, or had he researched this solution that was used today? Nikos blinked in surprise at my question and glanced briefly at Jaune, thinking about the answer. I don't think so. He was very busy during this first week at Beacon with physical and aura training, and he didn't use any of the Academy's labs. Any chance he studied this before coming to Beacon? I doubt it. Jaune didn't have formal hunter education before coming to Beacon, and I didn't see anything resembling a chemistry kit among his belongings. How do you know what's in the fearless leader's things? The sound of the discussion between Valkyrie and Nikos was drowned out by my thoughts. Did he really create this on the spot? This paint could be used by huntsmen or conventional military forces in any of the kingdoms. At least in Atlas, he could earn royalties and live without worrying about money for a long time. A knot formed in the pit of my stomach just thinking about what I should do, but there's no other way. I, Weiss Schnee of the Schnee Dust Company, need to build a closer relationship with Jaune Arc. Gurizada. The next chapters will focus on Weiss, and after that I would like to work on some of these characters, Coco, Ozpin, Glinda, or RWBY. I'm also on Twitter X, at Avip BR, where you can find AI art for my fanfics. Vamos aos comentarios. Mr. Outsider Commentu. Just binges to Chapter 7. I love the enthusiasm with Port, per his best girl. Risposta equals thank you for reading my story, and I've always liked Port despite him being underexplored in the original work. Ain't-so zero Algown Commentu. Jaune should make some weighted clothes man from DBZ. Risposta equals something similar will be presented in the future. Normally, training like this would cause many injuries and wouldn't be worth it. But with Aura, things are different. Bitoranks Commentu, man, awesome story. If OC is what you need, then the most common ideas and widely used by most fanfic users are the ones from Cura Laren, like the faunus nurse sadist. Still, can't wait for future chapters. Love your story. Risposta equals thanks for the compliments, and I've read some of Cura Laren's fics too. He really has some interesting OCs. I love it when he delves into the Arc family. I would also like to send a special thanks to ZCO L999 for voting for my story several occasions on Webnovel using their power stones. I didn't know how important they were and how limited they are. You're awesome, man. 9 Arc Reactor. Dialogue. Scroll. Bad news, I lost my beef rib. Press F. But on the bright side, I tested the creation of special ammunition with my semblance using Aura, got a little revenge on Carden, and even earned some points with Velvet on top of it. Overall, it's been a good day. Arc, we need to talk. I spoke too soon. Weiss approached me with a serious face, not that she had any other expression during the first season. Is she here to complain about the smell? Velvet didn't complain, and she was at the epicenter of my bomb, not to mention her faunus sense of smell was better than that of humans. Speak up, Snow White, what's going on? The girl in white glared at me with disdain over the nickname. I was never a big fan of Weiss, especially in the early chapters, and I'm not interested in having to make an effort to accelerate her character development. I'll overlook the disrespect. Disrespect, it was just a nickname. I'd like to talk about your semblance. Ahem. I scratched my chin, thinking about what would happen to the series canon if Weiss had access to my semblance. No, thanks, I replied, turning away from her and heading toward my team. Arc, wait. Ozpin is already sour because I created 2 magical items without his permission. Although there's no efficient way to locate magic users, he said tracking magical items was more plausible. I promised not to make weapons too powerful to attract attention. Jaune Arc, I haven't finished speaking with you. Come back here this instance. There goes my dream of making a Megazord. You're wasting your money, you fool. Money. I stop immediately and spin on my heels. How much? She opens an arrogant smile, as if she were an anime villain about to start a monologue. More money than you've ever seen in your life, or will ever have a chance to see. I stop her with my raised hand. Save me the speech. This is a bad idea, and I shouldn't entertain her. I should tell her to go to hell and never ask me about it again. I won't discuss my semblance with you in public. The heiress gives me a victorious smile. I need to keep my semblance a secret, but I also want a Megazord in the near future. And this whole thing about promising Ozpin not to make powerful weapons, a Megazord is a giant robot, not a weapon. They just come with giant swords, laser cannons, and explosives. You know what? Screw what Ozpin wants. He's the last person in this world who can complain that someone lied to him. There's a cafe in the city of Vale, Adeljan Spring, frequented by important people who need to conduct discreet business. Sounds like a place frequented by Jeffrey Epstein's friends. Okay, but you're paying. Me, the gentleman, should pay in this kind of situation. First of all, Snow Angel, you're the one who wants this date, and second, the gentleman pays when he's in the company of a lady. Ouch, Blake exclaimed from a distance that a human shouldn't be able to hear. Belladonna, you're terrible at hiding your identity. Okay, Weiss stammered, swallowing her anger and indignation. I'll be covering our dinner. You'll regret it, girl. I haven't had a proper lunch, and I'm dying to have some expensive cuts of red meat. Weiss Schnee. Perfect, I commented, looking at myself in the mirror. I was wearing one of my white executive suits with a snowflake-shaped pin symbolizing SDC, elegant and perfect for business meetings. My hair was down, giving me a more mature look. Avip note, on my Twitter X at Avip BR, I made a draw of her with this outfit using AI. Wow, Weiss, Yang exclaimed. You look gorgeous, like you're going to the sexiest business meeting in the world or the dullest sexy date in the world. How can this girl's rudeness and lack of elegance still surprise me? Weiss is going on a sexy date, Ruby asked, taking her eyes off one of her comics. Yes, and with none other than Jaune Arc, Blake replied, suppressing a giggle. May I know what's funny, Belladonna? She shook her head, smiling as she closed the book she was reading. I just find it funny how Jaune, even though he's the worst student in the first year, managed to have 2 girls interested in him. True, Yang commented. That girl from the second year makes sense because he helped her, but now Weiss Cream here is also after the scrawny blonde. Yeah, there's also that faunus girl, Blake added. So it's 3 because I was talking about you, Yang. Wow, Blake, you're so funny that I forgot to laugh. The irony in Yang's voice was clear to everyone except, of course, Ruby. Yang likes Jaune. No, it was just a misunderstanding, replied her older sister. Yang hit on Jaune, but he friend-zoned her. Read your porn, girl, grumbled Yang. It's not porn, it's a drama, you uncultured swine. I can't believe my sister and my BFF hit on my friend without saying anything to me, Ruby whined. May I know why you're upset about it? Asked Yang, trying to regain her authority as the older sister. Focus, Weiss. Ignore these gossip mongers. You have to convince Jaune that it's lucrative to be by your side, maybe make him sign an exclusivity contract for the sale of his creations. Hey, Weiss, Yang shouted from the bedroom entrance. Your boy Toy is here. That girl exhausts me. Jaune, on the other hand, laughed and shook his head, looking at my teammate. You don't need to be jealous. You still have a chance to win me over. What? A shy Yang Zio Long is a rare sight, stuttering nervously. That was the first time I saw it. Fuck you. Only after the first date. Ha, Blake punctuated. Yang grumbled. You are such a pain in the ass. For that, only after getting married. What? A tense and uncomfortable silence settled in Team RWBY's dorm room, but it was broken in a few moments by Blake, who fell off the bed from laughing so hard. "I don't get it, why get married?" Ruby asked. "When you're older, I'll explain it to you," her sister replied, her face redder than a tomato. "Get him out of here before I beat him up. For this kind of thing, I think a third date is enough. Out now, both of you." At an incredible speed, I'm kicked out of my own room. "Wow, you look beautiful, Weiss," Arc commented. "A professional look without compromising your beauty." "That was appropriate." "Thank you, Arc. Maybe I was wrong about John. Perhaps he is a decent human being. And you are in plain jeans and a white shirt." I didn't even try to hide my disappointment. "Comfort first," he said with a silly smile. He could have at least worn a combination of dress pants and a shirt. "Is everything okay, John?" Pyrrha asked at the door of Team JNPR's dorm. I heard yelling. "Yang's mad because I have a date with Weiss." "Okay." A metallic creak echoed through Beacon's halls. "Really?" asked the invincible girl with closed eyes. "It's just a business dinner. I have a proposal for Arc." In response, Pyrrha breathed a sigh of relief. "Like a marriage?" John asked. "CREK." "REN, the window fell," Nora shouted from inside the room. "Is everything okay in there?" John asked. "I can reschedule with Weiss and help fix this window. From the noise, it sounds like something is wrong in the metal part." "Don't worry, John, you can go to your date." The drawn-out way she said it, combined with the icy stare she's giving me, is colder than any Atlas winter I've ever experienced. "Okay, see you later, let's go Snow White." "CREK." What is going on? Are the windows trying to run away? At the bottom of my proposal list for John was a marriage proposal, a last resort, after all political marriages were common in Atlas high society. But I think it would be prudent not to bring up that proposal for now. Original point of view. I should have foreseen this. This place of elegance and grace must be uncommon for you, Arc, and since today everything is on me, order whatever you like. Adeljan Spring is one of those pretentious gourmet coffee shops with few options and high prices. Coffees. Diamond Espresso, letter 2C61 100, 00. White Gold Coffee, letter 2C61 150, 00. Lavender and Honey Latte, letter 2C61 200, 00. Exclusive Teas. Mistralian Lord Grey Tea, letter 2C61 70, 00. Silver Jasmine Tea, letter 2C61 100, 00. Sandwiches. Salmon Gravlax, letter 2C61 300, 00. Smoked Duck Breast with Raspberry Sauce, letter 2C61 350, 00. Gruyere Cheese and Caramelized Onion Sandwich, letter 2C61 320, 00. Avocado and Hummus, Vegan Option, letter 2C61 300, 00. Delicate Sweets. Raspberry and Pistachio, Eclair, letter 2C61 250, 00. Vacuum Lemon Tartlet, letter 2C61 250, 00. Non-alcoholic drinks. Infused water, letter 2C61 50, 00. Fruit Refresh, letter 2C61 100, 00. I don't know what's worse, the prices or that there are vegans in this world. On second thought, I remember that 5 lien is equal to $1. The prices are worse. For a drink, I'll have the Fruit Refresh, and for food, I'll take all the sandwiches and sweets on the menu. The waiter widened his eyes when I placed my order. "Are you sure you'll be able to pay the bill, young man?" The waiter's tone was snobbish and full of prejudice. But he's right on the assumption. I knew Weiss would bring me to an upscale place, just not this much. I need to buy some better clothes for this kind of occasion. You'd better be careful with your comments, or I'll have to inform the management that the guest of the SDC heiress was mistreated in this establishment. The waiter widened his eyes in fear and turned to Weiss, trying to apologize while stammering. This situation was bizarre, It looked like a Saudi prince had brought a beggar to eat at one of the city's most expensive restaurants. Once the waiter left our private room, I turned to Weiss. My heroine. Don't get me wrong, I did this for the SDC's reputation. Is that so? As shabby as you may look, you are still my guest, and an insult to you is an insult to my name. Weiss finished speaking, crossing her arms and puffing her chest out proudly. Wow, that was a pretty tsundere statement. You know, for someone who wants to discuss business with me, you don't hold back on offending me, do you? Weiss straightened up, staring at me with wide eyes, realizing the mistake she had made. I apologize, that was unprofessional of me. Enough of that, Weiss. I interrupted her before she could start her Shark Tank-style speech. Get straight to the point. The heiress took a deep breath to calm herself and pulled out her scroll. After entering some commands on her device, a holographic screen appeared on our side. I would like to start this meeting by thanking you for your presence. I responded with a fake yawn. Slightly irritated, Weiss continued her presentation. According to your words, you'd like me to skip my initial presentation with SDC data, sectors, and our sales reports from the past few years. Yes, please, I implored dramatically, lying down on the table. Okay, Weiss said, scrolling through 45 slides of sales reports. My ADHD, and I wouldn't have survived this business borefist. What do I need to do to have you? Weiss asked, determinedly hitting the table with her hand. What? Wow, I exclaimed, impressed. What? The bewildered heiress asked. I was joking about you being interested in me. She arched an eyebrow, staring at me, not understanding anything. But with a statement like that, even I feel embarrassed. Weiss blushed with embarrassment as she realized the full extent of her last statement, but I have to congratulate the white-haired girl. She managed to maintain her composure and didn't even stutter. I want your semblance, your potential, your creations, and everything that comes in the future. Now I get it. Humph, Weiss huffed confidently. I can offer you million-dollar contracts. You could give up the life of a hunter and live comfortably until you die. Money is always good, but there's something more interesting that Weiss can provide me. Do you want details of my creations? For the SDC to study them, right? The girl in white replied by nodding her head affirmatively. Knock, knock. Someone had knocked on the door. It must be our order. She was right. The sandwiches were placed on the table within our reach, even though the food was only for me. I grabbed a sandwich and took a bite. It was expensive, but at least it tasted good. What would you say if I had something that could render dust as an energy source useless? The girl in the white suit widened her eyes, shocked by my news. I would say I need evidence. With a silly smile on my face, I replied, MCS on. Multiverse-Crafting system. What would you like to do? Magic 9.3 points. Aura 100%. I didn't need to speak the commands out loud. MCS, create an arc reactor model. But I liked the drama of speaking aloud in certain situations. Multiverse-Crafting system. Which resource would you like to use? Magic reverse, 9.3 points. Aura reserve, 100%. MCS use aura. A golden mist manifested in my hand, as I was drained of 3% of my aura. Weiss stared at my hand without blinking as the piece materialized in my hand. What is this? This is a blazing sphere of unattainable promises. This artifact shines with the sacred fire of innovation and fearlessness. A jewel of ingenuity, it burns with the intense brilliance of colliding stars, a miniature encapsulated sun. But do not be deceived, for its beauty is eclipsed by the grandeur of its utility. I paused for a few seconds just to increase the tension as the piece completed itself. The arc reactors. She swallowed hard as I continued my dramatic presentation. This is the quintessence of energy, a forge where the boundaries of the possible melt away, giving birth to unimaginable power. A symphony of dancing electrons, each one like contained thunder, sings a song of infinite possibilities. It is the engine of worlds, the spark that ignites the fuse of evolution, a beacon of courage in the midst of technological darkness. I don't understand what you're talking about. I'm saying that I can give you a perpetual energy source, capable of generating 3 gigajoules per second. My goodness. Looks like she finally understood the magnitude of what I have in my hands. And is that a lot? Maybe not. I Gurizada. I'm also on Twitter X, at Avip Br, where you can find AI art for my fanfics. Now onto the comments. Arbal Simple commented, I really love your story, I hope it's not harem. Response equals I'm glad you liked my story, thanks for reading. Yuvavwivwevwi Anietanievwi Ugwi commented, I see your picture in this fic with Jaune wear golden armor and shield. You know what golden armor and shield reminded me? Saint Seiya. Yes, it would be most interesting if Jaune wear golden armor of Saint Seiya. Need I remind you again if per the best girl came with Greek theme, the Sama as Saint Seiya? Just an idea. Response equals that's a fantastic idea, can I steal it? Void242 commented, you know why he doesn't just create the super soldier serum. Response equals the version of the serum made with aura wouldn't last forever in his body, and the eternal version made with dust is too expensive, and Jaune doesn't have the resources to create it. For now. 10 Vomit Boy. Dialogue. Scroll. Weiss Schnee. I couldn't follow half of what he said, but I understand the impossibility of perpetual energy. If what he said was true, Jaune Arc had in his hands the greatest invention of all time. A source of energy independent of dust, perpetual, generating 3 gigajoules per second. Which leads me to the following question. And is that a lot? Jaune stared at me incredulously, with my ignorance. It's not my fault, as in my position as the heir of the Schnee Dust Company. I had classes on the basics of dust application in civilian use, but I am still specialized in finance and politics. Engineering was not exactly a priority for my father. Arc began to eat one of his sandwiches while murmuring with closed eyes. He seemed to be doing mental calculations. Beacon on average consumes something like 1 million lien per month, he informed me after devouring his first sandwich. How do you know that? Professor Goodwitch told me. Why would she provide you such information? I know the professor trains him in private lessons, but this doesn't seem like a topic to be addressed in aura training. If you have a perfect system where there is no waste of energy, the boy continued, ignoring my question. With this arc reactor, you could power 1,200 beacon academies. He punctuated the sentence by eating another sandwich. It can't be. That invention represents a loss of more than 1 billion lien for the SDC. No, Jaune said it was perpetual. This loss would be 1 billion lien per month. The presence of one of these reactors in any one of the kingdoms of Remnant represents in the short term the end of the SDC's monopoly, and its bankruptcy in the long term. What do you want, Arc? My voice came out harsher and more desperate than I would like to admit. The boy replied, licking his fingers after devouring his second sandwich. I am willing to provide you with everything I can as the heiress of the Schnee Dust Company, and whatever is beyond my reach, rest assured I will be your spokesperson when dealing with my father and the investors. I need Jaune Arc on my side. Apparently he has no idea what he carries with him. Anything? He asked curiously. Yes, everything I can provide you will be yours. Could you answer me 2 questions before considering your proposal? He pointed 2 fingers at me as he ate his third sandwich. Questions? What does this brute want to know? The SDC does not have a good reputation when it comes to dealing with employees, especially if they are faunus. He went straight to the point, unafraid to stick his finger in the wound. Well, rest assured that the SDC strictly follows the laws of the realms when dealing with its employees. I guarantee that no infractions are committed in our mines and factories. That's not the issue, Weiss. John finished and took a sip of his juice before continuing. Can you tell me that the SDC is a moral and ethical company in the treatment of its employees, especially the faunus? My training took over me, and I gave the protocol response. The SDC submits to the laws and authority of the kingdoms where it conducts its operations. John furrowed his brows and looked at me with disgust. Don't give me that media-trained bullshit. I want to know your opinion. His voice was louder and more intense than usual, making his presence weigh on my body. Is this the same boy who a few hours ago had detonated a stink bomb while covered in meat grease? I want to know about Weiss Schnee as a person, not the heiress girl propaganda bullshit. John finished speaking, stood up from the table and punched it forcefully. The table shook under the weight of his fist. I've never seen John like this, so intense, so imposing, so strong and mature. I'm waiting, Snow White. His tone was determined and dry. He had zero emotions. I took a deep breath to try to calm down, but without thinking I replied. The SDC strives to do the minimum not to break the law. As soon as I finished speaking, I felt my body weighed down by guilt. This was what I knew, and what I was trained to deflect attention from. Time and money are spent through lobbyists to influence legislation and government policies in favor of the SDC. This was the kind of thing I kept in the back of my mind that I tried to forget, so I could sleep at night without remorse. And now, admitting all of this out loud made my heart ache. But I need to continue. John's invention is too dangerous to fall into the hands of our competitors. I closed my eyes and continued, my body trembling. I have never witnessed it, but it is not incorrect to assume that bribes were used to pass inspections aimed at investigating mistreatment of employees. Still with my eyes closed, I swallowed hard to continue, especially if they are faunus. Something wet and warm fell on the back of my hand. A tear. Another drop fell onto my lap, but this time I felt it running down my cheek. Am I crying? It seems like you needed to get that out. Still standing, he moved away from the table and walked toward me. I closed my eyes and turned to the side, trying to hide from his disapproving gaze. Weiss. He called me, but I tried to ignore him. Look at me now, Schnee. His commanding voice made me open my eyes in his direction. I looked at John, expecting to find contempt, disgust, and revulsion, but all I could see on his face was tenderness and compassion. Tears flowed silently down my face, marking a salty and bitter path. My heart felt clenched in an unrelenting fist of guilt and shame. It's okay. Now his voice was soft and gentle. He placed a hand on my shoulder and then knelt on one knee, looking me in the eyes, and continued to speak. It's important to me that you're honest about SDC's sins. The last statement sparked a glimmer of hope in me, relieving me a little from the pain of guilt and shame. Which brings me to the second question. I wiped away my tears using one of the napkins on the table, took a deep breath, and tried to compose myself. Do you want to change this? What? I stammered incredulously. What was he talking about? Do you, Weiss Schnee, want to change this? The way the SDC treats its low-level employees, the discrimination and exploitation of the faunus. Do you accept the mission to change the company using your position as heiress and future CEO? They're just animals. Why should we care about their rights? My father's voice begins to echo in my mind. We're doing them a favor by employing those filthy beasts. Do I have a choice? If we provide better conditions for these riffraffs, we'll bankrupt the company. Could I go against my father? The interests of the investors come first. Correct the mistakes of the SDC. This company owes everything to me. I wouldn't need to deceive myself or feel ashamed anymore. Nicholas was a pathetic fool. Should I oppose my father? Don't be useless like your mother or ungrateful like your sister. Yes, I screamed with tears running down my face once again, but this time with a determined look, a proud smile on my lips. I held Jaune with both hands and declared aloud, "I accept." Clang! The situation was intense, and we hadn't noticed that one of the waiters had opened the door on my last sentence. But we certainly noticed when he dropped the tray on the floor. "Sorry, I came to SSC Avip." He was a nervous wreck. "Congratulations, and I'm sorry," the last part he said as quickly as possible. Before we could say anything, he hurried out of the room, slamming the door shut. Why was he so nervous? Was it because I yelled? Jaune murmured as he got up from the floor. It seemed like he was scared and surprised by something. What could he have seen to cause such surprise? Could it be? Oh no. "He saw me on one knee facing you," Jaune began. "Oh no. And you were crying with happiness, saying I do and all that." "Oh no. Maybe that looked like a marriage proposal." "Shut up, Arc." Original point of view. After telling me to shut up and drowning her sorrows by stealing and eating my sweets, Weiss finally calmed down. I explained to her the mechanics of my semblance, how I create something temporary and permanent. I didn't use the term magic with her because I didn't feel like revealing half of Ozpin's secrets. "And how many points would you need to create a functional arc reactor?" "Multiverse-Crafting system. This will cost 50,000 magic points. Magic 9.3 points. Aura 100%. 50,000 points. That doesn't sound like much. That's around 25 million lien in dust." "Oh, yep." From inside her jacket, Weiss pulled out 2 vials of green dust. "This is the type of dust I use the least. It's plant dust." "Plant, I know that dust is ultimately a form of magic, but this is getting too weird." "They're grade 4. She pushed the 2 vials toward me. "I would like you to use them to create something for me. It can be small, but I want it to be something incredible enough to get my father's attention." "Do I need to use all the points?" "Just give me something groundbreaking, and you can do whatever you want with the rest." Nice, I could upgrade my equipment. I took the 2 vials, and the window of my semblance appeared instantly. "Multiverse-Crafting system. Dust detected. Would you like to absorb it?" Magic 9.3 points. Aura 100%. As soon as I confirmed the absorption process, a thought popped into my mind. When I absorbed grade 2, it felt like someone stepped on my hand. What will it be like with grade 4? Especially 2 at once. Maybe I should have paid more attention to this detail before falling to my knees while my arm veins glowed neon green. "I'm an idiot," I said while coughing on my knees. "Jaune," Weiss knelt beside me. "I'll go get help." "No," I shouted more to release the pain than to get her attention. "This is normal. It will pass." My arm muscles felt like they were on fire, and my nerve endings seemed to be pierced by hot needles. The pain began to spread to the rest of my body, but it didn't decrease in intensity in my arms. In fact, it seemed to get worse. My vision started to blur, and I lost strength in my abdomen, falling forward. Arg, I fell to the ground, only saved from face planting by supporting myself with my forearms. Now I was on all fours on the floor, sweating, trembling, and groaning in pain, while one of the most influential girls on the planet was staring at me in terror. The only good thing is that it can't get any worse. UURGH. My shoe. Unless I vomit. After vomiting, the pain began to ease, and in a few seconds my vision started to return to normal. As soon as I got up, I noticed that Weiss was looking at me horrified. "Does this happen every time you absorb dust?" "I've never absorbed grade 4 before." I got up feeling dirty. "Multiverse-Crafting system. What would you like to do?" Magic 1009.3 points. Aura 100%. "Sorry." "For what?" Weiss stared at me as if surprised by my question. "For causing you so much pain and making you vomit." Weiss was concerned about me, and she also seemed embarrassed. "Grade 4 dust is not something that anyone can acquire. Even trainee hunters don't have contact with that kind of power. She's eager to take responsibility for her mistakes. That's something I hadn't noticed in the series. Is she different here, or am I just an idiot who didn't pay attention to the original show? Seriously, the chance of me not paying attention, and her being different here is also quite high. Do you need anything? A glass of water may be a painkiller. Damn, you're really worried after my vomiting. Dare I be a jerk and take advantage of this moment of vulnerability to ask for something? Give me more dust. Priorities. You want more? She's offering candy, and she's surprised the kid wants more. I nodded affirmatively to her. You must be insane or a complete idiot to ask for more after what happened. Why not both? I replied, smiling like an idiot. Jaune Arc. Why sounds like a mother calling me by my full name. Wait, is my middle name Remay? I can give you more. Yay, after we change rooms and you take off that filthy clothes. Oh my gosh, Weiss, I exclaimed, pretending to be outraged. What did I say? It's bad luck to see the groom's body before the wedding. Bring up marriage or engagement again in my presence, and I'll encase you in a block of ice. Ouch. Are we clear? The icy and serious tone of her voice clarified that her threat was no joke. Despite having the shield, I would rather not turn into a capsicle, and Weiss was looking at me with the fury of a spoiled girl whose purse had been insulted. Yes, ma'am. Very well, now go clean yourself up, vomit boy. I got that reference. I hadn't intended to gain the reputation of vomit boy, but with these extra magic points, I can plan my road trip to Menagerie. Gurizada. Lembrando questo no Twitter, X, at Avip Br, la vocers podem encontrar arts de AI des minhas fic. Vamos aos comentarios. Daniel Ron. Really loved the interactions, and how the girls of Team RWBY start going crazy after Jaune is great. This is the only Jaune is popular with girls Altaf. He is a looser fic that actually makes sense. I specially love Yang going crazy for Jaune. It would be even funnier if Raven also did this for Tai Yang and told this to Yang, making her angry that she is more like her mom than she taught. Response equals hee. I have plans for Raven and something similar might happen. Of course you can, my friend. One function of review is to share idea. I like your fic a lot, and I love how you implement unique power using aura and magic. I am curious what next plots you want to bring. By the way, can you make it longer per chapter if you have a time, of course, please. I really like your fic. Thank you. Remember our motto, per is the best girl. Response equals currently, I write something between 2,000 to 2,500 words. I could increase it to 5,000, but I would update the story only every other Saturday. Dragon Shadow 1276. Personally, I prefer Blake and Weiss. It's fun to see a spoiled princess who refuses to fall in love with a commoner brute with no manners, instead of choosing the prince, and Blake is a perverted, masochistic girl with a huge butt. Translator. Response equals oh yeah, I plan to write something about Blake Bellabooty. Agelius G. Gloop. I love this story, also the terrible puns, they're great. Also a question, could Jaune Arc create stuff like shadow clones using his aura resource? Shadow clones are temporary anyway, and it'd be hilarious if he could make them in other people's appearances. Imagine the chaos you could sow, the pranks to be had. Oh, and could he use his mana to create a pair of silver eyes? Maybe replace Maria Calavera's eyes, or even a fountain potion of youth and regeneration. Just restating that I love the story, it can have such chaotic twists and turns. Response equals regarding shadow clones, Jaune could create them, but he wouldn't be able to retrieve their information and experiences, which, in my opinion, is the best thing about Cage Bushin. As for the eyes and a potion of youth regeneration, it's 100% possible with a lot of magic points. Fallout Wander. Anyone else really bothered they now thinking that foam gun from the game with the mimics? would probably be a handy toy to have, or even Dead Space's cutter tool. Response equals I'm not familiar with the first game you mentioned, but after reading your comment, I think I'll look into the weapons from Dead Space. Thank you for the idea, and thanks for reading my story. Ebonk Knight 21. These are just suggestions. Use them if you wish. PS. Love your work so far. Are you going to allow John to upgrade items and weapons? Maybe have it cost less to upgrade items, but more limited on what he can do. Have make John healing potions and elixirs to heal wounds depending on the quality, and dust potions, which make boosts to dust abilities like stamina, power, and speed increase. Change bullets to corrosive ammo and explosive ammo for heavy armored or powerful Grim. Or even make anti-Grim weapons as a gas that is harmless to humans and faunus, but Grim act like it is their kryptonite. Also give poison drug attributes to Ren's guns, or for Pyrrha's weapons for vibro blades for extra cutting and piercing abilities. Or give Nora hammers with thunder wave function to stun or paralysis. And later John can evolve other weapons to make them more powerful sync with their semblance. Such make Ruby's gun a railgun sniper with little kickback, or weapons allow her to make multiple clones and substitute. Next, as far as girls go, I think it would be funny Yang struggling with a crush on John, stupid sexy John. Or Weiss is being friend-zoned as John only wants her as a business partner. Also add the joke that John was a MILF chaser, with him getting drunk in a party with him, waking up sleeping with someone's mom or adult sister. Resposta equals thank you for reading my fic. And you gave me some good ideas for future story arcs. To avoid giving too many spoilers, I'll just say that John can't upgrade items he's already created or that already exist, which is why he was able to upgrade the motorcycle before creating it. Afterward, it would be impossible. And yes, he's considering giving better items to his teammates. But right now, he's acting like a jerk RPG player who wants all the resources just for himself. 11. An idiot. Dialogue. Scroll. Weiss. As I went to a new VIP room, John headed to the staff restroom to freshen up and change his clothes. John tried to explain what had happened in the room, but the manager cut him off, saying he didn't need to justify himself because customer privacy was their priority. This attitude was both a relief and concerning. After all, what kind of business was conducted in this place? I'm here, I'll score a penalty. Speaking of concerning behavior. Arc's mocking voice announced his presence before he even finished opening the door. Let's talk about the extra dust that you... I was cut off in the middle of my sentence by the sight that graced my eyes. John only needed to change his dirty t-shirt, so it shouldn't have surprised me to see the apprentice huntsman wearing different clothes. What surprised me was John's physique. The sight left me speechless. The tight white button-up shirt seemed tailor-made to accentuate every contour of his muscles. Every time he moved, the fabric of the shirt struggled to contain the strength beneath, and I couldn't help but imagine what it would be like to touch him, to feel the firmness of his skin against mine. I apologize for the barfing, but at least our meeting can't get any worse, right? Right, I replied automatically, not registering what he had said to me. He sat in front of me and began talking and smiling at me, and I found myself missing details of the conversation because my thoughts were entirely focused on him. The way his sleeves stretched over his defined arms was almost hypnotic, and I found myself wishing that I were responsible for making those buttons give way, releasing all that contained tension. On the day of initiation, I had talked to him, and at the time, he could barely fill out a size small tank top. Now he seemed to be bursting out of a size large formal shirt. What happened to you? Unable to control myself, I asked right away. Arc replied, not understanding me. I went to take a shower, and they gave me this shirt for an extra 5,000 lien on our bill. What a ripoff. No, you fool, I exclaimed, frustrated with the boy. How did you get so? Embarrassed to say it, I just pointed at his biceps. John looked at his arm, not understanding what I was referring to, and it took him almost a minute to grasp my question. How did I get so ripped? He replied, nodding his head in agreement. Port's been training me. Wow, I thought he was just getting extra lessons from Professor Port, but surviving the crazy forger seemed to bring quick results. If he's like this after 1 week, imagine what he'll be like after 1 month or even a year. So, can you please give me more dust? Yes, of course. I picked up 4 more grade 4 green dust vials. With a greedy smile on his face, Jaune reached out to grab the vials. If what you're going to do for me surprises me, I said, pulling my hand away, and if you promise not to vomit. Jaune scowled at my proposal, but nodded in agreement to my terms. I'll absorb one at a time, that way I can better withstand the pain. What would you like me to do? It can be something simple, but preferably something that can be reproduced on a large scale. Ahem. Jaune leaned on the table and stared intensely. Despite looking in my direction, he seemed to be gazing at something in front of him with his eyes. How about a substitute for dust? Incredulous, I stared at the boy. Like the arc reactors. Much less powerful and much cheaper. Okay, let's suppose what you're saying is true. Stay calm, Weiss. It's impossible that this buffoon has something that could disrupt the dust industry. Could you explain to me what you mean by much cheaper? Without any warning, a golden mist appeared on the table, materializing a strange rectangular board, and I saw a series of bright rectangles made of a dark material lined up on the board, which should be the size of a small book. I made it small because the technology is what matters most. And what is it? A solar panel. All right, and what does a solar panel do exactly? It absorbs solar energy and converts it into electricity. I blinked in astonishment at how calmly and indifferently he proposed such a simple absurdity. I looked at the solar energy panel, and suddenly everything fell into place. Furthermore, I realized that this technology had the potential to completely revolutionize the energy industry. The idea of capturing solar energy so directly and cleanly was simply incredible. I could envision a future where we wouldn't be so dependent on dust, where we could power our homes and businesses sustainably. It was as if I had found a key piece that would help me become the next CEO of the SDC. I imagine such revolutionary technology cost you at least 1,000 points. It cost me 50 points. That was very little. With letter 2C6125,000 Leon, you could barely buy a hunter-level weapon, and with that amount, Jaune had created a revolution. I need to take this to my father. You're going to be a wealthy man, Jaune. Hee, and how much will you make from this? Does he think I'll make money from his invention? I won't make anything, Jaune. My proposition for this partnership is for you to provide me with these inventions to help me gain influence within the SDC. So the more inventions you bring, the more influential you become. You're oversimplifying a bureaucratic political process within one of the largest companies in all 4 kingdoms, but it's clear that the more, the better. Once again, a golden mist took over the table, this time producing 2 things. The first was a white windmill attached to a metal box with a box on top. The second looked like a miniature dam. This here is a model of wind energy, Arc finished speaking, approaching the windmill, and as he blew on it, the lamp on the metal box lit up. And this here is a model of hydroelectric energy. To explain, he poured water into the back of the dam, and the model lit up inside. Wind and water-generated energy were not new, but his designs were highly advanced, as if a civilization had invested decades in renewable energy sources. Why did you make so many when I only asked for 1? This is relatively cheap, and the more the better. Yes, actually, that's great. I can tell my father and the board that I'm making connections and meeting with a young genius capable of creating technological wonders. Ooh, going with the fear tactic. Maybe someone invents something that could break the SDC. Yes, I exclaimed unintentionally. And that's why it's more prudent for us to hire him before any competitor does. I felt electrified. This was perfect. If my father didn't take me seriously, I could still instill fear in the board and bend his will. Now pass the dust. Well, Jaune Arc is a greedy man, the kind of man who's easy to deal with. I handed him the 4 vials I had promised, and an additional case with 10 grade 4 earth dust. John looked at me suspiciously, but took all the vials. 10 extra. Our agreement is for you to give me only 1 item, I explained to the blonde boy, getting up and walking over to him. But you've gone above and beyond to help me, reducing your profit. So what? And so, Jaune Arc, in the business world, you're an idiot. Hey, exclaimed John, standing up indignantly. But that also makes you a good person. I extended my hand to John. Besides being your business partner, I'd like to be your friend. In response, John stared at me in silence, with one eyebrow raised. I thought we were already friends. I smiled in relief. Jaune Arc was a fool, simple-minded, and with 0 aptitude for business, but what mattered most was that he was a good person. Yes, we are friends. Smiling, the blonde boy hugged me and laughed instead of shaking my hand. Normally, I would complain about the brute to put me down, but his happiness was so genuine that I didn't have the heart to scold him. And I will never admit aloud, but those massive arms pressing me against that warm chest gave me a strange sensation in my lower regions. Nora Valkyrie. It seemed like John had been ignoring us all week. The only time he paid attention to our team was when he trained with Pyrrha. I understand that he's weaker than a stack of gluten-free pancakes, but he seemed to be constantly studying and training. He woke up when it was still dark and only came back in time to take a shower and go to class. And thank goodness he took a shower because he came back smelling awful. Pyrrha didn't seem to mind the smell much, and she certainly didn't mind the sight of John panting with a sweaty shirt clinging to his body. Poor thing, the invincible girl, needed to understand that some boys are thick-headed and don't realize when they are the object of a lady's desire. It was painful to see Pyrrha drooling over a childhood friend who had always been there, but had never seen her as a romantic partner. What was I thinking? Oh yeah, it seemed like John was ignoring Team JNPR all week, but today he promised to spend the whole day with us. Ladies and gentlemen, who looks like a lady? Our fearless leader shouted while the rest of Team JNPR sat on the couch in front of him. Keep pursuing a career in comedy, it's not for everyone. Ha, I yelled, pointing a finger at the leader, who pretended to be hurt by Ren's comment. It was rare for Ren to engage in insults directed at him, but it was clear from the tone that the two were just joking. I spent the whole week training like crazy, and both Port and Glinda recommended a full day of rest, so we're going to spend the whole day binge-watching movies and eating junk food. John finished speaking, pointing to a table full of snacks, drinks, pies, and cakes. Are we going to spend the whole day watching movies? Ren complained. Food, I exclaimed loudly. He called the teacher by her first name, Pyrrha grumbled, thinking no one would hear her. I jumped straight onto the table, ignoring John's explanation of when and how he installed the TV and speakers that were now in our room. Where did you get these movies? Pyrrha asked. They look different from anything I've ever seen. I know a guy, John replied. And because they're so different, let's watch this one first. If you don't like the movie, we can end our marathon. That sounds fair, Ren commented, not very interested. I grabbed as much food as I could with my arms, then handed it to Ren on the couch and went back to get more and sit next to him. Pyrrha sat down and conveniently left a tight space next to her for John to sit. The leader turned off the lights after placing the strange blue CD in the device, connected to the giant 80-inch TV. How did he manage to get this in here by himself? As soon as he sat next to Pyrrha, he hit play. What's the name of this movie? Ren asked, more interested than I expected. Pirates of the Caribbean, The Curse of the Black Pearl. Ooh, pirates and a curse, I commented, eating a carrot cake. I hope it's good. Rend. John turned on the lights as soon as the movie credits appeared on the screen. I admit I was a little skeptical about a mandatory movie marathon on a Sunday, especially one imposed by our absentee leader. But I was relieved when he gave us the option not to participate in the activity if we didn't like the first movie. And I must say the movie was somewhat satisfying. This is the best movie in the world. Apparently, Nora liked the movie and was rearranging Jaune Arc's ribs in one of her famous bear hugs. Nora, let go of Jaune. I think he can't breathe. Give it a rest, Nikos. This is just a friendly hug. Later, you can ask the leader for a back hug. The movie was fun, filled with action and adventure, despite the dark theme of cursed gold and skeleton pirates. Let go of me, Nora, Jaune huffed, trapped in Nora's Ursa Major squeeze. If you let go of me, we can choose another movie together. Yale. Smart boy, maybe you're one of the few who will survive living with Nora. Who's the buff guy? Nora didn't need even a minute to choose a movie from the pile under the TV. This one's called Conan the Barbarian. This movie is a classic set in a fictional world full of magic, epic battles, and mythology. Although it's much older than Pirates of the Caribbean, the movie is quite epic, with a dark atmosphere and a distinctive visual style. I want to see this one, Pyrrha commented, showing a movie with a couple on the cover at sunset. Another solid choice from the past, this one is The Princess Bride, an adventure, comedy, and romance film. John seemed pleased that we were showing interest in his movies. And Ren, would you like to choose one? I'd prefer you to choose one for me. Without thinking, John picked a movie with a black and white cover, featuring what looked like ancient Mistralian warriors. This one is set in a feudal medieval world. The movie tells the story of a group of 7 samurai hired by villagers to protect them from bandits threatening to plunder their crops. John, you can't keep doing this kind of thing, Pyrrha complained. What kind of thing? The rest of the team asked at the same time. It's racist to suggest things that seem to be from Mistral to Ren. Ren, I'm sorry, man. I didn't mean to offend you. I raised my hand, refusing the team leader's apologies. Don't apologize. I noticed that you always choose something with a Mistral bias when dealing with me. But he doesn't do it with ill intentions or to exclude me. John does it thinking I might have a preference. So are we good? Yes. Ha, I told you he didn't care. Now let's watch Conan. Nora boasted at Pyrrha's expense. I thought it might be a bit boring to spend the whole day watching movies, but the first one was a pleasant surprise, and this 7 Samurai looks interesting. I Gurizada. I'm on Twitter at Avip Br, where you can find AI artwork from my stories. To the comments. Daniel Ron. THX for the chapter. Loved the misunderstanding about Jaune Weiss. It would be epic if the waiter had taken a PHTO of them and make a Turnbull on all the kingdoms because of it. Not only for Jaune and Weiss's family, but imagine how Fyra will react to Weiss trying to marry Jaune to use his semblance for her benefit. Also, please do something for Bella Booty. Personally, I am more a butt man than a breast man, a reason I love Blake the most. It also helps she is a cultured woman XD. Response equals hee. I have some plans for Blake in the future, and I can't wait to write more with Yandir Pyrrha. 12 Super Soldier. Dialogue. Scroll. Lie rend. Nora, John called out, stepping on the disintegrating carcass. What is best in life? To crush your enemies, see them driven before you, and to hear the lamentations of their women. Nora replied, raising Magnhild over her head. That's good. It's almost like they rehearsed that, Pyrrha commented with a smile. I'm afraid they might have actually rehearsed, I added in a dry tone. When John said we were going to do a team activity, I thought we were going to fight in one of Beacon's arenas. Nice, I got 100 points, John commented. 100 of what? Nora asked. I'll explain later, John said, trying to change the subject. I assume you want your chocolate now. Maybe go to the gym to work out together. YDSSS. But no, that would be too easy. Our fearless leader dragged us into a hunt. To be honest, John framed it as a group proposal, but Pyrrha immediately voted in favor without thinking twice. I thought I could convince Nora to vote against this idea. But the chance to smash a Deathstalker and getting a giant chocolate bar that Jaune promised if the enemy was destroyed was enough for Nora to force me. I mean, persuade me to come along. How did you know where the Death Stalker was? The invincible girl asked. Port told me. It was a plausible excuse, since the professor had placed a grim in the classroom on the first day. Now that the creature was almost entirely disintegrated, and we were catching our breath, I could review the fight in my head. Jaune fought the creature head-on with a shield in his left hand and his knife in his right. Despite his formidable knife, it seemed strange that he wasn't using that fire sword. I remember him complaining that it was too heavy. Maybe he still isn't strong enough for it. Pyrrha stood by his side, covering any openings Jaune left and taking advantage when the creature retracted its tail after an attack to try to pierce it. While the front line drew the monster's attention, Nora bombarded its side from a distance with Magnhild in the form of a grenade lance. In the end, I had been given the simple mission to get close to the Grim and cut off its stinger. Jaune's plan was simple but effective. With his shield, he provided cover for Pyrrha, and Nora's bombardment from the side opened the creature's guard. This allowed me to get close and make the first cut on the tail. And as soon as the Grim noticed my presence, I was thrown far away. Pyrrha finished cutting the stinger with her shield, causing it to fall on the Death Stalker's head. Nora, thanks to Pyrrha and Jaune, catapulted herself into the air and hammered the Scorpion Grim's skull. The ending wasn't as straightforward, but the initial plan had been followed, and Jaune adapted in the end. He's a good leader, I accidentally muttered aloud. I knew you'd end up liking the fearless leader. Luckily, only Nora was by my side to hear that comment, as Pyrrha was once again on top of Jaune, trying to convince him to buy new clothes. Not this again, Jaune complained loudly. I told you I'm fine, Purr. You're wearing jeans and a shirt. The invincible girl's tone was concerned and exasperated. Your aura protects you, but look at your state. Jaune's clothes were riddled with holes from the fight with the Scorpion Grim. Don't worry about it. I have more of these in my closet. What kind of dirt you have on the headmaster for him to give you so many clothes for free? What? The silence that followed Nora's question was far too unsettling for something that sounded like a joke. Why don't you at least buy some new boots? Pyrrha seemed to be pleading for Jaune to use common sense. What's wrong with my sneakers? It's a shame that pleading for something that doesn't exist won't help. They're good for running and training, not for a mission in the middle of the forest with mud and steep terrain. What are you talking about, Purr? You wear heels. It was rare to see Jaune using logic and common sense to shock someone. Usually, he'd make an inappropriate joke or flirt with if they were an attractive woman. What's wrong with my heels? The Mistral champion asked, soaked with fear and insecurity. Nothing, you look stunning in them. Pyrrha's face became completely red, and she turned away to hide her embarrassment. Now this is the Jaune Arc I know, though unintentionally, I'm starting to notice a pattern in his behavior. The cruder, heavier, and more inappropriate the comment, the more likely Jaune made it on purpose. The more sincere, kind, and sensitive the comment, the more likely he made it unintentionally. My heels have soles with an aggressive traction pattern, deep grooves, and a rubber composition that provides grip on various types of terrain, including slippery and uneven surfaces. Really? Jaune asked skeptically. Look, Pyrrha raised her foot for Jaune to verify the truth of her words. They are reinforced to provide additional protection against cuts and impacts, and they're also waterproof. Wow, Jaune exclaimed, surprised. You're right, my sneakers are garbage compared to these. In fact, Jaune, I commented, drawing the young leader's attention, this kind of footwear is what all huntsmen use, even those in training. I finished speaking by showing him the sole of my shoe. Exactly. Laughing, Nora showed hers too. Why don't you use your powers to create some magical super sneakers? I couldn't help but laugh at Nora's silly idea. Creation Semblance can do many things, but I doubt he can create magical items. H-A-H-A-H-A? This laughter seemed more forced than usual. I can't create magical items, what a silly idea. Immediately afterward, Jaune's golden semblance mist manifested, materializing what appeared to be a triangular yellow box the size of a pillow. "Your chocolate," he said, tossing the box to Nora. "Was that a chocolate bar? Impossible. There must be several chocolates in there. There's no way that triangular box, nearly 80 cm in length and 12 cm in width and height, contains a solid chocolate bar." As promised, a 4.5 kg single bar. For the first time in her life, Nora was speechless. The box in her hand looked more like a blunt weapon than chocolate. "Best leader ever," Nora shouted, jumping onto Jaune. I was briefly concerned, but Jaune caught her in his arms and returned the hug. "You deserve it, you little hammering terror." Jaune placed her on the ground and ruffled her head. It warmed my heart to see Nora making new friends. She's an outgoing, free-spirited soul, while I'm an introvert who doesn't mind spending hours in silence. We've had few interactions with Jaune since the beginning of the school year, but he never seemed tired or irritated dealing with Nora. But seeing him so close to Nora gave me a strange discomfort briefly lodged in my mind, but was quickly dispelled by my partner's voice. "I'd follow you to the land of darkness by your side," Nora vowed, brandishing the chocolate bar like a two-handed sword. I couldn't help but join Jaune and Pyrrha in laughter at Nora's playfulness. In the end, this hunt had been a great team-building activity. Nora and Jaune were closer. I found myself more inclined to like our leader and Pyrrha. "So you have the means to make chocolate, but not to get a decent pair of boots. I don't remember getting married to you." A sincere comment, I thought, labeling the response. Less crude than usual, but still inappropriate enough to make the Mistral champion blush. Embarrassed, Pyrrha relaxed her shoulders and looked down, ashamed. "I am just concerned about you," Pyrrha explained while stuttering. Her tone was sad and apologetic. The girl only wanted to help Jaune, and he acted as if she were a nagging wife bothering her husband. Nora seemed to agree with me, as she stared at our leader as if he had stepped on a puppy. Jaune stared back at the petite Valkyrie, but wasn't prepared for her secret weapon. "Humph," she pouted with crossed arms. "Okay," Jaune replied, tired. Jaune didn't seem to want to change his mind, but he understood it wasn't worth being right and hurting his partner's feelings. The nickname caught the invincible girl's eye, and her eyes welled with tears. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to hurt you." Pyrrha approached her partner with a hopeful look. "If it means that much to you, I'll get full-fledged huntsman-level gear, reinforced boots, and all the accessories." "Oh, Jaune," Pyrrha moaned in happiness, throwing herself into her partner's arms. "Get a room," Nora teased. "You just hugged him," I scolded my partner. "But I didn't sniff his neck," Nora whispered, pointing to the pair. And there was Pyrrha Nikos, the champion of Mistral, the invincible girl, Beacon's strongest student, and perhaps all Remnant, sniffing the weakest student's neck as if he were made of vanilla and lavender. "She's really into him," Nora pointed out. "It's quite evident Jaune must be quite dense," I replied. Nora froze and abruptly turned towards me, her eyes widened. "Could you repeat that part, Rennie?" Nora asked. "I think Jaune must be stubborn or too foolish not to notice when a girl is into him." "Is that so?" Nora's voice was higher-pitched than usual. "Undoubtedly, especially when it's someone he spends so much time with." "Excuse me," said Nora suddenly. I almost got worried about Nora, but she simply headed for the nearest rock and started hammering it with Magnhild. There was nothing strange about it. Sometimes, Nora needed to burn off some extra energy. "Idiot, idiot, 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 idiot," Nora shouted while hammering the rock. I'm not a fan of shouting offenses out loud, but I'm inclined to respect any mantra. "Are you going to make your clothes, or buy them? If you'd like, we could go shopping together in the city," Pyrrha suggested, trying to arrange a date with Jaune. Hope and neediness overflowed in her voice. How couldn't he see the obvious in front of him? "It won't be necessary." "Poor Pyrrha." "If it's a money issue, I'll pay," Pyrrha pleaded. Jaune pulled out his scroll and started typing. It's not about money, even though my funds are a bit tight, John commented, still typing on his scroll. Remember Velvet, that second-year student? The faunus with rabbit ears? Nora asked, mimicking rabbit ears with her hands. She's been offering to help me with my huntsman outfit since that time. It turns out her team leader is a fashionista. Really? Pyrrha asked, her eyes closed and a serene smile on her face. So you're going out with them? No. In response, Pyrrha sighed in relief. I'm going to their dorm to get measured. Ding. The sound of John's scroll caught everyone's attention. It looks like I can go right now. See you later, guys. Goodbye, leader, Nora waved, swinging both her arms. The tension was palpable as John dashed back to Beacon. Pyrrha appeared fine from a distance, but up close, you could see that every muscle in her body was tense, as if she were holding herself back from pouncing on John like a hungry lioness. So, Nora began, attempting to snap the invincible girl out of her paralysis. Shall we head back to the room? You two can go back. I think I'll hunt some more Grims, Pyrrha declared, her serene smile seemingly concealing something. With shield and sword in hand, Pyrrha slowly walked towards the trees, disappearing from our view into the emerald forest. I never thought I'd feel sorry for Grims. I wholeheartedly agreed with that sentiment. Original point of view. On the way to Team CFVY, I started reflecting on my resources. In addition to the Deathstalker, we managed to kill 37 Beowulfs, 11 Borbatusks, 3 Alpha Beowulfs, and 1 King Tagetu. How can I be so precise in my counting? I noted the difference in MP for each kill. Beowulfs equals 0.1 MP Borbatusks equals 1 MP Alpha Beowulfs equals 10 MP King Tagetu equals 100 MP Deathstalker equals 100 MP. Killing Grims is very profitable. In addition to the magic points, I also get some good training. The MVPs of Team JNPR were Pyrrha and Ren. I expected the Mistral champion to be a Grim-killing machine, but Ren, the femboy of the group, who could blend in with Grims using his semblance, turned out to be a great monster slayer of the darkness. Nora and I served as distractions, although Valkyrie was capable of one-shotting anything weaker than an Alpha Beowulf, making me the weakest in the group. Once again, I started feeling down, but not for long because yesterday, Weiss gave me 80k MP, and after today's hunt, I have a total of Multiverse-Crafting system. What would you like to do? Magic, 80,104 points. Aura, 100%. I'm almost certain I spent about 150 MP making those energy models for her and a few more points on food and entertainment for Team JNPR. No regrets. With this money, I can finally buff myself, but the question is how. I'm a human with aura in the world of RWBY, and although I'm mediocre compared to the main cast, can I surpass them with something like Super Soldier Serum? The Super Soldier Serum enhances someone to peak human physical condition, which is a lie because Captain America in the movies held a helicopter with his bare hands, and in the comics I've seen even crazier feats. After the serum gives me an enhanced physical structure, will aura then further enhance my body? Does the bonus that aura gives to huntsmen multiply or simply add to their abilities? Things like the Iron Man suit wouldn't be a good idea since it wouldn't add to my physical abilities. But there's nothing stopping me from having an army of Iron Man suits in the future. How much does an Iron Man suit cost? Multiverse-Crafting system. This will cost 51,000 magic points. Magic, 80,104 points. Aura, 100%. Wow, why so expensive? How much does an Iron Man suit cost without the arc reactor? Multiverse-Crafting system. This will cost 1,000 magic points. Magic, 80,104 points. Aura, 100%. Too cheap. How much does an Iron Man suit cost without the arc reactor, and with an artificial intelligence capable of controlling it? Multiverse-Crafting system. This will cost 11,000 magic points. Magic 80,104 points. Aura 100%. Tem. And will the artificial intelligence always obey me without a chance of betrayal? Multiverse-Crafting system. This will cost 61,000 magic points. Magic 80,104 points. Aura 100%. Nice, I nearly created an Age of Ultron in Remnant. I need to focus on things that strengthen my physical body. Things like magical items that give permanent RPG bonuses, Devil Fruits, Dragon Lacrima, Popeye Spinach, Bane's Venom Drug, Noble Phantasms, Gant's Suit, Stan's Omnitrix, Biju. I think I'd better calm down. Becoming a Jinchuriki could either save or doom this world. But how much does a RWBY cost? Multiverse-Crafting system. It is not possible to create living beings. Magic 80,104 points. Aura 100%. I guess I'll stick with the comic book super soldier serum. Multiverse-Crafting system. This will cost 500 magic points. Magic 80,104 points. Aura 100%. Wow, that's cheap. Too cheap for my taste. Why is the price so low? I remember. The comic book super soldier serum also needs radiation to work properly. I think they called it Vita radiation. Now, how much does the comic book super soldier serum cost to work effectively without Vita radiation? Multiverse-Crafting system. This will cost 20,000 magic points. Magic 80,104 points. Aura 100%. When the donations are high, the saint becomes suspicious. I just didn't expect it to cost 40 times the amount just to get as jacked as Chris Evans. Thinking about it, I could draw unwanted attention if overnight I suddenly turn into a mountain of muscles. And being even more cautious, Dr. Erskine gave a warning about those who take the serum. The serum amplifies everything that's inside, so good becomes great, bad becomes worse. I'm going to have to be very detailed with the request. Comic book super soldier serum that works effectively without Vita radiation, does not alter my body mass due to the application, does not cause deterioration of physical or mental health, whether biological and/or psychological in nature. Multiverse-Crafting system. This will cost 50,000 magic points. Magic 80,104 points. Aura 100%. Expensive as hell, and a mira no me. Multiverse-Crafting system. This will cost 500,000 magic points. Magic 80,104 points. Aura 100%. Crap. Let's go with the previous option. I expected the golden mist of my semblance to manifest to create the serum, but what I didn't expect was the golden glow it emitted. It was as strong as a stage spotlight. Strong enough to make me close my eyes and turn my head. When I felt the weight of the small vial in my hands, I opened my eyes and stared at the miraculous blue serum in my hands. This was the VIP pass to becoming the greatest huntsman in all Remnant, my first step in saving this world. Nothing could ruin this moment. Except if someone who was behind me witnessed everything. Behind me stood a young woman with fair skin, dark brown hair, and dark brown eyes. She had wavy locks on one side of her face, dyed in a gradient from dark brown to caramel. Her outfit included a long cocoa brown shirt with a ruffled collar, black pants with gold accents, and high-heeled black boots with gold buckles. She also had a pair of sunglasses in her left hand. It was Coco Adele, leader of Team CFVY and Velvet's partner, and she was staring at me with furrowed brows, her intensity capable of piercing a concrete block. Who are you, and what was that golden light? So it's nothing, really. Was that your semblance, a semblance to spy inside my room? Quick as a striking cobra, she grabbed me by the collar and forcefully threw me against a random door in the hallway. TCHAK. The impact was strong enough to briefly make my aura glow. Freshman, I hate it when someone lies to me. A sadistic smile spread across her lips before she continued. But don't worry, because I love tearing the truth out of uppity kids. She punctuated the sentence by cracking her knuckles like a boxer. Crap. I hate it when I get stuck in an anime cliché. Gurizada. I'm on Twitter at Avip Br, where you can find AI artwork from my stories. To the comments. Ain't so zero al gown. Nice chapter, good to see new energy sources. Response equals yes, that was one of my initial ideas. What could the protagonist change in this world without spending too much? Since Season 3, I've had the impression that there's only technology in Atlas, which is why I believe the world has some knowledge gaps. Des hurrah. Hula man, de Brasil, hula despero porque no creer unipici. Plantilla de construcción estendar Warhammer 40k. Response equals I'm not very familiar with Warhammer 40k, but I'll research the standard template construct, SDC. It sounds quite promising. Daniel Rond. So epic, man. Really wholesome seeing Weiss being all over John. I also loved the plan Weiss had for John, and it will be a good way for MC to gain fame. The fun time with Team JNPR was really wholesome too. BTWI wanted to ask this fic is gonna have a 3-4 year timeline like OG RWBY. I am asking because John is making so many changes he could somehow delay Salem's plans. After all, she has been playing this game for centuries and stayed in a death point all this time. If Cinder's plans failed, she would simply investigate what happened and formulate a new plan for Ozpin that will take some years. I really doubt she will go nuclear like she did in Atlas. Speaking of Cinder and Emerald, what is MC going to do with them? Will he pretend ignorance and maybe secretly annoy them while they try to find out what makes him so special? Or tell Ozpin to foil their plan to destroy Beacon? BTWMC should give Weiss a satellite model so Salem's plan fail. Make it so the satellite can't be hacked unless it is analog XD. Response equals about the plot? Sorry. I'm not going to answer that. It's too much of a spoiler. John is letting Cinder's plans unfold. The only action to intervene right now is to prevent the deaths of the huntsmen and huntresses of Mistral. He has plans for Cinder and Emerald, a special plan for each. As for Mercury, do you think it's possible to bribe him, perhaps? Astra Starfield. I'm just imagining them watching Pacific Rim, and Nora is like, John, can you make that huge robot? And John replies, yeah, I can. The chaos after those words would be immense, even though technically he can't at the moment. Anyways, here are some ideas on inventions. Remember the game Subnautica? What if John made the hand builder or better, yet the robots that help build the submarine? He could make a ton of money that way in constructions, and the only requirement is that they would need to bring the material on hand for the machines to work. Continuing on with the idea of automation, you should look into some videos like Satisfactory. It's a game about automation, and I beat John can use the assembler to help automate and make materials faster, depending on if Remnant would need that. If you want a better RWBY scroll, I think the Ogma from SAO, Ordinal Scale, would be best. To give you the basic, it isn't a full dive, but augments reality. Obviously, in the show, it was used to play games and battle monsters by showing things that are not there. But it's been seen doing plenty of other things like listening to music, making phone calls, and even reading or watching TV all in an earpiece. That includes buying things at stores too. Sorry for the long rant, I am just saying if John is going to get serious about inventing and making big changes with Weesai thought, I give you some inventions or ideas to look out for. And hey, if you want to use of the things I mentioned, be free to do so, you have my full permission. I just hope this rant helps you with ideas of field of work John could get into. And that's not even starting with AI he could make. And hey, if he is going cheap, the AI doesn't actually have to be fully intelligent. It can be like Anti-Dot from Halo Reach. Anyways, I ranted long enough. Your story just always gets me excited and gets my creativity flowing with endless possibilities. Thanks for being an inspiration. P.S. Sorry for any grammar mistakes or punctuation errors. Response equals thank you for the suggestions, but the protagonist is already going to create a specific communicator in upcoming chapters. I'm not familiar with Satisfactory and Subnautica, so I'll do some research to see what I can incorporate. 14 Stone Castle. Dialogue. Scroll. Velvet Scarlatina. Ping. A message. Is Coco in need of something? I'm not the type of person with many friends, so only the members of my team send me messages, especially Coco with her atrocious memes. I unlocked the device, expecting to see the face of the CFVY team leader with her sunglasses down, blinking at the camera. But a pleasant surprise awaited me. "John," I exclaimed upon seeing the face of the blonde boy who helped me by eating a rib bone. We exchanged contacts on the day he helped me, but I was too cowardly to send him a message. He looked so happy eating in the photo, as if he were a dog who got a bone from his owner. I managed to get this photo from the official Beacon Students Forum. I will be forever grateful to you, Nightshade, for posting this photo. Prince Charming. Hey Velvet, how are you? Here's the deal, my partner is driving me crazy about my clothes, so I wanted to know if your offer still stands. Clothes. Thinking about it, I had offered to help him get better equipment. John wears simple clothes for someone who is a trainee hunter, sneakers, a white shirt outlining his chest, and those tight jeans on his butt. A droplet of saliva trickles down my chin and falls onto my hand, snapping me out of my reverie. Was I daydreaming about a man again? Darn. This isn't new for me, but it has never happened while I was thinking about a human. I replied to his message, inviting him to come to my room to take measurements. Ping. Prince Charming. Thanks, Vel. I'll be there in about 15 minutes. Hi, he called me Vel. My thought is cut short when I realize what I just did. I invited the lad I like to come to my room. It's just me in the room, but I wasn't prepared for visitors. I had just returned from the gym and was sweaty. I rushed to the shower and took a quick bath. When I stepped out of the bathroom, I looked at the room and realized it was not in a condition to receive guests. Everyone on the team is responsible and keeps their part of the room clean, except for Fox. The name slipped out of my mouth like venom from an obsidian fang attack. His bed looked like it had been hit by a bomb of dirty clothes. The rest of the team didn't question his lack of organization in the early days of school due to his blindness. But after so much time, no one on the team had the courage to confront him about it. What do I do? He's arriving in less than 5 minutes. I would rather not be rude and touch his things. Not to mention, I would rather not touch anyone's dirty clothes. Well, maybe John can. Thwack. I was interrupted by a loud thud at the door. Has John already arrived? Without thinking, I grabbed 2 blankets from the closet and covered Fox's bed. Perfect, now I just need to go to the door and, looking down, I realized I had forgotten a small detail. I'm still naked. Without paying attention, I grabbed the first piece of clothing and ran toward the door. Tearing the truth out of uppity kids, I heard a familiar female voice muffled behind the door. Coco. Phew, it wasn't John. I opened the door, expecting to see my leader and partner. Thank goodness you're here. I'll need help choosing an outfit. As soon as I finished speaking, I widened my eyes at the scene in front of me. No problems, Bonbon. Just need to teach this dumb blonde a lesson. Hey, Velvet, John said with a sheepish smile. Cool carrot pajamas. Avip equals sometimes I post spoilers on my Twitter, X at Avip Br. Coco was lifting John by the collar of his shirt. What's going on here? I'm getting ready to punch an idiot. I'm getting ready to get punched by a Karen. Oh no, John. Hey, freshman, you've got a lot of courage, you know. A lot of stupidity, too. I see myself more as a reckless person. Hee, Coco laughed sarcastically and began to squeeze John's throat. You think you're cute, huh? Bitch, I'm adorable. What? The words came out quickly and muffled, but it was clear what he said. Without responding verbally, Coco simply pulled her arm back, preparing to punch John in the face. Coco, I yelled at her and they both looked at me. Put John down now. But this asshole, Coco's complaint died in her throat when she realized something and let John go, causing him to fall on his butt. This jerk is the Jaune Arc. Original point of view. Any sane person would run away after a disagreement with Coco. But I'm not known for my good sense, especially when there's a brunette with rabbit ears apologizing and asking me to stay. Their room was larger than my team's, but all the beds were in the same space. It was well organized, too, with each bed having a different theme. One of them resembled something Japanese with a futon instead of a bed. Another had a king-size bed with silk sheets. The third had a queen bed filled with pillows and plush toys, and the last bed was covered in blankets. Listen here, Arc. Coco removed her glasses and stared intensely at me. I might apologize for putting my hands on you if you tell me what that golden light was. Golden light? Velvet asked. I bet my purse that this fucker was using his semblance to look inside our room, probably trying to see Bonbon naked. Velvet widened her eyes, looking shocked and concerned. I'd better act quickly to defend myself. MCS on. Behind me, Velvet, Coco retorted, trying to defend her partner. I didn't need to speak the commands aloud. MCS, make a gourmet chocolate box. But this way, I got the attention of both of them. MCS, use magic. The last command was mental, for obvious reasons. As soon as I finished the last command, the golden mist of my semblance appeared and began materializing a small wooden box in my hands. The giant Toblerone I made for Nora had cost me 5 MP. The same as this box of chocolates, but since the box is much smaller, it will be of higher quality even though it costs the same as the giant chocolate. I have a creation semblance. I was just creating a gift for Velvet since she's going to help me with my clothes and stuff. Did they buy it? Coco, apologize now, said Velvet, punching the brunnet's shoulder. Damn it, the bespectacled girl complained. Phew, my dad was absolutely right. When dealing with an angry woman, give her chocolate. Sorry, John. Coco apologized but wouldn't look me in the eyes. And you're going to help him get quality equipment and pay for everything. Why? Do you prefer to give your purse? After all, you bet it. Not my baby, Coco whimpered, hugging her purse. Although I found it excessive, I'm glad the worst is over. Coco Adele. Straighten that back and relax those muscles, kid. Yes, ma'am. Maybe I judged Jaune Arc too quickly, but I still don't trust him. The light of his semblance was much brighter before, so whatever he created earlier was not simple as a box of chocolates. I know you're the fashionista of the group, but do you really need to measure my thigh? The suspicious blonde complained. At the moment, I was taking measurements of Arc's major muscle groups using a yellow tape measure, while Velvet silently made notes on her bed. Her original plan was to ask me for a favor to help with Arc's wardrobe, but now she's making me do it as an apology. When making custom clothing like a suit, you need measurements for jacket length, sleeve length, chest circumference, waist circumference, and hip circumference. What does that have to do with my thigh? Given your shield, it's obvious you're not the most agile guy in the world, right? In response, the blonde turned his face in embarrassment. That's not a bad thing, but it's advisable for you to have something like armor. Armor? He asked with wide eyes. Don't like armor. I can see something like a reinforced suit. Actually, I'm really into it. Humph, I grumbled aloud. Want to play knight in shining armor, kid? I noticed Velvet glancing at the boy, not blinking, focused on his thigh being measured with the tape. Come on, Bonbon, are you really that desperate? But why are you measuring so many extra things? I'll explain, just don't keep interrupting me. I released the tape and moved to his calf. For something like armor that offers protection without hindering movement, I need more precise measurements of your major muscle groups. Major muscle groups? This guy loves to interrupt me, and it's starting to get on my nerves. Yes, muscles like the chest, back, shoulders, deltoid, arms, abdomen, legs, core, neck, forearms, and glutes. Got it. Which leads to my next question. Do you train alone or with someone? With Professor Port. I knew it. For how long? 2 weeks. What? Velvet asked, echoing my surprise. How did this kid survive 2 weeks of training with a crazy huntsman? He must have nerves of steel. So you're tougher than you look. Enduring 2 weeks with Port is no small feat. I'll celebrate when I make it through a year. A year? This kid is insane. But it makes sense given Jaune Arc's current physical condition. A huntsman's physical training can be compared to building a structure, and apprentice huntsmen can be divided into 3 groups. The first group doesn't prioritize physical training so much, focusing on their semblance, aura, or dust usage. These people build a wooden hut, so they have the basics of physical training and focus on what matters most to them. The second group builds a 2-story brick house, which allows for more spare time for training in other areas while also having a strong body. Finally, there's the group of people who build a mansion, a much heavier and physically focused training. Typically, people from this group have a semblance with applications for close combat, like that fiery, big-chested blonde from the first year. Jaune Arc is still at the very beginning of his training. It's as if he's never trained before in his life. His structure's still at the beginning. But I can already tell from the foundation of his construction that Jaune doesn't fit into any of the 3 groups. This blonde with that goofy smile, my best friend's crush, is building a something big. A stone castle. After half an hour of taking measurements and asking about symbols and colors he'd like on his clothes, Jaune, much to Velvet's disappointment, left the room. Let me see his measurements. I took the clipboard from Velvet, who seemed nervous and embarrassed for some reason. And as soon as I looked at the notes, I understood why. She had recorded all of Jaune's measurements, but she had also made extra notes. Hearts with Jaune's name, a list of mixed surnames like Arctina, Scarce, and so on. Really, Velvet? Sorry. At least the girl with rabbit ears had the decency to look embarrassed. What are these stains on the paper? Did she drool? If you're like this now, imagine when you're H. I couldn't finish my sentence because a female hand covered my mouth with enough force to make my jaw ache. Do not dare to mention that near him. I was too shocked to respond. Understood. I managed to nod affirmatively when she spoke for the second time. I've never seen Bonbon like this. She's always had her crushes on faunus celebrities or boys from villages we visited, but never on someone close to her, especially a human. I better finish this order and send it to my mom. The kid will need all the protection in the world. His pelvis will thank me later. Original point of view. Walking through the halls of Beacon, I breathe a sigh of relief now that the clothing issue is resolved. Now I can focus on the super soldier serum. I look around to make sure I'm not being watched, and then take out a small, glowing blue capsule from my pocket. Its appearance resembles the serum from the Falcon and Winter Soldier series, probably because I made an ultra-safe version with 0% risk. Just remembering that the price more than doubled because of it gives me a tinge of regret. But there's no point in risking a rejection with the serum or even going insane like some comic book users. But it still hurts to lose 50,000 magic points. I stop walking when I reach my destination and knock on a varnished wooden door with a golden plate engraved with the name, Professor Peter Port. Good afternoon, my young man. His voice was jovial and robust as ever despite his age. How can I help you? I need some help, I say with a shaky voice. It's a delicate matter. The professor furrows his brow and looks at me curiously. Despite my serious tone, he gives me a smile and invites me into his office. The room is simpler than I expected, pretty bland, actually. Grims disappear when killed, but I expected some stuffed replicas or even a fireplace with his axe gun mounted on it. The only notable thing was a massive wooden desk that he was sitting behind it. I sit myself across from the professor. I present my problem. I can't provide all the details. I have an agreement with the director. This breaks his smile, instantly replacing it with a serious expression. I've found a way to become physically stronger instantaneously with a 0% chance of side effects. Boy, his voice is heavy and hoarse, imposing his authority in a way he has never done in a classroom or during his morning training sessions. If you've come here seeking my approval for shortcuts, I kindly ask you to leave my office and never speak to me again. Don't worry about your studies. I'll treat you like any other student in the classroom. As soon as he finishes speaking, the professor gestures to the door. But, Professor, I won't repeat myself, Mr. Arc. Have a good day. Seriously, after a simple conversation and a mere hypothesis, he abandons me like this. Rage boils inside me. That's what I get for opening to you about my issues. You know what? Screw you, you fat old dickhead. I don't need you. The professor's mahogany desk starts to crack under the pressure of his muscular arms. My chest starts to feel heavy, like I'm under a great pressure. Is this just his aura? I insist that you treat me with the respect I deserve, now that I'm no longer your personal mentor, Mr. Arc. I swallow hard under the pressure of the retired huntsman. Doesn't matter, I say, turning toward the door. I'll focus even more on my training and I'll be the best student in this school. As my hand reaches the door, the professor shouts. Wait, his voice is powerful enough to make the windows of the office tremble. You'll continue your training. Why, yes, I stammer unintentionally under the pressure of the imposing huntsman. This shortcut is just to accelerate my training. I understand, the professor replies, grumbling as he strokes his mustache. I think I acted too hastily. Please sit down and explain everything to me. It took nearly half an hour to explain what the serum could enhance. Things like strength, speed, reflexes, endurance, recovery, and more. At first, the professor was not at all happy about the idea of using a drug to enhance my performance. However, once I explained that it was a single dose and had no side effects, he became intrigued. Here's what we'll do, John. I still need a few weeks to shape your muscles to the minimum required for a trainee huntsman. When I'm satisfied with your physical training, you can take your steroids. Steroids? What? This thing is worse than an anabolic steroid. It must have been the inspiration in the original story. However, I'd like you to do something else before taking this serum. Just one thing. Easy, what do you want? A win in Glinda's class. But I've lost all my fights so far. I hope you can get a victory before the end of this school year, or I will confiscate that serum. If you want to fuck me, at least kiss me first. I Gurizada. I'd like to thank everyone who also encourages me to continue this story with words of gratitude in the comments. John has the super soldier serum. Now he just needs to win a fight. In front of everyone. Without overusing the most powerful part of his semblance, which allows him to create powerful things out of thin air. I'm on Twitter at Avip Br, where you can find AI artwork from my stories. To the comments. Archangel Guerrero, good chap, say, is it a possibility for the MC to make some of the machines from Horizon? Zero Dawn. After all, most of them are made with the purpose of recreating an atmosphere and life in a planet. Something menagerie and, according to my rather limited knowledge, Remnant in general seems to need. Besides that, could he create the Adden of Se, a symbiont, and then a machine to clone living beings as long as it is provided with the Adden? He can't create living beings, but he should be able to create Adden. After all, Adden isn't alive. Response equals if the creatures in Horizon Zero Dawn don't have sophisticated artificial intelligence and aren't dependent on one, it's 100% possible for John to create them. Unfortunately, I haven't played it, and I know little about the world. Could you recommend videos or links that explain the game's enemies? Marvel symbiotes have a mind of their own, so John wouldn't be able to create them. A cloning machine is 100% possible to create. Darth Nihilus 6756 about, what are you talking about, Per? You wear heels. Yeah, I don't know how that works out. Response equals everyone knows why she wears heels in combat, just in case she needs to step on me. 14. Lawgiver. Avip, I don't usually give warnings before a chapter, but this chapter contains a lot of business jargon, and I don't know a fucking thing about this subject. I just wanted to give you a heads up, and now let's get into the chapter. Dialogue. Scroll. Ruby Rose. Last week, John had a meeting with Weiss. I know they said it was just a business meeting, but a strange voice kept whispering in my mind that it was more than that. I also know it was just insecurity or anxiety, but why? Why couldn't I be happy with the idea of my best friends being together? I spent the next few days feeling down, not too serious, but enough for Yang to notice and try to find out the reason. At least she left me alone after a lot of insistence on my part. It got me worried. After all, it's practically a miracle for Yang to respect my privacy. I spent the whole week a little down, well, at least until Friday afternoon when I received a message on my scroll. My eyes lit up with excitement as my heart started beating faster the moment I saw the name of the person who sent the message, along with a shirtless photo of him doing squats in a quarry. I don't know who Nightshade is, but I can never thank you enough for sharing this image. Jaune Arc. RWBY, how are you? Are you free Saturday after lunch? I need to test some new ammunition and I'd like your help. I felt butterflies in my stomach and a warm feeling spread throughout my body. Happiness overflowed, and I couldn't help but feel that something special might happen. I tried to hide my happiness, but the mood change was too significant, and Yang became suspicious of something. On Saturday, I ate as quickly as I could and ran to the academy shooting range, which proved to be a mistake because John was having lunch like a normal person and not like an excited child going to a playground. Alone, I start to feel at home. After all, there's nothing better than a relaxing afternoon at the shooting range with your best friend. The strong smell of gunpowder in the air and the loud shots of the other students, almost like miniature thunder. The bullet casings drop on the ground with a metallic and constant sound. It's a mix of scents and noises that deeply relaxes me. I took the time alone to reserve a bay at the range and prepare the mannequins that would serve as targets. John explained to me in another message that he wanted to test a new weapon he made using his semblance. I was happy to see a new weapon, but on the other hand, I was sad that he didn't call me to see the process and only let me know by message. Is he going to test that stinky paint? It's disgusting. Just thinking about the smell makes me gag. I complained, feeling a nauseating knot in my stomach. Hey, protested a male voice behind me. Today is Saturday. I took a bath. John was there. Behind me, he stood with his arms crossed, looking at me disdainfully. I didn't say that you smell bad. Despite stammering a bit, I managed to reply. But before I could breathe a sigh of relief, John gave me a sadistic smile and continued talking. So I smell good. I didn't say US smell is good or bad. I even thought I like it, and... Before I could embarrass myself, John put his hand on my shoulder and leaned towards my face. He was so close to me, staring at me with those sapphire blue eyes. Don't worry, Ruby. He exuded confidence with his gentle voice. My body relaxed immediately. The knot of anxiety in the pit of my stomach unraveled. It felt like the solution to all my problems was in the depths of his eyes. Sniff, sniff. I like your smell too. Huh, I shouted in surprise. John smelled me. Why did he do that? Is John a pervert? What? Did he really like it? But now that we know what each other thinks about the other scents, let's test this little toy. Although John fried my brain, it rebooted instantly when he showed the piece. I had certainly seen larger ones, but I wasn't sure if I could hold it with just one hand. Just thinking about the girth gives me shivers. It was a heavy one-handed pistol, compact in design for a hand cannon, and even a bit futuristic with a predominantly black and metallic gray finish. It has an ergonomic grip for easy handling and a high-tech look with a digital screen. buttons for what I think are various modes reflecting its advanced technology. This is the lawgiver MKII. She's beautiful, Jaune. Despite not being a mecha shift, she seems powerful and advanced. But she also looks like a simple hand cannon. What's so special about her? Jaune gives his well-known, idiotically happy smile before explaining to me. The main feature that made me create her is the ability to switch ammunition by voice command. What do you mean? I exclaimed, confused. Still smiling, Jaune manifested with his semblance a magazine that would be too thick for this type of weapon using his semblance, and inserted it into the gun. Special ammo. In response, the weapon came to life, turning on its display and some lights on its side. Acid flask. As soon as Jaune gave his command, a strange creaking sound could be heard from inside the gun's handle. The white shirt-clad knight pointed his gun at the target using both hands in a proper stance, even if it was slightly crooked due to his lack of training. Banged. The shot traced a green line across the distance in fractions of a second until it hit one of the targets directly. It seemed that the bullet had caused little damage, even less than a simple ammunition of the same caliber would. Did something have to happen? Look again, Jaune said, pointing to the mannequin. As I stared at the mannequin hit by the bullet, a feeling of surprise and horror enveloped me. My eyes fixed on the inanimate figure in front of me, a silent witness to the damage that began to manifest on the target. When I wasn't looking, a hole bigger than the bullet's size appeared. A green circle ate into the plastic, making the hole in its torso bigger. In a matter of seconds, the cavity was larger than a basketball, and the weight loss made the mannequin unbalance and fall to the ground. In a few seconds, the acid stopped acting, but it had consumed almost the entire front part of the target. It would have been a perfect experiment if Jaune had hit his target, and not one from a fourth-year student 3 rows away. "You son of a bitch," shouted a purple-haired veteran. Embarrassed, Jaune went to apologize and replace the target for the veteran. After he returned, I couldn't help but ask a few questions. How does this acid not affect your ammunition case and weapon? What kind of dust did you combine to create these bullets? And most importantly, do you have more, and can you please give me some? Calm down, RWBY, Jaune said, trying to quiet me. I don't know 100% how this acid works. I used my semblance, not dust, to make this magazine, and I can't give it to you because it's the temporary version of my semblance. Darn it, I complained aloud. Jaune had already told me that he needed to use dust for permanent creations, so using aura to make ammunition was viable for him. I think it makes sense, after all, he spends the ammunition in battle shortly after creating it. And with this weapon, he could create a magazine with various types of special bullets. Exactly, added Jaune, extending his arm and placing his hand on my head. I hadn't noticed that I spoke out loud in the last part. But I didn't complain and accepted the head pat, even though it made my heart race and my hands start sweating. Jaune started saying something while pointing with his other hand to the targets, but his mouth moved without making a sound for me. I couldn't concentrate because I was relaxed and focused on his big and affectionate hand on my head. And that's why I need you. Need me? The last sentence was too important for me to ignore, no matter what the rest said. Hee, I laughed with a forced smile and raised my hand to get his attention. What do you need exactly? Jaune stared at me, raising an eyebrow with a skeptical look. For a moment, I thought he was going to get mad at me and kick me out of the range. But instead of anger, it was concern that appeared on his face. I know I ignored you in these first 2 weeks at Beacon, and when I came to talk to you, it was to ask for favors. I apologize for my selfishness. Why is he apologizing? I admit that I was expecting to do something with him, like playing video games or reading some comics. But from day one, Jaune used every waking hour training or studying, and finally on Sunday, the day he had spare time, he watched movies with his team. It's okay, Jaune. You're focused on reaching the academy level. Although I didn't have the courage to admit it out loud, I find his effort amazing. In fact, I should have been doing the same thing as you from the beginning, but I still depend on Weiss to help me with my studies. John smiled warmly and pointed his fist at me with his thumb up. True friendship shines when you're not ashamed to ask for help, because real friends will always be there to support you. I had a shy smile on my face and started laughing like an idiot at how John was acting like a Mistralian comic book protagonist. So you don't need to apologize to me, right? Taken by surprise, John widened his eyes, shocked by what I said, but he let out such a pleasant laugh that made me laugh even more at the situation. Let's do this. You help me train with this weapon, and I'll give you something in return. I stared at him with a serious face and started to complain. I'll help you because we're friends, not because I want a payment. I punched his shoulder, expressing my frustration. Okay, and how about if I give you as a gift? Gift, I repeated, confused but excited about the prospect of a gift. Yes, he replied, nodding his head positively. Could you show Crescent Rose again? He didn't need to say it twice. I love talking about weapons, but talking about my baby Crescent Rose is even better. I put it in rifle mode on top of the counter, but John frowned. How much does the blade weigh? 4 kilograms. Right, as soon as he finished speaking, John began to stare at nothing in front of him. Not that I don't like talking about weapons, but why did he want to know about my weapon's blade? John grumbled, cheaper than I thought. As he finished speaking, the golden mist of his semblance began to manifest on the counter where his hand was. Was he going to make more ammunition? Maybe another weapon. But what was created was something simpler and boring. A rectangle, smaller and thinner than a shoebox, made of something that looked like green metal. This here is for you, a Knockwell ingot, he said, all happily and excited. Wow, so cool, what's Knockwell? Let me explain. John picked up the ingot and pointed it at me. Although it may look like a pale green crystal to the untrained eye, this metal can be worked like iron, despite its appearance. Knockwell is lightweight, being half the weight of iron but equally strong. That's so light. If you can make alloys with it in the same way as iron, it would be incredible. Once again, John gave his idiotically happy smile. My theory holds true. You can make alloys just like you can with iron. And the most important thing about this metal is that it can cause more damage to Grims than usual. It's just a theory, but I think this material can bypass the resistance of the Grimm's bodies, maybe even those with bone armor. I widened my eyes, looking at the material in his hands, unable to believe the power John had given me as a simple gift. Without thinking, I jumped on the blonde's neck, hugging him. Do you know what this means? That Yang will break my legs, he asked, laughing while putting me down. Too excited and embarrassed about what I had just done, I decided to ignore his comment. Maybe I can make the best weapon in the world. Maybe, I'm sure you can, RWBY. How can he say this with such unwavering confidence in his words? How can you trust me so much? Because you're Ruby Rose. You're the prodigy who skipped 2 years to enter Beacon and even became a team leader. But you're also a leader, and did that without any formal training. I only got in because I have a strong semblance and the right connections. If Osbin suspects I'm not training seriously, he'll kick my ass out of school. I looked down to avoid John's eyes. How could he be so sure about me? We've known each other for such a short time, and he has so much confidence in what I can do. John, I'm not sure. Maybe it's better if you take this ingot back. Why? This metal is too precious. What if I mess up and ruin everything? It would be a waste to leave it with me. A hand held my chin and lifted my head. Again, he's looking at me so closely. I had never realized that he was so handsome. His face was the perfect combination of masculinity and softness, creating a face that seemed to have been carefully sculpted. Oh my gods, what's happening to me? Am I into John? What do I do now? Did he realize that I'm interested in him? Pay attention, Ruby Rose. The intense and heavy voice dissipated the nervousness in my body. Now, focused, I hung on to every word he said. Don't believe in yourself. Believe in me. Believe in the John who believes in you. What does that mean? I asked, confused. I'm not sure. Really, John? I responded with a serious face. Despite the confusing sentence and my slight initial irritation, it managed to fill me with confidence. Thank you, John, I replied, hugging his torso. Any time, RWBY. He's so warm and he smells so good. Now enough talking, let's shoot some rounds. Okay. And maybe I can finally win my first fight in Goodwitch's class. What? Why Schnee? I spent the last 3 days preparing for today, and yet. Phew, I sighed, trying to calm myself. Despite this, I was still a bit nervous because this was my chance to be taken seriously and solidify my position as the true heir to the SDC, not just Winter's replacement. Ping. It's good to see you again, Mai. Let's get straight to the point. I'm a busy man, and I'm sure you have more to do with your time playing as a huntress, said the older man on the other end of the call, dressed in a white suit. Despite his taunt, I decided to swallow my pride, took my scroll, and sent the files for this meeting. I was currently at the CCT for a video call with my father about the alternative energy projects that John had created. I sent the energy models with annotations explaining each of them through express delivery last Saturday. However, even though my father had received them 4 days ago, I hadn't received any feedback on the inventions. That's why I prepared for this. I have all the research ready for the theoretical scenario where John's inventions become widespread. Infrastructure costs, estimated time to break-even, SDC stock value projection, and much more. 616 megabytes of text files, my father exclaimed in an irritated tone. His annoyed voice shattered my train of thought for a few seconds. My father displayed his classic sternness and ruthlessness, even though he asked me to provide the information. I'll be brief with you, Weiss. I won't read through all this nonsense you sent me, he commented, waving his hand as if I were a stray dog. I asked a team of researchers to analyze your supposed extraordinary inventions, and you know what they told me. Still unable to overcome the shock, I nodded for him to continue. That while these are promising ideas, it would take decades of research for such technologies to become viable, more than half a century for any of them to replace dust. No, that can't be true. John's technologies don't depend on a continuous supply of dust to function. Furthermore, the adoption of these energy matrices would not force us to resort to mining methods that jeopardize workers' safety. In the worst-case scenario, they could contribute to reducing dust consumption. I got IT, I shouted in my mind. I hope that this waste of time you call a meeting wasn't just an attempt to support your teenage infatuation with someone you think is brilliant, he added, his mocking tone intensifying. Honestly, Weiss, I raised you to be better than this. While his insults were belittling me, I couldn't help but wear a serene smile that blossomed on my face as my father continued to speak. He dismissed the energy sources as quickly as possible and turned this call into a lecture where he kept repeating that I should leave Beacon behind and return to Atlas. In other words, John's inventions must have a significant long-term return, but in the short term, it will negatively affect SDC's dust consumption. He doesn't have arguments to prove the impracticability of the project, so he's focusing on undermining my and John's credibility. My father taught me everything he knows about business, but it wasn't from him that I learned to be chaotic and disruptive. I owe that lesson to a boy with blonde hair, a kind heart, and perhaps a bit of attention deficit. I understand, my dear father. My response interrupted his lecture, and he was surprised that I didn't even attempt to change his mind. Agreeing with the person you're debating is the best strategy to calm them down. And you're absolutely right. Allocating SDC resources to fund the research of these technologies is unwise, and to spend money on all three is simply foolish. HMPH, he huffed, adjusting his white jacket but nodding his head in agreement with me. I'm glad you've understood my point. Now, can we discuss your return to Atlas and distance you from this young inventor? He didn't even bother to hide the disdain in his voice when he used the term young inventor. I need to make him believe that Jaune is someone worth investing in. The best way to do that is to make him fear losing quick profit. Even if he doesn't invest in Jaune's research, he needs to think that he's missing out on something. With your permission, I commented, interrupting him and capturing his attention. I don't think I would be a good heiress if I didn't inform you about the potential contract with the Atlas army that this young inventor could obtain. A contract with the kingdom's army? He asked, now curious and with widened eyes. Smiling serenely in a perfect pose I learned from my private etiquette teachers, I continued to execute my plan. This inventor has attracted the attention of the highest echelons of the Atlas army. My father stared at me with wide, unblinking eyes. He has created various special ammunition with various effects that can be applied in the fight against Grims, humans, and even individuals with awakened aura. I see, he said, relaxing his shoulders and leaning back in his chair. I understand the value of a young person getting a contract with Atlas, but this is still not interesting for the SDC. What if I told you that none of his special ammunition effects require dust? Instantly, he tensed his shoulders in his chair and stared at me with raised eyebrows. How? Unfortunately, he didn't go into detail with me, I mentioned, pretending to be disappointed. The little dust he uses is only for propelling his special projectiles. As soon as I mentioned the use of dust, I noticed my father's calm returning to his face. But calm is the last thing I want from him in this conversation. But he mentioned a substitute for it. I think he called it gunpowder, I said to him, pretending to be ignorant. According to Jaune, dust is more versatile and powerful than gunpowder. But for low-caliber weapons, this substance can be used, causing dust to lose a significant share of the ammunition market. I wonder what stage of research his special substances are at, my father said in a serious and dry tone. His posture had changed. With a furrowed brow, he stared at me with the intensity of the sun and the coldness of an Atlas winter. He was no longer just a father doing a favor by listening or belittling his daughter. Now he was Jacques Schnee, CEO of the Schnee Dust Company, the most merciless and ruthless businessman in all the kingdoms. He values profit above all else, often placing the company's interests above anything. The man who sold my grandfather Nicholas Schnee's company Soul, exploiting workers, ignoring social and environmental issues. I had seen my father behave like this before, but never towards me. Swallowing hard and taking a deep breath, I managed to maintain an appearance of nonchalance, but I wasn't sure if he had noticed my excitement. Today he went to test at a shooting range, I replied, smiling discreetly. Is he already testing prototypes? He asked as sweat began to form on his forehead. Yes, and in a few days, he'll be testing in a sanctioned fight at Beacon. My father frowned at the news I gave him, but I smiled even more because I had more to reveal. He put his hand on his mustache and began combing it with his fingers, a nervous tic he had when he was concerned about something, which was good for me. In addition to being an open test for the Academy's students, he already has Professor Osbin's permission to record and broadcast the match. Is that so? Although his tone was dry and disinterested, I knew he was a bundle of nerves inside. Testing a prototype in a controlled environment showed that his research was going well, but a field test and public scrutiny were typically reserved for the final stages of projects. I waited a few seconds to give my father a chance to respond, but he continued combing his mustache. It was time to set a bait. But I must say he'll be very disappointed with the SDC's lack of interest in dust alternatives as an energy matrix. I commented aloud, feigning disappointment. My father looked at me, raising an eyebrow. Despite being surprised, he undoubtedly knew where I was going with this conversation. Since the SDC isn't interested, I'll use my influence to take the research to other companies. Other companies? He asked as he rose from his chair. May I know why you're doing this? I gave my word that I would help find investors. I can't give up just because my daddy isn't interested, I replied to him with a sly smile. You yourself taught me the importance of image in the business world, dear father. He sat down and coughed, attempting to calm himself. Once back in his initial position, he stared at me and continued to speak. I'm just surprised that my own daughter, my heiress, is betraying me like this. He was biting. I thought in my mind, unable to contain the slightly cruel and mocking expression on my face. Betrayal? Why? Do these projects happen to have any value to you, my dear father? He widened his eyes instantly, but turned his head to hide the embarrassment he was feeling. I appreciate your time, my dear father, but I have to go. I'm very busy playing Huntress. Weiss, don't. As soon as I hung up, I took a deep breath and stared at my hand, which was trembling involuntarily. I may have managed the end of the conversation, but it was still the most stressful conversation of my life. I left the CCT so that he wouldn't have a chance to call me again, at least not today. I need him to stew in anxiety. My father cares about profit, but he's still a stubborn and proud old man. Since he refused to see the potential of Arc's inventions, I'll make him fear them and return with double what I expected to gain. This fear tactic, my father used it a lot to destroy smaller companies and achieve the dust monopoly in Atlas, leaves a bad taste in my mouth for resorting to something so low. But, do you Weiss-Schnee want to change this? The way the SDC treats its low-ranking employees, the discrimination and exploitation of the faunus. Do you accept the mission of changing the company using your position as the heiress and future CEO? But now I feel stronger than ever. I have a concrete goal and the tools and allies to achieve it. I will never admit it out loud, but I owe that to a kind-hearted, idiotic blonde boy. Gurizada. As always, I would like to start by thanking everyone who encourages me to continue this story with expressions of gratitude. Unfortunately, I'm pressed for time with my job and assisting my younger brother who had an accident. My parents are older and can't carry him when he needs help. But I won't stop writing. I'll just begin posting the chapters on a bi-weekly schedule. Some of you may have noticed that this chapter is a bit longer than usual. I'll be making them slightly longer to compensate for the new posting frequency. I'm on Twitter at Avip Br, where you can find AI artwork from my stories. To the comments. Daniel Ron, I love the chapter, especially Blake's alter ego Nightshade smuggling John's content to his now increasing fanbase. She probably got interested in him after seeing all the most popular Beacon girls falling for him. And with his approach about faunus, she is probably thinking about joining John's harem train. BTW love that the heat is something here. Can't wait to see Blake get affected by it. I have read a lot of Kinkshade fics with this theme and can't wait to see it come true here. Response equals just wait, my friend. Blake is going to have an interesting interaction with John before he embarks on his road trip to Menagerie. Ebonk Knight 21. Love what you are doing and got a friend of mine look into it. Don't know what you are going to do, but me and my friend Quentin, came up with ways for to interact or fall for your John. First, RWBY could have the close friendship with John as he give her new items to test which she would love. But she get awkward around him as she seems get clumsy into perverted anime positions with her always being in dominate position with expose herself or groping him. It can get to the point Yang thinks she needs to give her sister the talk not to be so aggressive. Yang is going through denial as John becomes closer to her perfect guy fun, willing to flirt and challenge her, actually helps her with puns, and once he gets super soldier upgrade, I can see her saying, oh no, he's hot. Weiss have her get frustrated that the one boy she finds acceptable in her opinion only sees her as business partner, and when her sister arrives and flirts with John, have her get jealous. Weiss getting possessive over John because he is her raise to her goals would be funny. Blake was Q idea. Since John knows a lot about her problems, John can get her affection by sincerely trying to help her. Being supportive of faunus and finds the idea of racism stupid. Have John hire faunus for help in production of his items and delivery, and have him give a heart-to-heart about no one is beyond redemption if they seek to do better, and to forgive herself. Even give her a scented oils and soothing ambient noise machine to help with insomnia. P.S. If you want Team RWBY to love Jaune, more have him create an espresso and hot cocoa maker for their room. Response equals you gave me some ideas to consider. Funny you mention RWBY and Weiss. After all, this was their chapter. I hope you enjoyed. Jelius G. Gloop. I wonder, how much MP would it take to recreate the treasure tool Midnight Lost Child Aka Ryuji Meigo from Shakugan no Shana? The treasure tool stored inside a person's soul replenishes the keeper's power of existence, spirit, mana. To full at midnight, I was wondering if something like that could ever be crafted. I guess senzu beans could work too, I guess, haha. P.S. How much would a chakra fruit cost? Response equals unfortunately, I've never seen anything from Shakugan no Shana, but based on your description, it could indeed be created. As for a chakra fruit, it would probably cost more than Luffy's Akuma no Mi. Ender 1227. I thought he didn't have the original Jaune's memories. Response equals his other life, not Jaune's. 15. The main man. Avip, if you enjoy my work, please leave a comment or a review. Dialogue. Scroll. Cardin Winchester. No one knows how hard it is to be the main man. The strongest, most handsome, dominating, brilliant, charismatic, and powerful guy in all Beacon. You know what? I'm even conscientious enough to not think that I'm the best in the world. After all, I still need to go to the other kingdoms to show how awesome I am before being declared the top dog of all Remnant. Most of the mob fear my greatness and shy away from me when I approach, and the idiots who think they're better than me get jealous and scowl when I'm around. Even great men would crumble in my solitary and unique position, but I'm not a great man. I am Cardin Winchester, the greatest of all men. The only thing greater than my grandeur is my humility and charity in gracing everyone with my presence. Not that the idiot teachers or classmates could show at least an ounce of gratitude for the blessing that is being in my presence. A bunch of ungrateful assholes, all of them. I know I shouldn't feel anger towards the idiots. After all, my greatness is both a blessing and a curse. But there's one student who deserves all my hatred and disdain. Jaune Arc. How on earth did this idiot survive 4 weeks at Beacon being beaten in all his fights? I think even RWBY, that pedibate, could defeat him, even unarmed. Weak, ugly, submissive, idiotic, repulsive, and insignificant. I have no idea how a loser like him got into the top hunter school in the 4 kingdoms, but I would love to do everyone a favor by sending him home crying, preferably on a stretcher. Jaune Arc and Cardin Winchester in their positions, announced Goodwitch in the center of the ring. And today, I might have that opportunity. In my position, I appear wearing my silver-gray armor with golden accents, wielding the executioner, my heavy mace, in my hand. On the other side, Jaune was wearing his usual beggar's clothes, wielding his clown's shield in his left hand. Although it's fun to beat up on Arc, the fights with him were quite drawn out. The coward hides behind that insufferable shield, and with his abnormally large aura, he lasts a long time. But today, he seemed different, confident, with a smirk on his idiotic face that screamed for me to crush him with my heavy mace. For today's fight, we have special conditions requested by Jaune Arc. The entire room began to whisper in surprise at the decision. Unlike the rest of those losers, I was already aware of the special conditions. In the morning, I received an official communication from Beacon on my scroll that Jaune Arc had challenged me to a duel in front of all the first-year students during Goodwitch's class. Dueling is not rare. Beacon encourages students to use these duels as an opportunity to grow as hunters, even if the students use duels to settle ego disputes. The fight will have no time limit, no ring-out disqualifications. Only when someone's aura reaches the red zone, knockout, or surrender will I stop the fight. I couldn't help but laugh cruelly. It seemed as if Jaune were asking to be beaten, like a son of a bitch on Father's Day. In addition to the duel conditions, student Jaune Arc has requested student Cardin Winchester's permission for this fight to be recorded. The Jaune boy, I thought, smiling at the blonde idiot. You're going to make me very happy today. He can record whatever he wants, as long as the video is made available for everyone to see on the official Beacon forum. Jaune agreed to my condition for recording the fight. After all, why limit the humiliation of the dork knight? Let's let the entire school admire his incompetence. Prepare, the teacher announced, placing her hand between us. I smiled cruelly when an idea popped into my head. Why not make Johnny Boy's humiliation even more embarrassing? Fight. Immediately, Jaune raised his shield, hiding behind it like a coward, and drew his new pistol. In response, I spread my arms wide. The entire room began to whisper quietly, confused by my actions. Jaune, being the idiot that he was, did nothing. "Mr. Winchester," shouted the old hag, "the fight has already begun." Ha, kindness of the teacher to call this execution a fight. I just want to help my friend, teacher. Jaune looked at me with a raised eyebrow, not understanding. The first hit is on the house, Arc, because I don't want you to cry about not having a chance when I'm wiping your face on the ground. The confusion disappeared from Arc's face instantly, replaced by a strangely friendly smile. Thanks, Cardin. You won't be thanking me after I humiliate you, you blonde idiot. Ammunition 4, Jaune said, and his pistol whirred and lights lit up. What the hell? Before I could finish the sentence, Jaune fired his weapon into my chest. The shot caused less than 1% of aura damage, but a strange gray mist covered my body upon impact. What the hell is the Sarg? Suddenly, I felt an intense, burning sensation on my face and in my eyes. It felt like millions of needles were piercing my skin. My vision instantly blurred, and tears began to flow involuntarily from my eyes. My throat burned, and it felt hard to breathe. It was as if something hot and spicy was taking over me. Instinctively, I tried to rub my eyes with my left hand to alleviate the sensation, but it only made things worse. The pain spread to my hands, and I felt even more disoriented. Was this smoke? What did Jaune hit me with? All I wanted was to get out of that area and find a place where I could wash my face and relieve the unbearable burning. Ammunition 5, Jaune spoke again, followed by the sounds of his weapon. Bast, I tried to shout, but all I could manage was to feel pain in my throat and breathe more smoke. A bullet hit my left foot, just as weak as the previous one. Did he shoot more gas? Was that the coward's plan, to blind me and cause pain just to make me surrender? Cardin Winchester doesn't surrender, especially not to a piece of crap like Jaune Arc. My vision cleared enough to see a white figure with a yellow head. The gas cloud had also dissipated. I'm going to kill you. My throat was sore, it felt like it was on fire. I made sure to shout as I raised my mace with both hands. I took the first step toward Arc, but when I took the second, I fell flat on the ground. What happened? I realized my left foot was stuck in some goo on the ground. Arc, I yelled on the ground, pulling my foot, trying to free it. The goo wasn't strong enough to hold me, but it was sticky and clung to the floor, making it hard for me to move. As soon as I got to my feet on the ground, I felt another shot hit my body, this time in my right foot. When I moved my foot, I noticed Jaune had shot goo on it as well. Coward, I shouted with a sore throat and almost blind. Have you no honor? Ammunition 1, it was his response. I was so irritated by Jaune's lack of interest, I used my strength to get away from the ooze. Groaning, I managed to free my feet and began to walk slowly toward my opponent. The sticky stuff didn't make me fall to the ground, but it made it hard for me to move around. You coward, face me like a man. He interrupted my sentence with a shot to my chest. Then he fired 2 more shots in the same area. Fury and hatred began to boil within me. He was cheating with these special dust rounds, but instead of using something like fire or explosions like a normal person, he stuck to this crap of restriction, treating me as if I were a weak little fag. Jaune shot me again in the chest. I didn't even feel the shots properly. Consumed by rage, I wielded the executioner with both hands, channeling my aura into it, activating the red dust crystal within my weapon. As soon as the dust connected to my aura, I activated my semblance outburst. Fuck? I roared as my body was enveloped in a layer of fiery energy, which then expanded into a fiery explosion, carrying a cloud of dust and debris. Despite the blurred vision, I could see the fire expanding rapidly in a glorious explosion. My semblance outburst causes an omnidirectional aura explosion from the user, and if I use dust, I can add an elemental effect to the explosion. The problem was that I had spent too much aura to cover the entire combat arena. At least I got that. My throat didn't burn as before, but it still hurt. Got that, son of a bitch. In the midst of the dissipating smoke was a circle pointed in my direction, red and white stripes, with a white star and a blue circle. That cunt crouched and hid behind his shield. What a neat trick, the coward said, getting up. But you don't strike me as someone who prepares more than one dust crystal of this quality, do you? Damn it, he was right, mainly because I don't need to use this combo more than once to win a fight. So what? The fire got rid of all your goo and my vision is returning to normal. I cruelly smile in the direction of my victim, slowly walking towards him. And it seems you're out of tricks. The coward cut me off with another shot to the chest. So, I returned the favor by cutting him off with a precise blow in his direction. Klang. I hate this shield. I continued to hammer the clown's shield, trying to make Jaune give in, but he took all my attacks without even trembling his arms. If this keeps up, I'll get tired before this idiot does. I aimed my blows higher, and Jaune covered his face to protect himself. Idiot, with his guard so high, his legs were unprotected. I kicked his left knee with all my strength, and Jaune fell to the ground on his side. Taking advantage of the moment, I stepped on the arm with the shield, leaving the coward defenseless on the ground. No tricks, no shield, and cornered on the floor. I laughed loudly at my prey. What are you going to do now? Nothing, Jaune said with his usual carefree smile. Nothing, why? The fight's already over. End of the fight, the teacher's voice echoed through the arena. I didn't even hit him. How could I have won? Winner Jaune Arc. What? I yelled, stomping heavily towards the teacher. How did I lose if he didn't even hit me properly? Irritated, the teacher stared at me with disdain. Your aura reached red, Mr. Winchester. On the scoreboard, my aura indicator was almost at the end in red, while Jaune's wasn't even yellow. How? I shouted, pointing my finger in that blonde cow's face. With a sadistic smile, she replied, pointing her finger at my armor. See for yourself. My eyes widened as I stared at the chest plate of my armor. What the hell is this? A large hole had opened in my chest, and at the edges of the hole, the metal was fragile and malleable. With my finger, I managed to tear off a piece of the edge. It was as if something had eaten away at my armor from the inside. It's ammunition 1, Cardin, Jaune answered without me having voiced my question aloud. A pretty strong acid, but it takes time to work. My first shot was meant for you not to see or smell the acid in action, while the glue bullets were just meant to distract you and keep a safe distance. I squeezed the weapon's handle so hard that my aura manifested in my fist. If that damn Goodwitch wasn't here, I would pulverize this cowardly son of a bitch. He cheated, I shouted. This wasn't a fair fight. It wasn't, he replied, crossing his arms. But I still won and you lost, Cardiac. Ha, Cardiac, someone in the audience taunted. He was having trouble breathing for sure, commented another unfamiliar voice. It was disgusting. It looked like he was going to throw up, said a distant voice. The murmurs started to increase, with conversations and laughter sprouting from various points where the student spectators were, and some began to point in my direction. Were they laughing and making fun of me, daring to mock Cardin Winchester, the main man? Silence, the teacher exclaimed. Professor Goodwitch, she will surely annul this fight. After all, this cowardly thief cheated from start to finish. Mr. Winchester, do you know why you lost this fight? Of course I do, because Arc fought like a cheater. My voice echoed through the room, making some students whisper. He stayed far away and used these cowardly tactics. My answer made the teacher frown disapprovingly. You accepted this fight because you wanted to. You also accepted all the changes John requested without considering why he asked for them. And to make matters worse, when your aura was in the yellow, you burned more than 30% of your aura in a blind attack. My fault. You're not a beginner. You have control over the intensity of your semblance. If you had used the minimum amount of aura, you would have freed yourself from the viscous substance and had a chance to notice the acid eating your aura and armor. I fell silent, overwhelmed by the teacher's reprimand. I began to break out in a cold sweat, and my hands trembled as desperation took hold of me. Did I lose to that idiot? Am I weaker than Jaune Arc? No, no, no. Jaune, Nikos shouted from the audience. Consumed by rage, I charged at Arc, raising my mace for a fierce blow. Ammunition 7, Arc said, firing at me. Once again, I didn't even feel the impact on my body. The damn bullet didn't even slow down my charge. You'll have to do better than that. Close to the blonde idiot, I swung my weapon with all my might towards his head, but my movement was paralyzed in the middle of the attack. Rurg, I groaned, trying to move my arms and legs, but my body was also paralyzed. Had that good bitch used her semblance to hold me? Did the leader turn Cardin into cotton candy? The retard girl from his team asked. With effort, I managed to look down, and to my surprise, I wasn't covered in Goodbitch's aura but foam. Mr. Winchester, attacking a fellow student after the fight has been declared over is not only a deplorable attitude, but also a crime. The entire room began to murmur in surprise. If your fellow student wishes, he can file a formal complaint against you. Shit, in addition to that bastard winning a fight by cheating, he can send me to jail. What would you like to do, Mr. Arc? Despite the teacher's admonishment, John seemed to be staring into space. John, the teacher exclaimed. Despite Professor Goodwitch raising her voice, John seemed lost in his thoughts. What could that idiot be thinking at a time like this? Original point of view. Ammunition 1 equals acid flask. 0.5 MP per bullet. The acid causes little damage at first despite its long duration, but it's worth using because it's cheap and accumulates the effect with more shots. Ammunition 4 equals blind pepper. 1 MP per bullet. In the short term, it incapacitates multiple targets in the pepper gas cloud, limits the vision of the targets, and makes it difficult for them to breathe. The effect lasts for a short time, but it's worth using because it's area effect and ignores aura defenses, making it one of the best ammunition. Ammunition 5 equals Tanglefoot bag. 0.5 MP per bullet. It didn't hold the target against the ground for long, but it at least limited their movements. If it weren't so cheap, it would be a useless special ammunition. Ammunition 7 equals Foam air. 5 MP per bullet. Despite being costly, it immobilized the target within seconds, but the same target seemed capable of breaking the hardened foam if they applied more force. It's not worth using it against targets with aura or more powerful grims. Mr. Arc, Glinda shouted in front of me. The shout startled me, and I dropped my weapon to the ground. But before it hit the floor, a purple aura surrounded the lawgiver MKII, holding it in midair. Lost in thought, were you? The green-eyed teacher asked with a smile. In response, the whole room burst into laughter at my slip. Sorry, teacher. I was mentally taking notes about the performance of the ammunition used in the fight. Glinda murmured approvingly. Although this is a praiseworthy attitude, given that Miss Schnee filmed this fight, it is possible to make notes at a later time. Yes, ma'am, I replied loudly and clearly. Glinda opened a serene smile at my response. She had been on my case a lot about using her first name, so it was difficult for her to hide her approval when I addressed her correctly. "What would you like to do with Mr. Winchester?" the teacher said in a serious tone. "Huh," I asked, not sure what was happening. "Mr. Winchester committed a serious crime when he attacked you. It's up to you whether you want to press charges or not." "A serious crime?" I repeated, not quite understanding what was going on. "Attempted murder." I whistled in surprise. That sounded like an exaggeration, but perhaps the laws were stricter when it came to people with awakened auras abusing their powers. Opposite me, Carden was freeing himself from the foam, exerting more force with his limbs. Despite his frustration, the redhead also looked scared. I could ruin his career as a hunter. Currently, I want to test the limits of the foam, but I'd deal with Carden first. I want two things from Carden. If he does them, I won't press charges. Glinda raised an eyebrow, curious, but gestured for me to proceed. I would like a meeting with Carden at a location, time, and date of my choosing. Frustrated, Carden only nodded. And second, I quickly took out my scroll and typed a text. I want Carden to say this out loud, and I'd like to record it. Once I showed the text to them both, Carden turned red with anger, and Glinda covered her mouth to hide a mocking smile. "Fuck off." "Mr. Winchester," the teacher's voice resounded throughout the arena, asserting her authority. "Mr. Arc has made you a proposition. You are not obliged to accept it, but his demands seem less onerous than a formal accusation." I turned to the students, looking for a silvery-haired heiress. "Are you filming, Weiss?" The heiress had recorded the fight. In addition to the Schnee Dust Company, Weiss was planning to approach the Atlas Army with the help of Winter. The ammunition I used today, along with some more, would be sent to scientists working for the White Army. I paused recording at the end of the fight. To be honest, I do not feel comfortable participating in the humiliation of a Beacon colleague, even if that colleague is Winchester. Carden puffed up his chest and made finger guns, winking at Weiss. It was incredible how this guy had such an inflated ego even though he was covered in foam, glue, and his armor was eaten away by acid. "Let me do it," Yang exclaimed, pointing her scroll at Carden. Carden stared furiously at the camera, but he swallowed his pride and started reading the text I had written. "I just want everyone to know," he paused and stared at me, frothing with anger, but I simply waved my hand for him to continue, "that I'm an idiot." The whole room started to laugh quietly. They didn't intend to interrupt the speech. After all, Carden hadn't stopped speaking. "I'm a racist, arrogant jerk, a spoiled brat who gets off on making other people's lives hell." And I added to ensure he wouldn't stop. "I promise not to harass any other Beacon students, be they faunus or human. If I break my promise, Jaune Arc has every right to use that disgusting paint on me. If someone needs to clean up the mess afterward, it will be Team CRDL's responsibility." The rest of Team CRDL, who had been laughing in the stands, abruptly stopped in the face of the consequences that had spilled onto them. Some students clapped, but most laughed at the Academy's #1 bully. Carden wasn't known for keeping his promises, but making this video public would make him more inclined to keep his word. I don't approve of students delegating cleaning responsibilities for future actions, but I will allow it since Mr. Arc has shown compassion and maturity by not filing a complaint against a fellow huntsman. Some students whispered, questioning whether punishing someone with a paint bath was mature. "With this matter settled, I would like to return to my class," Glinda commented as she approached the seated students. Leaving us further away, Glinda pointed to Carden and exclaimed loudly, "Mr. Winchester has made every possible mistake. In addition to what I mentioned about accepting a fight on the opponent's terms, he also fought recklessly against unconventional tactics head-on and underestimated Mr. Arc from start to finish, even when he proved to be a threat." Carden deflated instantly. It was the first time I'd seen the ginger with his head so low. A loss in front of the class, a failed attack, and a video admitting his errors must have finally shattered his ego. Despite the lecturing tone, some students were still chuckling quietly during the teacher's speech. "Now, Mr. Arc," I raised my head to face Professor Goodwitch. Today, you demonstrated that creativity, versatility, and intelligence are indispensable tools in a huntsman life. She was an excellent educator. Even when praising me, the teacher didn't miss the opportunity to impart a crucial lesson to the young learners. No matter how strong and skilled you are in combat, no matter how powerful your semblances are, I guarantee you that Grimm are a threat that must be taken seriously. Her dry and serious tone drew the attention of the few students who were distracted. The students' mood took a sudden dip. They all squirmed in their seats, waiting for the teacher to continue. Some of you might be thinking, I'm a great fighter who wouldn't lose to any Grimm in battle. The mocking tone caught several students off guard, but they remained silent, focused on the lesson. Congratulations, but what if you have to face a horde of 100 Grimms? Some students whispered confidently, as if they were interested in such a challenge. Is it possible to handle 100 Grimms with the help of your team? Glinda asked rhetorically. And how about a horde of 1,000 Grimms while you have to protect a village? The students' murmurs started to subside. And what about 5,000 Grimms while you have to protect a village and 2 unconscious teammates, bleeding to death without aura? The room fell into a funereal silence. Most of the students were young. None of them even reached 20 years old. The only ones who truly understood the weight of Professor Goodwich's questions were Ren and Nora, because they had survived something similar with a powerful Grimm. 1 bullet to blind, 4 acids, and 2 glues, she said, pointing in my direction. The student who had lost all of his official matches until today defeated one of the strongest combatants in this class with just 7 shots. Despite improvement in training, Mr. Arc still has one of the weakest physical conditions in this room, and yet achieved victory with over 90% of his aura. The concluding statement astonished me. I knew my aura was in the green, but not over 90%. Some students whispered while looking at me as an idea, a possibility, took root in my mind. I was getting stronger. Glinda was right. My conditioning was weak, but I was strong enough not to lose outright. I'm going to start winning some fights, and that would give me a significant boost of confidence. Today, I finally felt proud of myself. I knew I had much more to learn, but I was on the right path. I was ready to face any challenge that came my way. I dare say that Jaune Arc has the best mental and emotional conditioning among you all. That feeling of pride and accomplishment was something I would never forget. What an incredible sensation it was to know that you could surpass your limits. And that's why he will never use special ammunition in combat in my classes again. What? PP Professor, I stammered in shock at the teacher's decision. May I know the reason? With a smile, the teacher replied, It became evident today that you don't need training when it comes to unconventional combat methods. Her tone was lighter and somewhat mocking. I took a deep breath as the students began to giggle at my predicament. But when it comes to direct combat, physical aptitude, and the use of aura, you still have a long way to go. As she finished speaking, the students started to laugh loudly. How do I win and still lose? Although it wasn't meant maliciously, I still didn't feel comfortable being the target of the entire class's laughter and ridicule. My team was laughing at me, waving in my direction, and even Ren was smiling. This must be the first time I'd seen the guy's teeth. Just when I was feeling so good, I got hit with a cold shower. What more could happen today? Professor Osbin wants to speak with you, the teacher whispered for my ears only. It better be free money. Gurizada. As always, I would like to start by thanking everyone who encourages me to continue this story with expressions of gratitude. My original idea for this fight was to freeze Cardin in ice, but I ended up changing it. I had even created an image for it using AI. I'm on Twitter at Avip Br, where you can find AI artwork from my stories. To the comments, Daniel Ron, honestly I really loved the chap. Glad to see some good Lancaster. Also Blake seems to became MC's stalker, and P** RN trafficker of John without his knowledge. I can't explain how fun is that. Also love Weiss be *TCH slap to his father. After all, it's so obvious MC's tech is 1,000 times better than anything Remnant has. If only one of these projects comes to light, he will basically lose 60%, even 80% of his profit, besides losing his monopoly. Can't wait to see Winter and Ironwood try to get John too. Maybe even sent some of the girls of the Ace Ops to seduce him, undercover, and convince him to work with them. XD, keep the good work. Response equals I can see already. General sends Harriet and Elm to deal with John. Harriet has the mission to seduce the MC. Elm is sent to provide support. MC prefers Elm. I will talk to Jimmy if Elm either sits on my face or crushes my head on her thighs. Boss Beras. Seriously, no one noticed the Easter egg on Gurren Lagann. Response equals I hope more people noticed. Spooky Marine 40K, Bolt Gun. Bolt Gun. Response equals Hue Hue Br, maybe. 16, almost a bet. Avip, if you like my work, please leave a comment or a review. Dialogue. Scroll. Young. I couldn't help but chuckle when RWBY mentioned John's plans to win his first fight. It wasn't out of spite, but it seemed ridiculous. Carden couldn't be considered the finest warrior in the room. That title was reserved for me and perhaps the serial girl. Still, he was pretty powerful, and his semblance, combined with his judicious use of dust crystals, had given him plenty of triumphs. Pyrrha and I were the only two who never lost a fight against Carden. Blake and Nora had an even chance, while RWBY, Weiss, and Ren usually lost 2/3 of their battles. It wasn't that they lacked skill or strength, but whenever they let their guard down, Carden's fire wave pushed them out of the ring. I couldn't help but laugh, and RWBY responded with a cute pout. She warned me that I'd regret it later. Oh damn, I couldn't believe the result and spoke my thoughts aloud. The fight was anything but ordinary, and at times I could empathize with Carden. John's actions seemed underhanded and unscrupulous, but in the end, that doesn't matter. He's been tricked, he's been backstabbed, and he's been quite possibly bamboozled. John kicked his ass and emerged victorious. As I gazed at the knight, he grinned like a buffoon. He was thrilled beyond measure, like someone who had won the lottery and couldn't wait to tell their loved ones. Despite his silliness, John was smart enough to teach me today that attacking head-on wasn't always the best course of action. With the class dismissed, we met in the hallway as usual. Everyone was happy and proud of John's victory. Jaune, RWBY yelled, pouncing onto his neck and embracing the dorky knight. My eyes popped as I stared at the scene before me. RWBY and John were being pretty chummy, calling him her first friend at Beacon. It only solidified that RWBY needs some more pals. Well, would you look at that? John spun around with delight, holding RWBY in his arms like she was some kind of princess. My first victory, and I already have such a beautiful rose thrown at me. Ah, RWBY squealed embarrassed. John. The tiny Grim Reaper blushed and tried to hide her face as everyone around burst out laughing at the situation. Well, everyone except for me and Pyrrha. The champion seemed to be witnessing the most heinous act of her life, and despite sharing the serial girl's dislike, I definitely didn't feel it as intensely as she did. John, we need to talk about your fight, the jealous partner commented. I am delighted that you won, but you could have used more assertive strategies and had a quicker victory over Carden. It would be advantageous for you to review the peculiarities of this fight, just the two of us. Was she trying to sound sophisticated to hide her feelings? My attention started to drift at the end, but then I realized that all she wanted was some private time with her crush. Clever girl, I whispered, grinning at her. Carefully, John put my sister back on the ground before responding to his partner. Today was important for me to demonstrate the effectiveness of my special ammunition. Pyrrha, while I agree with you and feel nauseated for indulging this dolt, Weiss began before getting cut off. I will make sure to force you use insults that are more up-to-date next time we sign a contract. Ha, I exclaimed to the Ice Queen. Some might call this childish behavior, but I call it a top-notch burn. As I was saying, the heiress complained, glaring at Jaune as if she dared him to interrupt again. Today's recording will be sent to potential buyers, so Jaune had his equipment fight for him. Who's interested in buying such unconventional ammunition? The green ninja asked. To maintain professionalism, let's avoid mentioning names. Atlas Army, Jaune interrupted her again. Arc, Weiss shouted, turning to him. In sequence, they began to argue as if they were an old couple who had started a business together. During their discussion, I took a closer look at the leader of Team JNPR. Unlike the first day, he was now comfortable in his position and with his teammates. RWBY and Weiss had also gotten closer to him, and even Blake had taken an interest in him. Not that the ninja girl on my team had gone to talk to Jaune to get to know him better. That would be too normal for her, too mainstream. One day, I found her scroll unlocked and discovered that she owned the Nightshade profile, the account that used to post photos of students, both men and women in compromising positions, but lately it had been very focused on a blonde squire. Everyone had access to the photos of Jaune working out with Professor Port, but on the day she posted the professor helping him stretch, a AI fanfic thread was created. I shudder just thinking about what's written there. Are you okay? Blake asked. I'm fine, and I hope you've washed your hands. As if she were the most innocent person in the world, the #1 stalker voyeur of Beacon stared at me, confused. Why do you keep saying that to me? It is the same reason you keep your nails so short. Belladonna gazed at me, confused, but then she looked at her fingers, trying to figure out what I meant. Oh, Blake, I commented, sighing disappointed. For someone who consumes a significant amount of pornographic material, you are a fool. She responded by scowling and rolling her eyes. The walk to the cafeteria was filled with laughter and comments at Cardin's expense. The atmosphere was relaxed and pleasant. That is, until a male hand pulled me by the arm. I need you, was whispered in my ear. Taken by surprise, I blushed, but as soon as I calmed down, I was furious with the asshole who thought they had the right to grab me like that out of nowhere. In anger, I turned around and found the man of the moment, Jaune Arc. I need to talk to you, he whispered again, this time close to my face. The male figure was larger, bigger than I remembered. His calloused hand held my arm firmly without hurting me. Has he always been this tall? Blake's photos made it clear that the guy had gained some muscles, but in person he was more yummy. Yang, did you hear me? Jaune asked, releasing my arm. As soon as he let go of me, I found myself biting my lower lip and running my eyes up and down him. Despite being a little embarrassed, I had no regrets. The big sis here has been on a dry's peel since initiation, and in front of me was a hunky blonde who could potentially quench my thirst. Oh, yes, of course, I replied as I composed myself. What do you want to talk about? It's a delicate matter. Could we talk somewhere else? Delicate? Just the two of us, please. Jaune seemed to be worried. Looking to the side, I noticed a certain Mistralian champion watching us suspiciously. A cruel idea popped into my head. I didn't have anything against a private conversation with Jaune, but I could also have a little fun. No problem, you don't have to beg. It would be a huge pleasure to assist you. The last word may have come out louder than I planned, but watching the color drain from Pira Nikos' horrified face was priceless. I grabbed his arm and nestled it between the Merrymaker sisters, Yara and Yelena. Without knowing the subject, I pulled Jaune away from the teams where we could have some privacy. Yang, where are you going? RWBY asked from inside the cafeteria. Is he building a harem? Blake, don't. Valkyrie tried to stop the comment, but it was too late. Creat. The cafeteria doors were enveloped in a black glow before being torn from their hinges. I'm starting to notice a pattern. When Jaune shows some Riz, metallic things are thrown around as if we were in a horror movie. It must be nothing. Once we were alone away from the main building, I released his arm. Speak, Loverboy, what do you need? I wanted to wrap up this conversation quickly. Even though I didn't have anything personal against John and loved to annoy Nikos, I still didn't forgive him for putting me in the friend zone. So, John said, embarrassed, you may have heard that RWBY has been helping me with marksmanship lessons. I nodded. It was interesting to see John so timid and awkward. Usually, he either didn't understand the situation or said absurd things to show confidence. This side of him was kind of cute. When we were practicing, RWBY told me that you trashed a bar before Beacon's school year. I widened my eyes instantly. That traitor, I'm going to set her comics on fire. No, John shouted, holding me by the shoulders. With ease, he lifted me off the ground and looked at me seriously. You're not going to do anything to her. His voice was heavy and full of authority, and his hands were tightly gripping my shoulders. I had no doubt I could escape from him, but there was a part of me that didn't want to. Just as suddenly as it had appeared, all that seriousness disappeared from John's face. He blinked both eyes in my direction and put me back on the ground carefully, stepping back 2 paces. Sorry, he said, sad, unable to look me in the eyes. A relative did something similar to me a long time ago, so I got a little worked up. It's all right, I replied softly, almost whispering. What would he do to me if I broke the famous collection of movies that Team JNPR had in their dorm room? I shudder at the thought. Could you pass on the bar's contact information? That's it, I complained out loud, disappointed. No problem, I said to Arc. Thank you, the blonde said. What's up with all this drama? You're a huntsman in training, you can drink. It's just that I'm going to take Cardin there. What? I exclaimed in surprise. You're going out to drink with Vale's biggest jerk. My plan is to settle my issues with him. After your attack, this bar must have improved its security. If Cardin became violent, it is probable that they can handle the situation. My brain fried instantly. What do you mean, settle? You want to be friends with Cardin? John looked down and sighed heavily, as if he were stressed about something. I just don't have time for this crap, John exclaimed loudly. The statement carried a weight that didn't match the lovable goofball we all knew. I'm not going to waste my time at Beacon worrying about a ginger piece of shit who's out to get revenge on me because of his popularity. Wow, thinking that way, Cardin became even more pathetic. What's the plan? A sincere conversation. Really? I asked incredulously. Hard liquor. I turned my head to the side, scrutinizing him, trying to find something hidden in his plan. Think it through, John. Do you really believe you can deal with Cardin Winchester with some drinks? Looking at me with those big blue eyes, John responded without hesitation. Wanna bet? His voice exuded confidence, and his face didn't bear the usual goofy smile, but rather a sadistic one, accompanied by a hungry look. You should show this side more often. Sure, why not? I shrugged. If you win, I'll give you a kiss on the cheek. I punctuate the sentence by pursing my lips and blowing him a kiss. I hoped to finally break through his facade, but John only widened his smile and pointed his finger at me. If you win, I will help you find the person you're looking for. I froze instantly, my mouth moved, but no sound came out. I felt a twinge of pain in my heart at the proposal. RWBY, I whispered uncertainty. He shook his head in response. Despite the relief that my younger sister hadn't betrayed me, I was still wide-eyed and overwhelmed by the surprise. After a brief period of irregular breathing, I attempted to regain my composure and finally articulated myself. How? I asked, stammering. I don't know this bar, but I know its reputation as a place to buy and sell information. John replied, relaxing his shoulders and returning to his normal self. You don't strike me as the kind of person who sells information, so you were probably there to buy it. And how did you know I was looking for someone? That was a wild guess. What? A guess, I shouted indignantly. Usually people who buy information are looking for something or someone, he replied, crossing his arms and giving his usual goofy smile. So it was a 50% chance. Crunch. His ribs made a loud noise when my punch connected with Dork Knight's torso. "Jesus, are you crazy?" John complained, activating his aura to begin the healing process. "Sorry, it's a delicate matter, like your ribs," I replied in a cold and threatening tone. "Understood, but I mean it, I can help you," John said, removing his hand from his stomach and deactivating his aura. He had already healed himself. That's quite fast, even though I had only cracked his ribs. "How?" "Yang, I'm the guy who entered Beacon with no training, has the Mistralian champion as a partner, and will never have to worry about money again since Weiss Schnee wants to invest in everything I've created and will create," the blonde affirmed, puffing out his chest with pride. "That's only possible if I'm a well-connected guy or the luckiest idiot in the world," he concluded with a warm laugh. Still in shock, I couldn't find a reason to disagree with him. "Do you think you can?" I stopped speaking, hesitating for a moment. I lowered my head, trying to hide from the inquisitive blue eyes. Can John find her? And even if he has the means to find her, can I trust him? "Why will you help me in exchange for a bar's contact?" I asked, full of doubt and a trembling voice. "Something you could find if you weren't too lazy to look more carefully at your scroll." At the end of the sentence, the accusatory tone of my voice revealed my insecurity about the situation. "Actually," he said, scratching his head sheepishly, "the part about laziness is true, but I also want to help you for another reason." My anger and insecurity disappeared from me, and now my mind was filled with fearful curiosity. I bet this jerk wants some kind of favor to relieve himself. A kiss won't be enough, he'll want at least a blowjob. "Why do you want to help me?" I asked apprehensively. "Because I can." With my right hand, I started to massage the headache that had started to appear on my forehead. "Repeat," I commanded the source of the headache. "Because I can," he said, shrugging. "I don't understand you, John. Wasn't it enough that you put me in the friend zone?" "It's not my fault," John said, raising his hands in surrendering. "You offered yourself for a coffee." What? You need to value yourself more." Crunch. Fuck again, why the ribs? The blonde knight was bent over once more, with his aura focused on his ribs, repairing them once more. "I want to help you, crazy bitch." "Raven," I whispered to him. "The person I'm looking for is Raven Branwen." John ceased his complaints as soon as I revealed whom I was looking for. He seemed to be taken aback by my response, as if he expected more resistance from me to reveal the name. I don't blame him for thinking that way. Raven is a sensitive subject, and even though I disclosed her name, I won't go into details about why I'm looking for her or my connection with her. I'm not ready to open up in that way. "Your mother's..." "What? How do you know?" I asked, mouth agape. "Your uncle, Hue Branwen, is one of the most powerful huntsmen in the kingdom. If this woman has the same last name, she must be your mother." Take a deep breath, Yang. I know you're frustrated, but use all the patience you have left not to punch his ribs again. I was quite surprised when I found out you were related to the Queen of the Bandits. "You know where SHE is?" I screamed hysterically. John stepped back as if my shout had hurt his ears. "The exact location, no, but I know the region in Mistral where she operates with the rest of her tribe of thieves." "A tribe of thieves? My mother leads a gang." John raised his hand and, using his semblance, materialized a wanted poster of my mother. Without ceremony, I took the poster from his hand. Black hair, red eyes, a sword, and a sour expression. I had no doubts it was her. She looked just like the photo of Team SDRQ, only older and grumpier. As the image dissipated, I brought my right hand back to my forehead and resumed massaging the headache, which was even more intense now. "Why did you say all that? What will you do if you lose the bet?" "Simple," he replied, puffing up his chest. "I won't." "Professor Osbin." The setting sun's light streamed into my office as my greatest hope and my greatest fear sat across from me, sharing a cup of coffee. I suppose it is an exaggeration to say that the greatest threat to humanity was still the Queen of the Grim, who was not only immortal, but also the most powerful magic user in all of Remnant. I know that young people have better things to do on a Friday night than talk to an old professor like me, I said, trying to break the silence in a friendly manner. Most young people weren't conscripted into a secret war by a millennia-old wizard, John replied in a sarcastic tone. It was good to know that despite his jokes and relaxed demeanor, Jaune Arc was aware of his responsibilities. From my drawer, I retrieved a file and opened it on the table. John examined the papers and then looked at me with a raised eyebrow, curious about their content. This is Professor Goodwich's report, and some observations from Professor Port on your performance during your first month. John took a deep breath, as if he was feeling uncertain. On the first day of private training, Peter mentioned that you were someone who had led a sedentary life, and Glinda noted that you had deplorable control of your aura and that it was more fragile than usual. Yes, John replied somberly and emotionlessly, looking down. Glinda said that my aura was absorbing between 57% and 62% of what it should. On the first day, I had the impression that Mr. Arc was a proud and self-assured young man, given that he held knowledge of Remnant's future in the palm of his hand and knew my greatest secrets. That's why I was surprised when Peter and Glinda's reports informed me that the boy was insecure, anxious, and self-critical to a degree that was damaging to his morale. To correct this, you did nothing but train during your first month at Beacon, I commented, smiling at him. But I think this comment wouldn't be 100% accurate. John's doubtful gaze was replaced by surprise as I turned the page in the file. On both pages, I had clippings of headlines from prestigious newspapers and tabloids from Vale and Atlas. Heiress of the SDC spotted in a romantic meeting with possible fiancé. Scandal, billionaire heiress caught in a romantic encounter. $50,000 reward for a photo of Weiss Schnee with her fiancé. Marriage between the Atlas heiress and the Vale huntsman. White and gold, a young blonde man is going to marry Weiss Schnee. By the way, congratulations on your engagement, I added, staring at the surprised young man. Oh no, John complained aloud. His tone was trembling and filled with regret. Perhaps the young man valued his privacy and anonymity more than I thought. Weiss is going to kill me. I grumbled unintentionally. What's the problem? The problem is that I'm not engaged to Weiss, he exclaimed, throwing his hands up in despair. We're not even dating, let alone planning a wedding. I couldn't help but burst into a low chuckle at the young huntsman's situation. I'm sure Miss Schnee will handle this situation with great calm and maturity. Are we talking about the same girl who almost marched to your office to force you to make her leader? Let's change the subject. Thank you, John muttered, sliding down a bit in his chair. I would rather not keep the young man in my office all night. I had noticed he had a tendency to reveal secrets when angered. Besides commending you for your efforts in catching up with your peers during the first month, I'd like to inform you that our 3 targets have been spotted at Haven Academy. In response, John sat up straight in his chair and stared at me with seriousness and an otherworldly intensity. There he was, the young man who had revealed all my secrets while demanding his own. Is Kuro keeping an eye on them? Yes, I replied, bringing my cup to my lips before continuing. And don't worry, Kuro is my top agent, and even Salem has no idea of his infiltration abilities. As soon as I finished speaking, I took a long sip of coffee while waiting for the young man's response. Are you talking about his ability to turn into a bird? Puff. Taken by surprise, I spit out the hot coffee, but at least I was quick enough to cover my mouth and prevent it from staining the important documents on the table. The downside was that my hand and clothes were now covered in coffee. How? I'm not going to reveal it yet, but I recommend keeping an eye on Headmaster Leonardo Lionheart. He's a traitor who will send many huntsmen to their deaths in the near future. The frustration and exhaustion from Mr. Arc's secrets were already getting on my nerves. I mused, realizing that I was a bit of a hypocrite. Do you think Salem is already in contact with him? Likely, a grim seer hidden in a closet in his office will be proof of that. I glanced at my cup and pondered for a moment about adding whiskey to my drink whenever I scheduled meetings with Mr. Arc. While I would be eternally grateful if everything he said was true and could be avoided, it was still stressful to have these bombshells dropped on me so directly. Is there anything else you'd like to discuss, or can I go now? Any future events you can share with me? John murmured, scratching his neck. How long until the Forever Fall excursion? 4 days. How long until students from the other schools start arriving? 2 weeks. All right, John murmured with his eyes closed. Blake will reveal herself as a faunus to her team at some point during these 2 weeks. This was not news to me. The Belladonna name was well known in political circles, even when it had nothing to do with menagerie. This will create a lot of friction within Team RWBY, but it's essential for their growth as a team. Once she disappears, I'll need you to come up with a good excuse for my absence. May I know why? I am very close to Ruby and Weiss, so it makes nonsense if I don't get involved. Strange, usually close friends want to get involved when there's internal conflict like this. Maybe Mr. Arc is a coward. They need to resolve this between themselves. It will strengthen their friendship. Through this conflict, they will grow closer. I breathed a sigh of relief at the young Arc's response. It wasn't that he was trying to avoid other people's problems. He wanted them to learn from the conflict and grow as individuals. I'll provide an alibi for your absence, but I recommend not staying in Beacon. Maybe leaving Vale would be a good idea. Don't worry, I'm going far away. The young man's response was punctuated by a smile that sent shivers down my spine. Anything else of interest? Tomorrow, I have my special training session with Port. Planning on taking your miracle drug after training. John's eyes widened, and he looked at me in surprise. Please, few things happen in my school without my knowledge. In response, the young man frowned at me, but decided not to antagonize me. It was a sign of maturity that I was relieved to see him display. Let's do it in a secure location, away from prying eyes. The serum has a 0% chance of failure, he said, raising his voice. I won't question your methods, but it's better to have trusted individuals nearby in case of emergencies. Still suspicious of something, John scratched his chin in thought. Who are these trusted individuals? Only 3, Port, Glinda, and me. I'm in, John quickly replied, cutting me off. I looked at Mr. Arc, shaking my head slightly, disappointed in his behavior. Despite everything, he was still a young man made of flesh and blood. He could be persuaded with female charms. Maybe I can control him using that. I got up from my chair and escorted the young huntsman to the elevator. Have a good night, Mr. Arc, and thank you for your cooperation. Thank you, my ass. Give me your corporate card. John replied, pressing the elevator button. What? I asked, surprised. I'm going to solve Cardin's problem for you. The least you could do is cover my plan. Are you going to harm him physically or emotionally? I don't think so, John said uncertainly. Impatient with the young man, I decided to hand him the card. As the elevator door began to close, I remembered a matter that I should have discussed with him but had forgotten. Your father and mother are looking for you. With his mouth agape and his eyes wide, Jaune Arc stared at me in silence as the elevator door finished closing. It was satisfying to drop such a bomb on the young man so suddenly, and perhaps he would stop doing the same to Glinda and me now that he had a taste of his own medicine. Cardin Winchester. Fucking hell, I grumbled, irritated. The rest of my team went out without even telling me. The worst part is that I'm not even mad at them because they could be screwed because of me. No, I yelled furiously. The blame was all on that stupid, clueless, and cowardly blonde named Jaune Arc. THWIP. My train of thought was interrupted when something attached itself to my leg. Looking down, I saw a semi-transparent white goo sticking to my pants, stretching and pulling my leg. Who's the dumbass who did? Hey, Cardiac, a cheerful and idiotic voice exclaimed. I tried to walk in his direction, but he started to pull me across the floor. Arcs, I roared in anger. There he was, grinning like an idiot. I tried to get up, but John kept pulling me like a sack of potatoes. I don't have time to explain, Cardin. Confused and a little panicked, I struggled and tried to regain my balance to stand up, but John was running like a madman, dragging me along the ground. Stop, damn it. Cardin, get ready for an incredible adventure. This is the John and Cardin episode, yeah, he shouted, accelerating the run. John dragged me out of the academy toward the bullheads. What are you talking about? I asked. You're tearing my pants, you retard. Don't worry, I'll make you better pants. I'm going to kill you, I shouted, threatening the idiot. But he just laughed loudly like a maniac. No, you are. We're going to have our meeting and you can't say no. John ran, laughing like a lunatic, shouting that this was the John and Cardin episode over and over again. Okay, it's decided. Tonight I'm going to kill this bastard. Gurizada. As always, I would like to start by thanking everyone who encourages me to continue this story with expressions of gratitude. I also like to give a shout-out to the people who caught the Lobo reference in the last chapter. I'm on Twitter at Avip Br, where you can find AI artwork from my stories. To the comments, Summer Scave. Thanks for the chapter, absolutely loving this so far. Hope MC will contact John's family at some point. Anyway, I am looking forward to all the training he is gonna do soon. After all, I am sure he can eminence in shadow this and become super broken with all his powers. Response equals there's always one guy who guesses something I've already written in my drafts. O'Neill. The hell is Gurizada? Response equals it is used to greet a group of people in a relaxed and friendly manner, often equivalent to hey folks, or hi everyone in English. Gurizada is a regional term that refers to a group of people, especially young ones, in an informal and affectionate way. Ender 1227. I wonder how Neptune will react when he finds out that practically all the popular first-year girls like the same guy, John, and that he has no idea about it. Response equals thanks, man. I hadn't thought of that, but now that you've mentioned it, I'm already inspired to write hilarious scenes. Random Asian 00. Cardin, the arrogant ass, has finally gotten a bit righteous punishment. Good for everyone else. On another note, most of the tech John creates using his semblance seems easily replicated, but the more exotic stuff like the Epstein formula would genuinely take the entirety of Atlas Science Division to decipher. Which means that the tech, if given to Atlas, could easily fall into the hands of Arthur Watts, who in the show has near-complete access of Atlas systems during the fall of Beacon, and could simply hand it over to Salem. Is it wise to trust them just like that? Response equals, is it wise to trust them just like that? Man, hell no. Manatharindral. Yandir Pira is great, but she's going to have to learn to share. Response equals, if not, there will be a lot of crying, blood, and other bodily fluids. 17. Let's get ready to rumble. Avip, I'm back, bitches. Jokes aside at the end of the fiction, I'll go into more details about these past few weeks at the end notes. Dialogue. Scroll. Pirha Nikos. The sound echoed throughout the gym every time my strikes connected with the kick pad shield. Boom. Despite the sound being as strong as thunder, it had more to do with my form and technique than mere strength. Boom, boom. Even though the equipment was meant for kicks, I used it to train punches and other types of strikes too. Punching bags usually hang on walls or even chained to the ground, becoming a static and dull target. With a shield, you could almost simulate a fight by moving, feinting, clinching, and evading advances. Boom. Damn, complained my teammate. If you're going to hit that hard, go punch the bag and spare me. Another good thing was that I could train Nora to read her enemy and anticipate their attacks. "Sorry, Nora," I replied, "but you know the importance of training in unarmed combat. The hammer slips from my hand once during training, and I'm haunted for the rest of my life." My teammate commented in a dramatic tone. "It was more than once," I responded, shaking my head in disapproval. "And one of those times was fighting that Deathstalker Jaune took us to hunt." "Hee hee," Nora chuckled awkwardly, turning her face away, avoiding my gaze. Nora had been holding the shield for me for almost half an hour, and I hadn't started sweating yet, but it wasn't fair to take out my frustration on my teammate. 10 minutes break. "Thanks," said Nora, throwing herself on the ground. I reflect on my situation as I reach for the water bottle I brought. Drama aside, I always end up laughing at the jokes of my only female teammate. Drinking the refreshing liquid from the bottle, I looked at the training area. It's a gigantic gym, with a complete weightlifting gym, space for running, and 6 arenas for various types of fights. "Yo," said a cheerful and irritating voice approaching from afar. "All good, invincible girl." "Yang," I almost growled as I uttered her name. "Oh, sorry there, you don't like that nickname, do you, serial girl?" My blood started boiling instantly. I don't like it when people call me that, but coming from her, it makes me angry in a special way. "What do you want, Zyro Long?" I asked sharply. "Oh boy, you're sour today. You don't need to bite my head off," Yang said, giving a mischievous smile. "Just because someone didn't bite you." "Creat. Another steel beam bending," Nora complained aloud. "This school is falling apart." "Tell me about it," added Yang unsuspectingly. "I need to get back to my meditation exercises. If I keep bending beams every time I get irritated, I'll bring down Beacon before the end of the school year. I came here to talk to you too about your leader." "What do you want to know?" "Unfortunately, we can't talk," I interjected, cutting Nora off. It doesn't make me happy to treat a friend so rudely, but it was better than helping Yang try to corrupt poor Jaune. "Oh, come on, Nikos. I want different perspectives on the Virgin Night." My response was to turn my back and ignore her. The blonde frowned. However, before she could protest, Nora stood between us. "Did you talk to the rest of your team?" Nora inquired. Y said she wouldn't give out any confidential information about her business partner, and RWBY and Blake went out shopping. "Really?" Nora asked incredulously. "Didn't know they were that close." Yang shrugged, unconcerned, turning towards me. "How about a bet between you two?" Curious, I turned to my teammate. "A bet?" I asked, intrigued. "Something like what Jaune and Carden did this morning. You two duke it out, and the loser has to do whatever the other says." Murmured Yang, considering the idea. I wanted to decline the proposal immediately. Despite being happy with Jaune's victory, I find it childish and a waste of time to make bets, and forcing others to do something they would rather not do is deplorable. But at the same time, "I like the way you think, Valkyrie," Yang commented, smiling like a fool. "A chance to put this blonde cow in her place shouldn't be wasted. But we're low on aura due to fights and training during the day. What do you suggest? How about a man or a mana without weapons or dust? Pyrrha's already wearing gloves and foot guards. You're the only one missing." "OHIT is on," shouted Yang, running to grab her gear. Tilde, tilde, tilde. In a few minutes, we were stretching in a ring identical to those used in boxing matches. With closed eyes, I took a deep breath, trying to relax before the match. I was a bit apprehensive because Yang had more training in unarmed combat than I did. But in my favor, I have more experience facing more competent fighters than hunter apprentices in fights like this. As we finished stretching, we didn't notice Nora positioning herself with her radiant smile, taking a breath. She stood in the middle of the ring while Yang and I took opposing corners. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the fight that will decide the strongest huntress of the first year." "What?" Surprised by the announcement, I looked around and noticed that we were attracting a small audience. Some students had stopped training to watch our fight. Damn, I thought disheartened. The last thing I wanted in my life at Beacon was the attention I received in tournaments. A true clash of titans here and now. No breaks, no points, just knockout. Even without a microphone and speakers, everyone around the ring could hear Nora's loud and powerful voice. In the red corner, we have the invincible girl from Argus with her dexterity and epic skills. You know her, you love her, the Mistral champion. PYYYYYRRHAANIIIKOOOOS. I was caught off guard by a round of applause and cheers that erupted from the audience around the ring. Despite being in a training room, people were cheering and shouting my name, activating my champion's etiquette training. In response, I raised my right arm, posing for the audience, who began to chant my name even louder. In the yellow corner, the untamed beauty of Patch with her unyielding strength and fury has built her reputation as the fiercest student in all Beacon, the Dragoness of Vale. YAANGXIAALOOOONG. Instantly, Yang raised her hands to a crowd chanting her name. Image. Intoxicated by the attention, Yang raised her arms, elevating the excitement of the audience. Yang's enthusiasm in response to the public applause made it clear she wasn't accustomed to this kind of setting. With a smile, I concluded that I could use this to my advantage. Looking around, I noticed there were more people around the ring than there had been training just a while ago. How did so many people find out and come here so quickly? I thought aloud. To the center, both of you, exclaimed Nora. The audience erupted in applause and excitement as they saw both of us ready for the fight, approaching Nora in the center of the ring. All right, I want a clean fight, no punches on the tatas or hoo-haws, Nora said in a serious tone, despite her humorous vocabulary. Okay, but why did you announce this as a competition to find out who's the best? I asked my teammate. It's just a little thing to make the fight more exciting, don't worry about it, commented Nora, trying to dodge the subject. I'm with the serial girl on this. This is just a friendly sparring match with a bet involved. Okay, Nora muttered in an annoyed tone to us. Would you prefer if I said you were fighting over a man? We both went pale instantly and shook our heads in denial. With a mischievous smile, Nora took a step back, raising her hand. When her hand descended, we moved towards each other. Yang advanced with a right punch straight towards my head. Although the punch was powerful, she had telegraphed the entire movement. Twisting my body a bit was enough to dodge the blow. Taking advantage of the opening, I ended up delivering a kick to her stomach in return. Humph, grumbled Yang, stepping back trying to catch her breath. Assuming a boxing-like orthodox stance with the left hand forward, she advanced this time with jabs. The punches were weaker than her first strike, but were harder to dodge due to their superior speed. Was she probing my defenses? This wasn't normal for her. Don't get me wrong, Yang has good posture and great technique with her punches, but she usually throws herself into the fight head first against her enemies, and when they don't yield to her attacks, she simply activates her semblance, bulldozing anyone in her way. With a high guard, I began intercepting and evading her jabs, trying to find the blonde's rhythm. Wow, we're witnessing a show of skill and power here. Pyrrha, with her agility, evades and blocks Yang's powerful punches with little difficulty. It's a battle of experience against sheer determination. Normally, I disagree with Nora's comment, but Yang's jabs cut through the surrounding air with the weight of a direct blow from a veteran competitor in Mistral. Fearing the worst, I countered towards her head when she opened her guard. Thwack. Fuck, murmured Yang. My attack had reached her face, but I couldn't connect with force, although the impact made a sound. First blood, shouted Nora. The Mistral champion landed the first blow of the night on the face, and the audience goes wild. In response, the audience, which seemed to have grown even larger, cheered and roared, rooting for us. It made me wonder if Nora had some sort of formal training as a showwoman. Boom. And the Dragoness of Vale counters. A punch connected with my abdomen while I was distracted. Heh, chuckled Yang, smiling in my direction. Irritated by her arrogance, I clenched my fists and shifted to a more aggressive stance, with my knees flexed. Are you going to take a chance, Nikos? She asked, widening her smile even further. I'm going to put an end to this game, I exclaimed furiously. Go for it, serial girl. We continued exchanging punches for a few minutes. Yang's punches were more powerful than mine, but she landed them less frequently. With my guard high and quicker punches, I started wearing down Yang's resistance. The fight had turned into a battle of attrition. If we kept this pace up, my victory was guaranteed. Even in my advantageous position, I kept my cool to avoid giving Yang another opportunity for a direct hit. Psst, Nikos, Yang whispered in my direction with her guard up. I scowled, ignoring her, and started throwing more jabs, looking for an opening. Do you want to know what John came to talk to me about yesterday? Boom! A punch came out more open and heavier than I planned, hitting Yang's high guard. But I quickly managed to raise my guard, preventing Yang from capitalizing on my mistake. I think you know the kind of thing a boy comes to ask a girl about, he said in a mocking tone. Especially when they're alone, right? ARGH, I roared furiously, advancing towards her. Boom! Taking a wide step, I lunged with a straight right punch at her closed guard and kept punching, driven by my emotions. Boom, 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 boom. Each punch was heavier than the previous one, but each punch was also more open, sloppier and slower. Smiling, Yang advanced, crouching to evade my last punch. As I hit the air, she was already within my range. With no way to defend myself, Yang leaped, punching my chin. Bam! The punch connected with all her force and body weight. A punch that made everything go white, until my vision started darkening. A punch that knocked me out. Cardin Winchester. That John, son of a bitch. First, he drags me all over Beacon, humiliating me and draining what little aura I had recovered. Then he brings me to some club all beaten up where we're forced to show our aura levels at the entrance. Humph, I grumbled furiously, taking a sip of my whiskey and energy drink. The worst part is that this is actually nice. John offered to pay for the drinks, and just to mess with him, I ordered a bottle that cost over letter 2C612, 500. In response, the idiot smiled and said it was a good idea. What I didn't know is that this clown had already paid for a table in the VIP area, and the drinks came as a courtesy. I still can't believe you're drinking such expensive whiskey with an energy drink, John commented in an accusatory tone. Fuck off, I replied curtly, taking another sip of the drink. In response, he just sighed tiredly and took a sip of his drink. That was the only good thing about this shitty gathering. Until today, this idiot always got beaten up and lost with an optimistic smile. Now, the exhaustion and frustration he's been showing throughout the night were a pleasant change. You could make it easier for me, Cardin, said the Shield Knight, mocking me. The hypocritical statement from this animal boiled my blood instantly. Easier? I asked, getting up. Because of you, I was humiliated and nearly arrested. John just leaned back in his chair, staring at me with a serious, stoic look, and spoke in a dry tone. There's no need to get worked up. Please calm down and sit. Calm down. This idiot wins one fight against me and already thinks he's better than me. I'm not going to do a damn thing you don't order. Something cold and sharp touched my throat, silencing me. Paralyzed, I looked to the left and beheld the figure holding a black blade with a blood-red edge against my neck. When we entered the bar, this girl with black hair and green eyes, wearing a red dress, was at the bar talking to what seemed to be her twin sister, who had the same hairstyle and makeup but wore a white dress. Image. Are we having any trouble here, Mr. Arc? Giving a tired smile, John responded to the girl. Not yet, Milsha, but thanks for keeping an eye out. She removed the blade from my neck, but staring at me, she warned. Don't cause trouble, kid. Her tone was professional and dry. I turned to face dorky Knight, who resumed drinking as if nothing had happened. "I'm serious, Cardin," John commented once he finished his drink. With a thud, John placed his glass on the table and started filling it up again. Once he filled his, he filled mine too. "I want to resolve our issue, put our feuds behind us, and move forward." He handed me my full glass and took a generous sip from his before continuing. "And I didn't humiliate you or get you arrested. You did that to yourself." I lowered my head, trying to avoid his accusatory gaze. "Cardin, I got you out of jail, went out for drinks with you, and paid for the best table in the house with some of the finest drinks they have to offer." "So what?" I replied, crossing my arms and shrugging. "So I've done a lot less for girls I wanted to fuck in the ass," the frustrated blonde exclaimed. My eyes widened at the statement. Talking like this, John almost seemed like a normal guy. Actually, he almost seemed respectable. "Since I'm not going to fuck your ass today, stop being a bitch, or I'll send you to jail, where they'll love messing with a white ginger boy like you." "Humph," I grumbled, this time frustrated, taking another sip of my drink. "I've made that stupid video. My reputation can't get any worse than it already is. What do you want from me?" Cruelly smiling, John raised his glass as if toasting to me and said, "Your friendship." "What? Have you smoked crack?" I asked incredulously. "You have crack here?" John asked, surprised, looking around. "What are you talking about?" I complained to the idiot blonde. "In this kind of bar, I bet you could rent a private room with girls to get high." "Wow, I know where I'll celebrate my birthday," John said, laughing at the end of the sentence. He finds it amusing to buy drugs and get hookers to have a birthday party. What? Maybe Jaune Arc isn't such a bad guy after all. "What's your plan for us to become friends? Spending the whole night drinking whiskey at your expense is nice, but after a while that'll get boring," I complained, trying to get something more from the idiot blonde. Banging the empty glass against the table once again, "This guy is a drinking machine." John burps before continuing. "I'll bribe you." I widened my eyes at his proposal. "With what?" I asked, suspicious of his intentions. "How about a new weapon?" Raising an eyebrow, I stared at the slightly intoxicated blonde. "I'll give you a weapon identical to the executioner, only heavier and indestructible." "Indestructible?" I asked incredulously. "Yes, and if it breaks, I'll make you a new one for free," he commented, refilling his glass once more. "What do you think?" He emphasized the question, extending the glass towards me, inviting me for a toast. The idea of being friends with this idiot still doesn't appeal to me, but it's a small price to pay to avoid jail and get a weapon if I just have to pretend to like him and ignore him from now on. "Deal," I replied, toasting. "I guess I'll drink until I'm sick at this jerk's expense." "Oh my God, it's Jaune," shrilled a high-pitched voice behind my ear. "Puff." I spat out the drink due to the shock. I turned, furious, ready to strangle the crazy person who yelled in my ear, but I was paralyzed by the sight of the two women in front of me. Image. Cherry Ray Amethyst shade. The one who yelled had long pink hair like bubblegum and yellow eyes. She wore a shocking pink top that barely contained her chest, while her tight black shorts accentuated her rear. The other was a sexy goth, wearing a tight purple corset that made her breasts stand out in a wonderful neckline. Her long hair, eyes, and lipstick were all purple. It was an interesting contrast between the two. An enthusiastic party girl and a dark goth, both extremely attractive. "Good to see you again, Cherry," John said, standing up and receiving a hug from the beautiful woman in pink. "Hello to you too, Miss Shade." In response, the goth girl made a respectful nod. "Arc," I exclaimed, stuttering. "Do you know these women?" "Of course he knows," shouted the girl in pink, leaving John's chest. "Daddy John is always so good to us." True, despite not sharing the enthusiasm or lack of manners of my friend. The voice of the purple girl was low and lascivious, almost like she was purring. Sulking, Cherry stuck her tongue out at her friend. "I can't believe this. This loser has been in town for less than a month, and he already has 2 girls of this caliber throwing themselves at him. "Who's your friend?" asked the girl in pink approaching me. My heart raced when Cherry approached. She was different from all the other girls in Beacon. Her graceful stride seemed like a dance as she moved through the room. Her radiant and captivating smile was like an invitation to a world of possibilities. Near me, I caught the scent of Cherry's perfume. It smelled like bubble gum. All I know is it's a sweet and captivating fragrance, a peculiar blend that captured my attention unexpectedly. Normally, I'd find this kind of scent too sweet and cloying, but today it's my favorite. "I think I know you." A lump formed in my throat as she stared at me with those beautiful golden eyes. My hands began to sweat, and I desperately tried to find a place to fix my gaze, avoiding eye contact. This had never happened to me before. I had never felt so small and awkward. For a moment our gazes met. Cherry, with her vibrant personality, sensed my hesitation. She offered me a smile, trying to dispel any discomfort. "Shade," she shouted in a shrill voice, pointing her pink-painted nail at my face. "It's him." The girl in purple looked at me suspiciously, but soon her expression of doubt was replaced by one of surprise. "Holy shit," she said, breaking her gothic and serious persona. "I think you're right." "What are they talking about? I've never seen these two in my. Could they be the ugly girls I mistreated when I was younger and now they've become attractive?" As if my life didn't already seem like a badly written high school drama. "Carden," exclaimed the girl in pink, jumping into my arms. I grunted, surprised. I got distracted for a second, and now there's a cutie in my arms. Not that I'm complaining, but an explanation would be good. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Winchester," commented the girl in purple, hugging my arm, fitting it between her breasts. "Another one's." "TT, thanks," I replied quickly. I can't act like a loser. "Hi," I whispered. "Oh, so cute," said the girl, hanging on my neck, resting on my arm. "He's shy." The two were giggling softly, but they didn't seem to be mocking me. Were they really into me? "Let me explain," said Arc, inviting us to sit back down at the table. "I had told the girls about Carden Winchester a while ago, the strongest guy in all of Beacon Academy." "What? We wanted to meet you so bad," Cherry said, sitting next to me. "When we found out John was having a meeting with you, we convinced him to bring you into our presence," added Amethyst, putting a hand on my leg. That hand so small, so soft, and so warm, pressing against my thigh. "We also watched your fight, didn't we, Amethyst?" My blood froze, thinking I could do well with 2 cuties, but there's no way they'd be interested in me after that humiliating fight. "True, your strength and demeanor were formidable and intense." The last word the goth whispered in my ear, almost purring. "I was very disappointed in you, John," complained Cherry, sticking her tongue out at him. "You fought like a coward." John remained calm, raising his hands in apology, but my head was spinning. Do they understand me? A smile formed on my face at that thought. Of course they understand me, only fools didn't. It all made sense. John may have won, but the victory was mine. Finally, the world made sense again. "That coward thinks strategy is better than raw strength," I commented, laughing at the blonde's stupid ideas. "Seriously, John?" Cherry asked, full of disdain for the blonde. "That's so icky." "Unfortunately, I have to agree with Cherry, Mr. Arc," added Amethyst in a cold and judging tone. "I thought you were a real man." "Yeah, like Carden here. Wouldn't have let you have your way if that old hag hadn't gotten involved." The feeling of having my confidence restored is like a ray of sunshine after a long storm. These 2 amazing girls understand me. They know what I truly deserve. How they highlight my qualities, my efforts, and even those small things that I never thought would be noticed is simply incredible. These moments with them are not just about beautiful words, but also about how they make me feel. I feel like... Before finishing the thought, I open my arms and hold the girls by the shoulders, pulling each one into a hug on either side of my body. "I'm Carden fucking Winchester, the main man." I unintentionally shouted, interrupting the conversation and bringing an uncomfortable silence to the table. John looked at me with surprise and concern, but Cherry Ray and Amethyst Shade, the only sane people at this table besides me, started applauding. "Bravo," exclaimed Amethyst. "Finally a real man." Cherry, on the other hand, sat on my lap and started kissing my neck. I feel renewed, stronger, and more confident than before. The gratitude I have for these two girls is indescribable. Their words have an immeasurable impact on me. Exhausted, John sighed, frustrated, and got up. "I know when I'm not wanted." "Wait, is this serious? Is he leaving? Did I really win?" "Don't worry about the bill. Drink whatever you want with the girls." He walked out of the VIP area, dejected and defeated. "Ha, Arc, you are an idiot. You're not a bad person, but you're no match for the big shot." "Let's drink until we drop," I shouted, raising the expensive whiskey bottle. "Haixing Jr. Any problem, Mr. Arc?" I asked the boy approaching the bar counter. "No, to tell you the truth," he whispered, sitting at the counter. "Everything went according to Keikaku." "Don't worry about that, let's talk business. First, thank you for the consideration and support during these past few weeks. Know that I read all the positive comments, wishes for health, luck, and prayers that you sent across all platforms to my brother. You brightened his day on one of the hottest afternoons of the year while he was hospitalized in a room without air conditioning or a fan. But to sum it up, without giving too many details, I stayed in the hospital with him, helping him with eating, going to the bathroom, and other things like administering his medication. And for those curious about why I couldn't write anything while at the hospital, I have ADHD. I mentioned this in a few chapters ago. When I write, I practically isolate myself to concentrate. In the hospital, that wasn't ideal for two reasons. One, I needed to be attentive to help my brother. Two, whenever I'm interrupted while writing, I get very stressed and nervous, and I would rather not direct that towards my brother. Once again, thank you for the consideration and the positive messages for both me and my brother. The next chapter of Multiverse-Crafter will be released on December 30, 2023. Story of what I did in the hospital to pass the time without being able to read or write. My brother bought Pokémon Shining Pearl before the accident, but he hadn't defeated Cynthia yet. In fact, he lost to her 5 times. So, sitting by his bedside, I did a grind to level up his Pokémon enough to, in his words, defeat that B*S Garchomp with a one-shot from my Gardevoir. It took a while because Cynthia is tough, but here is my brother's winning team. Image. From left to right we have Garchomp Georgina, Rapidash No Name, Empoleon Aquaria, Lucario Miles Cyrus, Roserade Rita Lee, Gardevoir Frere. According to my brother, despite the Pokémon being males, they have female names because they are drag queens. Neat. 18 Sins of the Past. Dialogue. Scroll. Young Zyro Long. Green eyes open, staring at the infirmary ceiling. Despite being confused, she tries to get up, but a throbbing pain in her head forces her to lie down again. "Hold on, Pyrrha," I say to the bedridden girl. "The nurse said you shouldn't move too much." She tries to move again, but the muscle pains made her effort in vain. The Mistral champion looks to her right and gives me a lost stare. Slowly, she attempts to get up for the 3rd time, but everything spins around her, and she lies back down on the bed. "Stay down, Nikos. You're not in danger, but you still need to rest after that hit," I said, trying to give her a friendly smile. "What do you want?" asks the redhead in an irritated tone. The girl is still sour. But it's not surprising, after all, she wasn't in a good mood when I interrupted her training, and after I knocked her out, I'm the first person she sees when waking up. I guess it wasn't a good idea to ask Nora to leave us alone. "I think I'll start by apologizing." "Huh," said Pyrrha, confused. "It was wrong of me to tease you like that. I know you have a thing for your leader, and it wasn't cool of me to tease you, I say to her as I sat next to her on the bed. And when we made the bet, I really wanted some answers, so I fought like Jaune. Like Jaune, she repeats, parroting myself. Yeah, being smart and making your opponent make mistakes and taking advantage of them. I sigh, looking down before continuing. But I guess it's not a good idea to play dirty with someone I want help from, right? I chuckle awkwardly, realizing I should have thought better when I fought her in the gym. Smiling serenely, the champion looked at the ceiling, processing what I said. From the start, I knew he was intelligent, and that it was only a matter of time before he had a victory. He's quite a guy, huh? I comment, relieved now that she calmed down thinking about her crush. Yes, replies the redhead, closing her eyes. A comfortable silence settled in the room as Pyrrha took deep breaths and tried to settle into her bed. Can we have our conversation now? I ask, getting up from the bed and sitting back in the armchair beside it. Nico sighed wearily, but she nodded to me. So I started without exactly knowing what to ask. What do you think of Arc? In response, the Mistral champion widened her eyes and regards me suspiciously. I think that's a bit broad for a question, the redhead replies, questioning me. What exactly do you want to know? Laughing nervously, I relaxed as much as possible in the hospital chair before rephrasing the question. At first, Jaune was just a random guy to me, a clueless idiot with zero training wanting to be a hunter. It was even hilarious to see everyone wiping the floor with him in Good Witch's fights. Grumbles Nikos with a stern face. Crap, it is important for me to remember what Blake told me. Don't insult her husbando. Then out of nowhere, he starts improving like crazy. I know he had extra training with you and 2 professors, but it's still insane that he's already caught up to the rest of the class. In terms of fighting and experience, he still had a long way to go, but in physical aptitude, aura quality, and density, he was already at the level of a beacon applicant. I thought to myself, staring at the redhead. Even before his victory against Cardin, it was a pain to defeat him, not just because of the shield, but his aura is huge. Raising my voice dramatically, I sat on the edge of the armchair. And that semblance combined with his big head, he could dominate the world. Unable to control herself, Pyrrha burst into laughter instantly. In response, I crossed my arms and glared at the redhead, annoyed by her reaction. I'm serious, I affirm in a dry tone. That's why it's funny, replies the redhead, laughing melodiously. Jaune Arc, evil mastermind. I shrugged in response. The same Jaune Arc whose pants got burned when he forgot a fire dust crystal in his pocket. I began to deflate in the armchair with each of her responses. Hee, I forgot about that. The same Jaune who scared off that dog that had chased Blake and then helped her out of the tree. Well, the same Jaune who broke curfew and accepted the punishment without complaining to buy medicine for Ruby's flu. I grumble, unable to counter her. The same Jaune who had every right in the world to send that creep Cardin Winchester to jail without anyone judging or questioning him. Yet he chose to have a civil conversation with him. Okay, I exclaim, hands raised in defeat. The guy has a heart of gold, but that doesn't answer my question. Pyrrha's laughter gradually subsides, and she wiped away a tear from the corner of her eye. From what I know about Jaune, he's very determined when he puts his mind to something. He is kind and a good leader, despite his initial lack of skills. He might not be the strongest, fastest, or most talented, but he is relentless and inspires those around him to do their best. Sighing, I leaned back on the armchair, processing what she said. Is there something else you want to know? The redhead asks, genuinely curious. Closing my eyes and scratching my head, I contemplate asking what was really bugging me. What about you? How do you feel about him? Opening her eyes wide, Pyrrha blushes intensely, making me regret the question immediately. Why do you ask? She inquires, her voice a bit higher than usual. Curiosity, I lie, trying not to make it weirder. The atmosphere in the infirmary suddenly became tense, making me regret asking that question. I clear my throat, trying to change the subject. When did you start training Jaune and why? Realizing my attempt to divert the topic, Pyrrha relaxes a bit and sighed, focusing her gaze on her hands. It started after the incident with Carden. Jaune was in a bad state and I couldn't stand seeing him like that, so I offered to help him improve. He's a good friend and I wanted to support him, she explains, her voice softening. So you two are close friends? I ask, trying to keep my tone casual. Yes, Pyrrha replies, nodding slightly. I see, I mutter, falling into a brief silence before mustering the courage to ask another question. Do you have feelings for him? I immediately regret asking, but the words had already escaped my mouth. The room fell into a heavy silence, and Pyrrha hesitates, her cheeks turning a deeper shade of red. That's... Sorry, forget it, I quickly interject, not wanting to press further. I shouldn't have asked. No, it's okay, Pyrrha says softly. It's just complicated. Jaune is a good friend and I care about him a lot. The tension in the room persists, and I feel a pang of guilt for bringing up such a sensitive topic. It's a bit awkward, isn't it? I chuckled nervously, trying to ease the atmosphere. Pyrrha managed a faint smile. It's all right. Sometimes things get a little uncomfortable, but that's life. The awkwardness lingers, and I decide it was time to change the subject. Hey, Pyrrha, can I ask you something else? Sure, what is it? Do you think he's too good to be true? Pyrrha furrows her brow, pondering the question. What do you mean? It's so weird, I comment, looking at my hands. He's fun, intelligent, kind, sensitive, and to top it off, he became hot in just 1 month of training. Pyrrha chuckles at me and asks, when he arrives, can't you help but smile at him? Pyrrha asks, giving a sarcastic smile. Yes, I reply, pointing at her. And when he smiles back, do you feel all happy and uneasy? Exactly, I nod with a shy smile. It's like time stops for a moment and everything feels lighter. It seems like he has that effect on people, but I still don't understand what your problem is, Yang. It's just everything seems too good to be true. Sometimes I question if it's real or if I'm just idealizing. I mean, how can someone be so perfect? I sigh, gazing into the void for a moment. I guess it's normal to feel that way when you have romantic feelings for someone. What? I shout, jumping up from the armchair. I tried to take another step back, but I bump into the window blinds. Yeah, John's a nice guy and all that. I stammer, avoiding eye contact. But I don't have feelings or anything for the guy. Me, Yang Zyro Long, into the weakest and least popular guy at Beacon. That makes no sense at all, but my body seems to react weirdly to this idea. I feel a knot in my stomach, my hands start sweating, and my heart races for no apparent reason. Is something wrong, Yang? Pyrrha asks, teasingly smiling at me. You're pale and sweating a lot, girl. I try to hide it, but my legs feel a bit shaky, and I get a chill down my spine whenever he's around. I find myself avoiding eye contact in fear that she'll notice how genuinely nervous I am. I'm just annoyed that you think I have feelings for that virgin. It's like my body's screaming at me to be cautious, but I just don't know what I'm protecting myself from. Humph, Pyrrha grunts arrogantly, and here I thought I was the coward. Say what? I asked, confused. What do you mean, Nikos? I might not have confessed yet, but at least I'm not terrified of my feelings like you are. My blood boiled instantly, and I scowl at the arrogant girl on the bed. I've said it before, I'm not into Jaune. Please, Yang, replies Nikos in a proud tone. Not only do you have a crush on him, but you're so scared of your feelings that you came to me looking for some dirt to forget about him once and for all. Listen here, Nikos, I exclaim seriously, pointing my finger at her. You stay on your pedestal all protected in your golden cage, but I live in the real world, and I know guys like Jaune who seem perfect are just waiting for a chance to use stupid and innocent girls. Silent and wide-eyed, Nikos stares at me for a few seconds until she softened her face, looking at me with understanding and compassion. Did that happen to you? I looked down and hugged myself as unease overwhelmed my mind. Yang, Nikos calls my name, but I don't hear her. It had been so long since I thought about it. At that time, I was only 13, and he was almost graduating from Signal, but I still can't help feeling like a complete idiot. If Kuro hadn't found me by chance when he went to drink secretly. That bastard used to say I was pretty, that he loved me. He made me feel special, but in reality, he just wanted to use me as a piece of meat to satisfy his desires. Yanged. A shout snaps me out of my spiral of depression, and I look at the redhead staring at me, concerned. In response, I take a deep breath, covering my face with my hands. Nothing happened, but I swallow hard, trying to untie the knot in my throat and continue speaking. Someone I liked tried to take advantage of me a long time ago. A tense and uncomfortable silence settled in the room once again. I think it's best to leave this conversation aside and get out of here. But as soon as I got up to try to leave, I felt something grab me and pull me by the hand. I turned, surprised to see Pyrrha pointing to the bed, asking me to sit next to her. I sat without looking at her, staring at the wall, but the invincible girl didn't give up on comforting me. She placed a hand on my shoulder to calm me down. I don't know what you went through or how you felt, but know that I'm happy that you're fine and the person you are today, Yang. I turned towards her, surprised by this mature and compassionate side of her. Even though I don't know what happened to you, my mom was tricked by someone who said he loved her. But when she became pregnant with me, the person disappeared. Pyrrha sighs and gathers her strength to continue speaking. My grandparents wanted my mother to have an abortion, but she refused and was disowned. Well, giving a slightly embarrassed smile at my reaction, she continued talking. It wasn't easy for her to raise me alone, but I'm grateful for everything she did for me. That's why I worked so hard to win the Mistral tournaments, to help her with the prize money. Wow, I thought you were. Before I could continue, I was interrupted by the beep from my scroll. Who is it? Pyrrha asked curiously. It's RWBY, I reply, opening the message. Yang, we need help. Attached to the message was an image of Jaune lying unconscious on the ground, his body covered in golden flames. Image. Jaune is dying. Haixing Jr. 2 hours before the picture. Any problem, Mr. Arc? I asked the boy approaching the bar. None, to tell you the truth, he whispered, sitting on the counter. Everything went according to Keikaku. Don't worry about it, let's talk business. I eye the alcohol-smelling boy with a raised eyebrow. Are you sure? The kid finished a bottle of whiskey alone in less than 20 minutes, and then asked for another to keep drinking with his friend. He might seem fine, but even with aura, it's hard to hold it together. Yes, he says while drinking a green liquid from a glass jar he took out of his coat pocket. Don't worry about me. Shrugging, I stepped out from behind the counter and guided him to the real VIP room, where the real business took place. Milshire accompanies me, a new policy for my business. Never be alone with huntsmen. Even trust fund babies that look like idiots and have more money than sense, like Jaune Arc. When he made contact, I thought it was a joke. He wanted the 2 best escorts money could buy, not just beautiful, but experienced enough to fool that ginger tool. Since he didn't complain, the girls must have convinced the boy. Spending money so another guy could have good company to drink the best drinks in the house was already a big flag signaling that young Arc had money. But when he made a special order for dust, that's when I understood this kid wasn't playing around. We walk for a few minutes until we reach a large wooden door. I enter, opening the door, and gestured for the young man to come in. Thank you, Jaune replies in a sober tone. He seemed more lucid than when he was at the bar. It must be the effect of that green liquid he drank. The VIP room was a specially chosen area for more discreet negotiations. It was a private area, completely separate from the noisy and disorganized atmosphere of the rest of the club. The environment exuded luxury and sophistication, with its walls made of dark wood, intelligent LED lamps hanging on the walls. The large wooden table in the center of the room was an imposing figure accompanied by elegant leather-finished chairs. yet comfortable. John sat at the table, and I closed the door and sat opposite him. Milsha, on the other hand, went to the safe to retrieve the merchandise. "Are you aware that the prices of the girls and the whiskey are significantly cheaper than the costs of dust?" John asked. Smiling confidently in my direction, the boy put his filthy feet on my Mistralian mahogany table. "And you're not moving all this dust because you're afraid of attracting Torchwick's attention, right?" the man replies. "Humph," Milsha grunts as she places the merchandise on the table. Milsha's bad mood was to be expected, but not because of the mention of Roman. It was because he knew about the difficulty I was having moving all this stuff. "Do you think I'm afraid of Torchwick?" I ask, glaring at him. "Of course not. The guy is a genius in the art of crime, but he's still a clown," comments the young man, laughing at the situation as if it were a childish joke. "But his little associate who has the power to infiltrate anywhere is scary, you know." I had to agree. Neo was a true threat with that demeanor and willingness to kill anyone cold-blooded. But I must admit that his contractor is even scarier. How do you know?" I spoke, trying not to stutter. The young man furrows his brow in response and gave me a feral smile. "Can I evaluate the merchandise?" I pushed both cases toward the boy, who then opened them and started examining the contents. There were a total of 20 tubes of dust in each case. Each tube is enough for 10 ammunition clips. In a few moments, the boy closed the cases and stared angrily in my direction. "It's fake," the boy exclaimed as he examined the last tube. What? He had examined all 40 tubes in less than 3 minutes. "Don't fuck with me, kid. Even a dust engineer would take hours to assess this amount of dust." Arc frowned and stared at me intensely, making a knot in my stomach. "I'm paying for grade 4 dust, and this crap in front of me is 3. How did this pampered prick figure it out?" "Listen here, kid." Thud. "Listen here, you," he shouts, hitting the table. Shing. Milsha drew her weapon as he got fired and moved toward him. Smiling, I faced the boy, who would learn in the worst way that you don't mess with Hai Xing. Bam! At least, that's what I expected until Milsha fell flat on the floor. "Erg," groans Milsha. I stood up, worried about what had happened to her. But what really caught my attention was Milsha's body being lifted from the ground by one of her legs. "What the hell is this?" I asked, looking at the metal tentacle that was holding my worker's leg. Following the arm of the strange metallic limb, I noticed that it was connected to Jaune Arc's back, from where? Another 3. The mechanical arms lifted Jaune while he stared at me intimidatingly. I hesitated for a second when I took a step back. "No," Jaune ordered, as one of his tentacles flew in my direction. I raised my arms to defend against the blow, but instead of hitting me, the mechanical limb coiled around my arm and pulls me forward. Bam! "Damn," I groan in pain, falling face first onto the ground. I tried to prop myself up with my free arm, but the third tentacle grabbed it while the fourth ties my legs, pulling me toward my assailant. "Geez, Junior," Jaune comments in a sad, sarcastic tone. "I came here to help you get rid of all this stagnant dust using an official beacon account. You could probably deduct some of the value from your taxes." That moron is a genius. How did I not think of that? With my vacuum accounts, I could have made this operation look like a standard dust supply purchase. I could have earned more than 30% of the value of this transaction. "You bring me this grade 3 crap and expect me to pay for it as if it were grade 4, he asks, squeezing my arms and legs. My aura flared in response to the damage. I was probably still in the green, but I couldn't break free. In this soundproof room, I couldn't call for help. He had my life in his mechanical limbs. "I'll give you a discount, but please don't hurt us." Milsha was upside down, trying to free herself by cutting the tentacle. But as soon as Arc realized what she was trying to do, he started shaking her slowly in the air. Milsha grumbled, confused. Crunch. Arc slams her against the floor, as if she were a rat he wanted to kill for daring to invade his home. Chick. Milsha whimpers as if she were about to cry, while Arc slowly brought her face close to his upside down. "Stay quiet," Arc says, almost whispering to her. The poor girl almost broke her neck, nodding her head in response to the boy's threat. "Let's do the following," Jaune comments as he scratches his chin in thought. "I'll pay half the market value for all this grade 3 dust. The girl's fees and the bar tab will be on the house, right?" I nod, accepting the 50% discount hurt my ego, but it's not like I was in a position to negotiate. The money was still good, at least 50 million lien. To me, that was huge, but for an institution like Beacon, it was a drop in the bucket. He places us on the ground while holding a tube in his hands. As soon as I stand up, I notice a strange golden mist emanating from the boy's body. It hovered in his hand until he touches one of the tubes. This is the annoying part. As soon as the boy complains, the mist engulfs the tube's contents. Red veins appears on the boy's arm, like bright fire lines, the same color as the dust he was holding. "Damn," the boy groans in pain, but within seconds the veins disappear along with the golden mist. "One down, 39 to go," he concluded, throwing the tube to Milsha. Even caught off guard, she managed to hold it without dropping it. "Empty?" she asked, wide-eyed. "What, did he consume all that dust with his semblance?" As soon as he finished the second vial, he let it fall to the ground and moved on to the next. Clunk. Only when I heard the noise of the second container hitting the ground did I understand what this madman wanted to do. He's going to consume all that dust at once. Clunk, 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 clunk. Every time he absorbed one of the dust containers, bright veins jumped on his arm in the same color. It was evident from his face the pain he was feeling, but he still quickened his pace, starting to absorb dust with the other hand even before finishing the first. He ignored all the pain and discomfort, and in a few minutes, empty vials surrounded his feet. "It's always difficult to go through all this pain," he complains only to look at the void. "But it's worth it." I know lunatics who like to feel the pain of using dust without an intermediary like weapons, but storing so much power without exploding is the first time I've seen it. With a sadistic smile on his face, the young man walked towards me, staring at me seriously. This would be the moment when Milsha would step in front of me to defend me, but poor thing was still on the ground after being smashed against the floor. Jaune raised his right hand, pointing his index and middle fingers at me. "Boom." "AARGH," I shouted, falling on my butt. Young Arc laughs at my reaction. "Don't worry, Junior. Today you tried to pull a fast one on me, but it didn't work out for you." He finishes the sentence, offering his hand to help me up. Relieved by the return of the boy's normal behavior, I accepted, but as soon as I stood up, he frowned again, staring at me. "I'll come back in the near future to do business with you." Clunk, clunk. Two tentacles dug into the ground in front of me, lifting the boy, while the others pushed me against the ceiling. "I promise I won't forgive you a second time." His voice was cold and serious, as if he were making a vow rather than a threat. The mechanical limbs pressed harder against my chest, draining even more of my aura, squeezing me. Beep, beep. Why is my scroll alert ringing? I glanced briefly at my waist where it hangs. Is my aura in the red? Thud. With a dry thud, I fell to the ground as the blonde psychopath let me go. Remember what we talked about. After all, an Arc never goes back on his word. Slowly, the huntsman in training walks out of the VIP room, leaving me and Milsha behind. It was surreal. Now he has enough dust in his body to blow up a few buildings. "He's a monster," Milsha whispers in a trembling and breathless voice. Poor thing, she usually doesn't accompany me in the more dangerous negotiations. Despite this kid's power, he still went easy on us after we tried to deceive him. I know guys with this kind of power who would have cut off a hand or two just for disrespecting them like that. Strong, well-connected, and rich, she continues in a more intense tone. "So, do you think he's single?" asks the breathless girl with starry eyes. "Go take a cold shower and then come back to the bar. I'll keep a close eye on this boy. He has a lot of power for someone so young. Original point of view. Shit. Why did that bald jerk try to double-cross me? I came to spend a shitload of money with him, and the asshole tried to deceive me. I could have died if it weren't for my semblance and the training with Glinda. During initiation, I spent more than 30% of my aura to create Stiltman's armor. Today, I spent only 7% of my aura to make Dr. Octopus's arms. Was I influenced by the tentacles and became more violent? Yes. Was it worth intimidating and putting Junior in his place? Definitely. Especially considering how many points I have now. Multiverse-Crafting system. What would you like to do? Magic, 226,954 points. Aura, 93.7%. I can't contain myself and start laughing like an idiot as I leave Junior's bar. I know I promised not to do anything scandalous to attract attention, but with this many points, I'm very tempted to create artificial intelligence. Maybe I'll make Jarvis with all the blueprints of the arc reactors and armors that Tony Stark has ever created in the movies and comics. But first, there's something I've wanted to do for a while. Multiverse-Crafting system. This will cost 1,000 magic points. Magic, 226,954 points. Aura, 93.7%. Cheaper than I thought. Make its system in a language I understand, and its hardware and software compatible with this world's technology. Multiverse-Crafting system. This will cost 1,500 magic points. Magic, 226,954 points. Aura, 93.7%. As soon as I gave the command, the golden mist appeared in my hand, materializing the small device with a red lens that I had longed for. Image. It was a Dragon Ball Scouter with a red lens just like Vegeta's. I waste no time and put it on immediately. As soon as the small yet powerful device was in position, I pressed the button. Beep beep. Neat. Beep 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 beep. Cool, even the power level measurement sound is the same. I comment happily, fulfilling a childhood dream. Right. That's weird, it seems like there's someone strong nearby. The sound was identical to the series, which made me thrilled and unfortunately distracted. When I turned in the arrow's direction, the scouter pointed out the power level of something emerging from the darkness. 4,000. Damn, as strong as Nappa. Before I could see the owner of such power, something golden flew from the darkness toward me, wrapping around my right foot and pulling me forward. Thud. Damn it, I complain, falling on my butt with some kind of chain tied to my foot. Watch your potty mouth, John, said a familiar voice coming from the darkness. Heavy and slow footsteps walked in my direction. A figure in black armor with golden details approached me. Instantly, my blood froze, and a knot formed in the pit of my stomach as I beheld my attacker. Her armor made of black steel plates with golden details should have been more than enough to identify who had captured me. But it was her cold, cruel blue eyes and golden hair just like mine that sent chills down my spine. Hello, John, says the cold, feminine voice hiding internal fury. My past had finally caught up with me. It's time to pay for your sins, little brother. Image. E.A.I. Gurizada. Daniel Rond. YESS, you're back. So good, man, I really missed this. Also glad everything is better, no. Altuf kinda sad the next chapter will take so long. I understand your circumstances. Really loved Yang V's Fyra. Altuf can't wait to see more about Blake since soon it would be her turn. Let's just hope she doesn't corrupt RWBY with filth. XD, keep the good work. Response equals RWBY reading Blake's books. Mikkel Sharon. Pyrrha actually got knocked out, by Yang of all people, but then again she was a bit too heated and was foreman to Yang's Ali. Well done. Response equals as you mentioned, Yang won because Pyrrha didn't keep her composure. In a rematch, I would bet on the serial girl's victory. If that were a fair fight, Pyrrha would surely win despite Yang having more experience fighting unarmed than the Mistral champion. Asynchronous texture streaming. Nice chapter. Can't wait to see how the SDC and dustless tech stuff works out. Response equals I'm finishing the first arc of this story. In the interlude, I will write about that. 19 Sibling fight. Avip warning, I'm not used to writing action scenes, so it was quite difficult for me to write this chapter. Dialogue. Scroll. Original point of view. It's time to pay for your crimes, little brother. Noir Arc. I mumble aloud the name of my attacker. Can you tell me why this is necessary? I ask, pointing at the chain on my leg. The chain on my leg pulls me through the street, getting me closer to my older sister. I try to get up, but a boot pressed down on my chest, forcing me back to the ground. Looking up, I behold my aggressor, a blonde with short hair, cold and cruel blue eyes, and her imposing 1.95 meters, 64 in American, 9 centimeters, 3.5 inches taller than me. Image. Not that I was envious of my older sister, the successful and respected veteran huntress dressed in black steel plate armor with golden details, wielding a sword in each hand held by chains on the handle, making her look like a death knight armed with kratos, blades of chaos. Okay, maybe I was a little jealous of her. A lump formed in my throat, and my stomach begins to churn. She didn't step on me with force, but from the contact, I was already at the mercy of her powerful semblance. Go home and leave me alone, I growl at her, trying to hide my anxiety. I'm a huntsman in training at Beacon Academy now. Noir looks at me with a raised eyebrow, doubting my statement. Here, I lift my scroll, displaying my student ID. I'm impressed, she says in a genuine tone. I give a smile at the first compliment I received from my older sister in this world. I even regretted all the insults I shouted at her before fleeing the Ark's house. It's truly incredible how much the quality of Beacon's applicants has fallen to the point of accepting a weakling like you. Mega bitch, gaping asshole, blonde cow, uber cunt, dyke bimbo, syphilitic dick sucker, communist. Enough, I don't know what a communist is, but that is irrelevant, Noir says, cutting off my list of insults directed at her. I will be escorting you home, where you will receive the necessary medical care. Care? Is she insinuating that I'm sick? Not knowing how to respond, I opted for my modus operandi. Fuck you, offense and swearing. That's what I'm talking about, John, Noir comments in a tired tone. Since the accident, you have displayed a drastic change in behavior, including swearing and exhibiting a more aggressive demeanor than usual. Despite her formal tone, I begin to notice that she truly cared about my well-being. Everyone was jubilant when you recovered from your coma, but since then you've changed so much, even Father is worried about you. Despite her stoic face, her voice is filled with sadness. I'm worried about you. Wow, I muttered quietly, feeling bad. But what about this paying for your crimes thing? You mean besides the money you stole? That money was mine, I reply indignantly. That money was for your college, she says in a dry tone. In response, I could only give a wry smile and avoid her gaze. Sighing tiredly, Noir took her foot off my chest and helped me stand up. As soon as I stood up, I took a step back, moving away from her for fear of being captured again. I admit you seem to have developed some muscles, but that doesn't matter, you're coming home with me. I say it doesn't matter what you want, I reply as I raise my voice, trying to assert myself against her. It's my life, fuck yours, I'm going nowhere. So much unnecessary vulgarity, Noir said, shaking his head. This just proves how immature and unfit you are to become a huntsman. Are you a deaf woman? I yell. That ship has already sailed, Noir. I'm on Beacon, I'm a team leader. Go live your life and leave me the fuck alone, I curse, raising my hands to the night sky. With an irritated face, the blonde took out one of her swords and points it in my direction. The weapon's blade and chain were black as night, which suited her name, Minuet. Image. You are an Arc. Her voice was filled with authority and veiled anger. The sole male heir of our lineage, you have obligations to the Arc clan. Swish. Before I could complain or curse at her again, the weapon flew from her hand. All I could see was a dark metallic blur coming towards me. Startled by the speed, I raise my hands to defend against the attack. Huh, I mutter aloud. The sword hadn't struck me. It passed by my side, wrapping me in its chain. Straight to BDSM? At least buy me dinner first. An angry vein bulged on her forehead, yet she didn't respond to my behavior. I gave my word to our father and mother that I would bring you home safely, even if I have to drag you unconscious. I was pulled to the ground again with a tug of the black chain. And you know very well that a Arc never breaks their word. I struggled futilely on the ground, trying to force the chains, but it was in vain. Besides the metal being of high quality, the chains were reinforced by Noir's semblance. It was impossible to break them while she remained focused. To make matters worse, I had left my weapons and shield at beacon. You haven't changed at all, Noir says in a tone filled with disgust. What? I ask, ceasing my struggling. Noir shook her head disapprovingly at me, seeming disappointed by my question. An enemy stands in front of you and you've allowed yourself to be easily captured. Why? Because I'm your sister. Do you think I won't hurt? I murmur, speechless. I'm a specialized huntress in hunting criminals. I've killed more people than I care to remember. Could you bear a similar burden as mine? Silence was my only reply. You might have become more aggressive and foul-mouthed, but you're still an unworthy weakling who fears hurting others in combat. A strange feeling began to weigh on my conscience. What are you talking about? Your fight when fleeing from the Arc mansion, Noir said, looking at me with shame for my actions. 10 guards were injured, some of them frozen, burned, electrocuted, or just lightly wounded, but none died. My eyes widened at my sister's draconian declaration. You think that's bad? I asked incredulously. They were just innocent men doing their job. Your point being? Her voice came out graver and more intense than before. They were standing in your way. Such weak conduct will only result in difficulties in the life of a huntsman. But, I tried to respond, but only stuttered a reply cut off by my black-armored sister. I love you, Jaune. She speaks with a stern tone, appearing somewhat depressed, akin to a parent who is dreading the task of reprimanding their child. But you're weak, insecure, inattentive, incompetent, and above all, a coward who lacks the courage to kill those who oppose you. Her words wound my spirit like a rain of sharp blades, but it was the next sentence that felt like a knife through my heart. You weren't born for this. The casual way she said it uttered deeply within me. The pain echoed, revisiting a memory from my previous life. You're a lazy and forgetful person. The voice in my memory possessed a friendly demeanor, infused with concern and affection, yet the words spoken still weighs heavily on me. How about something simpler and less risky? This person was worried about me, wanted the best for me, yet couldn't help but crush my dreams and hopes with every sentence. You weren't born for this. Words became a crushing weight on my shoulders. I began to question if my dreams were mere empty fantasies. A mix of emotions flooded my heart. Disappointment, pain, and an overwhelming sense of despair. Maybe she is right. Perhaps I would never achieve what I longed for. Still, a spark persisted within me. Feelings of anger and hatred began to boil within me, anger toward those who didn't believe in me, against those who stood in my way, and most of all, hatred toward myself for not even trying to prove them wrong. Will I make the same mistakes even in this new life? Will I once again accept what my family, even if it's a new one, wants to impose on me? In this first week, you've already proven to be one of the best in terms of effort, echoes Professor Port's voice in my mind. Noir reminded me of the failures of my past life. She shook my spirit, but not enough to extinguish my inner flame. Today, you've shown that creativity, versatility, and intelligence are indispensable tools in the life of a hunter, repeats Glinda's voice deep within me. A serene smile spread across my face as I reflected on how little time it had been since I began training. Despite having much to learn, I couldn't help but feel proud of what I had already achieved in such a short time. You know, One-chan, if you had come a few weeks ago, I probably would have gone with you without resistance. Noir opened a victorious smile at my declaration, but it was premature. However, a golden, bright mist began to envelop my body, starting from my feet and rising slowly. You need to know that no one is born a hero. My body was now covered by the bright mist, obscuring Noir's view. Meanwhile, metallic plates started covering my body, sealing me in armor. What is that? Still constrained by the chains, I exerted force before she could finish her question, and this time I felt the chains loosen and start to creak. How, says my wide-eyed sister. Snap. Caught off guard by my power, Noir lost focus, and the chains snapped with a metallic crack as I stood up, taking advantage of her distraction. The mist dissipated, revealing the red and gold armor that covered me entirely. Heroes are built. My voice came out slightly robotic through the armor's speakers. My chest swelled with pride, illuminating the night with the arc reactor within it. I stared at my assailant through the visor of the Iron Man Mark III armor. Image. Your semblance, Noir asks for the first time, a hint of doubt in her voice. Though she couldn't see my face, I gave a half-smile, lifting my head proudly. With her black sword fallen on the ground by my side and her broken chain, Noir found herself forced to draw her other sword, white and gold midi. Image. None of this makes sense. Her voice trembles and uncertain. It was as if Noir were experiencing uncertainty about her victory for the first time in her life. What are you? Pointing both hands forward, I uttered the iconic phrase. I am Iron Man's. From the palms of my hands, Repulsor's beams of light were unleashed, hitting my opponent squarely and rendering her unconscious, securing my escape. At least that was what I expected to happen. What actually occurred was 1 minute of silence as my sister and I stared at each other. Was something supposed to happen? A confused Noir asked. I think I'm forgetting something, I murmur, disappointed. Multiverse-Crafting system. What would you like to do? Magic, 225,454 points. Aura, 77.2%. Taking advantage of my distraction, Noir lunged at me like a black and gold missile. Whoosh! Before I could even realize, she tackled me, holding me by the armor's face. Crackle! The visor cracked under the pressure of her force and her semblance. The metal of the helmet began to press on my skull. You're scratching my paint job, you bitch. I couldn't activate the repulsors, but I managed to break the chain. I can still use the extra strength the armor provides. Even with the cracked visor and my view partially obscured by my assailant's hand, it would be impossible to miss this close. I pulled back my arm and utilizing everything I had learned in the past month, rotating my torso to put the weight of my body and the force of my back muscles behind this haymaker. The punch went straight to her face, with all the training I had, plus the strength of the armor, landing a solid hit on her. Thud. A dull and weak thud revealed that my punch had zero effect, shattering all the confidence I had just gained. Pathetic, the scorn in her voice only heightened my despair. I guess you're just here for attention after all. You forgot something. She raises an eyebrow confused, but before she could ask anything, I threw a small, bright blue sphere that stuck to her chest plate. This plasma grenade. Boom. The sound of the explosion echoed throughout the neighborhood and the dust lifted, covering us. I felt the impact from inside the armor, but I was shielded from the damage of the blast. However, Noir. Still pathetic. She was unscathed. Your semblance is so overpowered, not even your hair was damaged. Says the boy who creates technological armor and grenades with his semblance. Frustrated and holding me by the face, Noir lifted my encased body in the armor. I tried more punches and even kicks to free myself, but it was like punching an invisible wall of steel. She released me into the air, but before my feet touched the ground, I felt an impact on my chest that threw me away. "Shit!" I shouted, flying and spinning through the air. Crash! I hit the wall near the parked motorcycles, leaving a hole of my proportions. It didn't hurt at all, and I didn't lose any aura. It just hurt my dignity, something I never had much of. I got up quickly when a window popped up on the helmet visor. Structural integrity at 63%. What? After the warning, I looked down, finding a large cut in the armor just below the reactor. In some parts of the damage, I could even see my clothes. Hull compromised. "Now you're talking," I asked, burning with anger. But there was no response. "You're the most useless AI." Mid-complaint, I realized my mistake. "I made you without an AI." I brought both hands to my head, protected by the helmet. "I'm an idiot. I created one of the coolest armors in fiction without the damn artificial intelligence to help me pilot it. It probably only had the basic system to help with walking and keeping the person inside protected." Clink clank. Heavy and metallic footsteps approached me. "Although I am not inclined to indulge in your vulgar language, you are correct," comments Noir, slowly approaching. "You were never the sharpest blade in the armory." "Cunt," I retort to her, getting no reaction from my sister. Multiverse-Crafting system. What would you like to do? Magic, 225,454 points. Aura, 59.2%. This damn armor also consumes more than a sugar baby with a platinum card. The golden mist of my semblance emerged once again, now removing the armor around my body. Noir stares at me, eyebrows raised, sword in her right hand, wary about my actions. The cost of the armor wasn't so significant, but it was useless without being able to use its weapons or flight. "Have you given up playing with dolls, John?" "They're action figures, Yo-Yo, Ellen DeGeneres' evil twin," I reply, pissed out of my mind. Taking deep breaths, I start summoning metallic gauntlets onto my hands with a button within thumb's reach. The new weapons hummed as I pressed the buttons on each one. WHIRR. What that toy can. BOOOOM'd. The shockwave hit Noir, catching the Black Knight off guard. She hadn't prepared her defenses against a sonic attack. With her boots anchored to the ground, Noir was dragged back a few meters, leaving the asphalt marked with 2 lines. Even without the defense of her semblance, Noir was strong, as evidenced by her instinct and experience guiding her to deal with an unknown attack. Without giving her time to react, I activated the shocker gauntlets once more. This time I wanted a longer and more powerful attack. This time I held the button longer, remembering that it made the bursts more powerful. The sonic explosion was ridiculously powerful compared to the previous one. A white light engulfs Noir when she received the attack. Although I was sure I had hit her, I would rather not waste the chance and kept pressing the button. The attack continued to grow as I finally felt in control of the fight. That is, until I heard something from the gauntlet. ZZZT. What? I felt a strange tingling starting to radiate from my fist. ZZZT-pop. Sparks came out from inside the gauntlets. The attack continued against Noir, but I felt something odd in my arms, almost like my bones were vibrating. Shit, the vibration started to affect me and causes me a lot of pain. Every bone in my arm seems to vibrate at a disconcerting frequency, as if they were being crushed by an invisible and relentless force. Each pulse of pain reverberates through my entire arm, making it difficult to maintain my combat stance. The intense agony threatens my strength, forcing me to cut the attack and dissipate the gauntlets. Swish. While in agony from the pain, the white and gold sword whizzed in my direction. This time aiming for my legs, Noir probably wants to break them so she can take me home more easily. I think about creating a wall or shield to defend myself, but before I can react, a red and black figure jumps in front of me, intercepting the sword. Clash. Quickly, the white chain is drawn back to the Black Knight's arm as the sword flies into her left hand. Furious, Noir glares at whoever had dared intervene between the two of us. "Who do you think you are to meddle in Arc family matters?" she snarls in fury. Immediately, I identify the figure just over 5 feet tall, despite her back towards me wearing weird black tight clothes, and her face covered. Her scythe is too distinctive to conceal her identity. "His first friend from Beacon," shouts RWBY, dressed as a ninja wielding crescent rose. Image. Friend. Anger and confusion paints the face of the blonde in black armor. "Do you have any idea what you're doing?" With a shit-eating grin smile, something I had never seen on the face of the Little Reaper, RWBY replied. "Distracting you." Slash. A black figure cut through Noir's leg at the gap in the armor behind her knee. Despite feeling pain, the Black Knight refuses to fall and turns to punch her assailant. As her fist connected with her target, it dissolves into shadows. "What?" Distracted and surprised, Noir didn't notice the feminine figure that leaped over her after leaving her shadow clone behind. Landing beside RWBY, the figure also had her face covered and was dressed like a ninja, but the black cleaver in her right hand pointed out that it was Blake. Image. "You're also his friend." "Meh," she says while shrugging. "Thank you, Blake, I feel so loved." I grumble, annoyed at her answer. "At least this disguise is better than the ribbon," I mutter to myself, forgetting her feline hearing. Her body stiffens in response, but I didn't notice her reaction to my not-so-secret comment. I was too busy creating 2 new weapons, one for each hand. Both were black guns. The one in my right hand had blue details, while the one in my left hand was detailed in orange and red. "This is my dearest sister," I drawl out sarcastically. "Don't worry," Blake interrupted me. "We heard everything." Okay, despite feeling oddly violated, I decide to focus on the conflict. "Blake, use hit-and-run tactics using your semblance to escape if she grabs you. Don't engage in hand-to-hand combat with her. She is known for depleting auras in a single attack." Understood. "RWBY, don't engage in close combat with her. Provide cover for Blake." "But..." She tries to complain, but I cut her off immediately. "She is very dangerous," I stress in a serious tone. "Her semblance, tactile telekinesis, works like Professor Goodwich's, only on what she has physical contact with." Noir, outraged by me revealing her semblance. "Exposing my semblance to others," Noir seethes, more furious than ever. "Does family mean nothing to you, John?" "At the moment, it's a pain in the..." Crash. RWBY and Blake jumped to the side, dodging the flying sword. The impact broke the ground, leaving a small crater in its place. "Is her semblance just a limited version of the Professor's?" RWBY asks. "She doesn't have range, hence the chains, but it's probably 3 or even 5 times stronger than Goodwich's." "What?" RWBY shouts. "BB, but I've seen the Professor lift pieces of concrete weighing 2 tons. A white glow reflected the moonlight. Noir was using MIDI in a wide arc, trying to hit us all at once. "Get down," I yell at the two. Swish. We manage to duck in time. Blake runs towards Noir, who retracts the white chain to confront the ninja faunus attack. Meanwhile, RWBY jumps onto a lamppost and switches crescent rose from scythe to sniper mode. Good thing I broke Minuit's chain, I think to myself, glancing at the black sword with its broken chain on the ground. We're only managing to dodge her long-range attacks because the white sword stands out too much at night. Banged. Crescent Rose's shot brought me back to the fight. Blake was faster than Noir. Attacking with the Gamble Shroud and dodging the blonde's swords was easy for her. However, my sister was a veteran of many battles and had experience dealing with agile targets. Making a wider arc with her scabbard in cleaver mode, Blake tries to hit behind Noir's other leg. Clang! However, an invisible wall deflected her weapon. Erg, Blake grunted, confused only to be grabbed by Noir. You are mine, says Noir triumphantly, holding Blake by her neck. Run or she'll kill you, I yell desperately. Noir's fist clenched as she closed her hand, only for her target to dissolve into shadows. Blake took some distance while coughing with a hand on her throat. She was really going to Blake stammers, terrified with Noir brutality. A bright white and sharp glow flew toward her. Blake, RWBY yells her name, trying to snap her out of it. The sword pierced the night like an albino steel missile toward the huntress apprentice. FROOSH. Only for the sword to be hit by a pale blue luminous burst, encasing Mitty in a solid block of ice. Blake and Noir stared in disbelief as I lowered the blue-detailed gun and raised the other. SIZZZZLE. The other gun's beam, actually a liquid flammable fuel that ignites upon contact with the air, hit the part of the chain that wasn't trapped in the ice, melting and severing the sword from its owner. AAARGH? Noir roared in pain when the heat from the chain reached her arm, once again proving that unexpected attacks are effective against her. The three women stare at me, each reacting differently to Captain Cold and Heat Wave's pistols from the Arrowverse. Image / not mine. Blake was perplexed. RWBY looked like a little girl seeing a pony for the first time, and Noir was breathing furiously, consumed by hatred and disgust. Enough, Noir shouts, raising one leg and then slamming it down with all the force of her muscles, aura, and semblance. CRAASH. Blake jumps away from the cracks that opened in the street. The lamp post where RWBY was positioned bent, forcing the Reaper to descend. The sidewalk where I stood split up, and I also noticed some cracks in the surrounding buildings. I'll take you home, even if I have to destroy all of Vale. She charges at Blake with such force that her impulse created a crater where she had stood. Erg, grunts Blake as she receives the punch at maximum speed. Instinctively, Blake used her semblance to throw herself back, to disperse the energy from the punch. But the impact was so strong that she was still through against the wall on the other side of the street. Crash. Through Blake's leg, we noticed her aura flicker and then break. With just one blow, says RWBY in a horrified tone, Blake. SIZZZZLE. Moved by rage, I shot fire at Noir, only to be blocked by her semblance. Damn, I say, frustrated. If Noir knows the type of attack, she can protect herself from it. Fire, ice, electricity, acid, impact, cuts, and explosions. Someone with a similar semblance wouldn't keep the shield activated all the time like her. It drains a lot of aura, but Noir is an arc and we have plenty of aura. You know that I would go easy on your friend's little brother, Noir says in a sadistic tone. The blonde leaps again, this time towards my other ally. RWBY dodge, I shout, trying to alert her. She was still staring towards her teammate. RWBY only notices the danger when a large shadow envelopes her. Behind her, Noir fell with enough force from her punch to bury the little rose in a crater in the ground. Smash. Just like Blake, RWBY's aura flickers and then shatters. No, I whisper, feeling helpless. Noir walks over to RWBY's body. Slowly, the Black Knight raises her boot over her skull. Stop, I shout desperately. I raise the firearm and fire at her. SIZZZZLE. The burst of flames hit her chest squarely. The air distorts around Noir, covered in flames. The fire ceased as soon as I released the trigger, only to reveal Noir unscathed, stepping on RWBY's skull. Not even a burn mark appeared on her armor. Get off HER, you bitch! I yell, raising the other weapon and attacking her. FROOSH. The shot from the ice gun had an effect, beginning to encase Noir in a layer of ice. But in a few moments, I realized the ice wasn't touching her skin or armor. Her semblance protects her from being touched by the ice beam, leaving a bubble of air around her. Crash. Noir broke the ice that held her, opening her arms with little effort, without removing her foot from RWBY's head. Pathetic, Noir said with disgust at my attempts. Do you always rely on these toys? The weapons dissolve into golden mist. Fug. I need something that can hurt her without harming RWBY. I raised my hands as I began to materialize something similar to a futuristic-looking rifle. It has an elongated body, parts of dark gray metal, a long, thin barrel, and elements that look like electronic components. What is this now? Noir asks, suspicious of the weapon in my hands. Gauss rifle, I reply, squeezing the trigger. When the counter reached 99, I released the trigger, the electromagnetic magnets firing the projectile at high speed, hitting the target and exploding in a blue light, but nothing happens. Before Noir could speak, I got rid of the rifle and created something else, the weapon from the paste pot Pete, and shot the glue at her. Once the female figure was covered in the liquid adhesive, I breathed a sigh of relief. Phew. But I spoke too soon. The liquid wasn't adhering to her. In fact, it started to run down her body, as if it were water. I swore, of course, if the ice didn't work, then why would this? Before it could fall onto RWBY and suffocate her, I dissolved everything into a golden mist. Enough, Noir shouts. I froze immediately, obeying her, afraid that she would kill RWBY, crushing her head like a grape. You've already proven to be weak, and now it's obvious that your toys are useless against me, she declares. I start thinking about using my dust. I can't create magic items with my aura, but maybe I have enough to create something truly powerful, like a noble phantasm. She's still alive, say Noir, catching my attention. But if you create something else, I'll crush her skull. I drop to my knees instantly, feeling helpless, fearing for the lives of RWBY and Blake. She smiles at me, removing her foot from RWBY. Empty your pockets, she says in a voice that is both commanding and threatening. I don't want any weapons, hidden explosives, or even a scroll when I come take you back. My hands tremble as I empty my pockets. Desperation and fear choke my mind, as I can only think of the unconscious girls held hostage by Noir. The air is heavy and suffocating, making it hard to breathe, and each beat of my heart felt like a resounding drum in my ears. The uncertainty of what might happen to them tore me apart inside. I was failing to protect them. They were in this situation because of me. As I hung my head, trying to hold back the tears and control the trembling in my hands, I mentally pray any god listening for their survival. It's my fault, I think, blaming myself inwardly. If I had dealt with the theft case earlier, or at least asked Osmond to talk to the Arcs, if only I thought ahead instead of just trying to get better. Noir is right, I'm a complete idiot. My heart pleads for a miracle, for the hope that all this would end without more harm. Wait, orders Noir. What's that in your hand? On the ground is my wallet, scroll, and speeder bike keys. In my hand, I hold a small glass vial. Is it poison? Noir asks with concern. My mouth opens and closes, but I can't respond to her. One last trick, annoyance is clear on her face, and the most cowardly and dishonorable one at that. What does it do? It drains aura and makes the target unconscious. I mutter to my captor. Perfect, says the Black Knight with a sadistic smile. You will use it on yourself, and if you do, I give you my word as an Arc that I'll never attack your colleagues ever again. Without hesitation, I removed the metal cap and injected the blue liquid into my arm. Clink clank. Noir's footsteps echoes through the street as the strange liquid runs through my veins. What are your final words, little brother? I couldn't help it. I give her a big, radiant smile. You're an unbelievably stupid cunt. Gurizada. This chapter took longer than I thought. I'm not used to writing fights, but I hope you guys liked or hated my OC, Jaune Arc's older sister. Sim 36. My buen capitulo el de hoy yang y per teniendo el corazón a corazón fula joya de este capitulo para mí. My buen trabajo. Response equals thank you for the compliment. I rewrote their conversation several times. I'm glad it was well received. Ain't so zero al gown. His sister won't actually kill him. Right. Response equals it's just going to hurt him. A lot. Daniel Ron. Absolutely amazing man XD? Altuf, it's surprising to see this passed from Yang. It would make sense about why did the Og Yang prefer to date Blake than any other guy. Not like there is any guy that was of Yang's interest. But now that MC exists here, it makes sense why she is so hesitant. Also love MC's progress and Junior and Militia's reaction to MC. Also, finally, John's family is here. Now it comes the best part. RWBY and the rest of John's love interest meets John's family. That interaction will be amazing, just a small recommendation. Make it so John has more than one mother. Since in this world is normal for hunters to have a harem, then it would make sense if John's dad also had a harem, and that's why his family is so numerous. Response equals thank you for the kind words. The conversation between the two was something I took great care with and rewrote several times. The idea of John's father having a harem is interesting. Fuck you, Dad. I'll have a harem bigger than yours. 20 Jedi Saiyan. Avip, I'm still learning how to write fights and the ending was a little rushed. But as my father said, the perfect is the enemy of the good. Dialogue. Thought. Scroll. Nora Valkyrie. REN, I shout, opening the door. You lost the duel for our fearless leader's hand. As I entered the dimly lit room, I was taken aback by what I saw. The entire space was illuminated by candles, and a peculiarly set table caught my eye. The table showcased an interesting sight. In the center, golden pancakes with maple syrup took the spotlight. Surrounding them were crispy bacon and a variety of eggs, scrambled and poached. Is this breakfast for dinner? I murmured in surprise. Nora, I heard a male voice from the corner of the room. I turned to see Lai Ren, my childhood friend, emerging from the darkness in a way I had never seen before. He was donning a peculiar shirt, a Changshan red with golden details, and it hit me right in the heart. I involuntarily sighed. Ren was already handsome, but in this traditional Mistralian outfit, he transformed into something delicious. The vibrant red accentuated every line of his face, making his skin seem even more radiant. The golden details added a touch of sophistication, as if he were a walking piece of art. My heart beats faster than I swing my hammer against a horde of Beowulfs. Every movement of Ren was a blend of gracefulness and confidence, as if he were dancing through the room towards me. The Changshan highlighted his strong shoulders and imposing posture, making him irresistible. I was speechless. What is this? I asked, still in disbelief. It's a surprise for you, he says shyly. I wanted to have a private talk with you. With Pyrrha in the infirmary and John in the city with Carden, I thought it was a good opportunity. Besides surprise, I also felt nervous. I didn't know what Ren was planning. Fear and anxiety were bubbling in my mind. I know this is sudden, he continues, but I've always loved you, Nora, as a friend and a sister. I instinctively shrink back in disbelief. All this just to put me in the friend zone? I get pancakes and friend zone. With despair and depression clouding my mind, tears welled up in the corners of my eyes. But over time, I couldn't help but notice how you've grown into this beautiful and wonderful person that you are. He takes a deep breath while looking into my eyes. But I was always afraid to talk to you about it, afraid that these new feelings wouldn't be reciprocated and you would want to pull away. Now hope returned, dispelling all the negative emotions. This must be the greatest emotional roller coaster I've experienced in my life. But you know me better than anyone, know that I'm not good at talking, especially about my feelings. Ren says, looking at the floor feeling embarrassed. However, in this last month at Beacon, I had the opportunity to talk to someone, and I realized it would be worse to say nothing and suffer in silence. Ren, what are you? I love you, Nora, he says, smiling at me. Not just as a sister or a friend, I love you as the beautiful woman you are. I was silent for a moment, trying to process everything happening. I always had a slight, tiny crush on Ren, but he never seemed to show interest in me or any other woman, or man for that matter. I don't know what to say, I finally reply to him. He smiles wearily at me. You don't need to say anything now, he says in a friendly tone. I just wanted you to know how I feel. He approaches me and kisses my forehead, then hugs me. Thank you for listening, Ren whispers in my ear. I return the hug, still in shock. Take all the time you need to respond, he says, patting my head. I'll be by your side as always, waiting patiently, no matter how long you need. What? Fuck that, I shout, pulling him by his shocking shirt and planting a big kiss on him. His eyes widened in surprise before closing gently as our lips met. Image / not mine. The kiss was a whirlwind of emotions. His hands found my face, while mine firmly held onto his shirt. Each second was an explosion of feelings kept for so long, finally set free. When we finally parted, our breaths were rapid, and our eyes met in the midst of surprise and mutual understanding. The room around us seemed to have vanished, leaving only the two of us, lost at the moment we had just created. I smiled, perhaps the brightest smile I had ever given, and Ren smiled back. In the silence that followed, we realized that something had changed, something that connected us in a deeper way than ever before. Who did you talk to about your feelings? I asked curiously. Some beacon professor or therapist? Actually, it was our fearless leader. Jaune, I ask incredulously. Ren nods. Thank you, I say as if he could hear me. Our first child will have your name. What? Nora, Ren says with a shaky voice. We're too young to have kids. But we can practice. I reply, smiling and licking my lips, staring at my prey. Nora, no, Ren exclaims, retreating until he cornered himself on Jaune's bed. Nora, yes, I whisper lustfully at him. Ruby Rose. I open my eyes slowly. My mind is foggy and my body feels heavy. Every part of me aches. Looking around, I notice I'm lying in a small crater. One last trick, a feminine voice above me says, and the most cowardly and dishonorable one at that. What does it do? Is Noir on top of me? How? Why? What happened? I swallow all my distress and anxiety, fearing what the blonde huntress will do to me if she knows I'm awake. In the distance, I hear Jaune's voice, but I can't make out anything. He spoke too softly for me to hear from this distance. Perfect, says the black-clad knight. You will use it on yourself, and if you do, I give you my word as an arc that I'll never attack your colleagues ever again. Wait, Jaune will use what? Then metallic footsteps echoed through the ruined street. Clink clank. Looking to the side, I see a tall woman in black armor walking away from me. What are your last words, little brother? No, I whisper with a raspy, weak voice, but no one heard me. Jaune. Even with my body aching, I couldn't give up. I have to rise. I placed my hands on the ground and forced myself to stand. My muscles scream pain, but I won't give up. I focus on my friends, and with determination and feeling tingling and spasms of pain in my legs, I rose. You're an unbelievably stupid cunt. When I finally managed to stand, a wave of exhaustion washed over me. My body trembled on the verge of falling, but I forced myself to stay firm. Humph, snorts Noir. Even if this isn't poison, it won't make a difference in the final result. I walked slowly, my legs were heavy, feeling like they were made of concrete. Every step hurt not only in my muscles, but my bones seemed to throb with pain. What is this? Noir asks. Another cowardly trick. Before Jaune could respond, I finally saw the two. Noir in her black plate armor with golden details was as imposing as ever, even from behind. Jaune, on the other hand, is on fire. To be honest, Jaune said, contemplating the small fires permeating his body, I'm more lost than a dick in your URGH. Instead of completing what would most likely be an insult to his older sister's sex life, Jaune doubled over, clutching his stomach in agony. I watched the scene with growing concern. My first friend from Beacon had his face contorted in agony and pain, a distressing sight that made my heart ache for him. First, his lips tightened, as if trying to suppress a groan of discomfort. His tense body began to tremble as drops of cold sweat formed on his forehead. The strange scene paralyzed even Noir. Jaune, I whisper worriedly, what did you do? He continued to show signs of distress. His body was rigid, and his face now displayed a worrying paleness. It seemed to transcend physical pain. "You didn't lie?" Noir asks in surprise. "Maybe you still have some ounce of honor in you, little brother." Then his eyes narrowed, and he began to breathe rapidly, as if trying to find relief. Each breath seemed like a lute effort. His agony was palpable. I felt helpless, not knowing how to help. That's when he let out a scream, a sound that echoed through with a mix of pain, anger, and power. "Hye." His voice echoed through the street, emanating his suffering and fury, while golden flames engulfed his body. It was as if he were channeling an inner force beyond aura itself. He seemed to use his anger to combat his suffering. Suddenly, he rose, looking at Noir. His body muscles seemed to swell and contract with a supernatural intensity. His hair floated upward, carried by the flames. There was no doubt that I was witnessing something extraordinary. "I'm not from Alabama," John shouts, consumed by fury and pain. "But I'm gonna pound my sister's ass." At the end of his scream, he was panting, with sweat streaming down his face. His eyes, which moments before expressed acute pain, now shone like golden suns with an almost supernatural intensity. He seemed exhausted, but also transformed and bigger. "Image, do you think you can defeat me?" Noir asked, smiling savagely. "No," he replied in a serious tone I had never seen him use before. "I just know this hurts like hell, and there's only one way to deal with this pain." John lunged at his sister, cutting her off mid-sentence. The golden mist manifested as his right hand rose to the sky. By its size and shape, it seemed like he was creating something akin to a sword. "Take it out on you. You're becoming predictable, little brother," Noir comments in an arrogant tone. "A simple attack like BRMMMMMMMMMMM." A motor's roar echoes through the night. The weapon in John's hand was not a simple sword, it was a chainsaw. A chainsword. "Image." Noir quickly recovered from the surprise, raising her arms to defend against the blow. The roar of the weapon upon contact with her visage was strange. It seemed like he had hit something other than just her force field. Confirmation came with sparks and debris from the black bracers flying through the night. Noir isn't intimidated. She had probably faced criminals using something similar, but John's was unlike anything she had ever seen before. "Well, well," John chuckles. "Is my dear One-chan breaking a sweat?" "What?" I comment, examining Noir's face more closely. He is right, she is sweating with a determined expression on her face. The teeth of his weapon were penetrating her semblance and tearing through the armor. "This is nothing special. I was just caught off guard by this chainsaw. This is the sharpest weapon I've ever faced in my life, maybe even sharper than Blanche's," Noir emphasized, redoubling her efforts. "I just need to focus more." At that moment, the debris and sparks stopped flying, announcing that the weapon had stopped digging into the armor, and Noir began pushing John back. "Impressive weapon, but now that..." "Boltgun," John shouted, pointing a monstrous pistol at Noir. "Blam." "Image." Instinctively, Noir reinforced the force shield around her stomach. Just seconds ago, John was desperate, only to almost faint from the pain and then come up with this plan to bypass his sister's defenses. Drawing attention to one area of her body to try to catch another unprotected was an excellent strategy, and it would have worked if she weren't a huntress with years of combat experience. Despite being well calculated, your plan ended up being predictable for a veteran like me. "Crack." A metallic twist interrupted Noir's speech. "What?" Noir questioned aloud. "The bullet pierced the armor. How? That was anti-tank ammunition in a handgun? How?" I thought to myself, feeling jealous. "BOOM." This time, an explosion hit Noir's stomach, throwing her backward. In a moment of carelessness, he caught Noir off guard. His blow hit her stomach directly, and the force of the explosion threw her back, leaving her stunned, lying on the floor. I smiled hopefully, my chest filling with relief. "John, you really are." Before finishing my sentence, John simply fell in front of me. "POF." Still weak, I lost balance with the impact of his drop, falling backward. Lalia. But before falling backward on the ground, the boy with the golden aura grabbed me by the waist and pulled me to his chest. His chest was so large and hard. "RWBY," he says, lifting my head with his hand under my chin. "I need to be quick." John Gorg. Did he stick something in my mouth? And now he's covering my lips with his hand. "Swallow," John commands in a stern tone. Without questioning, I swallowed what felt like something small, like a peanut. "What cough, what was that?" I asked, feeling violated. "Something to heal you, now take another one for Blake," he said, putting what looked like a pea or bean in my hand. "Heal her and go to that store where you fought Torchwick from dusk till dawn." "What are you?" "RWBY," he exclaims, holding me by the shoulder. "I'm in pain, every fiber of my being is being torn apart and rebuilt. I am in agony, and there's no way I can defeat that monster," John said in a serious and desperate tone. "Do what I'm telling you and trust me, please, for my sake, do what I ask of you." Without words, I nodded in agreement, and he smiles through the pain, only to then charge at his sister, who was getting up. Both weapons had disappeared from his hands, and in their place, he had a small silver cylinder with a red button. "Will you show me your true power now?" Blanche says, already standing, ready to receive him despite her damaged amour. "Then come, John, no more holding back. I will shatter your dreams and hopes with your bones." I want to stay and help, but his commanding voice still echoed in my mind. I dissolved into a red blur surrounded by petals, darting toward Blake with my semblance, petal burst. "Please come back to us, John." Jaune Arc. I find myself lying on the ground, my breathing heavy and painful after being knocked down by John's dishonorable attack. Every part of my body seems to pulsate with pain, especially my stomach, where the impact was most intense. Anger and bewilderment mix in my chest, and my wounded pride adds another layer of emotion to this turmoil. It's as if a storm of violent feelings is happening inside me. The physical pain is nothing compared to the piercing emotional wound. I look at John, my younger brother, talking to that scythe-wielding woman whore with a mix of anger and disbelief. He used to be the smallest and weakest in the family, and now he is capable of knocking me down. There's a strange, almost contradictory pride that mingles with resentment. He grew up, became strong, and even though my ego is wounded, there's a part of me that silently takes pride in him. "It was a mistake to underestimate your abilities, little brother," I mutter, smiling as I begin to get up. However, fury and disgust predominate. "How dare you surpass me like this? How dare you challenge the hierarchy established for so long?" It's a dangerous dance of emotions, standing up to gather strength to deal with this storm inside me. Looking ahead, I see John running towards me, still with his strange golden aura. "Will you show me your true power now?" I shout to the seemingly unarmed boy. "Then come, John, no more holding back. I will shatter your dreams and hopes with your bones." PSSSHHEW. I knew John wasn't unarmed. He always seems to have a trick up his sleeve, but I didn't expect a stick of bright green light. Image. It was as if the blade of the weapon was made of pure dust energy. Not wanting to be caught off guard again, I focused all the power of my semblance into my fists to receive the attack. KKSSSHHH. Even while holding the blade of light, I could still partially feel its heat. Smiling, John withdrew the blade and returned with a sequence of strikes against my fists. KKSSSHHH, WOOM, KKSSSHHH, WOOM. Exchanging blows, I noticed that the green light blade was weightless, so no strength was required to use it. At least John wasn't using it. As we continued to fight, probing each other's defenses, I noticed something strange in the way John was fighting. He seemed more focused, not striking blindly. His eyes were analyzing me, searching for openings. Did that serum affect his mind as well as his body? I thought amidst the fight. With each blow, he seems to improve. I need to change the rhythm of this fight. I stomped the ground, cracking the concrete, trying to unbalance John. Crack. but he jumps backward and assumes a defensive stance. Quick reaction. His reflexes seemed better than before. Was it the effect of the liquid in his veins? But it won't be enough to defeat me. He grunts at me, drawing another light blade, this time blue. The reason for your downfall, pride, will be, young Padawan. After all, I have the physical and moral high ground. I frown, impatient with his banter and mildly confused. Moral? No such thing in this world of bloody evolution, only the strong and the weak. High ground? We are standing on level ground. We charge towards each other and immediately spring into action. I throw a punch at Jaune, but he blocks it with his dust-powered saber. Then he attacks me with a thrust, but I used my fist to block. The fight continued for a while, and we were evenly matched. Jaune's lightsabers were too dangerous for me to test my shield at a lower capacity, and he was beginning to parry my punches with more precision. We were mutually attacking with full force, but Jaune's facial expressions indicated that he was suffering from the effects of whatever he injected himself with. It was frustrating. I know I was stronger than Jaune, but he was surprising me with his speed and adaptability. "Are you tired?" Jaune asked, chuckling quietly. I ignore him and kept fighting, not indulging him in mid-fight banter, an underhand tactic to distract your foe. I had to win, not just for myself. I had to bring the sole male heir home. Not only my personal honor, but the family's honor is at stake. The fight continues for a few more minutes, and then I see an opportunity. Jaune attacked me with a dual set of thrusts, and I used my semblance to block it. But instead of stepping back, I used my strength to push him backward. Surprised, Jaune slides back. "Victory is mine," I exclaim confidently. Not wanting to miss the opportunity pushing him back, I quickly approach him, preparing to punch his face as he fell to the ground. But Jaune, showing a dexterity not seen up to that point in the fight, rolls backward instead of falling to the ground, taking advantage of the kinetic energy from my push to move away from me, leaving me to punch the ground where his head should have been. "Don't look down." Unable to control myself, I look down. "What tube is TH?" Bam! The explosion of light and sound whitened my vision and also robbed me of my hearing, leaving a high-pitched ringing in its place. "Jaune," I scream in anger. It takes a while for my vision to return to normal. I notice that half of the street is covered in a thick golden fog, hiding everything in that area. "Are you going to use something big now?" I shout at the smoke curtain in front of me. "Give me your best shot. I'm Jaune Arc. I fear nothing and no one." I raise my guard, and after almost 5 minutes of waiting, the curtain began to dissipate, revealing. "Nothing?" I questioned disbelievingly. I looked around, and the two whores had also disappeared. I stand alone in the middle of the street, looking at the place where Jaune and his compatriots were moments ago. I couldn't believe what had just happened. "He fooled me," I mutter in shock at how that weakling managed to deceive me. Jaune fought against me, using dishonorable and cowardly tactics just to buy time and then run away. "The worst part is that I fell for it," I murmur in disbelief, running my hand through my sweat-soaked hair. What else could happen to me? A siren caught my attention, as if it had been summoned by my question. "Wee-oh-oh-oh. Freeze," shouts a new masculine voice. "Veil police," I wonder when I look around. I am surrounded by 5 cars. I could easily slaughter them all and avoid the Veil bureaucracy, but such an act would bring dishonor to the Arc clan. I slowly raise my hands to the sky, sighing tiredly. "I give you my word that I will take you to our father, even if it's the last thing I do." "Blake Belladonna." I wake up abruptly, eyes blinking to adjust to the light. RWBY is staring at me with concern, her expression mixed with relief and anxiety. "Blake," RWBY shouts on top of me with her unmistakable hyper voice, forcing me to sit. The green bean worked. I want to ask her about this so-called green bean, feeling an urge to talk about putting strange things in people's mouths, but remembering our dire situation and jumping to my feet. "Where's Noir?" I ask, looking around anxiously. "What happened to Jaune?" "So," RWBY told me of the events that had transpired while I was unconscious, and they confirmed a terrible suspicion of mine. Noir Darksteel is Jaune Arc's older sister. Even Adam avoids places where she was active. Feared for her ruthlessness, she treads a bloody path, dedicating herself to a dark career of relentlessly hunting human and faunus criminals alike. Whether they have awakened aura or not, it matters not, both meet the end of her blade. Missions completed by her are remembered for ending with piles of corpses and grim accounts of her brutal actions. The Valish version of Winter Schnee, but without the public scrutiny of being a Schnee, allowing her to commit any measure she deems necessary to complete her mission. When I heard John's sister's name, I thought it was just a coincidence. Maybe the name Noir was common in his home region, but now I have no doubts. Jaune is related to a monster amongst monsters. "Blake, are you okay?" RWBY asks, her voice laden with concern. I realized that my thoughts were visible on my face. RWBY had tried to read my expression and come to a grim conclusion, but I just nodded, processing the newly discovered truth. "Where is the—" Before I could finish the question, I was interrupted by a strange engine roar. ZOMWHEEN. From a distance, a strange vehicle approached rapidly. It looked like a floating motorcycle, but the speed was abnormal. "JAUNE," RWBY shouts, jumping with joy. I know Jaune has a flying motorcycle, but why is he glowing? "VWOSH. Get on," he says, his commanding voice brooking our argument, pulling up beside us. As I watch him pilot the flying motorcycle, I can't help but notice. At the beginning of the school year, Jaune was a mystery and easily the worst student in our year. If it weren't for his powerful semblance and the luck of having the Mistral champion as his partner, he probably wouldn't have passed the initiation. But when I found out that 2 beacon teachers were instructing him in private lessons, I decided to investigate him further. During the first few days, I couldn't get anything concrete, so I shared pictures of his training on the Academy forums to see if it generated any buzz. Maybe some student would recognize him and share information that could shed light on this mystery. I admit I should have stopped when nothing came to light, but he still intrigued me. His training with Professor Port, the way his muscles developed, his body sweating, stretching, and training caught my attention. Proof that I'm not the only one is the comments from other girls and some boys on the forum, making more lascivious comments about Jaune and Professor Port. Comments that inspired me to create art about a possible relationship between the two. But this Jaune in front of me was different. Jaune, usually smiling and cheerful, his face twisted in pain, making it look like someone is wearing a grim mask made out of Jaune's flesh. He had transformed before my eyes from a happy-go-lucky boy toy grim warrior that reminded me the Huntress Darksteel is his sister. The muscles, outlined even under the torn and blood-stained clothes, gave him a wild, imposing disposition I had never noticed. "Jaune, what happened?" RWBY begins, only to be interrupted. "Now," Jaune shouts as an order. RWBY and I flinch from his tone. I jump behind him and hug him. His back is large and muscular, like warm, finely crafted marble. The smell of sweat initially bothers me, but I end up getting used to it and the strange heat of the golden flames. It was so comfortable that I inadvertently purred. "PRRRs." Fortunately, RWBY's choked whine drowns out my sound. "Yep." Jaune had lost patience and grabbed RWBY by the collar, sitting her in front of him. "Hold on," he says, pressing the accelerator the vehicle. ZOOOM. I hold on, expecting the wind resistance to throw us back, but I was surprised when I felt nothing. It was as if there were an invisible shield around the vehicle, protecting us from air friction. We flew in silence. The only noise was Jaune's powerful engine of his bike. In a few minutes, we would reach Beacon. When we spot the school in the distance after the Emerald Forest, Jaune sighs tiredly and said something to us. "Sorry for yelling at you too," I murmured to the blonde. "It wasn't cool for me to yell at you, but circumstance called for fast action and you weren't moving fast enough." "Don't worry about it," I replied with a shrug. "We needed to leave quickly, you were right." RWBY said, sitting in front of him, clinging to the motorcycle so as not to rub against John's front. It wasn't just about Noir, John said in a somber tone. I think I'm dying. What? RWBY and I shouted together. The fire doesn't burn me but pulls me apart. I feel my muscles being torn to shreds, hot needles piercing my cracking bones, my eyes burn and head aches. I can hear the beats of my heart. It is beating so fast I couldn't count it if I tried. John, RWBY whimpers. Before healing RWBY, I ate one of the beans trying to heal myself. My body and aura returned to normal, but the pain didn't stop. In fact, it seems to have only intensified like an exponential slope of pain. I am only conscious due to the use of my aura. Silence was the only response RWBY and I could give him. But don't worry, IW will, John says, putting his hand to his head, trying to finish his sentence. I will. John slumos forward, leaning his body on RWBY. Jaune, RWBY screams, turning to the blonde, falling on her. As she took John's body instead of taking control of the vehicle, it leaned forward, and we started to fall. WHEN. Jump, I shout, grabbing John and jumping off the vehicle. BOOM'd. Using our landing strategies, we fell to the ground without losing much aura and laid the flaming body on the floor of the forest. Then, I asked RWBY to call for help while I improvised a stretcher to carry John through the emerald forest. The kind of thing you learn when you take part in a guerrilla group. Yang, we need help, RWBY shouts desperately into her scroll. Maybe it wasn't a good idea to let the most stressed of the two of us make the call. Jaune is dying. Next time I'll make the call. Huntsman LOGS, Entry Headmaster OZPIN. Name Noir Arc. Alias Darksteel. Allegiance Arc Family, Kingdom of Vale. Weapon Midi/Minuet. Stats. Strength. Endurance. Agility. Fighting skill. Mental. Aura. Semblance. Noir Arc is of the newest generation of huntsmen. Unlike her peers, she has been exposed to the horrors of our trade, and as such has developed little to no empathy for those that stray from the straight and narrow. Her father and the council have seen fit to place into the Executor Corps huntsmen hunting down prey far more dangerous to the kingdoms than the Grim. Traitors, criminals, terrorists, and bandits have all met their end on her blade. Like most arcs, she is incredibly proficient in killing her body count, quickly reaching that of a senior huntsman. Her first year out of Beacon was apprenticed underneath Hue Br, and between the two of them crushed the bandits plaguing her homeland. Hue has recommended to bring into the fold after she has matured a bit, much like his recommendations for the others in the Executor Corps. The only matter of her loyalty I can find in question is that her armor is of unknown make. Her brother denies making it. His exact words were, "As if that crazy bitch needs help killing people. Don't tell her I said that. Are you recording me?" The only person to my knowledge to make such alloys was the late Dr. Merlot, and the arcs seem to protect their secrets behind 7 keys. Something that I can relate to. EAI Gurizada. One of the first versions of the fight between John and his siblings had John winning using the Saints Row dildo bat, but the tone of the fight was too serious for something like that. So, respecting the serious tone of the fight, we went with a Jedi Super Saiyan. So, Huntsman LOGS was my editor's idea. What do you guys think of it? Let me know in the comments if you're interested in seeing entries for other characters. I loved the comments about Noir. We had people who loved to hate her, and people who genuinely hate that she exists, and had the nerve to almost kill little RWBY. PJ. So the arcs are BS with semblances. Response equals if the arc doesn't have a BS semblance, his aura reserve makes it BS. Sonica. Always good to see another Pathfinder 1E enjoyer, though if John is able to make anything from Pathfinder, he really needs to power game harder. A custom magic item that applies constant haste is only 120,000 gold. Response equals Pathfinder 1E is definitely one of my favorite systems. and the first one that I reached level 20 as a player and GM. GM was level 2010, in fact. If you played Wrath of the Righteous, you know why. Painlover 792. How many points would it take for him to create a devil fruit? Or better yet, could he recreate bloodline limits from Naruto? Response equals on Chapter 12. John saw that Amira no Mi would cost 500,000 magic points. Bloodline limits from Naruto would be tricky, but he would need to make something from Orochimaru research, I think. Sim 36. Few una buena secuencia de batalla y trajo muchas emotions de frustración, por lo fácil que no contrarresta todo lo que la mandan pero, era obvio si su trabajo es el de cazar cazadores. My buen capítulo y espero ver qué tipo de relación tendrán, John y Noir más adelante. Response equals thanks for the comment. Noir will be back, but it will take some time for that to happen. Dr. Cone Charlie. I'm sorry, but I think you made her to strong honesty with how that fight when it feels like she could storm Salem's castle and beat the shit out of her. All of that did practically nothing to her, unless you do some fuckery that serum shouldn't matter. Response equals she is certainly powerful. I made her inspired by Hazel and Glinda herself. I think I got the idea of tactile telekinesis from the 90s Superboy, but I don't remember it with 100% accuracy. It's been 20 years since I read those comics. Fuck, I'm so old. Her semblance is powerful, but drains a lot. However, arcs have a greater reserve than most people, which makes the semblance viable in overpowering enemies in short battles. A large group fighting trying to extend the battle, using hit-and-run tactics, could overpower her. But for that, you would need a capable leader and the knowledge that Noir is coming for you. Salem has a huge army and is a capable battle planner, and the strongest magic user on the setting that is also immortal. Purgator, freaking amazing man. Curious about the ninja outfits, though, but I'm sure there is a perfectly logical explanation, lol. I know it's hard to create those characters that we love to hate, but I think you did a decent job with this one. Response equals we can only pray for Ruby's soul. There is a chance that she is reading filth now. 21, 80% less. Dialogue. Thought. Scroll. Original point of view. My eyes slowly open, vision still blurry as I try to comprehend what happened. Feeling a bit lost, I realize I'm in an unfamiliar bed. As noble as your intentions may have been, it doesn't justify the destruction of an entire street. The firm and unmistakable voice of Professor Goodwich delivering a lecture pierces my foggy consciousness, as if I'm emerging from a distant dream. With each of her words, the veil of confusion lifts a little more. Not to mention, you were wandering around the city after curfew without notifying the administration. The lecture fills my ears. My mind tries to piece together the puzzle as reality unfolds. Is Professor Goodwich reprimanding Blake and Ruby for getting into the fight with my older sister? I rise slowly, feeling the temporary weakness that set in after fainting. Wait, I speak with my weak and raspy voice. John, Ruby murmurs with concern. With a clear view, I notice I'm in Beacon's infirmary. It's still night, but is it the same day? What time is it? I ask with a slightly improved voice. It's 2:00 a.m. on Saturday, Mr. Arc, Glinda says in a stern tone that conceals concern. The teacher in front of me is not alone. Behind her is Headmaster Osbin with his steaming cup. At the foot of my bed are Ruby and Blake, and on the other side are Yang and Pyrrha. I'm glad you're conscious, Mr. Arc, but you'll be under observation in the infirmary. Aura exhaustion is a serious matter. You could have died. Multiverse-Crafting system. What would you like to make? Magic, 219.454 points. Aura, 0%. She's right, I'm exhausted. And I spent 2,000 MP for each Senzu bean, kind of expensive for a consumable item, but their healing makes it worth it. I'd like to think about on what I'm going to spend this MP, but I think it's better to help those who helped me first. Sorry to interrupt, Professor Goodwitch. My respectful tone and keeping my promise to address her as a professor in front of others brought a smile to her lips, though she was still clearly not pleased with the situation. Blake and Ruby only joined in the destruction after I was attacked by Noir, so they have no responsibility for the destruction since they were assisting a fellow Beacon student. If you've gathered testimonies or have access to the security cameras at the scene, it will also become clear that the primary and perhaps only active party responsible for the material damages was Jaune Arc. Everyone stared at me in silence, as if witnessing something abnormal. As for the curfew violation, it's attributed to the extent of the fight. And while someone may argue that this argument is invalid, I would like to request the transfer of the punishment to myself. Once again, my response was silence. "Why is that, Mr. Arc?" asks the director. "I won't stand for people being punished for helping me. Why would I punish them for helping you in your time of need? No, I am punishing them for other reasons, such as why they were dressed up as if they were about to embark on an espionage mission." The uncomfortable silence lingered for a few more seconds, until Ozpin cleared his throat into his hand, drawing everyone's attention. "Mr. Arc, your punishment will come and will be separate from MS Belladonna's, and MS Rose's. Their punishment shall be served with MS Goodwitch. For now I let you rest," says Ozpin, leading everyone out of the room. "But tomorrow I'll speak with him alone to determine his punishment." "Speak now, I'm awake." "But not alone," the director says, pointing to a bed beside mine as he leaves the room. To my surprise, Ren was in the bed next to me, with his torso and groin in a cast. "What happened to you?" He took a deep breath and answered without looking me in the eyes. A manly tear glistens in his eye. "I broke my pelvis and ribs when I fell down the stairs." "What? You should be proud, Ren," I said to him in a tone of infinite wisdom. "Few survive a night of snoo-snoo." "Shut up, John. Did Nora hammer you all night?" "I'm serious, stop. She may have a hammer, but were you the one who nailed her?" "This is my last warning, stop, or you will regret it." "What? You had a heart of stone, but I'm sure after she hammered your groin, that was sorted out." "We fucked on your bed." "You what? Why schnee?" I know it was late, but there was still a matters to address. "I think I am entitled to ask, what got into you three today, you fools?" I ask my teammates sitting in front of me. "Sorry, bestie." John and even the headmaster cleared me. "What did I do?" Ruby is looking down, feeling guilty. Blake pretends she did nothing wrong knowing her. She might actually believe it. And Yang looks at me confused, not understanding my question. Why did a friendly sparring end, with the Mistral champion unconscious in the infirmary? "Because I'm awesome," Yang replies with a mischievous smile. I facepalm at the reckless girl that will face the wrath of all Invincible Girl fans on her social media. "Can I also know why you two were dressed as risque ninjas?" "Risque, what does that mean?" Blake said they were professional spy outfits. "Maybe a professional sex worker." "Quiet, Zaya Long," I retorted, pointing my finger at the blonde. "You may not be a stalker, but I talked to Pyrrha, and she told me you were gathering information about John too." "Red-haired snitch," Yang complained, crossing her arms. Initially, my attention to Jaune Arc was entirely pragmatic. His intellect and remarkable abilities were the features that initially caught my attention. It was evident that he possessed extraordinary potential with his inventions. In my world, where excellence is a requirement, his skills set him apart notably. However, conversing, debating, planning, and other professional interactions gave me the chance to get to know him better. I noticed a subtle shift in my perception of him. The intellectual interest began to transform into something deeper, something that, I admit, was not so easy to analyze or control. Not that I loved the dorky knight, but marriage to John would give me a permanent contract with him. Despite appearing as a cheerful fool, he was also very intelligent, good company for conversation, helped me confront my father, trusted me without ulterior motives, and every day he became more muscular and sexy. Secure, I meant to say he is more secure and confident, if a bit naive. But now I realize I'm not alone in my assessment of his qualities. Pyranikos was no surprise. The champion had a crush on him since the first day of school. As for my leader, Ruby Rose, she seemed to be suffering from her first crush. Whether it will be something concrete or just a teenage puppy love, no one can say. Yang and Blake are now unknowns. I know Yang got accidentally rejected by the knight, but it was clear that it was all a misunderstanding, even though Blake liked to use the incident as fodder for jokes. Maybe Yang had never been rejected in her life, and when Jaune rejected her, she developed feelings for him, or maybe she just wanted to conquer Jaune to later reject him. Whatever Yang's situation is, it's certainly less confusing than Blake having romantic feelings for him. The two have never exchanged more than a few words, and at most, they hang out when we have lunch or class together. And there's also the second-year bunny faunus that Jaune saved with his stink bomb. Love rivals emerged in such a short time. If I had been faster, I could have secured Jaune in an exclusive engagement contract. Joining a harem may be an option, but I am the Schnee heiress. I cannot simply be just another in a group of women thirsty for one man. This realization, in a way, challenges my own sense of control. The competition for Jaune's affection, something I had never imagined facing, brought with it a whirlwind of unknown emotions. It's intriguing how the lines between pragmatism and emotion become blurred when it comes to matters of the heart. Perhaps, in this complicated game of emotions, I can learn something about myself. In my defense, just because an outfit is sexy doesn't mean it doesn't have other uses. Shut up, Blake, we all said at the same time. Glinda Goodwitch. When Professor Osbin mentioned a private conversation with Jaune, I thought it would take place in his office. She's stabilized, but each day her condition worsens, Osbin said in a serious tone. We were in the underground area in front of the Fall Maiden, Amber, who was resting in a life support tube. I have 100% effective methods to heal her body and aura, tested yesterday in the battle against Noir, but the damage to her soul complicates her situation. Jaune comments, analyzing Amber. However, the body, aura, and soul are intimately intertwined in each individual. If one of them is healed, it's not surprising if the other is positively affected. The city repairs had already been paid for by the Arc family. After all, we had testimonies and security camera videos proving that Noir was the main culprit for the material damage, the first to attack, and she even committed the crime of trying to apprehend a Vale citizen without a warrant or a reward on the target's head. Still considering it concerned a Hunter dynasty, all it was swept under the rug. An interesting hypothesis, Mr. Arc, but since we have no empirical studies on the specific nature of the soul, I cannot say it's a solid theory, added the director. Knowledge in Remnant is limited to aura and semblances. Jaune explained to us that the golden flames during the fight were the result of applying his super soldier serum. He's not sure why there were effects of fire, pain, and aura drain. But with Professor Osbin, they concluded that his aura interpreted the changes the serum was causing in his body as the effects of a poison, and the two battled within his body. When his aura had been completely depleted, the serum finished its work. According to Jaune, despite the side effects, he felt that the serum was a success. He was stronger and faster than before. In yesterday's fight against his sister, he even felt a difference in the speed at which his brain processed information. How will you proceed with the treatment? Jaune doesn't immediately answer Osbin. He stares at Amber in silence, lost in his thoughts. I'll use the Senzu beam first. Yesterday, it healed the physical and aura of me and the girls. Even if it doesn't repair her soul, it will make her stronger for my other attempts. Other attempts? I asked aloud. I'm not absolutely sure what I'm doing here, Jaune says in a melancholic tone, approaching Amber's capsule. But I give you my Arc word, as long as I'm here, no one dies. While Osbin began the procedure to open Amber's capsule, I couldn't help but notice the change the young man had undergone in just a month since I met him. He's almost like an entirely different person from initiation. He has always been an enigma with a strangely powerful semblance, combined with abundant aura and knowledge about the future that he refuses to clarify how he obtained. I had every reason in the world to be suspicious of him, but today I couldn't think ill of the young man. Not because I think he would be a great ally in our war against Salem, it was for a more selfish reason. Although I have never felt belittled or underestimated, from the beginning, it was evident that John made a point of proclaiming to everyone the importance of my role as a huntress, a teacher, an ally, and I think I can also say as a friend. I walked up to Professor Ozpin as the door of the capsule began to open. "How much dust did you give him today?" I asked curiously, looking at the dozens of empty boxes stacked in the corner of the room. "Enough to power Beacon's electrical grid for over 2 years." With wide eyes and an open mouth, I stared at the headmaster incredulously. "Yes, Glinda, I gave a student over 25 million lien worth of dust," said the professor, as if it were nothing. "Don't even ask how much he spent yesterday with the Academy's official card." And here I was thinking he would be punished. "Don't worry," Ozpin said, sipping from his mug. "He will be punished." Rend. After John healed me using his green bean, I thought I would spend my Saturday alone with Nora. Perhaps we could talk more about our feelings while enjoying a delicious jasmine tea. "Spill it, you pajama ninja," exclaims Yang, pointing her finger at my face. "We have testimony that you've been talking to Jaune Arc about girls." Presently, I was sitting on the floor surrounded by women. Most young men my age would find my position enviable, but I say that as a man in a serious relationship, this is quite uncomfortable. "Sorry, Rennie, I couldn't control myself," said the witness who testified against me, unable to look me in the eyes. "I was so happy that I ended up telling everything that happened yesterday." "Everything?" I asked, concerned. "Almost everything," replies Nora. Nora pouted, looking downcast. I knew she didn't do it purposely, and she didn't know this would be the consequence. "You don't need to apologize, Nora." Immediately, she raised her head, giving me that beautiful smile of hers. "Your happiness was simply overflowing, and you couldn't help it. I know that happens easily with you, but that's one of the many reasons I love you." Rend. Nora tried to jump in my direction, but Blake stands in her way, shaking her head negatively. "Listen, Ren," says Yang, trying to calm everyone down. "Everyone here is happy for both of you." "Very happy," exclaims RWBY. "Congratulations to both of you," comments Pyrrha. "I have nothing but praises for the new couple," added Weiss. "I didn't think that was possible outside of books," notes Blake. "But yesterday, I went mano a mano with the serial girl to get more information about the Dork Knight. RWBY and Blake stalked the guy to a bar just to get nothing, and they almost died at the hands of his psycho of an elder sister. I still don't understand what this has to do with me exactly. Except for Nora, they all frown at me with irritation, to my surprise, even RWBY. "Ren, my dear teammate," said Pyrrha, putting a hand on my shoulder and squeezing it tightly. "Do you want us to deal with the frustration of getting nothing on you?" Gulp. I swallow hard when threatened under those intense and slightly insane eyes of my teammate. "What do you want to know?" I ask, wanting to get this over with. This proves to be a mistake, as they all started talking at the same time. "Is he into me? What does he think about buff girls? Does he know what pegging is? What's his opinion on puppies and cookies? How offended would he be to have to sign a prenuptial agreement?" I took a deep breath, trying my mind sane amid the barrage of questions uttered simultaneously. "How about I tell you what I know about him, then you can ask the questions, one at a time." They all agreed and surrounded me to hear me clearly. Jaune Arc is a young, heterosexual male who is interested in romantic and sexual relationships with women. "No dua," retorts Yang. I frowned, staring at her, and she caught the hint, falling silent, lowering her head in regret and shame. "He doesn't have a specific type of girl he prefers, but he definitely finds all of you beautiful." I turned my head to my girlfriend in a more secluded corner. "You too, Nora, but he confirmed that he won't pursue anything with you because, in his words, I'm not a Talarico. The relief on everyone's faces was evident. Even Blake, who of all people shouldn't have a reason to be interested in Jaune, was smiling for a change. He knows that a harem is a possibility in the Vale Kingdom, but he doesn't feel comfortable with that alternative. All had different reactions to my last statement, but none of them seemed positive. He wants a vanilla relationship? Blake asked indignantly at my declaration. Who would have thought that Arc was a romantic? Weiss commented with a mischievous smile. Not necessarily, I said, encouraging some of them to come a bit closer with curiosity stamped on their faces. Jaune is not actively seeking a harem, but he wouldn't be against having one. He thinks harems just happen, like in Blake's filthy books, Ruby asked. Blake, Yang exclaimed irritably, what have you done to my precious and innocent little sister? She appreciates art now. Then the members of Team RWBY engaged in what seemed like a typical argument among themselves about who was right and who was to blame. Pyrrha, in turn, acted as a mediator and stopped the fight to continue my interrogation. He feels bad about not being capable of corresponding the expectations of the harem, almost as if he were guilty of taking advantage or even abusing the women who are part of it. That's why he won't actively pursue one. That's bullshit, says Blake. If everyone is an adult, knows the conditions, and gives consent, there's no problem at all. Wow, Blake defends polygamy. Now you just need to have positive opinions about voyeurism. Yang comments in a sarcastic tone. I'm not a voyeur, Blake shouts, offended and embarrassed. Perverts ace what? What? Wait, no. Yang just shakes her head in disbelief at her partner's response. Trying to avoid another argument, I decide to keep talking. The only thing you need to know is that Jaune holds a special affection for each one of you. Even me, questions Blake suspiciously. He said he has something special saved for you. Just don't ask me what it is because I don't know. Blake took a step back, passing a hand over the ribbon on her head, breathing rapidly. I decided to continue, even with her reaction. At the moment, he said he's focused on other things. He can't date until after the Beacon Dance, which happens a few days before the Vital Festival. Why, Weiss asks. I don't know either. Although they hadn't gotten all their answers, they seemed happy with what they had heard. I stood up and extended my hand to Nora, who took it and pulls me, skipping to the door. But before leaving, I turned to them with one more answer. And about pegging. All except Ruby froze and stared at me with wide eyes. Jaune never talked about it, but he said that if it's with a woman he likes, he'll try anything at least once. Prrrr, purred Blake with a lascivious smile. What is pegging? Ruby asks. I'll explain when you're 40 years old, Yang replies. Amber Stone. Since that damn attack, my life has turned into constant agony, a torture that extends with every breath. Here I am, confined to this life support tube, witnessing my own decay. Each day is a lost battle, and the pain has become an unrelenting shadow that refuses to leave me. Weakness is my new self, an oppressive presence that infiltrates every aspect of my life. The few minutes I spend awake feel like every movement is a superhuman effort, and even blinking seems to require more energy than I can muster. Every breath feels harder than the last, as if the air is escaping me, reluctant to prolong my agonizing existence. Fainting has become my only respite, a fleeting pause from the cruel reality. However, even in these brief moments, I find no relief. Each feint is a journey into the unknown, a free fall into an abyss that only amplifies my distress and the fear that I won't wake up anymore. Amber, can you hear me? A voice echoes in my subconscious, bringing me back to reality. Please, Amber, you need to be strong. With monumental effort, I open my eyes and see a blurry figure speaking to me. I know you're weak, but I need you to swallow this that I'm putting in your mouth. The blurry owner of the male voice placed something in my mouth between my teeth. He seemed to know I was too weak to eat solids on my own, so he gently used his hands on my jaw to help me chew the strange seed he had given me. Crack. After breaking the seed, it became easier to chew the rest, and I swallowed it without difficulty. The effort to break the small seed was enough to exhaust me. I could already feel my mind being taken over by fatigue when something strange exploded inside me. It was as if a bomb of distilled energy had exploded in my stomach and then spread throughout my body. A miracle. There's no other word to describe what I feel after eating that strange seed. A surge of life runs through every cell in my body, dissipating the pain that was slowly consuming me. The relief I am feeling now is overwhelming, almost palpable, as if a heavy fog had lifted, revealing a new world before me. Every breath is now invigorating, as if the air filling my lungs carries a renewed vital energy. I look at my hands and see strength, a strength that I had forgotten I possessed. Tears roll from my eyes, not from pain, but from relief. It's as if I emerged from an endless nightmare to find an oasis of healing. My muscles, once frail, are now full of vigor, and the weakness that was chaining me has disappeared, leaving behind a renewed version of myself. My now clear vision reveals a blond boy smiling in front of me. The one who offered me the seed is now an angel of flesh and blood in my life. I look at him with teary eyes and a choked voice as I try to express the magnitude of my gratitude. "Thank you," I murmur, but the words seem inadequate in the face of the miracle he triggered. Original point of view. Not that I'm averse to having a girl hugging me tightly and whispering in my neck, but the crying and the onlookers make this situation very uncomfortable. "It's good to see you healthy again, Miss Stone," says Osbin, approaching. Thanks to my enhanced perception from the super soldier serum, I could notice all of Amber's body language change with the director's presence. Her hands on my neck start to sweat, her pupils dilate, her facial expression tenses, the muscles of her arms and legs that were touching me contract, and with her chest pressed against me, I could hear and feel her heartbeat had accelerated. I extended my hand and stopping Osbin before he could get any closer. Turning to Amber, I whisper, "Any problems?" Before I was attacked, I wasn't getting along with him, she says in a weak and tearful voice. That's enough to be afraid of him, I mentally question. There must be more to it. Amber, as soon as I mention her name, she looks at me relieved. I need you to get back into the tube. And as if by magic, all the relief disappears and the fear comes back. I'm not sure if you're cured. We need another diagnostic. Now depressed, the brunette lowers her head and enters the machine. I didn't want to depress her that much. I guarantee you that after today, you won't need to get into that tube again. Okay, she mutters lowly, not trusting my promise. I feel like a dad who said no to his daughter wanting a puppy. The machine containing Amber was truly fascinating. A machine for aura transfer with the capabilities of keeping someone in suspended animation and diagnosing the person's body and aura in 30 minutes. After the diagnosis, Osbin needed a few more minutes reading the medical record in silence before explaining Amber's situation. It's as we feared, Osbin comments in a low voice, so Amber couldn't hear from inside the tube. You restored her physical body and aura, but they continue to deteriorate slowly. Open the tube again. Osbin looks at me with concern. Your treatment has already proven effective in extending her life and relieving her pain. I stare at him with a raised eyebrow, but the director ignores me and continues speaking. You've done enough, John. We already know the identity of who attacked Amber, and we are monitoring her. It's just a matter of time until we neutralize Cinder Fall and recover the Maiden's power. I turned, facing the director. Two things, Osbin. First, Cinder is a treacherous snake, much slipperier than you think. Every bit of help is needed to deal with that pyromaniac bitch. And the second, I have a certain familiarity with creatures capable of draining the vitality of their prey, similar to what Cinder did to Amber. Are you talking about a Grim? Osbin asked. No, when the creature I'm talking about drains the vitality of its prey, you can only recover it in a very specific and costly way. I reply, looking at the director. You provide supplements to the individual, do exercises to increase their vigor, and compensate for the weakness caused by the drain, but without the correct treatment, the person is left with that missing piece forever. Fascinating, the surprised professor commented. And do you know the treatment? Yes. Multiverse-Crafting system. What would you like to make? Magic, 344.454 points. Aura, 0%. With all these points, I could create an artifact to destroy Salem once and for all, but I still don't feel 100% comfortable with my body post-serum. After we neutralize Cinder's team, I'll build my power to destroy that millennia-old crazy witch. But let's take it step by step. First, cure Amber once and for all. Cinder drained the powers of the Fall Maiden using a Grim. In the original series, it seemed something similar to drain effects of level or attribute from a creature akin to a succubus in RPGs like Pathfinder 1E or D and D 3.5. How much does it cost to make a restoration scroll? Multiverse-Crafting system. It will cost 1 magic points. Magic, 344.454 points. Aura, 0%. A consumable 1 points cheaper than a god's bean. Doesn't seem right. I know the effect only removes negative conditions instead of healing, but it still seems too cheap. Wait, I exclaimed aloud unconsciously. Make a restoration potion. Multiverse-Crafting system. It will cost 2 magic points. Magic, 344.454 points. Aura, 0%. Hue almost made a mistake. Scrolls can only be activated by spell casters with knowledge of magic or someone trained to use magical items. Since I'm neither, I would be dependent on Ozpin if he had the power to use it. With the mental command, I'm drained of magic points, and a vial with silver liquid appears in my hand. Amber finds the item's manifestation in my hand strange, but I simply smile at her and nod, handing her the vial. Even though she's apprehensive, the half-maiden doesn't hesitate and drinks the potion. As soon as she finishes ingesting the liquid, a gentle glow envelops her dark skin, and the scars begin to disappear. Her eyes reflect surprise and gratitude for each mark now erased, revealing the pure and renewed beauty of her skin. "Don't move, Miss Stone. We'll run another round of tests to make sure," said Ozpin, approaching the machine. While they run the tests, I'll take advantage of being literally in a secret hideout underground and create a few things. "MCS on," I said aloud, unable to contain my excitement. The golden mist begins to emerge, enveloping me in a radiant aura. But this time, it's different. This mist is more intense, more vibrant than ever. I feel the pulsating energy around me, the golden light that seems to transcend the limits of everything I've ever created. It's as if the power itself residing in me is anticipating something grand. "John," exclaimed Glinda, trying to interrupt the process. "What are you going to create?" Ignoring the teacher, I focus on my power as the golden mist expands, forming a luminous halo around me. Each particle shines like stars on a clear night. The symphony of light seems to echo with the promise of something extraordinary about to happen. Maybe we should wait for Director Ozpin to finish Miss Stone's examination. "Use magic." "JAUNE," shouts Glinda when the intense golden light dazzles her vision. When the teacher's vision returns, she looks at me worried with the wild smile adorning my face. "What did you do?" she asks concerned, staring at the small object in my hands. Looking at the teacher, I respond cheerfully. "Let's just say, from now on, I won't make any more mistakes." She looks back at me with a raised eyebrow, suspicious of my statement. "Okay," I complained in a defeated tone. 80% fewer mistakes and 20% cooler." "How do you quantify that?" Despite her lack of faith in myself, I can't stop smiling looking at the chip in my hands. "Let's wreak some blue havoc." Image / not mine. I no longer need to worry about creating weapons, robots, or vehicles too complex to control. "Mr. Arc," called the director, drawing my attention away from my mighty creation. I turned slowly to face Director Ozpin. His tired eyes met mine, and I could sense a change in his expression. His once imposing posture was now more relaxed, and there was a hint of relief in his gaze, mixed with a fatigue that seemed to carry an immeasurable weight. The wisdom and leadership skills of Beacon Academy's director were unquestionable, but now, in front of me, I could see the humanity he hides beneath his aura of authority. It was as if, for a brief moment, worries and weariness had surfaced in his countenance. "Jaune Arc," says Ozpin, his voice calm and relieved. "You've done something many couldn't have done. You saved Amber and consequently all of us. Once again, you've proven that your abilities and knowledge are a blessing to our cause." As he expressed his gratitude, I noticed a shadow of sadness in his eyes. As if, behind the mask of a strong and unshakable leader, there was a man carrying the burden of countless losses. Ozpin continues, his words revealing a vulnerability rarely seen. "I've witnessed the deaths of many throughout my life, John. With each loss, the burden seems heavier. However, it's imperative not to desensitize ourselves. Every life lost, especially that of an ally, hurts as if it were the first." Without words to respond, I simply nodded. "However," he begins, assuming his usual posture, "the damage to the city was extensive, and there were witnesses to your presence at the scene. Therefore, I need to punish you in some way to maintain the appearance of impartiality." "Any ideas on how to do that?" I asked curiously. "Miss Blake's escape is scheduled within a 2-week window. If you're suspended during that time, no one will suspect that you left to force Team RWBY to resolve their internal crisis on their own." He's right, my knowledge of the future is still a secret known only to Ozpin and Goodwitch, and no one knows that I'm not from here except me. "Hold on," I exclaimed, concerned. "This way I'll miss the excursion to Forever Fall." The director chuckled at my expense before speaking. "It wouldn't be a punishment if you didn't suffer in some way." Despite him being right, I couldn't control myself. "Fuck you, bitchy Dumbledore. Your insults used to be more creative, Mr. Arc. Now they just tire me." The audacity of this asshole. I think to myself, already planning my revenge, and it's going to be a huge show. Pirha Nikos. Red leaves fall from the trees, as if time had stood still. Forever Fall is a forest with a magical air, where autumn seems to last forever. Despite being infested with grim, the landscape brings me peace and tranquility, causing me to reflect on everything I've experienced in these past few years. At first, many approached me seeking the shine of my fame as a champion, an exceptional warrior. But when I look between the shadows of the red trees, I see those who valued the true essence behind my gleaming armor and fake smiles for the cameras. However, there is a thought that hangs heavier than the autumn leaves themselves. A feeling that, like the colors of Forever Fall, is impossible to ignore. My thoughts turn to Jaune Arc, my team partner. I turned to face the partner I almost lost last weekend. He was wearing his new huntsman equipment, a black outfit made of a blend of cut-resistant and puncture-resistant fabrics. Over the fabric, reinforced white plates with golden details formed a Kevlar armor protecting his body. And in his left eye, he had a strange device with a visor for only one eye. He said he was testing the equipment, and that if the results were positive, he would make it available to everyone on the team. Image. In the first week at Beacon, John, with his gentle nature and determined eyes, kindled in me a warmth that transcended the seasons. As I gaze upon the trees of Forever Fall, I make a silent vow to myself. This year, I will confess my feelings to my partner. It's a promise made under the splendor of red leaves, a declaration echoing in the corridors of my heart like a solemn commitment. RWBY. The guttural roar echoed through the dense forest of Forever Fall, announcing the presence of an Ursa Major rising before us. Adrenaline pulsed through my veins as my shield instinctively rose, reflecting the reddish glow of the falling leaves around us. By my side, Jaune Arc also wielded his sword and shield, assuming a similar defensive stance. Even though Jaune is my leader, I took the initiative and fired at the monster just for Jaune to catch up and match my pace. Our synchronized movements were like a dance choreographed by the urgency of the imminent battle. The Ursa Major lunged its enormous claws, seeking to tear through anything in its path. With an agile spin, I slid under one of its attacks, my shield protecting us while Jaune advanced, slashing against the giant opponent's arm with his flaming sword. The trust between us was palpable, a connection that transcends words. While I distracted the bear with my agile movements, Jaune seized the openings to attack with precise strikes. Each assault was a coordinated dance of individual skills interweaving perfectly. The gleam of our weapons reflected the sunlight filtered through the trees, creating a surreal scene of battle under the autumnal dome. RWBY. The monster roared in pain, unable to attack now that we found our rhythm. The creature's growls were answered by the sounds of metal against its black fur like the night, a combat symphony resonating through the forest. In a moment of synchrony, our gazes met, and a brief exchanged smile amid the attacks showed the mutual trust we had developed. The battle was not just a physical challenge but a cooperative dance, where each move complemented the other. We advanced together, combining our strengths to finally bring down the grim. RARR, the creature snarled, falling backward. With the creature lying on its back, we jumped together and landed on the monster's body, brandishing our swords. As silence settled in the forest again, I realized that this was not only a victory over the grim but also proof of how, side by side, Jaune and I were a formidable team, capable of overcoming any challenge fate presented us. "Did you see that, Rennie? It looked like they were dancing," Nora exclaimed, though we could see she was covered in red sap from the trees. "Great job, team." Ren just nodded in our direction. "Thanks to my excellent teacher," Jaune said, smiling and winking at me, not even breathing heavily, truly showing how far he had come along. That radiant smile, those sapphire blue eyes, that chest within the armor seems larger than last week, and more delicious too. No, I think to myself, stop daydreaming, girl, focus. You need to talk to him about my feelings. I take a deep breath, and with my heart in my hand, I touched his arm, looking at him. "Jaune, there's something I need to," but in the middle of my declaration, I was interrupted. "Your strength, speed, and reaction time are exceptional even when compared to trained huntsmen, but your techniques could be less basic." A robotic voice from Jaune's scroll at his waist speaks. Jaune took his new white and gold scroll from his belt. As soon as the device was at the level of his chest, a holographic blue projection of a soldier wearing futuristic armor appeared. Image. "Effectiveness is more important than style, Church," Jaune retorts in an irritated tone. "True, but it wouldn't hurt you to stop being a lazy ass and learn other fighting styles to incorporate into your mediocre one." "Jaune," I stammer, drawing my partner's attention. "What is this thing?" The small holographic being had no expressive face, but it was evident that he was annoyed by my statement. "This here is the Alpha Unit, an extremely advanced artificial intelligence, but you can call him Church." "Ooh, pleasure to meet you, Mr. Church." I addressed the strange being in a casual tone. "Sup," says the little digital creature in an irritated tone. Don't give him too much credit. Despite being a powerful AI, he's an asshole. "Yeah, fuck you too." Jaune just laughs at the insults the small being is throwing at him. "Jaune Arc," yells a shrill female voice in the distance. "MILF incoming," Church exclaims, disappearing into Jaune's scroll. The teacher arrived levitating, propelled by her semblance. "May I know what you're doing here?" Smiling, I reply as if I had done nothing wrong. "Just enjoying a school trip with my team." A vein pops out on the teacher's forehead, furious at Jaune's apparent disrespect. "You are suspended for 2 weeks. Thus, you are banned from Beacon Academy for this time as determined by the director." "This isn't Beacon Academy, it's the Forever Fall Forest." Professor Goodwitch widens her eyes indignantly, but turns around and went back to the rest of the class. "I almost forgot that you were going to be away for 2 weeks. "Yeah," Jaune says, looking sadly down. "I had so much to talk to him about, but now he'll be absent for so long. The worst part is that it wasn't even his fault. Jaune was just defending himself. When I find Noir Arc, I'll make her regret hurting my Jaune, I mentally vow. Attention students, in 30 minutes we will depart for Beacon, says teacher's voice coming from all student scrolls. I have to go, Pur, Jaune says, hugging me. Even caught off guard, I manage to reciprocate his warm hug. Where are you going? I ask, not wanting to let go. To help a family, he says, pulling away from me. After saying goodbye to Nora, Ren, and Team RWBY, he walks into the forest. Worried, Nora asks, coming to my side. A little, but after he fought with Noir, he seemed different, stronger, and more mature. I have nothing to worry about. What? Was he carrying any luggage? Ren asks. No suitcase or even a backpack, Nora replies. Maybe I should worry a little, I add before being cut off by a strange noise. HIIIISS. Powerful engines seem to start. WHIIIR. Look, REN, Nora shouted, pointing in the direction of the noise. From amidst the trees, I witnessed the majestic takeoff of a strange black aircraft. Its engines roared like thunder, a thunderous sound echoing throughout the forest. The jet lifted gracefully, cutting through the air with calculated precision. Its noise turned into a hum, while my vision was filled with the image of its accelerating turbines. Image / not mine. And with the sound of a sonic boom. SWOOSH. The jet took off. I bet 1,000 lien it was Jaune. Everyone knows it was Jaune, Nora, I reply tiredly to my teammate. You're handling him, leaving out of nowhere better than expected. I think I'll use one of your moves with Jaune when he comes back. Which one? Break his pelvis. Twist him like a pretzel. End of the first arc. Huntsman LOGS, Entry Headmaster OZPIN. Name Pyranikos. Alias Invincible Gr. Allegiance Kingdom of Vale / Kingdom of Mistral. Weapon Milo / Aqua. Semblance Polarity, control the magnetism of metallic objects. Stats: Strength, Endurance, Agility, Fighting Skill, Mental, Aura Skill, Semblance. Since Miss Nikos joined Beacon Academy, she has proven on every occasion that her title is well-deserved. Her skill in spear handling and her masterful mastery of technique have not only set her apart in combat, but have also inspired her peers. Her commitment to excellence is evident in every training session and mission she undertakes. What truly defines Pyranikos as a future huntress, however, is her ethics and compassion. She understands the true responsibility that falls on the shoulders of those who choose to follow this path. For these reasons, I considered Miss Nikos as a candidate for the next Fall Maiden. However, Jaune interjected in my decision. His exact words were, "Tell her about your shadow war, and I'll tell Ironwood that Salem is immortal and your ex." Despite not wanting to yield to the threats of a teenager, the fact that Mr. Arc healed Amber made me agree to his request. EAI Gurizada. Before talking about this chapter and the next ones, I would like to say that this was one of my chapters that had the most comments. That makes me very happy. To tell the truth, I sat on the bed with my sick brother and read some of them to him. Even the ones who made jokes about Alabama. I thought it would be canceled by American fans, but the darkest jokes came from US readers. I sped up towards the end, but we managed to conclude the first arc of this fic. My original idea was to finish with Noir's fight, but there were still some things I wanted to write in this part of the story. The next chapters will be interludes. Please leave in the comments what you would like to read first. One Winter and Dr. Polandina evaluating the material Weiss sent. 2 Noir Arc introducing themselves to the patriarch of the Arc family. 3 Blake teaches Ruby about art. 4 Coco interrogates Velvet about her feelings about Jaune Arc. 5 Weiss Pyrrha and Yang having coffee and a girl's talk. 6 Junior and Torchwick have a meeting. 7 Kuro drinking at the bar complaining about who made Ozpin change his mind. 8. RWBY upgrading Crescent Rose. Do you have any suggestions for what you would like to read? Leave them in the comments. I read them all, even though I don't respond to most. Apolakis. Thanks for the chapter. Loved the OC you made as a sister. Response equals thanks, man. I'm thinking about adding more arcs as antagonists to the story. Daniel Ron. Okay, first of all, love the chap. Glad to see more interaction between MC and Blake. I also loved the background of Noir. Of course, I still hate her, and I hope John's family realize she almost killed John and exile her and hate her for that. John is easily the most loved member of the Arc family. Once they found out about it, they should properly punish her, and she should regret this the rest of her miserable life. BTW, what did John eat? Is he a Saiyan now? Response equals he ate a senzu bean, recovered all his aura and health, but he continued to be drained because of the conflict between the serum and his aura. He's not a Saiyan. It was his aura burning in overclock, trying to stop the serum from affecting his body. PJ. Wow, he is using confusion as a weapon. Response equals that's the idea. John was keeping her on her toes using different weapons. During the fight, he was using aura to create them, as the idea was to try to use unpredictability as an advantage. But in the end, there was no way John could win alone against his sister, especially without a plan. Spartan 001 for the Emperor. Response equals ha. I picked this comment to salute all the Warhammer fans who spoke out in the last chapter. I played very little Warhammer. Purely competitive games don't appeal to me. But I've played some RPGs, and I love the lore videos on YouTube. Zim 36. Est few an mi buen capitulo genial diria, con una buena conclusión al final. Ren y nora no me importan mucho, pero que bien que no les diste largas para su relación. También me encanta el harem, sobreviviente, que se está formando y la fluidez que leva. Nada es de inmediato, sino que se va desarrollando con su tiempo. Response equals, I wanted to accelerate the development of the relationship between Nora and Ren. I think the original series took a long time to work on him. And I'm grateful for the comments about the harem development site. I'm trying not to seem forced. John is trying to solve everyone's problem, so it makes sense for them to develop some kind of feelings for him. In my opinion, at least, that makes sense. Sleep-deprived guy. Honestly, that's a good addition to the chapter if you decide to add it to the last part of every chapters. But is it only limited to characters' information? Or could you add maybe their semblance capabilities and/or aura proficiency? Response equals good idea, I'll add that, done. Ebonk Knight 21. I don't know if you already have John family problem planned out, but there is theory the fact John is the only male makes him valuable to carry on the family name. John left because he wanted to matter and do something other than be pampered upper-class snob. In this version of the world, I can see him being value because Arcmen, though rare, have tendency to have very powerful daughters. All of John's sisters well above the average with a few S-class like Noir. So John could be running from being nothing more than a pamper-prized breeding stallion who was never allowed gets to race or run in fear of injury. His sisters do care him, but his parents emphasize the fact if women learn about his breeding potential, he would be taken against his will. So overprotective is an understatement. This also can cause more fun drama. Pira's mom would love grandchildren of top-tier quality and movement up the social ladder. Weiss, how much would you bet her father would engage her sister Winter to marry him to create a bigger empire and powerful legacy? White Fang use him as a breeding for superior soldiers for the future and ransom, and knowing Yang's mom, I can see her use for the same reason, and for personal fun. Response equals I love it when people theorize in the comments of the fix. But unfortunately, I won't answer your questions because I'd end up giving spoilers. But I won't change anything about Saffron Arc, the only sister who appeared in the original series. 22. Interlude 1. Avip, if you enjoy my work, please leave a comment or a review. Dialogue. Scroll. Say I dialogue. Winter Schnee. The chill of the elevator seems to intensify as it descends towards Dr. Pietro Polendina's laboratory. The journey is silent, aiding me in focusing on my thoughts that cannot escape the worries I carry. My younger sister, Weiss, sent me a message requesting an update on the evaluation of her partner's inventions, which we received a few weeks ago. As the elevator glides smoothly, my mind wanders into more conjectures. Who is Jaune Arc, and how did he manage to persuade Weiss to get involved in his projects? Weiss's voice echoes in my mind, enthusiastically explaining the achievements of the young Arc non-lethal weapons, substances capable of defeating Grims by merely touching them, and energy generators independent of dust with the potential to overshadow SDC operations. The latter was inconceivable. Has my sister been seduced by empty promises without fully understanding the consequences of such declarations? As the elevator approaches the destination, I feel the need to protect her, even if it's from invisible threats. I need to assess the situation and ensure she hasn't fallen into a dangerous game. The elevator door opens, and I stride towards the doctor's laboratory, prepared to find out whether she's been deceived or not. The laboratory is a spectacle of engineering and innovation as I enter. A sense of curiosity mixed with apprehension permeates the environment. The doctor, an elderly man with bright eyes sitting in a chair with spider-like mechanical legs, greets me with a warm smile. Specialist Schnee, it's a pleasure to have you here. I would rather not take up much of your time. I know how important you are to the Atlas military. He leads me to a structure where holograms display a strange, disassembled circular object with various numbers and notes floating beside it. What exactly is this? I ask, pointing to the hologram. This one is complex, so let's save it for last. He responds, chuckling. Everything your sister sent us has met what she had explained via text. He says, pressing some buttons on his chair. The holograms changed, and a list formed in front of me. 1. Stink Ink. Applicability civil and military. Stink Ink is a special non-lethal ammunition for deterrence operations. It consists of a highly viscous ink that, when fired, covers the target area with a foul-smelling and persistent substance. In addition to causing discomfort and repulsion, the intensity of the odor can temporarily disorient the targets, creating a tactical advantage for the military team. The bright purple color of the ink and its strong smell also make the target easier to distinguish in a crowd, aiding in search and pursuit. Not only that it marks the target for civilian targets, allowing them to report said target to the authorities or avoid the target. Research priority low. 2. Peter Webb. Applicability civil and military. Peter Webb is non-lethal ammunition for restraining and restricting movements. When fired, this device releases a strong adhesive liquid, which can form a net, wire, or blanket that ensnares the target. This ammunition is ideal for situations where capturing individuals is necessary without causing permanent damage, being especially useful in capture and detention operations. Research priority medium. 3. Foam shackle. Applicability civil and military. Foam shackle is non-lethal ammunition for restraining movements and containing riots. Upon contact with air, it expands into a dense and sturdy foam, forming a physical barrier that impedes progression. This ammunition is effective for controlling crowds and ensuring security in critical areas without causing serious injuries. It can also be used to build covers and repair cracks. Research priority high. 4. Blind pepper bomb. Applicability civil and military. The blind pepper bomb is non-lethal ammunition developed to disorient and temporarily incapacitate opponents. When detonated, it releases a combination of tear gas agents and pepper, causing irritation to the eyes and respiratory tract. This ammunition is effective in crowd control situations and provides a strategic window for subsequent actions. Research priority low. 5. Ghost Bane. Applicability military. Ghost Bane is ammunition that affects only ethereal Grims. Most Grims experience mild discomfort when exposed to the substance, but nothing to the extent that would justify material implementation for the forces of Atlas. However, against ethereal Grims like Geist, This substance has proven its worth. A Geist, possessing physical matter exposed to the material, is expelled from the inert material it is possessing. Research priority high. 6. Sunlight bomb. Applicability military. Sunlight bomb is ammunition that affects all Grims exclusively. Small and young Grims dissolve rapidly when near the substance, while larger and older ones have better resistance. The body part closest to the substance sustains the most damage, and when their heads come into contact, Grims react as if their vision were obscured for a few seconds. Research priority suggestion maximum. Goodness, I exclaimed, surprised. 2 high priorities and 1 maximum. The last time we had one of these situations was when we were researching hard light dust. And these are just the combat ones, my dear. Wait until you see the assessment of the energy matrix models. Tapping a few more buttons on his chair, the hologram changes once again, exposing a new list. 1. Solar energy model. The solar energy model harnesses sunlight to generate electricity through photovoltaic cells. When sunlight hits these cells, it generates electric current. This electric energy can be stored in batteries for continuous use, making the solar model a clean, sustainable, and renewable energy matrix. Research priority suggestion low. 2. Wind energy model. The wind energy model utilizes the force of the wind to rotate the blades of wind turbines, converting rotational motion into electrical energy. This electricity can be integrated into the grid or stored to meet energy demand. It is an efficient matrix, especially in areas with consistent winds, contributing to the diversification and sustainability of the energy supply. Research priority suggestion high. 3. Hydraulic energy model. Applicability as energy matrix. The hydraulic energy model is based on the conversion of water kinetic energy into electricity. Hydroelectric power plants channel the flow of water through turbines, generating rotational motion that is then converted into electricity. This matrix is highly efficient and reliable, providing a constant source of energy, besides being considered one of the oldest and established forms of renewable energy. Research priority medium. Solar energy in Atlas isn't viable. After all, our kingdom isn't known for its sunny days. Maybe we can conduct this research jointly with Vacuo. Hydraulics is interesting, but it depends a lot on the river potential of the region, and the construction of the plant is too costly and could destroy the entire fauna and flora of an area. Not to mention the extra expenses for protection against Grim in a location so far from our walls and army. I added. Precisely, now wind is a more promising idea. With our floating city, we have powerful winds in abundance. Does the wind model have the potential to replace dust? No, it couldn't replace it, but we can reduce our dust consumption by 30%. The doctor explained, smiling hopefully. A reduction of that level would make the price of dust plummet. The economic impact initially would be negative with so many people working directly and indirectly with dust. But in the long run, we'll have more jobs to build and maintain wind facilities. And with the price drop, dust would be more accessible to people who use it to defend themselves outside the major cities. Looking at the hologram reflecting on what had been presented, it would be time-consuming to implement most of the technologies Weiss sent me. But undoubtedly, they would change Atlas and possibly all Remnant in a few years. I think it was a rash statement when Weiss said one of these models could replace dust as an energy source. In response, the doctor laughs warmly, as if I were a child who had just said something foolish. You are the one rushing, Specialist Schnee. I saved the best for last. Once again, the hologram disappears, and this time it returns to the first hologram of the strange circular object. This time, the original notes were not present, but instead a text explaining what it was. Arc Reactor Energy Model. Arc Reactor is an advanced energy generation device designed to provide energy efficiently. It is based on advanced principles of physics and engineering to channel a specific energy source, converting it into usable electricity. This reactor operates cleanly without relying on traditional sources like dust. At its core, the arc reactor employs sophisticated technologies, such as controlled particle manipulation and highly efficient energy conversion processes. Its application spans various sectors, offering a sustainable and powerful alternative to growing energy demands. Its technical complexity is reflected in the precision required for its construction and maintenance, making it a key piece in technological advances. Unfortunately, it contains elements unknown. The experts necessary for this are unlikely to help, having begun work on a project, Trinity, in Vale. Research priority maximum plus. I was speechless and wide-eyed. The text was simple, but even without the technical language, I could see that the potential of this invention was monumental. One of these reactors, the size of a fist, is a perpetual energy source capable of generating 3 gigajoules per second. If we manufacture 100 of these and use them in a perfect system without energy loss, Atlas's public energy grid will never use dust again. That's impossible. Impossible, he continued in a more serious tone. Combine 150, and Atlas as a whole will never need dust to generate energy again, as well as never need dust to stay suspended in the air. The doctor continued his explanation, as I tried to grasp the magnitude of what was being presented. We're talking about a technological revolution, specialist Schnee, entire cities powered by clean and sustainable technology, without the need to extract dust. The arc reactor not only offers an inexhaustible source of energy, but also eliminates the dependence on scarce resources and the associated environmental impacts. He moved on to the next holographic projection, revealing a detailed model of a city powered by arc reactors. The lights shone, indicating the illumination of residences, industries, and transportation systems, all powered by the revolutionary invention. This is the future, Specialist Schnee, a future where energy is abundant, accessible, and doesn't harm our planet. We're still in the early stages, but imagine the potential. Every home, every street, powered by an energy source that never runs out. Not only that, think of the potential for energy weapons. I remained stunned at the futuristic vision unfolding before me. The city of tomorrow, driven by arc reactors, represents not only a scientific achievement, but also a hope for global transformation. However, one question persisted in my mind. And what about the interests and industries that depend on dust? Won't this change have significant repercussions? The doctor smiled, acknowledging the complexity of the situation. Change always meets resistance, Specialist Schnee. The transition will be challenging, but in the end, the energy of the future is within our reach. All thanks to the young inventor named Jaune Arc. Who was he? Where did he come from? What else can he offer? What kind of contract does he and Weiss have to call themselves business partners? With the vital festival approaching, I will have the opportunity to visit Beacon and have a private conversation with Weiss and her partner. Noir Arc. Of all my progeny, you and your twin were the ones who brought me the most pride, at least until last Friday, said a heavy, rough male voice. Presently, I am kneeling on one knee with my head bowed before my father, Arthur Arc. Even seated on a throne carved from stone, he exuded an imposing and intimidating presence. At 49 years, he remains strong and resilient, a true veteran of countless battles clad in his silver-colored full-plate armor. His sturdy physique and his face marked by scars tell tales of courage and determination, while his deep blue eyes penetrate deeply, conveying authority and wisdom accumulated over the years. His blonde hair, cut short in a military style, adds an aura of discipline and order to his towering figure, while the well-groomed beard gives him a rugged air. Every feature of his face seems sculpted by experience and the harshness of life on the battlefield. As he stares at me intensely, I feel myself shrinking before his domineering presence, aware that this man is not only my father, but also a feared and respected leader by all who know him. Arthur Arc is truly an intimidating figure, whose aura of strength and power envelops everyone around him. Image. Daughter, I never thought I would have to face a moment like this. I always believed you were a strong huntress, capable of overcoming any challenge. That's why I had no doubt that you would bring pride to the Arc name when I convinced the rest of the council that you should join the Executor Corps. But now, here I am, ashamed and disappointed, Arthur Arc said, staring at me from his throne. Despite being alone with my father, his presence and authority made me feel as if I were being humiliated in public. When you set out to find your brother, I saw in you a determination that filled me with pride. I thought that, as the older sister, you would bring back your only brother, my heir. I imagined that you would be the protector, the brave leader who would guide him back to his family, he says, glaring at me. However, you failed in your mission, caused damage to the city of Vale, and tarnished the Arc name by getting arrested. My father... Silence, he roared, rising from his throne. The reinforced windows of the fortress trembled with the powerful voice of Domremi's golden lion. There is still hope for my heir to return, but alone you have shown your incompetence. I widened my eyes and looked at my father, worried. What are you going to do? I asked anxiously. I called in some favors with the Vale Council. Your sisters have been relieved of duty to form a team with you. I stood up perplexed. But I am an elite huntress of the Executor Corps. Not anymore. He looked at me with a firm and unwavering expression. The weight of his decision echoed in the throne room, filling the air with tension. You have lost your position in the Executor Corps, my daughter. Your actions have made it clear that you are not up to the role entrusted to you. His voice, once calm, was now full of disappointment. Following Vale's traditions, you and your sisters will form Team BLCN. Your twin sister, Blanche, will take command of the team, and you will have the opportunity to redeem yourself, proving your worth and loyalty to our family. A mix of anger and sadness grew inside me, but I knew that questioning my father at that moment would only worsen the situation. But before you attempt to retrieve your brother, Team BLCN will be sent on a Black Ops mission. Why, father? Your actions in the city of Vale are being used as leverage to undermine our family's political powers. I clenched my fists in fury. As if my dishonor wasn't enough, now they use me to strip away the little power we still have. Is this the respect the corrupt council has for our noble house? Failure is not an option, my father says, gazing thoughtfully at the horizon. If you fail to bring John back, all plans for the revitalization of Domremy in partnership with the Winchester House will fall apart. I nodded, swallowing the mixture of emotions that threatened to overflow within me. I would rather not mix with those scum from the Winchester House, but we need their resources. In silence, I rose and left the throne room. As soon as I took 2 steps in the corridor, I came face to face with the RWBY princess herself, wearing an armor similar to what our father wore. Image. What do you want? I asked bitterly and furiously. Do I need a reason to see my own twin sister? Blanche asks with an arrogant smile. The hostility between us was palpable, a tension that had been building up over the years. Blanche had always been more cunning and perceptive than me. She also never missed an opportunity to demonstrate her superiority. Your impetuous methods aren't as effective, are they, little sister? She taunted, ignoring the evident pain on my face. When you decided to pursue a solo career, I knew it was only a matter of time until you failed. I just didn't expect it to be so spectacularly, with so much collateral damage and so many witnesses. I ignored her provocations, taking a deep breath to maintain composure. I knew I needed to focus on the mission ahead and not allow the rivalry with Blanche to jeopardize my objectives. The Black Ops mission is a chance for redemption, not just for me, but for the entire Arc family. I reply, keeping a steady gaze. Blanche scoffs disdainfully. Good to know you're focused, little sister. I nod as we walk through the halls of the Arc mansion. Do you have the mission details? It's an extermination mission, Blanche commented with a scroll in her hand. You, me, Saroline, and Leela's are going to kill a faunus. Leela's, I ask surprised, but she's still too young. Despite being only 13, she's killed more Grims than you or I. I always knew the kid had potential, but it still didn't seem right to bring her along. It seems excessive to assemble a group of 4 huntresses to deal with just one of those animals. It's not just any faunus, my dear sister, we're hunting a terrorist. She finishes handing me her scroll. On the scroll was the image of a red-haired faunus, wearing a grim mask to cover his eyes. Shocked by our target, I turned to face Blanche. Are you serious? Are we finally going to kill that insane animal? That's right, says Blanche with a voracious smile. We're going to hunt down Adam Taurus. Pirha Nikos. The sun shone over the city of Vale. Normally, I would take advantage of a Saturday morning like this to train, study, or respond to the emails from my agent that had flooded my inbox. However, today is different. Today, I'm going to have coffee with 2 friends, Weiss Schnee and Yang Xiao Long. As soon as I entered the cafe, I spotted the 2 of them sitting at a table near the window. Weiss elegantly stirred her cup of tea, while Yang devoured a huge sandwich. Hey, Pirha, exclaimed Yang with a wide smile. Weiss just waved more reservedly, but her face betrayed an expression of anticipation, probably due to the reason for our morning meeting. Hello, I replied, taking the vacant seat at the table. How are you both doing? Yang shrugged, her mouth full of food. Weiss shook her head, disapproving of her teammate before responding. We're fine, thank you. And you, Pirha? I feel fine as well, I replied. But I have to admit I didn't expect an invitation from you to discuss this delicate matter. The expressions of Yang and Weiss changed immediately. Yang looked at me confused, while Weiss became a bit more serious. A certain blue-eyed fool has been on our minds lately, remarks the heiress, taking a sip of her tea. Cough, cough. Yang swallowed, coughing up the poorly chewed piece in her mouth with difficulty, but acted as if nothing strange had happened. Our dork knight, comments Yang, hiding behind a sheepish smile. It's been less than a week since he set off on his road trip. Any news? I shook my head, a slight blush coloring my cheeks. No, he said he wouldn't have a signal where he was going, and with that jet of his, it could be anywhere in Remnant. I reply to Team RWBY's pugilist. But I'd like to get straight to the point. Agreeing, Weiss nods, while Yang seemed to break out in a cold sweat at my proposal. I noticed that, well, that we all share a certain interest in him. The 2 exchanged a knowing look before Yang let out a forced laugh. Weiss, however, maintained a serene expression. That's true, she admits, smiling. I thought maybe we could have a friendly chat about it, as friends and romantic rivals. Yang choked on her sandwich again, while Weiss raised an eyebrow subtly, now even more serious. I mean, he's a nice guy. Yang tried to play it off with a casual tone, but her eyes said otherwise. But I'm not interested in him. In fact, he's the one who must have a crush on me. Yang puffed up her chest, projecting confidence in her last statement, but it was transparent to me and Weiss. We're here to talk openly, Yang. You don't need to worry about hiding anything, Weiss added. Yang blushed slightly, looking like a bashful teenager. It's not that he's a bad guy, Yang commented, looking away. Yang clenched her fists and looked around as if she were a cornered animal. When her body tensed in a gesture to stand up, Weiss put a hand on her shoulder to hold her and calm her down. Turning to her teammate, who smiled encouragingly at her, Yang relaxed her body and sighed tiredly. Like, maybe I feel something, Yang admits, her face reddening with embarrassment. Just a little, you know. I silently thank her for her honesty, although Yang was still holding back. Admitting her feelings aloud was a big step. Passions can be complicated, I comment, trying to ease the tension. But you need to be honest with yourself for us to have this conversation. The 2 exchanged a knowing look. Weiss nodded, giving the final encouragement needed before Yang finally relented. All right, I admit it, says Yang, raising her hands as if surrendering. I have feelings for John, happy now. Delighted, actually, comments Weiss, gently laughing. It's good for us to be honest with each other. After all, who knows what the future holds for us? You want honesty? Yang spoke in a threatening tone to us. I have a personal problem. John has the solution, and he promised to help me without asking for anything in return just because he likes me as a friend. He's a perfect gentleman. He could even be one of those knight heroes from fairy tales. He may be a knight, but I'm the one who's going to ride him if he can fulfill the promise. Yang Xiao Long, exclaims Weiss indignantly. How can you joke in such an intimate and serious discussion between us? You can bet I'm serious, Snowflake. I just need to get intimate with him at the right time. Despite Yang's rudeness, I could sympathize with her. The blonde in question shot me a playful glance as she stirred her coffee. I think we can start with the serial girl. After all, you had a meteoric crush on him right from the start. I smile awkwardly, unable to contain my embarrassment. When I stopped to think about it, I realized it was pretty pathetic of me at first. Come on, Pyrrha. Weiss tried to appease me, but I silenced her by raising my hand. He treated me like a normal person and didn't idolize me like the invincible girl or try to take advantage of my abilities and title as the Mistral champion, and that was enough for me to like him. Embarrassed, Weiss pretended to drink from her empty cup when I mentioned the second part, as she had acted that way at the initiation. I know you're very famous, but not everyone idolizes you, adds Yang. True, but I'm talking about those who bother to talk to me. Other people keep their distance, afraid to speak or thinking I'm arrogant and difficult to deal with because of my fame, not to mention those who hate my success. Like Weiss. Hey. I laugh a little at their interaction. Genuine moments like this make me grateful for coming to Beacon instead of Haven. But this month that I've spent with him, I've been able to witness his honesty, humility, kindness, and gentleness. He's authentic, Yang. That's something rare and special. Yang gave an understanding smile, but her eyes still had a mischievous spark. Weiss, on the other hand, refilled her teacup before speaking. At first, I thought he was just a buffoon, and that Pyrrha had been cursed to spend 4 years as a partner with that oaf. Ladies and gentlemen, the delicate and gentle flower of Team RWBY, comments Yang as if she were a game show host. Weiss frowns, annoyed, but didn't let it faze her as she continued to speak. But when I saw the use of his paint ammunition, I saw a business opportunity. Her expression is slightly uncomfortable as she confesses. But lately, I realize there's something refreshing about his sincerity and brashness. He doesn't try to impress anyone, and that attracts me a bit. Plus, the emotional support he gave me to confront my father means more to me than I'd like to admit. Yang looks shocked at Weiss. The last statement carried an emotional weight that made me feel like a silly teenage girl in love. Then, Yang leaned forward, whispering as if she were sharing a secret. I also have feelings for him, her cheeks flushing. After initiation, I thought I wouldn't have to deal with that weirdo anymore. But the next day, he brought breakfast for the entire RWBY team, and I went through that embarrassment of being summarily rejected and then automatically placed in the friend zone. I reply with a smile. Thanks for reminding me, Nikos, Yang tanks in a sarcastic and aggressive tone. I admit it looks bad for me to have noticed him only after I was rejected, but for that reason I noticed his qualities that you guys already mentioned, and also his infectious sense of humor and how well he gets along with RWBY. And well, recently, he's been looking really good with Professor Port's training. The three of us exchanged surprised looks, followed quickly by nervous laughter. It was as if a weight had been lifted off our shoulders, and the tension of admitting such intimate feelings dissipated. We can't deny that he's got something special, I comment, trying to lighten the mood. And besides, the friendship we have with him is unique. I think we should continue to support each other, regardless of what happens. Weiss and I took a long sip of our drinks, feeling a sense of peace and lighter hearts after our conversation. Yang, however, decided to sow chaos. Have you fucked him yet? PFFFFF. We both spat out our tea at the same time, while our blonde friend laughed like a mischievous child. Yang Xiao Long, exclaims Weiss, embarrassed. Your rudeness and lack of delicacy have no limits. It's a valid question. Pyrrha shares a room and bathroom with the guy. But they don't sleep in the same bed or shower together. replies Weiss, outraged. I'm sure they change in the bathroom like civilized people. Well, actually, the two stop arguing to listen to me attentively. John has a habit of staying shirtless in the room. Seriously? They both ask, Yang grinning fiercely while Weiss looked stunned. I have some photos if you want to see. Before I could finish lifting my scroll, it was taken from my hand by Yang, who, to my horror, didn't settle for just the photo of John sleeping. She scrolled through all the photos on my device. Yang, no, I plead in horror. But she didn't care. Naughty Pyrrha, Yang comments, licking her lips. Image. He cooks and cleans for you? The heiress asks, surprised. He's more skilled than I thought. Meow, look at this photo of him doing squats by the bed. He really has well-toned legs. Ha, loved the picture of him cleaning the floor when he was still a weakling, says Yang, scrolling through the photos, stopping at the one where he climbed the tree to help Blake. Why is he shirtless climbing the tree? That was his second attempt. Blake got startled and tore his shirt on the first one. Well done, partners. Despite the embarrassment I felt from these photos, we ended up laughing and chatting even more relaxed about the situation. Until Weiss brought up the subject that was lingering in the back of our minds. Have you ever thought about the possibility of forming a harem for John? Yang and I froze instantly. That was one of the possibilities if John didn't pursue one of us directly. Ren said he's attracted to all of us, but he won't think about relationships until after the Vital Festival. I say, recalling what we gleaned from my teammate's interrogation. Yang rubbed her forehead, as if trying to force her brain to come up with an idea. I want to be a huntress and have my freedom to explore the world, help those in need, and punch those who need a punch, comments Yang confidently. Maybe being in a harem would be better for me so I don't feel so restricted, and if I get pregnant, I'll have free babysitters to take care of the baby. I'm in, she finished, shrugging. Considering her personality, that line of reasoning actually made sense. I'm not very excited about the idea of a harem. After all, in Atlas's high society, I would be judged as unfit for not being able to secure a man just for me. Weiss's tone was sober and somewhat dark. But maybe I should follow John's example and not worry about what others expect of me, but what I want. I'm neither for nor against a harem. What does that mean? Yang asked. I'd like more time to think, Weiss concludes, ignoring her teammate's sulky expression. And you, Pyrrha. It's challenging to express in words the storm of emotions that overwhelms me when pondering this complex question. Loving Jaune Arc is both a blessing and a curse. His smile warms my heart in ways I never imagined possible. His determination and kindness are like a beacon in the darkness of this troubled world. But being part of a harem makes everything even more complicated. The mere thought of sharing his affection with others makes me tremble with anguish and jealousy. How can I accept that the man I love is divided among so many other hearts? However, deep in my soul, I know that it's better to share a little of John's love than not to have it at all. After all, love is not a possession, but a gift that can be shared and even multiplied. The idea of being part of a harem goes against everything I've been taught about love and relationships. My family and agent won't be happy with my decision, but I would accept being part of the harem. Weiss' eyes widen, surprise etched on her face by my decision, while Yang smiled at me, happy to have an ally. Blake and RWBY were with us when we interrogated Ren. Why didn't they come with you guys? Yang was the first to answer my question. John isn't just RWBY's first crush, he's her first male friend, says Yang in a wise tone. Let's give it some time. If in 2 years she still feels something for the dork knight, we can talk about it. 2 years seems like a lot, Yang, I comment, feeling sorry for the silver-eyed girl. 2 years, repeated Yang, her eyes already red with fury. As for Blake, I invited her to the meeting, but she said her only interest in Arc is literary potential, whatever that means. Weiss explained. Literary potential, I thought to myself. Why does that scare and excite me at the same time? Huntsman LOGS, Entry Headmaster OZPIN. Name Ruby Rose. Alias Silver-Eyed Warrior. Allegiance Kingdom of Vale. Weapon Crescent Rose. Semblance Petal Burst allows her to dash with great speed in any direction. Stats: Strength, Endurance, Agility, Fighting Skill, Mental, Aura, Aura Skill, Semblance. As I observe Ruby Rose, I cannot help but ponder the immense potential she holds as a silver-eyed warrior and a future huntress. Her journey thus far has been marked by determination and an unwavering sense of justice, a combination that makes her a formidable force against the darkness that plagues our world. As her mentor, it is my duty to guide her, to nurture her talents, and to prepare her for the challenges that lie ahead. And though the path of a huntress is fraught with peril, I have no doubt that Ruby Rose will rise to the occasion, shining brighter than any star in the darkest of nights. When questioning Jaune about the development of Miss Rose's ocular powers, I received the following answer. Yes, she will learn to use this bullshit over power, but for that you need to find another silver-eyed warrior, Maria Calavera. I will make an image for you and show you places she may be. And once again, Mr. Arc shatters expectations with his knowledge of the future. I would kill to uncover how he got this informations. EAI Gurizada. There was a tight and highly competitive vote for which interlude would be posted first. Who am I kidding? The overwhelming majority chose One Winter and Dr. Polandina. Two types of people voted for this option. Those who wanted to see the world being affected by the protagonist's creations. Those who are gentlemen of culture and exquisite taste who wanted winter in the story. I was happy to see your reactions to Ren Power Move at the infirmary in the comments. The guy is a snoo survivor. He should be respected. Off Funseeker 271. It's understandable most men would like a harem, but in real life getting just one is a miracle. Response equals wow. Response equals beta. Polyamory relationships tend to be an excuse to cheat, or you wind up running down the street away from the epic freeway from their father with a shotgun loaded with rock salt. That said, if you have the opportunity to get with twins, go for it. Taylor Cross. Most of us, Americans, have a twisted sense of humor when you compare it on an international level. Response equals I did not know that. In the past, in Brazil, we were more naughty with our humor, but woke culture arrived here, and in our constitution there is no freedom of speech. We have already had cases of comedians convicted without trial. That was some scary shit. Fake son of God. What some people wouldn't give for death by snoo. Yandir's gotta love them cause sometimes crazy is indeed hot. Then again, I thought Noir was hot because she wanted to kill him Suo. Thanks for the chapter, man, hoping to see how you take things from here. May God and the Force be with you, kudos. Response equals thank you for the kind words, and you spoke of one of life's greatest mysteries. The cultural axiom that is crazy hot. Someday we will discover the relationship between the two. Response equals beta, based reader women with power is hot. 23, Interlude 2. Avip, I have good news and bad news. The good news is that I published one new chapter earlier than usual, and I'm working with a publisher here in Brazil on my first book. The bad news at the end of the chapter. Dialogue. Scroll. Say dialogue. Ruby Rose. Today I finally gathered the courage and marched to the Beacon Academy Forge. Standing in front of the furnace, using tongs in my left hand, I hold the pale green metal ingot into the fire. Image. I feel a mixture of excitement and apprehension filling my chest. The metal is unique and extremely valuable due to its potential to easily overcome the resistance of grim monsters. The weight of the responsibility to forge it into a worthy blade is overwhelming and suffocating. I need to focus, I grumble to myself. I won't disappoint you. Disappoint who? KYAH, I shriek, jumping on one foot. Despite the scare, I didn't let go of the tongs, firmly holding the ingot of Knockwell. Blake, don't startle me like that. I knocked on the door before entering and greeted you. At some point the fault becomes yours, replies the amber-eyed ninja. I turned back to the furnace, grumbling about nosy teammates. As soon as I returned the ingot to the fire, Blake looked over my shoulder curiously like a cat. What brings you to the forge? Came to maintain your weapon. Actually, I just came to talk. I froze and turned to face my teammate in surprise. What? Blake asks indignantly. Can't I have a friendly conversation with my team leader? What? Are you out of books to read? Maybe, Blake responds embarrassed. Smiling now that the world makes sense again, I refocused on the furnace. I don't think I've ever seen that shade of green in metal before. Humph, I huff proudly, puffing out my chest. That's because it's extremely rare, perhaps unique in the whole world. Where did you get it? That's classified information, and no matter how much you ask, I'll keep that secret to the end of time. What? Did John give it to you? LitRPG. I whine, disappointed that she figured it out so quickly. What? Blake shrugs. I just guessed. Your crying confirmed my guess. Damn. Shaking her head and laughing at my reaction, Blake steps away from the forge and sat at a nearby table, giving me space to work. So, is it correct for me to assume it's John you don't want to disappoint? My irritated groan was enough for her. As soon as I noticed the metal's hue changing due to the heat, I removed it from the furnace with trembling hands and placed it on the anvil. With my right hand, I reached for the next tool and began hammering. Clink clang. What are you doing there? The bored brunette asks. I'm hammering this ingot after heating it to shape it the way that I want. Clink clang. That's obvious, Blake complained. I want to know what you're making. A new blade for Crescent Rose. Clink clang. That sounds exhausting. Why don't you use one of those hammering machines? Although a mechanical forge hammer is faster and less tiring, I prefer using a regular hammer. Call me crazy, but I prefer to feel the metal shaping with my own hands. That way, I feel like I have fine control during the process. Clink clang. Sometimes I forget that besides being a nerd, you're a very skilled blacksmith. Thank you, I reply smiling. Clink clang. Wait a second, I stop hammering, realizing the comment. I'm not a nerd, I complain, turning to Blake. In response, Belladonna stares at me with a raised eyebrow. If anyone here is a nerd, it's you, I accuse, pointing the hammer at her. With a face flushed with embarrassment, Blake stood up protesting. I'm an appreciator of literary fine arts, but you nerd, play video games, read comics, and fantasy books. Art, I asked ironically, what you read is filthy, filthy. An uncomfortable silence hung between us, but I decided to turn back and focus on my project. Clink clang. If what I read is so heinous, why did you borrow Dawn Ninja, Twilight Night? Yip, I exclaim, freezing instantly. A romance between a young kunoichi and a blonde knight with blue eyes. I freeze, paralyzed with embarrassment. And there was another day when I found a photo of John with a drawn beard on his face, trying to make him look like the rusted knight by any chance. HMMMMM. I started whimpering with my childhood husbando revealed. It's not my fault the story of the girl who fell through the world is one of my childhood favorites, and the rusted knight is so amazing in it. It's not my fault John reminds me of him. Amidst my internal confusion, a hand landed on my shoulder. It's okay, Blake said, smiling at me. Everyone has a crush when they reach adolescence, and if he looks like your childhood husbando, it makes everything more perfect. I know, I whispered, calming down. Once I managed to compose myself, I went back to hammering and Blake returned to her seat. Clink clang. But it makes you wonder, you know, Blake asked. You, Yang, Weiss, Pyrrha, and Velvet have a crush on the blonde knight. Velvet. Clink clang. The faunus rabbit from the second year. Ah, I exclaim, remembering her face. And you. Clink clang. What about me? On the day we interrogated Ren, you were in the room with us. Aren't you in love with him too? Clink clang. In love is too strong of a word. I'm just interested in his literary potential. Literary potential, I repeat, not understanding between the hammer blows. Clink clang. Yes, Blake confirmed, nodding, and his sexy body. Thud. The dry sound of the hammer falling to the ground cut the conversation instantly. Blake, I shout, blushing. You need better hold on to that hammer, she says, smiling wickedly. I think it's better to focus on my blade than to keep talking to this fujoshi. Clink clang. Huh, I exclaimed in surprise. What's wrong? Blake asked, curious. I lifted the tongs, holding the ingot now in the rough shape of a scythe blade against a light to examine it better. I think the metal is changing color. Haiksheng. The closing of the bar is always a special moment for me. A moment of calm, silence, and reflection after a tiring day, even if it's a slow day like this. At least that's what I hoped for. Why yee, cries out a female voice loudly. I've already told you, girl, says another female voice calmer. He must have forgotten about you. That doesn't make me feel any better. As I tidy up the last bottles and clean the glasses, all I can think about is relaxing and going home, but I'm being held back by my two last customers. One of them is a mysterious brunette woman, wearing a beret and sunglasses, even though it's night. She's dressed in designer clothes and carries herself like a socialite top model who occasionally takes a sip of her low-alcohol, low-calorie drink. She spent the whole night taking care of the other customer. The other is a faunus, with bunny ears that sway with every movement. She's visibly drunk and crying after a whole night of drinking carrot margaritas. The poor thing seems to be going through some kind of emotional crisis, and I'm glad to have made a profit serving her expensive drinks. From a distance, the faunus raises her swollen, red eyes to me, overflowing with sadness. One more, please, says the teary-eyed one, lifting her empty glass. I look at the woman with the beret and sunglasses, searching for some confirmation or intervention, but she just shrugs. Sighing tiredly, I prepare another carrot margarita and approach them, sitting at the counter serving the glass. Here you go, I say in a dry and serious tone, and this is the last one of the night. She takes the glass and smiles weakly at me, her face still wet with tears. Thank you, she murmurs before taking a long sip of the drink. I swear I'm not normally like this. It's none of my business, miss. Just pay your bill and it's all good for me, I reply formally. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to start closing up the bar. The soft sound of music still echoed in the bar, but the tables were empty, and the smell of alcohol mixed with the scent of cleaning products. Stepping out from behind the counter, I walked slowly to the entrance to flip the sign. That's when the door opened, revealing a red-haired man wearing an extravagant hat and carrying a cane. Junior, my friend, how's it going? He exclaims, entering with exaggerated confidence and much swagger. I raise an eyebrow, feeling a twinge of irritation. Roman, don't call me Junior, it's Haiksheng to you. He chuckles, shrugging. Always so serious. You don't need to do that, we're still old pals, aren't we? I ignored the comment and continued my work flipping the sign. What do you want, Romans? With an ironic smile, he pointed to a table with 2 chairs. Wanting to get this over with, I nod in agreement. Once we sat down, he put his filthy feet up on my table that I had just cleaned. I was just taking a look at my old favorite meeting spot. How are you managing in this boring place without me? I rolled my eyes, keeping calm. I'm doing just fine, thank you, but I think you should go, the bar is closed. Roman shrugged, as if the rules didn't apply to him. Ah, Junior, always so stern. You know, I was thinking we could do business again like old times. The last time he hires my men, and they all ended up injured or arrested. I shake my head, refusing outright. I'm trying to lay low for now, Roman. He laughs, ignoring my refusal. Ooh, has the great Junior done anything extravagant in the past few weeks? Don't leave your friend out of the loop now. My fists clenched instinctively. Until recently, I was happy that Torchwick was drawing attention from the police, media, and politicians all to himself. But after he involved my men in a robbery stopped by a huntress in training, and the visit from that blonde psychopath threatening me in my own establishment, let's just say, unlike this clown, I'm trying to maintain a low profile. It's none of your business, Torchwick. Roman shrugs once again, seeming to enjoy my refusal. Well, let's get down to business then, says Roman, reaching for a small metal box from inside his white coat. The opportunity is knocking at your door to get rid of all that dust too hot for the market. Roman concludes, taking out a cigar from the box and lighting it in his mouth. Even with my years of experience dealing with all sorts of criminals in this city, my face twitched, breaking my poker face as I remembered the day I sold all the dust that Roman is looking for. You're too late. I've already sold my entire stock. Interesting, says Roman, taking a puff. I'm not used to being kept in the dark when so much dust is being moved around the city. Who the hell bought all that at once? I keep my gaze fixed on the table, choosing my words carefully. Roman, you've worked with dangerous people. This person who bought the dust, she's on another level. Maybe even more intimidating than your employer, if that's possible. A spark of intrigue lit up Roman's eyes, but I didn't let my guard down. He didn't need to know that I was already familiar with this mysterious employer. Someone more dangerous than the fiery bitch, even more interesting. Roman crossed his arms, his expression indicating a mix of frustration and fascination. Could you arrange a meeting with this mysterious figure? My eyes widened in horror. I sighed, deciding to choose my words even more carefully. The last thing I want is to encounter that figure again. Why would I risk arranging a meeting for you? Roman seemed to absorb my words, but he didn't seem satisfied. With a mischievous smile, he took a long drag of his cigar and exhaled the smoke through his nose without taking his eyes off me. How about a drink to change your mind? I raise an eyebrow at the thief's insane proposal. Have you ever heard of Silver Deer? Everyone in my line of work knows. It's a brand of expensive Atlas whiskey. I heard they let it age in maple barrels for at least 50 years before bottling and selling. 50 years? Roman asked, surprised. Wow, no wonder it's so expensive, the gallant thief laughed. I furrow my brow at his ironic laughter. Despite being an excellent whiskey, I won't risk it for a shot of it. A shot? Roman asks, pretending to be offended. Come on, Junior, I'm talking about a closed palate. Do you have 1,000 sealed bottles of Silver Deer? To be precise, I have 1050 sealed bottles. It was 1056, but no one is made of iron, Roman explains, laughing at the end. With that amount of Silver Deer, I could guarantee a 50% increase in profits at my bar for 2 years. Not to mention the savings of not having to buy more expensive drinks during that time. I didn't want to talk to that kid again, but I have no choice. I have to pay off the loans I took out to repair the bar after the visit from the blonde. As soon as you deliver the pallet to me, I'll contact him. I comment, knowing that the conversation wouldn't end there. Marvelous. I suggest you don't try to cheat. He's smarter and more dangerous than he seems. HURL. My shoe, Velvet. I think that faunus just vomited on your counter, Roman commented disgustedly, pointing in the direction of the two girls. Sighing in annoyance that my work had increased, I stand up. If you'll excuse me, I need to grab a mop. With that, Roman Torchwick walks away, pinching his nose with his fingers. Osbin. Sitting in my office, reviewing the receipts for the dust expenditure I provided to Jaune Arc, I feel a wave of frustration wash over me. Normally, this type of work wouldn't be complicated, and to be honest, I would leave it to the Treasury. However, multiple justifications need to be invented to avoid raising suspicions about the exorbitant dust expenditure of the last month to the Vale Council. I observe the meticulously recorded numbers on the receipts, but my mind is occupied with the need to keep our secret safe. After all, John's dust expenses are just a small part of a much larger scheme, a scheme necessary to protect our world from the darkness that threatens to consume it. Ding! The sound of the elevator arriving at my office distracts me from the papers. Who could it be at this hour? I raise my eyes to the elevator and see Hue Br stepping out of it, an imposing figure wearing his red cloak. Good to see you again, Hue. Yeah, grumbles the veteran huntsman who seemed both intoxicated and hungover at the same time. What's so important that you're interrupting me again? Hue, usually loyal and diligent in his duties as a huntsman, seems darker than usual. His eyes are bloodshot, and a scowl adorns his face. He wastes no time in expressing his frustration. Am I finally worthy of knowing who your source is? He growls. Everything you've given me has turned out to be true. Are you going to retire me now that I'm useless for gathering intel? The irritation in his voice was evident and justifiable. After we failed to protect Amber, I sent Hue on a reconnaissance mission to find her assailants, only to later pass on to him their identities and location and ask him to bug Professor Leonardo Lionheart's office because he was a possible traitor. I take a deep breath, preparing for the inevitable confrontation. Although Hue is one of my most loyal allies, his cantankerous nature and propensity for confrontation always require a delicate approach. Hue, please have a seat, I say, indicating the chair in front of my desk. Perhaps some good news will improve your mood. He hesitates for a moment, clearly reluctant to let his guard down, but finally relents and sits down. I watch him with a mixture of concern and apprehension, aware that the conversation that follows may further shake his already fragile disposition. After a long conversation and a few swigs from his flask, Hue still wasn't convinced. Okay, the kid knew all your secrets, but have you considered that he might be a spy for Salem? Then why would he heal Amber? To gain our trust. To gain our trust to do what, Hue? To steal the beacon relic, he replies, crossing his arms as if he had won the argument. All right, and to achieve that goal, what does he need to do first? I ask with a raised eyebrow. To kill, Hue stops mid-sentence, realizing his mistake. In response, I just smile at him. Go easy on me, I'm drunk. You're always drunk. Hue responds with a laugh and a shrug. His future intel has been solid. So far, he was right about Lionheart's betrayal. There's no reason for him to have lied about Amber's attackers. And these inventions of his. I've seen people with creation semblances doing crazy things, but it never lasts long. Would you like to test one of them? I didn't even need a response, as curiosity was written all over Hue's face as he pulled the headset from my drawer. This device is called a scouter. It can connect to any other similar device anywhere on the planet. But CCT towers don't have that kind of range, Hue says skeptically. 2 of these devices can communicate from anywhere on Remnant without the use of the CCT system. Hue was astonished by my statement, which was not unexpected. Communication on this scale without the aid of CCTs seemed like only a distant dream. But if I mention that this device works without dust, Hue will question my sanity. I agree that this technology is incredible, but I still don't understand one thing. What would that be? I ask, finishing putting the device on my head. Why does it look like a neon pink headset with cat ears? What? Mr. Arc said they serve as antennas for the device. And why the bow? Image. Leave me alone, Hue. What? H-A-H-A-H-A-H-A-H-A? Hue laughs, falling out of his chair from laughing so hard. I love this kid. I imagine you two will get along. After a few minutes of laughter, Hue composes himself and sat back in the chair in front of me. The ears and the bow just seem like decorations. Why don't you take them off and paint them a different color? I sigh irritably, but respond to my ally. This device stops working if I change its appearance in any way. Whether by painting, adding, or removing parts, and if I cover my head while using it, it also doesn't work. Wow, Kuro whispers, impressed. The kid went all out for this prank. All the other devices he builds won't work with me either. If I want to enjoy this technology, I have to use this model on my head. Hee, I won't lie, Ozzy, I'm liking this kid more and more. If he's half as brilliant in the fight against Salem, this war is already won. He has his moments, I reply in an excited tone. Kuro reacts to my comment. From the sound of it, this kid is a bit eccentric. Isn't the fact that a piece of technology that could revolutionize Remnant's communication system is shaped like neon pink kitty ears explicit enough? I asked, with boiling blood and furrowing my brow. Don't forget about the bow, Kuro snarks back, holding back a laugh. Any chance I could meet the kid? He's not at Beacon at the moment, but I can call him in Menagerie. Menagerie? Wow, you weren't kidding about the range of this thing. But it's like 3:00 a.m. there, won't he be asleep? I hope so. Although I needed to put the device on my head, it was compatible with my monitors and cameras, proving that Mr. Arc just wanted to hurt my ego by making me wear such a flashy headset. In a few seconds, the call connected, but instead of young Mr. Arc, I was greeted by an individual wearing futuristic blue armor. Secure line from Jaune Arc, Church on the line, said the man in blue armor. Church, I repeat, confused, staring at his projected image on the screen. Yep, that's my name, commented the blue being, staring back at us. And judging by the Hello Kitty headset, you must be Professor Ozpin, and that guy who looks like he slept in a gutter after getting beaten up by an entire bar must be Kuro Branwen. Who's the asshole, Ozpin? Kuro asks, slightly annoyed. This is the first time I've heard of this, Mr. Church. I'm not exactly a mister. I'm actually an artificial intelligence created by Project Freelancer, a special operations program created to study soldiers with AI implants during the war against the aliens, ensuring humanity's survival in a hostile galaxy. Silence and shock were the only reactions from me and Kuro. Let me summarize. John created me, and I have my own consciousness, the ability to think creatively and even feelings, although I'm an artificial life form. An artificial life form with feelings? I asked curiously. Indeed, although since my creation, I've only been exercising my hatred and disgust. Empathy and patience have been harder to grasp with this guy. I swallowed the fact that Jaune Arc had created an artificial life form and was using it as an electronic secretary. I'm proving to Mr. Branwen the effectiveness of this secure line. Could we speak with Mr. Arc? It's 3 a.m, and you want me to wake the guy up just to show that the phone works. I think that might be too inconvenient on our part, I reply, embarrassed. And hilarious, I'll get the dude. After a few seconds, the screen changed, showing a tired young blonde in a room illuminated by the dim light of the moon coming through the window. Where is it? John asks, yawning. Please excuse the inconvenience, Mr. Arc, but I'm demonstrating your invention to Kuro. I see, John mutters with his eyes closed. Wait, exclaims the young man wide-eyed, just for this. Basically, yes. Are you serious that you called me just for this? Church, why did you pass this call to me? That's what you deserve for treating me like a secretary. I use you to keep track of my resources and schedule my appointments. You're a secretary. Because you're a wimp bitch boy to take the injection to use me properly. The super soldier serum almost killed me and is less aggressive than this virus. The seemingly endless argument was interrupted by a female arm emerging from the darkness that grabbed John. Blondie, she says in a husky whisper, turn off this shit, you have a mission with me in bed. John disappears, being swallowed by the darkness. We were left only with Church, who muted the audio to maintain the privacy of young Arc. So, we'll talk later, I asked, trying to end the call. Agreed, Church replies, ending the transmission. Well, what do you know, it actually works, Kuro comments sarcastically. In response, I sigh tiredly, massaging my forehead. The kid's been in menagerie for less than a week, and he's already sampling the local cuisine. Not bad. Although I agree with you that Mr. Arc's recent achievement is impressive, he could have kept a low profile. He's definitely going down low under her. Kuro adds, laughing once again. Huntsman LOGS, entry headmaster OZPIN. Name Kuro Branwen. Alias Old Crow. Allegiance Kingdom of Vale. Weapon Harbinger. Semblance Misfortune, causes bad luck around him. Stats: Strength, Endurance, Agility, Fighting Skill, Mental, Aura Skill, Semblance. Kuro is undoubtedly one of the most skilled and loyal huntsmen I've ever had the privilege of knowing. His performance in combat is impressive, his dedication to the cause is unwavering, and his strategic ability is unmatched. It's no wonder he has become a trusted figure not only to me, but to the entire team at Beacon, the Kingdom of Vale, and my inner circle. However, I cannot ignore the fact that Kuro faces a personal battle with his inner demons. It's evident that his depression affects his work and relationships. But despite his personal demons, Kuro never fails to fulfill his responsibilities as a huntsman and to his family. Kuro Branwen may be a walking paradox, but his bravery, skill, and loyalty are undeniable. As a huntsman, he has honored his commitment to the cause and remained determined to overcome his personal obstacles as we continue our fight against the darkness-threatening Remnant. EAI Gurizada. Curious about the bad news? I'm going to start posting this story just once a month instead of twice a month. I'll try to make the chapters a little longer even though they are less frequent. And speaking about the previous chapter, we had expected reactions to the patriarch of the Arc family like, "This guy looks badass, and I already hate him more than Noir." One reaction I didn't expect was, "Step on me, daddy." La Cordome. Thanks for the chapter. John's family is shady as F***. I kinda want to have the twist of his mom just being a really nice person, but I also want her to be like a Talia Al Ghul spy. I don't know what would be better. Response equals a mother like Talia Al Ghul. Interesting. La Cordome. My buon capitulo. Ahora pers la familia de John, Enesina perdi, completo, respito, por ella y pensé que podría alguien, apoyar a John Piro pers que están metidos, en el pasado monárquico, en especial el padre. Otra cosa que mi llama la atención es lo poco, que saben de John y que si quisieran lazos, con familias importantes, sería con la familia de Weiss y no con la de Cardin. El acuerdo del harem también, fue un momento divertido, y me pregunto si RWBY se enterará de lo del harem como reaccionaria. Yang con su hermana totalmente de acuerdo jajajajaja. Por último espero, que Adán sobreviva a las hermanas de John, para darles otra bofetada a sus pomposos traseros. Response equals he. Without giving spoilers, I guarantee you that Adam will suffer horribly. Sleep-deprived guy. Me who look at Canon John who turns out to be the rusted knight, yeah. About that. Response equals yep, and in this chapter the references were even heavier. 24. Heavy metal. Avip, I am looking for beta readers to help me with this story. I have noticed lately that some terms and expressions that make sense in Brazilian Portuguese are strange in English. For example, little bird that eats stone knows what kind of ass it has. Dialogue. Scroll. Say I dialogue. Even sitting in the cockpit of my new jet, the Blackbird, I need to be cautious as the open sea of Remnant is a place full of dangers. The biggest of these dangers are the aquatic grims of the Leviathan class, ancient and powerful creatures that inhabit the depths. Just the sighting of one of them is enough to make a city declare a state of calamity. These creatures are not only large in size, but also in power, capable of sinking entire ships with a single blow, making unprepared armies and huntsmen retreat fearing for their lives. Creatures like Monstra and the Leviathan itself, which gives its name to the category, have been shown in the series as walking catastrophes with the power to destroy civilizations. It's crucial that I remain vigilant, aware of everything happening around me. The slightest lapse in attention could be fatal in this unforgiving environment. But instead, I was humming along to a badass 90s superhero cartoon theme song. We'll arrive in 30 minutes. Wouldn't it be better if you stopped singing and got ready? You've been listening to this song on loop for 2 hours straight. We get it, you're a 90s kid with a TV, now shut it off. Fuck this. Hey, I complain as the music was cut. Okay, X-Men from the 90s is the second best superhero series, but you can go fuck yourself with a barbed dick if you think I'm going to listen to one more second of your shitty singing. After Church's rant monologue, I could swear his hologram was panting on top of the Black Bird's panel. And while he was right, something else caught my attention. Who's first? What? He asked in an irritated and surprised tone. If 90s X-Men is in second place, who's first? The AI stared at me in disbelief, but nevertheless responded promptly. Batman TAS, he replied in a serious and dry tone. I murmur, reflecting on the answer. You're right. Bitch, please, I'm always right, Church grumbled, looking to the left as another holographic figure materialized beside him. Assume the controls, Delta, the fearless leader is about to depart. Affirmative. A new green AI responds in a neutral, robotic tone. I got up from the pilot's chair and walked towards Church in the cargo area of the plane. How did you create more artificial intelligence? I cautiously asked. I couldn't hide the apprehension I was feeling. Or is he a fragment? The last thing I need is my main support going rampant. No, Chuck replies in a serious tone. He's not a fragment, much less a true AI. This Delta is more of a virtual assistant. Like Siri or Alexa. Just more useful and less data stealing for big tech. Jokes aside, this idea is brilliant. Initially, Church planned to divide his attention. Part would go with me, and the other would stay on the Black Bird. But despite the Dragon Ball Scouter giving us a global signal range, we could still have problems with jammers or buildings made of material that blocks the signal. The loss of the signal could have grave consequences for Church if he is split, but he said it was fine and that I shouldn't worry. But I annoyed and pestered him until he came up with the idea of creating these virtual assistants. I think I'll call them VA. Let's review your creations since the healing of our sleeping stowaway. Why? In Menagerie, you might have opportunities to help the people there, and judging by your previous action, you won't think before acting, much less plan how to spend your MP. So it's interesting for you to know the totality of your resources before spending MP indiscriminately. Wow, I exclaimed, surprised by the AI's reasoning. It really paid off the points I spent on you. So let's start with me then, the AI added proudly. A holographic table was projected from my watch using the same technology as Tony Stark's in the Iron Man movies, the same one Church uses when he wants to give a face-to-face sermon. Artificial intelligence, without a chance of betrayal, 60 MP. Blackbird no weapons, 50 MP. Arc reactor on Blackbird, 50 MP. ND1 Nomad, 10 MP. Hello Kitty Scouter, only works with Ozpin, 2 MP. StarkTech holographic watch, comic, 2 MP. X10 Arknights, 20 MP. Bag of holding 4, limit equals 1,500 pounds / 680 kg, 2 MP. Decanter of endless water, 2 MP. X8 elemental gem, 2 of each type kind, 4 MP. Weeb staff, 10 MP. Weeb sword, 20 MP. Image inducer, 2 MP. Extremis virus 2 TSC version 50 MP. Total equals 283 MP. Dang, I spent a lot yesterday and today. I commented, not mentioning the disrespect for the weapons I had made. The beating you took from your sister opened your eyes, but for some reason, you're taking none of it with you. My disguise is as a human tourist on the island. After all, we came to help the Belladonna family, and if we have time, help all the faunus on Menagerie. If I come armed with all this, it'll raise suspicions. A noble cause, Church commends, surprised. How are you going to help them? Do you have any plan? None, I reply with a sheepish smile. Yet another reason to know what resources are at your disposal, Church mentions, showing a holographic projection of my hunter equipment along with my new items. If things go south, I'll send your stuff on one of those lockers you copied from Beacon or the sleeping stowaway. Agreed, just be careful not to hit civilians. No problem, and according to my calculations, you still have 61,454 MP left. MCS on. Multiverse-Crafting system. What would you like to make? Magic, 61.404 points. Aura, 100%. You missed by 50. Of course I am. What? Church bellows, cutting off the audio of the watch where his voice was projected. It's impossible for me to be wrong. Relax, it's normal for people to make mistakes once in a while. I'm more than just a person. I'm the most powerful AI in this world. Hey, don't forget about Penny. I can calculate routes through slipspace in seconds, command fleets of starships in combat coordinate space stations with populations larger than that of this planet, translate unknown languages with just 10 sentences, provide medical assistance, facilitate neural interface between humans and weapons, and if you make a decent server, I can reach 500 TFLOPS. Don't compare me to that red-headed Pinocchio, who still struggles with handshakes and hugs. An uncomfortable silence fell over the environment. I had a stern look on my face in response to Church's unkind words to the ginger robot girl. Listen here, Alpha, I said, pointing a finger at the hologram. You're a copy of Dr. Leonard Church. My statement, combined with my serious tone, caught the AI off guard. You had a shortcut to your humanity. Penny is climbing each step until she reaches hers. I don't think you're any less for it, but Penny certainly deserves your respect. The holographic projection looked down, avoiding my gaze. Even though his image was covered by a complete combat armor, it was still evident from his body language that he was ashamed. You're right, I'm sorry. You understood your mistake, so it's all right. I need to make sure that every time he throws a tantrum like this, the watch mutes. But I'm still puzzled. What did I forget to account for? Snapping my fingers as soon as I realize what's missing from the whiny AI's list. I think it was the steaks. Steaks. Before leaving, I made dinner with picanha steaks. You spent magic points on a piece of meat. They were PICANHA steaks. You fucking ignorant gringo who thinks hot dogs and hamburgers are barbecue meat. Approaching Menagerie, announces Delta's voice through the internal speaker of the aircraft. I look angrily at Church and take a deep breath to calm myself. I knew it wasn't worth fighting over this. Look, sorry I didn't tell you about those 50 points. You're helping me organize my life, something I'm grateful for, and I know with your help we will save this planet. My sincere tone disarms him, but I hadn't finished speaking. But I would still have spent the points on my colleagues, not just because it's good food, but to relax and say goodbye to them. I understand, Church replies, sounding tired. I increasingly wonder if AIs need to breathe. Sorry again for being an asshole. No problem, you're famous for being an asshole. Fuck off, he replies irritably. You still have time to change your clothes, you don't need to go dressed like that, the AI complained, pointing at my body. Before I could respond, the cargo compartment door opened, revealing a beach of white sand 25 meters below. Some people were pointing at the aircraft curiously, but from afar, I could already see a militia coming towards us. Hakuna Matata, I shout, jumping out of the plane without a parachute. You crazy motherfucker, Church shouts from the watch. The wind whipped against my face as I dove towards the ground. The sound of the wind echoed in my ears, drowning out all other sounds around me. I felt like I was flying, even though I knew I was in free fall towards the ground. The feeling of falling is indescribable, a mixture of excitement and fear that makes me feel alive like never before. In a matter of moments, I was dangerously close to the ground. I twisted my body to try to land on my feet. Poof! The impact was stronger than I had thought. I felt my feet hit the sand of the beach with my right fist. Inadvertently, I had made a superhero landing. Deadpool was right, this thing fucks up the knees. Despite the pain, I stood up with a relieved smile spreading across my face as I realized I was unharmed, thanks to the combination of the super soldier serum coursing through my veins with aura. A group of faunus fishermen looked at me in astonishment, which wasn't surprising since a human had jumped out of a military jet onto their island, where they were supposed to be safe from the rest of the world's pursuits. But that's why I'm wearing a light blue Hawaiian shirt with pink flowers and matching shorts. The sunglasses were just to complete the look. "Good morning, menagerie," I said in a friendly tone, greeting the curious onlookers from afar. But everyone kept their distance, looking at me suspiciously, suspecting that I had nefarious intentions on this island. "What's going on?" I commented, walking slowly, my feet protected from the hot sands of the beach by my flip-flops. "I just came here to enjoy my vacation." "Stop right there, human," shouted a powerful voice from behind the fishermen. In response, the crowd of faunus began to make way for a group of soldiers. The militia I had seen from afar, I think to myself. Their equipment seemed simple. Despite being uniformed, they weren't wearing armor or weapons dependent on dust, just spears, bows, and arrows. "I come in peace," I comment, raising my hands in surrender. "Image." "Peace," says the same voice that had shouted orders earlier. "You come to the island with the most grims in the fucking world for peace. Are you retard?" Now that they were closer, I could make out who was leading. Actually, I had stopped at the letter Y before the beautiful creature in front of me. A sun-kissed, red-haired war goddess emerged as the soldiers made way for her, dazzling and powerful, crossing the beach sands with enchanting grandeur. Her short, blood-red hair danced in the wind, highlighting her attractive and powerful figure. Her eyes, like shining sapphires, met mine for a brief moment, and it was as if time stood still. I found myself completely mesmerized by her presence, unable to look away. I felt my heart beat faster in my chest, as if I was trying to escape to find her. Her intimidating gaze radiated confidence and aggression as a feeling of heat spread throughout my body. She seemed to possess a power and grace that took my breath away. Instantly, I realized that this red-haired woman completely enthralled me, with her intoxicating beauty and dominating presence. And she has the biggest pair of boobs I've ever seen in my life, I thought to myself. This woman makes Yang and Goodwitch look as anemic as Weiss did in the first season. Image. What I wouldn't give to stick my face in the middle of those perfect mountains. "Did I stutter? Spit it out, brat!" shouts the red-haired barbarian goddess, pointing a giant axe in my direction. And of course, I responded in the most eloquent way my super soldier serum-enhanced brain could respond at the time. I admit it wasn't my finest hour. "Gira belladonna." "Your tea, my love," says a melancholic female voice. "Thank you, Kali," I replied, trying to sound optimistic. "You're welcome, dear." She smiles at me, but the weariness in her voice was evident. Sitting at the breakfast table, I watch my wife as she moves around the kitchen. A sense of heaviness hangs over us, weighing on our shoulders like an unbearable burden. I try to maintain my composure, hiding my feelings behind a mask of calm and control, but I know Kali can see through me as well. She seems so fragile today, her shoulders slumped under the weight of the sadness that surrounds us. Her eyes, normally full of warmth and vitality, are now dull, reflecting the pain she tries so desperately to hide. I should be the rock, the strength she can lean on in tough times. But today I feel as powerless as she does, unable to offer comfort or solutions to our problems. As we sit at the table, the heavy silence between us is unbearable. Every movement, every glance exchanged is laden with the weight of our worries. I wish I can find the right words to soothe her broken heart, but for now, all I can offer is my silent presence, my hand extended in solidarity, as we navigate this storm of sadness and uncertainty together. As the silence persists, it's impossible to ignore the reason behind our shared sorrow. The absence of our daughter hangs over us like a constant shadow, filling every space in our hearts with overwhelming anguish. Each day that passes without news of her feels like an eternity of agony and uncertainty. Kali and I constantly wonder where she is, if she's safe, if she's happy. Concern for her well-being consumes our thoughts, keeping us awake during the long nights of insomnia. As we sit at the breakfast table, surrounded by the echo of our sadness, I hear a powerful female voice shouting in the distance. "Chieftain," announces a familiar voice in the distance, "I've brought you a prisoner." "A prisoner?" Kali asks curiously. "What is she talking about, Gira?" "That's what I intend to find out," I reply, rising from the table. Accompanied by my wife, we hurriedly walk to the gate. When I open it, we are greeted by the sight of the commander of the militia accompanied by a young, blonde human wearing sunglasses and a floral shirt, with his hands and neck tied by a thick rope in the hands of the commander. "Good morning, Chieftain Belladonna," she said in a loud and formal tone. "Good morning, Commander Taurus." "Taurus?" the young man asks, looking at the commander. "Are you Adam Taurus's sister, because your brother's a massive Kunak?" The commander turned, grabbing the young man by the throat before he could finish his sentence. "Audra," I exclaimed the commander's name aloud, trying to stop her. The commander sighs tiredly, but let go of the young man on the ground. Adam was a delicate subject for her, something she didn't like to discuss, especially with strangers. "He said he's a friend of the Belladonna family," says the commander, pulling the young man roughly by the rope, but he didn't seem to mind being mistreated by her. Other than the clothes on his back, sunglasses, scroll, and a watch, he has nothing else on him. "Then he possesses no weapons or dust," the woman affirms, nodding. "Despite appearing harmless, I believe I've never seen this young man in my life. Do you know him, Kali?" I asked, turning to my wife. Kali stepped out from behind me and looked curiously at the young man, but shook her head in denial. "Humph," snorts the commander, a wicked smile spreading across her face. "Well, well, you said you come in peace, but ultimately you're a liar with vile intentions," says the commander, grabbing the boy's arm. Despite her having awakened aura and being a powerful fighter, the boy showed no reaction to the commander's titanic grip on his arm, because he also had aura that reacted by lighting up where the grip was. "A huntsman," I questioned myself mentally. "I'm not lying," explains the boy to the commander. "It's just that this is the first time I've met Blake's parents." "Blake," Kali asks, leaving my side to approach the stranger. "When was the last time you saw my daughter? How is she?" Desperation and hope boiled inside Kali at the prospect of news of our daughter. "The last time I saw her was yesterday. She was researching recipes to prepare fish with syrup she harvested in Forever Fall." My wife's feline ears twitched upon hearing the boy's report, and although the discretion seems to be our daughter's, we need more proof to be sure. "I would rather not offend you by doubting your words, young man, but I lived a public life dealing with politics when I was leader of the White Fang, so it's not difficult to get superficial information about my family," I commented in a serious tone, trying to maintain a formal stance on this delicate subject. "Would you be able to prove that you really know our daughter?" The boy looked in my direction, but remained silent for a few seconds, thinking about what to say. "She doesn't like to socialize, and she's always reading books." "Ha, you're going to have to do better than that, kid," said the commander. "Anyone who has heard of Blake Belladonna can tell you that." Mutters the young man who had returned to thinking. "She doesn't mind reading filthy books in public." Tears of relief began to stream from Kali's eyes. "Our daughter is alive," says Kali, hugging me. I returned the embrace as overwhelming relief flooded my heart. It was as if an unknown burden had been lifted from me, allowing me to finally breathe. Knowing our daughter was safe was a balm to my torn soul, and all thanks to this young man, whose fixed gaze on the commander's cleavage while drooling explained why he didn't complain about being mistreated by her. Kali Belladonna. While I prepare breakfast, I feel a bubbling joy within me. Every movement is light and fluid, while a smile adorns my lips. It's as if I'm emerging from a dark phase of my life and stepping into a sunny day. The feeling of no longer being sunk in depression and hopelessness is incredibly liberating. Every step in the kitchen is a small victory, a reminder that I am gaining my well-being and happiness. Despite being a luxury in menagerie, I brew a pot of coffee as the fresh aroma fills the air. Thanks to that friendly young man, Jaune Arc, I know that my daughter, besides being alive and healthy, Blake was also regretful of having abandoned us and the way she treated us. She realized the point of no return that Adam was heading towards, and violence wouldn't bring peace and equality between faunus and humans. Now she is a huntress apprentice at Beacon Academy, where she intends to be an example that faunus and humans can not only coexist peacefully, but also work together for a better future. Although I feel sad thinking that our daughter is afraid to meet us in person, ashamed of her past actions, my chest swells with hope that one day we can reunite. With coffee ready and some cookies on a plate, I take everything to the table, where Gira and John are sitting on cushions on the floor tea table while chatting. As I approach the two, I catch the tail end of their conversation. Then, on the second attempt, I manage to get her out of the tree, John says with a smiling face. All this without a shirt because she tore it on the first attempt? Gira asks. Yes, John exclaims, rising arms in an exaggerated gesture. That's a Blake thing, or faunus have some inherent behaviors linked to the animal trait they exhibit. No one has the exact answer about faunus genetics, Gira comments, reflecting on the young man's question. But in this case, it was due to trauma. Blake was chased by dogs when she was 7 years old, and since then she has feared them. Did they hurt her? The young man asks in a concerned tone. No, they just wanted to grab the fried fish she was eating. The boy burst into hearty laughter as he served the coffee and cookies. Thank you, Mrs. Belladonna, says the polite young man, helping himself. Eat as much as you want, I reply, patting the blonde-haired, smiling human's head. I bet a young man as polite as him would be a great father, I thought to myself. I would love to have grandchildren with golden cat ears like his hair. As I dreamed about future little gifts from heaven, Gira continued to question the boy. Despite being grateful for the news and whereabouts of my daughter, Gira said in a serious tone, shifting the focus of the conversation, I still need to know what your intentions are in menagerie. I knew it, my husband still suspects this human. As for me, I can't help but like the young man who took advantage of his suspension to help his friend reconnect with her family. And I would like to reiterate once again, Mr. Arc, for you not to take offense at your person. I am the leader of Menagerie, not its owner. And as much as I want you to feel welcome on my beloved island and home, I need to consider the possible risks that your presence may bring. Risks for my people, my family, and for yourself. Gira's heavy voice carries the authority of a chieftain, but his sentence was crafted to make clear his intentions while seeking not to offend our guest. All these years leading the White Fang, and now the island of our people have given him political skills that few leaders in councils can rival. The boy, caught off guard by my husband's tone and phrase, blinked his eyes in surprise at the situation he found himself in. He adjusted on the cushion, reflecting on how to respond to the question. It's understandable to pause to think about a response. Although this seems like a casual visit, this boy got involved in an important political stage for faunus from the entire island. She helped me, so I'm helping her, the boy replies, grabbing another cookie. What, Gira and I ask? The boy stared at us, as if we had asked the most obvious thing in the world. Like I'm her friend, And a few days ago she saved me when I was in danger, so I came here to help her, John says, reaching for another cookie. Gira was as surprised as I was by the boy's simplicity and honesty. You traveled halfway around the world just for that? Gira asks in disbelief. John, with his mouth full, replied with a shrug. I laughed at the boy's laid-back demeanor, while Gira sighed tiredly. Despite finding humor in my husband's frustration, I understand his exhaustion from mentally preparing for a serious discussion with John, and he responded as if it were nothing for him to have crossed a sea infested with Grimms to try to mend his friend's ties with her family. You still seem suspicious to me, boy, my husband says in a melancholic tone. It was evident that Gira wished it were that simple, that he just needed to accept this boy's help, and that he could reconnect with our daughter. But Gira is too cynical and not easily convinced. Years of political career do that to an individual regardless of being human or faunus. Would it put you more at ease if you did something for me? Surely would raise fewer suspicions, Gira grumbles to the boy. John raised his right arm, revealing a strange but modern digital watch. Are you listening, Church? Affirmative, echoed the voice from the small device. Impossible, Gira exclaims. We are too far from the CTT network. How can you communicate? A network of my own connected to the jet that brought me here, John replied once again, as if it were nothing. Are you capable of using the Blackbird to map Menagerie? I and Gira looked at each other, not understanding the boy's plans. Yes, but it will take time. Despite the speed of the jet, Menagerie is a large island. John paused to think, eating another cookie. After taking a sip of coffee to wash it off, he kept talking through the watch. And most of the territory is infested with Grimms, John comments. If you use the Arc Knights, how much time would it accelerate the process? Let me see, said the slightly irritated voice from the watch. Around 2 hours, but I'll avoid using them around the city outskirts. We don't want the population to freak out thinking Atlas is attacking. Please let me know as soon as you finish. Gira stared at the boy open-mouthed. Why are you going to provide us with a map of the island? We should be doing something for you. John looked at Gira, surprised by his question as if he hadn't planned to give the map. If you'd like, I can give you the map, but I was thinking of something else, actually, John says, getting up and stretching his arms upward. I need to train, and coincidentally, I'm in the most grim-infested place outside the land of darkness. Audra Taurus. Since I met that human brat dressed as one of Atlas's Central Intelligence agents on the beach, I didn't like him. He simply jumped out of a plane onto our island, the island of all faunus, not his, as if he owned all Menagerie. The boy didn't help his situation by staring at me the whole time, probably with disgust and wounded pride for having a faunus like me holding him and immobilizing him, only to then bind him on a tightrope like a common criminal. My opinion of him only worsened when Chieftain Belladonna explained that the boy was heir to a wealthy family, which brought in various resources to help Menagerie. In return, the boy would spend a few days training against Grimms with an escort from our forces ensuring his safety. All members of the guard protested against the idea. My men shouted that our honor and pride were not for sale. They said our dignity was our most precious possession and that we wouldn't give it up for handouts. Well, at least that's what they said before they saw the handouts. 20 laser weapons, 100 power packs of ammunition, 20 lightweight armors. A few years ago, Chieftain Belladonna would have refused this offer, offended by someone providing weapons of war in an attempt to gain favor from him. But the truth is, with each passing day, we receive more refugees, and these weapons would be a great help in expanding into territory now controlled by Grimms. As a gesture of goodwill, the boy gave 25% of the resources as an advance and explained to us how to use them. The armors initially seemed not worth it, although they were good protection against long-distance attacks from Grimms like a Nevermore's feathers. Blows from larger Grimms destroy this type of protection easily. But as soon as we tested them against swords and hammers, we noticed great resistance to cuts and bruises as well. This, along with the fact that they were very lightweight, had some of my men fighting over them. Although the armors were a pleasant surprise, it was the laser weapons called lasguns that surprised us. Lasgun, weight 3 kg, length 900 millimeters. Ammunition, lasgun power pack, recharges in the sun for 2 hours. Magazine capacity, 150 shots. Type of fire, single shot or fully automatic. Full auto rate of fire, 220 shots per minute. According to the data the boy showed on his scroll, the lasgun is quite lightweight for an assault rifle. The recoil was non-existent. 150 shots are incredible as capacity of one magazine, and its full auto mode was quite fast. But what caught my attention the most was the fact that the power packs recharge in the sun. The boy explained that the batteries used solar energy, a new energy matrix that was still being researched by him. 20 weapons and armors may seem like little, but with them, I can train small elite troops to make reconnaissance incursions. The only warning from the boy was that the weapons don't work outside of Menagerie or with active members of the White Fang. When asked how this was possible, the boy just smiled maliciously in response. That was very suspicious. A human genius inventor heir to a wealthy family crossed the sea just to train and help the family of a beacon colleague. According to the chieftain, he wasn't a partner or teammate of Blake's. Come at me, rat. My reflection is interrupted by the young Arc's provocation. Squeak, squeals the rodent Grim, charging toward the blonde. As soon as the creature jumped, John stepped forward, dodging the larger-than-a-pitbull Grim and hammering it with a precise punch from top to bottom on its head. POW. The Grim dissolved instantly as the punch connected. Well, suck it, bitch. Obscenities aside, the boy was remarkable, not because he destroyed a Grim with just one punch, but because he destroyed a small horde of 20 capybara Grims without using semblance, aura, or weapons. The fact that he managed to fight wearing flip-flops was also notable for a rich family playboy. Image. Despite being small, when compared to most of the Grims on the island, these bastards are fast when they attack. They even remind Borbatusk because of how fast they charge. As John walked towards me, I couldn't help but think about how his touristy appearance tricked me into thinking he was just a stupid human. I'm not happy being his babysitter. The blonde handpicked me to accompany him and prohibited the involvement of any active member of the White Fang during his visit. What do you have against Fang? I thought to myself. I'm not a fan of them, but why avoid their involvement? After the chieftain left the White Fang, it took me a short time to leave as well. The group's new philosophy was terrible for Adam, who had his dark side brought out, and that bitch Sienna Khan, who seemed to nurture his violent tendencies, also pissed me off to the extreme. I need to take advantage of my position now. Around this boy, I can confirm his intentions and see if Jaune Arc is a manipulation genius or just a reckless fool. I think I got the hang of my strength and speed after this warm-up. Warm-up is fighting in the sun with so many Grims warming up, and now that he's gotten close to me, I can see he's not sweating. You only have 1 more hour of sunlight. If we leave now and walk to another Grim's hot spot, it will be too late and dangerous to return to Kwana. True, the boy replied, raising his arm. Did you hear her? John asked for his watch. Who are you with? Positive, Delta is already descending to drop the vehicle and its equipment, said an irritated voice from his watch. By the way, our sleeping stowaway has woken up. Ha, laughs John in a sarcastic tone. Tell her to get equipped and go down with everything. I approached the boy to demand some answers, but a crash followed by a roar cut off my train of thought and made me pull out my axe. RWBY. Where did that come from? I asked with the axe ready as my heart beat faster. That was fast, said John, smiling at the sky. I wondered if the boy was crazy, but when I looked in the same direction as him, I noticed that the air was distorted, cloudy as if a shape made of water was descending from the heavens. A camouflaged Grim, I muttered to myself. As the shape approached, it became larger, bigger than any elder nevermore I've killed. big as a dread shadow. I whisper wide-eyed while a shiver runs down my spine. The young man murmured, looking in my direction. Terrified, I ignored the boy's attention. My body shook, my hands gripped the axe so hard that it felt like the weapon was going to break in half. Good to know that stealth mode works well, John commented. Confused, I look at the boy for a second, and then up, and see the strange, blurred shape turn black, revealing the shape of a huge black jet. Mouth agape at the situation, instead of landing, the jet opens a gate and another. Less powerful engine roars, accelerating, and a six-wheeled car jumps out of the plane, falling in front of us. Poof. The dull thud was muffled by the sand and suspension of the strange car in front of us. Image. Let's go, John says, walking towards the vehicle. It was a large land vehicle, made for all terrain. The driver's door opens, revealing a red-haired girl dressed in leather for exploration. Image. Sorry for the delay, the girl said, giving a mischievous smile. Took me a while to find a parking spot. Boo-woo, John booed the red-haired girl. Weak boo-woo. Irritated with Arc, she simply flipped him off and then tossed a backpack to John, who, after catching it, went behind the car to change. As I approached, the young woman turned towards me, surprised by my presence, which was normal. I'm quite tall at 2.2 meters. Few people reach my height, even fewer when it comes to women. Greetings, young human, I say in a formal tone, extending my right hand towards her. I am Audra Taurus, commander of the Menagerie Guard. The girl blinked confused, surprised by my formal tone. Nice to meet you, she paused suspiciously as if trying to remember her own name. I'm Boudica Nikos. We shook hands, and from her grip, I could tell she wasn't a dainty girl but a warrior, probably with an awakened aura. The boy, when he arrived at the island, said he came as an unprepared tourist, but he has a jet at his disposal with more vehicles inside and someone with an awakened aura to support him. That's too suspicious. I need more information. The Arc over there said he came to Menagerie to help the Belladonna family, and now he wants to train fighting Grims, I comment, looking at the vehicle and then back at her. And you? The girl paused again to think, and despite still having doubts, she answered. I think I came as John's security, she replied uncertainly. Answering a question with, I think, isn't a good sign, but it's easy to see that this girl isn't hiding anything nefarious, which leads to my next question. Are you his girlfriend? Huh, exclaimed the girl, widening her eyes. Why do you ask? She stammered. Did he say something to you? She clearly has a crush on the boy, but it doesn't seem like she's dating him. Bringing extra security to such a remote and grim-filled place like our island isn't a bad idea. I'm ready, says John, emerging from behind the vehicle. He looked like a different person now. The young blonde huntsman impressed me with his appearance. When he arrived at the island, John wore that idiotic human tourist outfit that made him look like a fool, but now his style is so distinct, he looked like someone ready to fight against anything and anyone. His attire reveals a harmony between functionality and elegance, something many fighters usually overlook. The black fabric armor he wears seems molded to his body, highlighting his toned physique. The white armor plates add a touch of grandeur and protection, contrasting perfectly with the dark background. The strange visor over his eye breaks the modern white knight theme a bit, but the sword on his waist and circular shield on his back bring it back, until he turns around, and I see that he's colorful with a white star in the middle. Huntsmen and huntresses, especially from Vale, value their flashy outfits, but within a theme so they can stand out. John seemed inclined towards the aesthetic of a modern white knight, but the visor and strange shield break the theme. This proves that he doesn't care what others think of him, which is uncommon for someone from a traditional Vale family. We set off for the location I suggested, Dire Death Valley, where terror raptors of the Grim species live. They are a bit smaller than a Beowulf and lighter, but just as strong and faster. The redhead girl paled at my suggestion, while John raised his arms to the sky in celebration. The vehicle inside was comfortable and as futuristic as its exterior. I told you to sit in the front seat, to be ready for danger. John protested, saying that was his spot. I didn't want to question his decision since I was just an attendant, so I sat in the back seat while the redhead girl took the wheel, and John next to her opened a holographic console as soon as he sat down. Given the limited view of what was ahead, I decided to pay attention to what Arc was doing. The hologram in front of him showed the surrounding terrain. By the size, it seemed to be about 100 meters. Weird, I thought to myself. The chieftain informed me that he has a detailed map of the entire island. If he has a map of Menagerie, he would be able to see a plateau near Dire Death Valley, the ideal place to land that jet at his disposal. "Can I ask something?" I inquire aloud. The boy stopped fiddling with the map and smiling, turned to me. "You can ask anything, Miss Taurus," he replied cheerfully. "Miss, how quaint," I thought mockingly. It's been at least 20 years since I've been called that. It took some time to formulate my question, which was enough for Arc's eyes to stare intensely at me. I knew it, I thought to myself. He can be polite and make those fake smiles, but he can't help but look at me with disgust, can he? As if I'm a fascinating aberration, or someone he can't trust and needs to keep an eye on. I swallowed my anger fueled by my thoughts and asked my question. "Why didn't we go with your plane?" "Good question," complains the girl next to him. "Not that I'm not having fun, but it would be faster flying in that jet of yours." John smiled tiredly, shaking his head negatively, but turned to face forward, changing the holographic map in front of him to the entire region. "I want to train fighting Grims. The jet consumes more fuel than the car having to land and take off all the time," he says, pressing a gauge on the console. "And if you're afraid of being overwhelmed by Grims, you can relax. This is the ND-1 Nomad exploration vehicle. Besides being able to cross any terrain, it comes equipped with thrusters, shields, radar, and life support. I can't help but feel a little envy at the technologies developed by humans. We faunus could also create incredible things if we weren't persecuted everywhere on the planet." After 40 minutes of silent travel, we arrived at our destination. The name alone hung heavily in the air. The white rocks of the canyons reflected light towards the center, making it obvious that it would be hotter than the open desert. As soon as I opened the door, the blast of dry heat slapped me in the face. Through the dust haze, I surveyed the scene. The irregular, skeletal ravine stretched out before us, a scar on the already devastated land. "For training or a violent death," I say sarcastically, "this is one of the best places on the island for both." "One of the best?" asked John, jumping out of the car. "You mean there are others?" I stared at the boy, raising an eyebrow, disbelieving the statement that came out of his mouth. "How about we explore this ravine, and if you survive with all limbs intact, we'll talk about going to another one," I said in a mischievous tone. "You're right," John replied sincerely without noticing the irony. "Thanks, Miss Taurus, you're an excellent guide." "Finally some action," adds Nikos, joining us with a red wooden staff in hand. "Okay, I guess this boy is less cunning and more clueless than I thought. But the intense glares he throws in my direction when he thinks I'm not noticing reinforce how much this boy despises me for being a faunus." Even as we descended into the canyon, it was easy to notice a stiff facial expression on John, furrowed brows, widened eyes, and tight lips as he stared at me. He also seemed uncomfortable in his walk, as if he were trying to hide something in his pants pocket. When he wasn't staring at me, John was smiling, wielding his shield, but his smile disappeared within minutes as we descended further into the gorge. "I thought this place would be full of Grims," complains the frustrated blonde. "Pteroraptors, when threatened, form large packs to attack," I explain, taking the lead. "If we walk quietly, we can catch some of them off guard and—" Bonged. I was interrupted by a gong behind me. I turned on my heels and stared at the culprit of the idiocy, and to no one's surprise, it was Jaune Arc, the offender. The foolish human had slammed the hilt of his sword against his shield. "You idiot," I exclaimed, keeping the volume of my voice low as there was no reaction from the Grims. Do you want us to? Bang, 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 bang. He hammered his shield as if his life depended on it, and as soon as he stopped, he looked around for Grimm's. Man, what a bummer, I thought there, erg. Whatever Arc was going to say was cut off when I grabbed his throat. You idiot, I shout, squeezing his throat. You've doomed us all. Even with his throat caught in my hand, the human still stared at me with wide eyes, only this time with more intensity and looking down on me, avoiding my eyes. Listen here, you shithead. Before I could finish, I was cut off, not by an audible noise, but by a strange tremor that I started feeling with the soles of my feet. The tremor started subtly, a low vibration that tickled the soles of my feet. Nico's, the more perceptive of the two, was the first to realize that something was happening. Audra, she asks, her voice tense with urgency. I turned to the humans and delivered my message bluntly. Grimms, I growl, the word laden with dread. In the distance, a cloud of dust was heading our way. We don't have time to go back to the car, I shout frantically. We'll have to try climbing the canyon. I jumped on the rocks and started climbing. In a few seconds from the top, I could see the herd of Grimms heading our way. Image. Pteroraptors, I murmur with concern. It was a pretty big bunch. There must have been almost 1,000 of them, all because of all that noise John made. Speaking of John, it's too quiet around here. To my left, I see Boudica following my pace on the climb, and to my right is no one. John, I ask for the blonde fool, Jaune. I'm fucking here, shouts the white knight from the bottom of the canyon. Had he not moved, in fact, he had a shield and his sword on fire raised in a fighting stance. After I destroy all the Grimms, you can come down. Is he insane? I question, shocked. He has to go up to give the Grimms time to disperse, then you attack. Well, Nico says next to me. He was never the sanest person in any group, but I guarantee he didn't go crazy. How can you be so sure? With a calm look, the redhead looks at John tenderly before completing. Based on how little I spent time with him and what other people say about him, I'm sure of two things about Jaune Arc, she comments, smiling. Common sense doesn't apply to him. And the second thing, the woman dressed as an explorer sighed, smiling even wider before she turned to me and replied. He always kept his word, no matter how impossible it seemed. PV original. I know we even came to this shithole to fight these dinosaur chickens, but could you have thought of a better plan? Or at least thought of a plan. Or thought at all. Ha ha, I laugh in a sarcastic tone. How about if instead of making jokes you help me? Caught surprised by my serious attitude, Church dematerialized, activating the scouter in my ear to provide information. What do you need? Tactical data overlay, threat assessment, target tracking, weapons guidance, aura monitoring, or send in some Arknights. I couldn't help but smile mischievously. Church seemed excited to help me with this fight, almost making me regret what I'm about to say. Play Escape from the City. The image on my display shook like a glitch, and then I heard Church's crying voice. Are you serious? He asks the discredited AI. From that Sonic game from Dream Quest. I actually played the GameCube one. Not relevant, Church shouts stressed. Instead of answering, I decided to focus in front of me on the herd of dinosaur Grimms that were getting closer and closer. With the shield and flaming sword in hand, I was sad thinking I was going to fight without music, until a familiar bass riff came on my watch and scouter. Woo! Oh yeah! Thank you, Church, I exclaim, running towards the Grimms. I hate you, he replies with a mumble. I threw the shield at the herd leader and jumped to intercept the shield in midair with my feet, just as the lyrics began. Rolling around at the speed of sound. Got places to go. Gotta follow my rainbow. I fell surfing on the shield, cutting Grimms left and right. When the shield lost its momentum, I stepped hard on the edge of it, making it rise to my eye level, only to kick it in midair towards a cluster of Pteroraptors. Can't stick around, have to keep moving on. Guess what lies ahead? Only one way to find out. The shield hits 3 heads and returns to my left arm, fitting perfectly. That super soldier serum really helps with calculating the angles. I comment, punching a grim in front of me. The flaming adamantine sword cuts through the grims as if they were made of butter. Thanks to the serum, my stamina was also increased along with my strength, speed, and mental capacity. I can do this all day. A shame that my joy was short-lived, because after half an hour the fight started to get monotonous. Boring, I exclaimed, dodging a raptor's attack. I have to admit this isn't exactly the Grimpacalypse I was hoping for. Those things they call terror raptors, so more for terror chickens. Even though they are faster than a Beowulf, it wasn't a big deal for my enhanced reflexes. One of them jumped towards me over the few remaining grims, but with a blow from the shield he flew against the canyon wall, dissolving on impact. Okay, this has gone from boring to sad, I grumbled out loud. Be careful what you say, man. Church advises cutting my tunes. Why, I questioned, cutting the last terror raptor. At the Scouter Church, he changed the display and focused on small rocks shaking on the ground. The fuck? Better stay away. Without thinking, I ran to the opposite side as the tremors increased. Want help? Shouted Amber using her disguise from the top of the canyon. No K's, I responded by shouting. Crack. In a deafening crack, the canyon wall was shattered as a monstrous creature pierced through it. Image. My eyes widened as my mind struggles to process what I see. A T-Rex with 2 heads, there's no other word to describe it. The monster, over 6 meters, 20 ft tall, let out a roar in front of me. The creature's deafening roar echoed through the canyon, making me tremble. I feel small and insignificant in the face of its magnitude. The creature's smoky black body stood out in the desert, and its red eyes seemed to burn with supernatural intensity. The sharp fangs in its open mouth are like steel blades, ready to tear through anything in its path, and its face and chest are covered in a bone armor typical of older and more powerful grims. As if being a damn T-Rex with 2 heads wasn't enough to indicate power. And even intimidated by the monster, which might be of the Leviathan class, I start to tremble, but not out of fear, but anticipation for a good fight. Finally, a worthy opponent, I exclaim, pointing my sword at the monster. Our battle will be legendary. Are you crazy, kid? Amber shouts in my ear. How are you talking to me? Church connected me to convince you not to get yourself killed, and to take this seriously. I furrow my brow, frustrated by the lack of faith my friends have in my fighting ability. Let's do this. Church, send me 4 Arc Knights, 2 for support and 2 to film. Seriously, both judged me through the Scouter communicator. Of course, I commented as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. This is basically a heavy metal album cover in grim form. I want to boast about it later. GRRRRROW. Both heads finally noticed me. The monster took a step forward, cracking the ground as I ran towards a pile of rocks that formed steps. Play Victorious Dynagod's Church. Can you mute the song for me? I won't suffer alone. Damn it, Amber complained over the communication channel. You know, sometimes you're an asshole, Church. Ha, I laughed aloud, jumping from the highest rock towards the monster. He's famous for being an asshole. Dinos arise, stand up and fight. Huntsman LOGS, Entry Headmaster OZPIN. Name Weisschnee. Alias Ice Queen. Allegiance Kingdom of Vale /SDC. Weapon Miatenaster. Semblance Glyphs allows her to create glyphs in many ways. Stats: Strength, Endurance, Agility, Fighting Skill, Mental, Aura Skill, Semblance. Weiss could have easily settled for a life of privilege, but she chose to fight and become a huntress. defending the world against the forces of darkness. The SDC heir is an exemplary student, with notable skills in dust and combat with her sword, Miatanaster. She is a natural leader, although she sometimes needs to be reminded of the importance of teamwork and trust in her teammates. I have great respect for Weiss Schnee and am confident that she will make her mark on the world, not as the heir to a corporate empire, but as a hero who rises against adversity with grace.